The arrival of the apocalypse. All villains on the 18th floor. In the face of apocalyptic disasters, only the fittest survive. Typhoons, floods, extreme cold and heat, earthquakes, tsunamis, plagues of insects, acid rain. Sharpen the blades, stockpile provisions, and deal with the scoundrels one by one. Vengeance for grievances and gratitude for kindness. When calamity strikes, she wields a knife in her right hand and pets a dog with her left, navigating the tumultuous seas of a world where civilization has crumbled and morality has fallen. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Jiang Ning awoke with a start. Sitting up in bed, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, her gaze clouded and despondent. Her disoriented mind was jolted by the familiar surroundings. Was this the apartment she had inhabited before the apocalypse? Ding dong, ding dong. The incessant chimes of incoming messages prompted her to grasp the phone on her bedside table. It was September 14th, 2029, 9:32 a.m. Numerous unread messages flooded her inbox, all warning about the super typhoon chopper expected to make landfall along the coast early on the 17th, with winds projected to reach low levels between 16 and 19, accompanied by torrential rains for several days. Jiang Ning felt dazed. Had she not perished? Had she not succumbed to the ravenous darkness of the apocalypse? Was it her lingering resentment that cast her into this nightmarish reverie at the brink of death? Ding dong. Another alert rang through, time-stamped at 9:37 a.m. Jiang Ning pinched her arm, the sharp pain affirming that this was no dream. She had indeed been reborn. No, to be precise, she had merely 2.5 days left. Yet, there was no joy swelling within her. Instead, an overwhelming weariness enveloped her. Typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme temperatures, earthquakes. Every trial was akin to hell itself. What was truly worth reliving? She splashed her face with cold water, and the reflection staring back at her in the mirror was that of a youthful beauty, radiant with collagen, untouched by the struggles of a POS. Apocalyptic world, as if everything were still resplendent. Her weary gaze fell upon the jade pendant adorning her neck, a keepsake from the day she was abandoned at the hospital, later taken by Yang Wei-tsung to present to the campus belle. Mingo. 3 years into the apocalypse, Su Mingyao remained exquisitely ethereal, her garments immaculate, her skin a flawless alabaster tinged with a hint of rose, as though she still eyed amidst an era of flourishing prosperity. On one occasion, when hunger rendered her faint, she caught a glimpse of Su Mingyao extracting an ice cream from the pendant and savoring it delicately. An idea struck Jiang Ning. She retrieved a blade and sliced her fingertip, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the pendant. The pendant emitted a brilliant radiance, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an apartment devoid of a front door, furnished only with water and electricity, encompassing 2 bedrooms and a living room, approximately 80 square meters in size, with ceilings soaring about 3 meters high, adjacent to a 10-square-meter garden of black soil. On the balcony, in the living room, a floating timer displayed, 1 hour 56 minutes and 13 seconds. Was this space the secret to Su Mingyio's refined existence, or had it been deceitfully taken from her? Upon exiting the space, she discovered a house, now residing in her mind with a mere focus of her consciousness. She could sense everything within. To uncover the functions of this space, she conducted tests using boiling water. Aside from the balcony and garden, all other areas exhibited preservation capabilities. Storing items with her mind, the timer remained in a paused state, automatically counting down whenever a person entered. Time was of the essence, and she had no leisure to ponder its enigmas. Having lived only 3 years in her past life, Jiang Ning was unaware of the calamities that lay ahead. Thus, she took to her phone to explore the types of natural disasters. Gazing at the densely packed answers, she nearly succumbed to despair. Merely surviving is an arduous endeavor. Setting aside her superfluous emotions, she retrieved paper and pen to draft a list of supplies. Jiang Ning grew up in an orphanage despite its seemingly tranquil exterior. Fierce rivalries simmered beneath the surface, gradually molding her into a self-serving individual who refrained from suffering losses. Innately insecure, she scavenged cardboard as a child, worked part-time during her middle school years, tutored others, and even cleaned lavatory stall for a fee. Jiang Ning became a savvy moneymaker, engaging in business ventures and selling insurance, unafraid to undertake any lawful endeavor. Over the course of several years, she amassed a total of 200,000 yuan in her bank account, envisioning a down payment for a future home upon graduation. Now, all of that seemed futile. This afternoon, she had a specialized class at school, followed by tutoring sessions for students in the evening, though now, those seemed unnecessary. Tutoring fees were settled bi-weekly, and the parents were affluent. Two of them had even sent her 500 yuan as a consolation gift, contributing to a total of 6,000 yuan received. Jiang Ning took it upon herself to remind the parents that a formidable typhoon was imminent, urging them to stockpile food and emergency medical supplies. Natural disasters were relentless, and her list of medical necessities spanned 3 full pages. Many of the required medications were not only exorbitantly priced, but also unavailable in local pharmacies. Jiang Ning snapped a photo of the list and sent it to her contact at the pharmaceutical company, who was also her childhood friend, stating, "A wealthy new client requires these urge. NTLY delivery must be made tonight. Please offer a significant discount." Within 5 minutes, his call came through. "Ning, this list of medications appears rather peculiar. Are you certain you're not jesting? The payment has been received. The client has but one stipulation. The goods must be delivered tonight." With no time for idle chatter, she ended the call and transferred 50,000 yuan, marking it as adjustments for any discrepancies. The array of supplies to prepare was overwhelming. As Jiang Ning picked up her keys and stepped outside, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the limited edition new AJ sneakers resting on the table, and she felt a surge of frustration that made her wish to bash her head against a tofu block. She had always lived pragmatically, yet encountering Yang Weizong seemed to cast a spell over her. In her fervent pursuit of him, she vacated her dormitory to rent an exorbitantly priced apartment within the school district and stood in line at the specialty store at dawn to pays him a pair of AJs. While her own shoes never cost more than 300 yuan, she had no qualms about splurging over 8,000 yuan on a limited edition release for him. But what was the outcome? He accepted her gift, yet remained indifferent to her heartfelt confession, and during a typhoon, he took the campus beauty out, depleting her carefully, read provisions. In the face of calamity over the past 3 years, he not only failed to offer assistance, but also callously observed as she endured torment from demons. Had she known this would be the case, she would have rather fed the AJs to dogs than bestow them upon him. Now, she was determined to see how he and Su Mingyao would fare without her stockpile of supplies and shelter. A powerful typhoon raged for 2 weeks, followed by 3 consecutive months of torrential rain, submerging the entire city in water. Jiang Ning lived on the 18th floor, and although her home remained dry, she still found herself in a precarious situation. After leaving her community, she filled her stomach at a nearby breakfast shop. Without delay, she rushed to a car rental agency and secured a box truck. Arriving promptly at the AJ specialty store, the staff were taken aback by her request for a return. After all, this was a coveted limited edition release, with countless customers eagerly awaiting the chance to purchase it. She returned the sneakers for over 8,600 yuan, enough to stockpile rice, flour, and oil to last her 2 to 3 years. What need had she for a man? Driving down Window Street, I ordered 2 of the sturdiest stainless steel doors, equipped with a triple bar lock system, ensuring that no amount of fork could breach them. Including installation, the cost exceeded 6,000 yuan. The shopkeeper expressed concern about precise measurements, but upon learning of the residential complex and its units, he readily assured me, having frequently conducted business in that area. With a confident tone, he added, "If you require expedited service, we can have it ready by the day after tomorrow." Opposite the street was a glass shop, where I chose the thickest shatterproof glass, priced at 600 yuan per square meter, also scheduled for installation the following morning. Let them hammer and strike in this lifetime. No one shall wield a knife and intrude upon her. Chapter 2. Stockpiling supplies. After paying the deposit, I hurried to the largest outdoor supply store in the city. The industry is fiercely competitive, and the shop was undergoing a significant clearance sale, with some items discounted to as low as 20%. It was indeed an opportune moment to seize bargains. I procured 2 inflatable boats and 4 rubber rafts, earthquake and fire emergency kits, tents, fire axes, climbing rope, oculars, radios, waterproof flashlights, and an oversized solar charger, among other essentials. Quality was paramount for survival supplies. Noticing a substantial customer, the shopkeeper eagerly promoted items such as down jackets and sleeping bags, exclaiming, "Today, we have a sale with discounts throughout the store, and our quality guarantees will ensure your satisfaction." With a look of disdain, I inquired, "Do you have anything suitable for temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees?" The shopkeeper was taken aback, responding, "But we are in the south in winter. One can wear short sleeves." "I am about to embark on an expedition to the Arctic for research," I replied. The shopkeeper, not in jest, swiftly contacted a colleague, informing Jiang Ning, "We have extreme cauldre, assistant suits, and mummy sleeping bags. When used together, they will undoubtedly withstand the elements, though they are rather costly and located in another province." The colleague, who operated an online store, had favorable reviews, and the shopkeeper promised immediate express shipping, ensuring arrival by the following afternoon. Jiang Ning ordered 2 sets, spending over 6,000 yuan. Additionally, she spent 12,000 yuan at an outdoor goods store, filling her vehicle to capacity with supplies, discreetly stowing them away. While inflatable boats required diesel, it was not available for private sale. Jiang Ning purchased an oil extractor and a barrel from an auto repair shop, then filled her vehicle to several nearby gas stations. After several trips, she managed to siphon 500 liters of gasoline in a secluded area devoid of witnesses or cameras. In a world rife with chaos and rampant violence, she then visited a security goods store. "Boss, I am heading to America." Upon hearing this, the owner retrieved his finest merchandise, stating, "The scenery there is splendid, you cannot afford to skimp." Jiang Ning acquired 3 sets of anti-cut and stab-resistant clothing and 2 sets of bulletproof vests, scarcely pausing for breath before driving to the largest clothing wholesale market on the outskirts. She purchased down jackets, military coats, cashmere sweaters, thermal wear, scarves, gloves, socks, anti-slip snow boots, lightweight sneakers, warm shoes, and slippers. She bought everything she could think of that might prove useful, prioritizing quality over brand names. After extravagantly spending 12,000 yuan at the clothing wholesale market, she hurried to the adjacent daily necessities wholesale mall. She ordered air conditioning quilts, down quilts, and especially large cotton quilts, requesting 3 each of the 8 and 10 kilogram varieties, all to be neatly packed in copper. Eshin bags, shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, sanitary napkins, tissue paper, toothpaste and toothbrushes, thermos flasks, lighters, rubber hot water bottles, and so on. The 20,000 heating pads are truly lifesavers in extreme cold. There are e-commerce platforms selling rare items, such as glass kerosene lamps and waterproof, windproof lanterns antiques from the 1960s and 70s. She decided to purchase 5 of each, inquiring, "Do you have kerosene?" "Yes, but it is not easy to sell. The vendor only has 100 liters in stock." Jiang Ning cleared the entire stock, requesting the vendor to supply lamp wicks, which are far more durable than candles. She also acquired alcohol stoves, alcohol blocks, and portable gas stoves. Considering that the space has electricity, she added a few induction cookers to her collection. Insecticides, disinfectants, drinking water purification tablets, floral water, anything that came to mind was purchased, totaling 20,000 yuan. Next door was a wholesale fruit market featuring apples, pears, watermelons, kiwis, bananas, hominy melons, star fruits, summer black grapes, and various other fruits, amounting to another 6,000 yuan spent. By the time she exited the wholesale market, night had fallen. Several missed calls were from Zhang Chao, and a WeChat message indicated that the goods were ready. Jiang Ning drove to the base of his company, where she found more than 20 large cardboard boxes filled with supplies, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medications, iodine, gauze, and even tetanus vaccines. These are life-saving medications in times of disaster. Though she spent over 40,000 yuan, it significantly eased her anxiety. Zhang Chao transferred 2,000 yuan in commission to her, stating, "You requested too many varied items. Many of the medications were unavailable, so I sourced them from colleagues. I will deliver the goods first, and in a few days, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast." Jiang Ning reminded from the driver's seat that a powerful typhoon is imminent. Ensure you stock up on fuel and provisions at home. Zhang Chao paid little heed to her words, dismissing the warning as he had witnessed numerous typhoons this year, each one proving to be more thunder than rain. After securing the medications in her storage space, Jiang Ning ventured to the vibrant food street near the university town, where she ordered barbecue, beer, and stir-fried rice and oodles. The food street was bustling with a multitude of people, teeming with youthful students and couples, each face radiating the exuberance of youth, blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. As she awaited her barbecue, Jiang Ning found herself captivated by the glowing embers. In her flurry of excitement, she nearly overlooked the most critical task at hand. She promptly requested from the vendor the contact details for suppliers of charcoal, coal balls, and liquefied gas. One by one, she made calls, hoping to arrange for delivery the following day. However, fortune was not in her favor. The stores were located in a low-lying area, and local authorities had mandated the relocation of their stock, leaving them with no availability. In the coming days, all three suppliers were situated in the same vicinity, prompting Jiang Ning to forego her meal and hastily drive over. Charcoal was inexpensive but took up considerable space. Jiang Ning noted that her storage could accommodate 500 pounds of smokeless, high-temperature charcoal, along with a charcoal stove and igniters. A single bottle of liquefied gas could last 2 months. To prepare for any potential power outages in her storage, she ordered 10 bottles. Coal balls were durable, yet this year had seen a national electricity crisis, compounded by trade sanctions with Australia, resulting in soaring coal prices, each ball costing 2 yuan. With gritted teeth, she ordered 2,000 by the time she returned to her apartment. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Jiang Ning took a moment to catch her breath before organizing the disarray of supplies in her storage space. Remove all unnecessary external packaging from the supplies, and neatly pack all fluffy items into compression bags, stacking them layer upon layer until they reach the ceiling. Money was spent without restraint during the day. Over 120,000 was spent, just enough to fill the small room and kitchen, occupying approximately 50 cubic meters. Having just finished organizing, she was suddenly kicked, causing her to tumble out of the space. Dazed from the kick, Jiang Ning could only stare in disbelief. She attempted to re-enter, but an invisible barrier obstructed her. What on earth? The space has swallowed her supplies.
Chapter 3. The supplies were swallowed. Jiang Ning, startled, immediately focused her consciousness to inspect the space. The space was intact, and the supplies were present. She attempted to retrieve an item with her mind, and a piece of coal appeared in her hand. Scanning the surroundings, she discovered that the timer was reset to 0. A sudden realization struck her. The space could only accommodate her for 2 hours. 2 hours, well, it was better than nothing. After taking a shower, she emerged to find that it was already past midnight. Glancing at the space, she noted that a new 2-hour period had commenced, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. However, lying in bed, sleep eluded her for a long time, prompting her to seek solace in melatonin. Her slumber was restless, filled with dreams of being pursued and attacked by a group wielding blood-stained knives, striking heavily upon her. Jiang Ning awoke in a cold sweat. At 5 in the morning, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. She entered the space to calm her nerves by inspecting the accumulated supplies, which helped to soothe her anxiety. Not wishing to return to sleep, she took her car keys and headed towards the largest agricultural wholesale market. As dawn broke, the market was bustling with vehicles. Upon arriving at the vegetable section, she purchased fresh produce still glistening with dew. She requested 100 pounds each of winter melon, pumpkin, lotus root, red and white radishes, eggplants, green beans, bitter melon, celery, and tomatoes, along with 200 pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Additionally, she ordered 100 pounds each of ginger and garlic, both of which could be planted and used as seasoning. One must understand that, in extreme cold, a bowl of ginger soup might be the very thing to revive a person. As she browsed and purchased, she ensured that nothing was overlooked, except for leafy greens. The total expenditure amounted to around 4,000 yuan. By the time she finished breakfast, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and the market had significantly thinned out. Jiang Ning meticulously compared prices from 3 different suppliers, procuring staple grains in substantial quantities. 100 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, and 50 bags of flour, also 50 pounds each. Additionally, she acquired 500 pounds each of white flour, egg noodles, rice noodles, and sweet potato flour, along with 200 pounds each of yellow beans, red beans, green beans, black beans, and peanuts. She also secured 50 barrels of soybean oil, peanut oil, and sunflower oil. The total expenditure was under 30,000, and after some haggling with the proprietor, she received 3 extra bags of rice as a bonus. These provisions alone would suffice for her sustenance for 30 years. While the proprietor was busy restocking, she ventured into the adjacent seasoning section, where she requested 10 20-liter barrels of soy sauce, vinegar, and white liquor each. She also acquired 30 pounds each of star anise, fennel, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and black pepper, alongside 300 pounds each of brown sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar, and a staggering 3,000 pounds of salt in 1-pound packages. In a post-apocalyptic world, grains are vital, yet salt is even more crucial. Without adequate sodium, the body cannot endure. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, she witnessed firsthand an exchange where 1 pack of salt could procure 30 pounds of grain. 3,000 pounds occupy minimal space, and when resources become scarce, they can be traded. If not for the lack of storage, she would have stockpiled several tons. After securing her goods, she drove to a secluded spot devoid of surveillance to store her supplies in a hidden space before heading to the frozen goods section. There, she ordered 10 large boxes each of steamed buns, flour rolls, red bean buns, molten custard buns, brown sugar buns, and shao mai. Concerned about the quality of meat in pre-prepared items, she opted for 200 pounds of dumpling skins to prepare her own, planning to pass the time during potential floods. Next, she proceeded to the dry goods section, where she purchased a variety of items: shiitake mushrooms, deer antler mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, kelp, nori, red dates, dried vegetables, and assorted flavored sunflower seeds, depleting over 10,000 in the process. Upon reaching the meat section, Jiang Ning discovered a stall that supplied the school cafeteria. The owner greeted her with exceptional warmth, inquiring, "What would you like today, Xiao Jiang?" Before the typhoon arrives, the atmosphere is unusually oppressive, and there is little meat left at the stalls. The offerings are no longer fresh, yet the prices remain reasonable. The order includes 200 pounds each of pork belly, sliced meat, lean pork, spare ribs, beef, lamb, rabbit, and 100 chickens and ducks, along with 50 geese, as well as various pork and beef offal. The owner is taken aback. "Xiao Jiang, are you serious?" His wife works at the slaughterhouse, and Jiang Ning has often referred clients to earn commissions. When relatives host banquets, affordability is key. "Do we need to mention our relationship? If this deal doesn't profit you, I'll give you a 30% discount. Purchasing meat is quite an expenditure. Pork prices have only recently fallen, but beef and lamb remain high, making it most economical to source from acquaintances. The total comes to around 30,000, and Jiang Ning does not haggle but makes an additional request for 2 bone cleavers and a pig slaughtering knife. Essential for self-defense, she lacks both time and connections, thus resorting to last-minute solutions. The owner is startled. "What do you need these for?" "Rest assured, I won't be committing any violent acts." Considering the profit and their relationship, the owner readily agrees. Next, she orders 100 fish, requesting them to be gutted but not cut into pieces, to be collected later. Additionally, she orders 3,000 chicken eggs and 1,000 duck eggs, contemplating that perhaps the calamity will eventually pass. Furthermore, she requests 2 trays each of chicken, duck, goose, and quail eggs, all fertilized, and purchases a small home incubator. Thinking of her garden space, Jiang Ning visits a seed store to acquire vegetable seeds, all with short growth cycles, including lettuce, rapeseed, water spinach, and various other greens. The seeds are remarkably inexpensive. Spending 500 yuan is sufficient to sustain her for decades. With merely 10 square meters of fertile black soil at her disposal, and 2 balconies available for utilization, Jiang Ning's innate affinity for cultivating vegetables was reignited. She procured planting pots, hoes, shovels, and nurturing soil, brimming with anticipation for the future. She ventured to the fruit tree nursery, selecting 3 saplings each of various species including apple, grape, raisin, orange, and mandarin, all of which were mature specimens. In a world where meat had become a scarce commodity due to relentless natural calamities, ordinary individuals struggled to secure fresh meat, let alone the affluent. Jiang Ning acquired a pair of breeding rabbits, which could be sustained on leafy greens and reproduced rapidly, thus ensuring her meat requirements would be met. She relished braised dishes and cold salads, stocking up on 200 pounds of frozen chicken and duck feet, along with 100 pounds each of duck intestines, duck kidneys, and chicken hearts. Her expenditures flowed like water, causing her considerable distress. Yet, the thought of the accumulating supplies in her storage space filled her with an indescribable sense of fulfillment and confidence. She spent the entire day at the agricultural wholesale market, and as she emerged, the streets were ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. The most exhilarating part of her day was just beginning. Jiang Ning entered a restaurant, indulging in braised pork ribs, steamed meatballs, and tomato scrambled eggs, thoroughly enjoying her meal and ensuring to pack up any leftovers. Returning home while it was still early, she diligently organized her space, filling the large room to capacity. The leafy greens and fruit saplings occupied the living room, while the breeding rabbits were placed on the balcony. Jiang Ning exhibited a touch of cunning, exiting her storage space with merely 10 minutes left on the timer. Upon her emergence, the 2 breeding rabbits were unceremoniously ejected, landing on the ground with a thud that nearly proved fatal. Initially frustrated, Jiang Ning soon felt an overwhelming joy. It appeared that not only was there a temporal restriction within the space, but any living creatures could not remain in her absence, signifying that they could not be taken from her. In a splendid mood, she settled down to address her shortcomings, purchasing everything she could think of, leaving her account with a balance of approximately 20,000 yuan. With only the living room and bathroom left for storage, she realized that much preparation was still required to survive extreme natural disasters, and she had no intention of hoarding bulky supplies. Opening her food delivery app, she perused the highly rated restaurants that she had previously longed to try but had hesitated to indulge in. She ordered 10 portions each of over 20 delectable dishes: oil-braised prawns, Hakka salted chicken, stuffed tofu, dongpa pork, among others. Additionally, she selected dozens of snacks including deep-fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, handheld pancakes, beef pies, shangjian bao, skewered meats, marinated delicacies, roasted meats, and milk tea. The total cost exceeded 10,000 yuan, and to ensure freshness, she opted for all items to be picked up at the designated time. Although exhausted, she yearned to witness the city's final flourish. In the afternoon, she received notification that, in anticipation of the impending powerful typhoon, the school would tentatively be closed for 3 days, with the specific resumption date to be announced later. The students erupted in cheers, eagerly inviting friends to partake in nightlife festivities, celebrating before the storm's arrival. Each year, the southern coastal region endures numerous typhoons, with students always hoping for school closures, and this time, their wish had finally come true. Jiang Ning felt similarly, yet they remained unaware that this time would be different. They would never return to class again. While enjoying barbecued delicacies and sipping beer, her emotions were conflicted as she continued to collect her orders. Upon returning home, Jiang Ning sensed that she had overlooked something crucial, yet she could not recall what it was. Chapter 4. The typhoon approaches shortly after midnight. The timer updated to show a remaining 130 minutes. This indicated that time could accumulate. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. One should never underestimate each fleeting second, for it might prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments. She resolved never to enter the space again unless absolutely necessary, choosing instead to conserve her time for extreme cold or earthquakes. With provisions in hand and a space to safeguard her life, she felt a renewed sense of confidence in the face of impending natural disasters. After a night devoid of dreams, she was awakened the next day by the sound of a phone call. The installer for the stainless steel door had arrived. "Madam, I see you are having a stainless steel door installed," he remarked. "There have been thefts in the neighborhood lately, and we must ensure the quality is exceptional." The technician chuckled in disbelief, explaining that with the heavenly lock security, drilling through the ceiling and flooring was necessary. "Aren't you concerned about damaging your home?" he inquired. "No matter," she replied, "safety is paramount." The landlord was working in a different city, and there had been no word from him even as the building crumbled during the earthquake, so the renovations posed no issue. The installation of the explosion-proof glass proceeded swiftly, with both parties engaged in their tasks, the sound of the electric drill punctuating the air. Wary of disturbing the neighbors on a weekend, Jiang Ning chimed in the group chat and sent a red envelope. She opened the app and continued to order takeout until her funds were depleted. Within 2 hours, both the door and glass were installed, and Jiang Ning settled the remaining balance, gazing at her fortified apartment with a sense of relief. Then the phone rang. She assumed it was the delivery, but to her surprise, it was Yang Weizong. Ning, it's my birthday party today. When will you arrive? His voice was warm and sunny, accompanied by the sounds of laughter from many others. Jiang Ning smirked. All right, just you wait. It was evident that although he harbored feelings for Su Mengyao, he was deliberately toying with her, drawn by her delightful surprise gift and the allure of her golden touch. Through the phone, she could distinctly hear Su Mengyao's sweet, delicate voice. In her past life, she had offered herself to him, only to be met with indifference. Yet this time he seemed to be pursuing her ardently. As Jiang Ning's alarm bells rang, how did Su Mengyao come to know that her pendant possessed a hidden space? Judging by Yang Weizong's demeanor, he should remain oblivious to this secret. It was Su Mengyao who instigated the call. With the key in hand, Jiang Ning descended the stairs. Yang Weizong resided on the 8th floor, where lively sounds emanated from his room. Without a trace of hesitation, Jiang Ning made her way down. The oppressive heat lingered, yet the ominous prelude of a powerful typhoon had arrived, with the streets occasionally echoing with piercing winds. A recent message alerted her that the typhoon was expected to make landfall by 9 o'clock tonight. Jiang Ning was taken aback. How had it arrived so soon? She headed to the school library to procure some medical texts, believing that amidst calamity, one could still pursue knowledge, as well as books on martial arts and mental fortitude. The vast library, previously a sanctuary of knowledge, would soon be engulfed by floods, leading to the loss of countless invaluable tomes. The mere thought of this filled Jiang Ning with sorrow, yet she felt powerless to intervene. Evading the surveillance cameras, she discreetly gathered the books she desired, blending them with other volumes, and stealthily placed them into her hidden space. While she recognized that stealing books was morally wrong, the library was on the brink of inundation, and countless works would face destruction. Books represent the essence of human civilization. Though she could not salvage them all, she resolved that once the disaster had passed, she could donate what she had rescued. Yang Weizong called again, but without a second thought, Jiang Ning blocked his number. Departing from the school, she ventured to a large supermarket, taking the elevator to the rooftop parking lot and meticulously browsing before making her way back down. The rental company contacted her, informing that due to the early arrival of the typhoon, they would be closing for the day. The vehicle needed to be returned by 3 o'clock. Jiang Ning verbally acknowledged the request, yet when she returned the car, it was already 4. The howling winds of the typhoon reverberated all around her. Fortunately, the owner was a decent man. After a thorough inspection revealed no issues, he refunded her a deposit of 2,000 yuan. Disasters do not strike abruptly. They allow for a buffer period, yet humanity fails to seize the opportunity. Jiang Ning kept cash on hand for emergencies, refraining from further extravagance. Upon returning to her apartment, she retrieved her computer, tablet, and phone, tirelessly downloading information, films, music, life hacks, culinary recipes, offline maps, and disaster first aid resources. Suddenly, a notification from a shopping app regarding logistics jolted her from her reverie. She had forgotten about the polar cold-proof jacket she had ordered. It was supposed to arrive yesterday evening, but delays in dispatch and courier services meant it had only just reached the collection point. Outside, the howling winds were ferocious, and the trees in the community swayed violently. With the impending typhoon and torrential rain, the collection point was likely to be inundated. Without the polar cold-proof jacket, survival in temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees was utterly impossible. The ride-hailing app received no responses, prompting Jiang Ning to grit her teeth and rush downstairs. She scanned for a shared bicycle and pedaled furiously toward the collection point. The 2-kilometer journey was fraught with challenges. The wind was so strong that she could barely keep her eyes open, and debris swirled into the air. Sweating profusely, Jiang Ning finally arrived at the collection point where, due to the typhoon, deliveries were delayed and packages piled high. Without pausing to catch her breath, she rolled up her sleeves and began to search desperately. Fortunately, her package was large enough. After several minutes of rummaging, she finally located it. The storm outside intensified, casting an ominous shadow that made it seem as though night had descended. Determined, Jiang Ning clutched the hefty package and stepped outside. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting her off her feet. In the nick of time, a man standing nearby swiftly reached out and caught her. Jiang Ning hurriedly expressed her gratitude, but her words were whisked away by the tempest. The man glanced at her, noting that holding onto the package was unsafe amidst the approaching storm. Yet, ahead of them lay a queue of 300 people, with no drivers willing to accept any orders. A man, having collected numerous parcels, filled his Hummer to the brim. Noticing her anxious demeanor, he hesitated briefly and inquired, "Where do you reside?" Under the glow of the lights, Jiang Ning finally discerned his features. Clad in a black t-shirt and jeans, he appeared to be in his early 20s, with neatly cropped hair, a sharply defined jawline, and a face that bore a rugged, chiseled quality. He was quite tall, standing at least 185 centimeters, with legs that seemed to stretch endlessly. Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude once more, to which the man responded with a nonchalant air, "It's merely a trifling matter." He nodded and opened the car door. The back seat was crammed, and as Jiang Ning opened the front door, she discovered a little girl seated in the passenger seat. The child, appearing to be around 4 or 5 years old, possessed a timid, pale visage, dressed in a pink dress, her dark, grape-like eyes gazing at her intently. The man spoke, "Dodo, let your sister hold you." Jiang Ning lifted Dodo onto her lap, placing the parcels at her feet. The wind howled as the Hummer drove steadily onward. The heavy sky rolled ominously, carrying broken branches, while the tin roof rattled in the gusts. In the distance, a girl in a dress clung tightly to a utility pole, her lips forming the words of a silent plea for help. The calamity had officially commenced. Chapter 5. Distance from scoundrels and shameless women, the 2 kilometers felt brief, and within minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the community. The man's voice remained stern. "No need, I'm headed that way." Noting his refusal, Jiang Ning chose not to be insistent. As she exited the vehicle, she cautioned, "The typhoon may cause water and power outages. While there is still time, perhaps you should stock up on rice, flour, and oil." With that, she pushed open the car door and dashed into the community, clutching her parcels against the wind. Large raindrops began to plummet, and as Jiang Ning emerged from the elevator, she found herself face-to-face with Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao standing before the apartment door. The 2 individuals must have waited for quite some time. Yang Weizong's face displayed impatience, while the campus belle Su Mengyao, adorned in a pristine white dress, exuded an air of pure elegance. Upon seeing them, Jiang Ning could not help but recall the myriad instances of bullying she endured in the apocalypse, as well as their indifferent gazes watching her being slaughtered by demons, causing her mood to plummet into a tempest of frustration. In her previous life, she had made foolish choices and could not blame others. This time, if she desired to seize the golden finger, then let them wait. The despair she had experienced would be doubled for them. With a frigid expression, Jiang Ning inquired, "Is there something you need?" Typically, she would greet him with warmth, but now her cold demeanor left Yang Weizong momentarily speechless, prompting him to instinctively question, "Why didn't you come to my birthday? We are not close. Why should I attend?" She retorted. He faltered, as she had clearly been pursuing him and had previously mentioned wanting to give him a cherished gift. However, his interest was not solely in the gift. It was Su Mengyao's desire to get to know her that drew him. Su Mengyao scrutinized Jiang Ning before smilingly addressing her, "Junior."
Yang Ning coldly replied,
"I don't know you, so refrain from calling me that." Su Mengyao appeared somewhat embarrassed, yet continued in her sweet tone, "Today is the senior's birthday. We are all alumni, so why not gather together?" The birthday celebration had long passed by noon, and inviting her to the 8th floor was merely a ploy to seize the golden finger. "Are you deaf?"
Yang Ning mocked.
"Didn't you hear me say we are not familiar? What does his birthday have to do with me?" Taken aback by her harshness, Yang Weizong felt his pride wounded. "Jiang Ning, what do you mean by this? You wear couple rings with her, yet continuously invite me to your home. Are you attempting to play both sides? Do not harbor such delusions. I have no interest in you whatsoever." Yang Weizong, infuriated to the point of exasperation, declared, "Mengyao, let us depart. Have you lost your senses? It has been made abundantly clear that we are not well acquainted." With a dark expression, he warned, "Ning, mind your words. I speak as I please. If you possess any courage, do not provoke me," he retorted. As Yang Weizong attempted to usher Su Mengyao away, she stubbornly resisted, forcing a smile through gritted teeth.
Aning,
Your pendant is truly exquisite. I wonder where you purchased it? Jiang Ning, removing the pendant, asked, would you like it? Su Mengyao's eyes sparkled with delight. Is it available for transfer? I genuinely adore it. Jiang Ning released her grip, causing the pendant to tumble to the ground. She then stomped on it with force, shattering it into countless pieces. Once the spatial binding was enacted, the pendant lost its luster, rendering it utterly useless. The treachery of human nature is such that one must be wary. Who knows what Su Mengyao might resort to if it remained intact? Your affection for it disgusts me. The destruction of the pendant left Su Mengyao in a state of shock, her gasp echoing in the air. Infuriated by the perceived injustice against his girlfriend, Yang Weizong directed a torrent of harsh words at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, her expression fierce, retorted, leave, and do not obstruct my view if you possess any fortitude. With his face akin to a sooty pan, Yang Weizong, in a fit of rage, dragged Su Mengyao away. Only then did Jiang Ning open the stainless steel door and rush inside, eager to unbox her delivery. The polar expedition gear was thick yet soft and warm against her skin, while the mummy sleeping bag, crafted from layers of down, exhibited impeccable quality, her lifeline in the frigid cold. Outside, the winds howled fiercely, and the sky loomed ominously dark. After securing the doors and windows, Jiang Ning retrieved a large white plastic bucket to collect water, ensuring to fill several containers for the restroom in her space. With the impending onslaught of the typhoon and torrential rain, the community would soon face water and power outages. Despite the tumultuous cries and roars of the storm outside, Jiang Ning busied herself in the kitchen, tirelessly rinsing rice, cooking meals, washing vegetables, and stir-frying dishes. The aromas of braised pork, mushroom-stewed chicken, poached fish, and beef brisket with radish wafted through the air, each pot brimming with generous portions, ready to be transferred into pre-prepared stainless steel bowls, steaming and warm, placed into the pantry. Seizing the moment as the typhoon unleashed its fury, every household had stocked up on provisions. It was imperative to prepare heavily flavored dishes, for the opportunity to cook freely would soon vanish, lest it attract unwanted attention. She steamed buns, dumplings, flour rolls, and xiaomai, with both the gas stove and induction cooker operating at full capacity, working diligently until the early hours before finally resting. After changing out of her greasy clothes and enjoying a hot shower, she collapsed into bed. In a daze, she was jolted awake by the relentless sound of a power drill. Drawing back the curtains, Jiang Ning beheld a grim sky, the tempestuous storm raging outside. Under the impression that dawn had yet to break, she was startled to discover it was already past 9 o'clock when she checked her phone. The group chat was inundated with images and videos of the storm's devastation. Uprooted trees, luxury cars crushed, and tornadoes tearing through metal workshops, splitting them in two. Many began to realize the severity of the situation, lamenting their failure to stock up on food, recounting how after work, they found the supermarket barren, with only old pickled vegetables remaining on the shelves. The sound of the drill persisted, seemingly emanating from the neighboring apartment. Jiang Ning felt a sense of confusion. In her building, there were 3 units per floor, yet the other 2 apartments were uninhabited. In a previous life, when floodwaters reached the 2nd floor, displaced residents, awaiting rescue that never arrived, had contemplated breaking into vacant homes for shelter. Initially, they coexisted amicably, but as food dwindled, their expressions grew increasingly sinister and calculating, attempting to pry open Jiang Ning's door under the cover of night. This time, armed with a fire axe, she resolved that should they dare to intrude, she would not hesitate to defend herself. In addition to the drill, faint sounds of children could be heard. Jiang Ning opened the door and stepped outside, only to find the entrance to 1801 wide open, the gleaming stainless steel door resting beside it. A young man clad in light casual attire was diligently drilling into the wall. Upon hearing the sound of the door, he turned to look at her. Jiang Ning's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "It's you?" Chapter 6. Tornado Jiang Ning could hardly fathom that not only had new residents moved into 1801, but it was also the young man who had come to her aid at the delivery point. He appeared slightly surprised, nodded in her direction, and resumed his work. The man possessed a strikingly handsome and austere visage, his tall and lean frame hinting at well-defined muscles concealed beneath his clothing, exuding an undeniable sense of latent power. This life was different. Not only had the typhoon arrived ahead of schedule, but new neighbors had also appeared. What sort of rational individual would install 3 stainless steel doors? While it would be ideal to coexist peacefully, one must not forsake vigilance. His act of bravery was commendable, yet in the face of impending disaster, with the moral decay accompanying the apocalypse, who could guarantee he would remain steadfast in his principles? After securely locking her door, she brushed her teeth, washed up, and had breakfast. The day had begun to brighten slightly, though the sky remained heavily overcast. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, as the howling winds of the ferocious typhoon relentlessly battered the walls, and the torrential rain struck the shatterproof glass with a resounding crack. The rain obscured the view, casting the distant horizon in a gray, somber hue, rendering everything indistinct. The sky descended in a heavy gloom, akin to an invisible hand of darkness compressing the entire city within its grasp, ruthlessly crushing it to dust. Returning to add images, the weather surrounding March 24, 2023, evokes a palpable sense of impending disaster. Jiang Ning, armed with binoculars, stood on the balcony surveying the city below. The urban roads appeared as vast oceans, the lowering storm clouds merging with the swirling water, rapidly drawing in rain, trees, and vehicles, as if intent on consuming all existence. A tornado. Jiang Ning was profoundly shocked, witnessing the whirlwind sever the elevated highway in an instant, lightning striking trees and igniting fires, only to be swiftly quelled by the torrential rain. Did tornadoes exist in her past life? She had no recollection, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as though everything was deteriorating. The incessant notifications on her phone became a source of annoyance, prompting her to disconnect from the internet and retreat to the kitchen, where she busied herself with preparations. She blanched frozen chicken and duck feet to remove the foul odor, gathered various seasonings to create marinated dishes, and the time-consuming task of handling pork and beef offal weighed heavily on her. Overwhelmed by the smoke, Jiang Ning found her appetite dwindling, and for lunch, she hastily prepared a simple dish of tomato and egg noodles. As she switched off the range hood, she faintly heard the sound of a child crying. Having only studied medicine for a year, she was hardly an expert, yet her understanding surpassed that of many. The child's cries felt wrong. After a moment's hesitation, she knocked on the door of 1801, calling out, "Dodo." The 3 thick stainless steel doors remained silent despite her persistent knocking, and just as she turned to leave, she heard the door click open. After much effort, she finally managed to unlock the door, revealing a tear-streaked face with timid eyes and remnants of vomit at the corners of her mouth. Her cheeks flushed abnormally. Why was Dodo crying? Jiang Ning reached out to touch her head, which felt alarmingly hot, with clear nasal mucus continuously dripping down. This was a cold accompanied by a high fever. "Where is your father? Brother is missing." Her voice, thick with tears, was hoarse as her little hands wiped away the tears. "Brother doesn't want Dodo anymore, doesn't he?" It seemed she had experienced abandonment. A 5-year-old child, ill and faced with an unfamiliar environment, was particularly frightened. Yet she remembered the sister before her and hesitantly nodded in agreement. After administering her medicine, Jiang Ning, fearing the parents' worry, wrote a note and stuck it on the door of room 1801. Listening to the raging typhoon outside, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel curious about the neighbors. Wasn't he venturing out in such weather akin to courting death? The typhoon was periodically accompanied by thunder and lightning, and the television had lost its signal. Seeing Dodo curled up on the sofa, utterly terrified and restless, Jiang Ning was reminded of her childhood, when she watched other children being cared for by their parents while she was left alone, sick in bed, clutching a pillow and crying, feeling forsaken by the world. Lacking experience in caring for children, she resorted to her tablet, pulling up downloaded cartoons for Dodo. The allure of the cartoons was indeed powerful, and Dodo's spirits lifted a little. Jiang Ning sat beside her, scrolling through her phone, when several avatars began to flash, one of which belonged to Yang Weizong. "Ning, I was rude yesterday. Please don't be angry. I was really looking forward to you coming to celebrate my birthday, but you didn't show up, and that's why I felt so down." He appeared quite presentable, yet to her surprise, he seemed to lack resolve, unable to withstand even a single night. Indeed, There are numerous individuals who have gathered to celebrate his birthday, and it is likely that 7 or 8 guests remain in the household. The gathering consists solely of snacks, beer, and cake with no intention of cooking, thus leaving them without any substantial provisions. Even if instant noodles and biscuits were available, they would hardly suffice to satisfy so many hungry mouths. Jiang Ning glanced at the time. A message had been sent an hour ago, clearly indicating a growing hunger for a meal. Several friend requests had arrived shortly after Yang Weizong's message, all of which she chose to ignore. 2 parents from tutoring sessions had messaged her, expressing their gratitude for her timely reminder that allowed them to rush to the supermarket for food. Otherwise, their families would have gone hungry. One even sent a red envelope as a token of appreciation. Jiang Ning did not accept it, knowing she would have no opportunity to spend it. She continued to browse through the group messages showcasing lavish seafood feasts, tales of enjoying hot pot and Lafite amidst the typhoon, and others flaunting their well-stocked refrigerators. Many were engaged in a competitive display, even participating in a chain message game, entirely oblivious to the dire consequences of their actions. After half a month of relentless typhoon rains, even if the government intended to provide aid, the harsh realities of the environment would not permit it. Once food scarcity threatens lives, this group would swiftly become targets of plunder. For every display of abundance, there were cries for help. A significant number of individuals, predominantly young people reliant on takeout, were accustomed to extravagant spending without ever cooking at home, amassing an array of clothes and skincare products, yet lacking any food. Yesterday, the supermarket had run out of instant noodles. Who among the kind-hearted souls might offer assistance? Jiang Ning, too, had been unable to procure any, having only managed to buy 2 bags of flour, yet lacking a pot to cook it. Someone initiated a plea, and many followed suit. There were even invitations for a hot pot gathering, though regrettably, they did not reside in the same building. The incessant influx of messages prompted Jiang Ning to swiftly scroll down. She stumbled upon a shared video depicting a car being swept away by torrential floodwaters, with firefighters braving the tempest to rescue it, only to be instantly engulfed by the surging deluge from a breach upstream. Such videos were plentiful, showcasing both successful rescues and tragic failures. A sense of oppression weighed heavily on Jiang Ning as she contemplated this. Just as she was about to put her phone down, Yang Weizong re-emerged. Chapter 7. Starved to the point of seeking alms without a moment's hesitation, she blocked him. Within a minute, her phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Even a casual thought would lead one to deduce it was a classmate or friend of Yang Weikong. Resolutely, Jiang Ning refused to be a victim of circumstance. Conceding even a morsel would signify her defeat. She turned off her phone and noticed Dodo curled up asleep on the sofa, uneasy even in dreams. After checking, she found that her fever had subsided to 38 degrees. Discretion was paramount. With Dodo's presence, she could not indulge in culinary pursuits. Jiang Ning savored the somewhat overcooked tomato and egg noodles, finding them unexpectedly delightful. The balcony featured an emergency escape window, while the rest was obscured by frosted window film, allowing light to filter in yet concealing the interior from the outside world. She retrieved planting pots and soil, extracting several pounds of potatoes, cutting those with sprouts into chunks. She first mixed wood ash to adhere to the cut surfaces before planting them in the pots. After nearly 20 pots were sown, she arranged them neatly on the balcony in her designated space. She then planted additional pots with garlic, scallions, oilseed lettuce, mustard greens, bok choy, and water spinach, among others. Utilizing hanging hooks, she suspended the planters from the iron railing. With diligent care, she could achieve a bountiful supply of fresh vegetables. Just as she was about to wash her hands, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. The voice was unfamiliar. If I were not mistaken, it belonged to a classmate of Yang Weikong. It seems they are indeed quite famished. Jiang Ning, you are usually the one who loves to cook. Could you possibly spare us something? We would be willing to pay even double, no, how about 5 times the amount? Please approve my friend request. I will send you the money now. I said we are all friends, and we shall meet again in the future. Must you be so unyielding? Through the 2 stainless steel doors, the voices were not particularly loud. Yet the conversation outside grew increasingly unpleasant, culminating in a frustrated kick. Jiang Ning emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a cleaver, and swung the door open, demanding to know who had kicked it. Outside stood 3 young men, who, upon hearing the door swing, initially felt a sense of delight. They were aware of Jiang Ning's infatuation with Yang Weizong and believed that while they might go hungry, they could not allow their idol to suffer the same fate. Having consumed all the snacks the previous night, they had endured hunger through both breakfast and lunch, and they were truly at their limit, with only a few bottles of beer left, which only exacerbated their hunger. Yang Weizong often remarked on Jiang Ning's eccentricity, noting her tendency to hoard items, many of which expired before she could consume them, leading her to live like an elderly woman. They had mocked her behind her back, never anticipating that they would find themselves in such a predicament. With no time to converse, they saw the cleaver coming towards them and instinctively ducked aside, feeling a surge of anger as they exclaimed, "Jiang Ning, have you lost your mind?" Jiang Ning blocked the doorway, her expression chillingly cold. "Get lost. I have no obligation to cater to the likes of you." The group, taken aback, quickly regained their composure and shouted, "Jiang Ning, what the hell do you mean? I am not your mother. Why should I be responsible for your sustenance?" Jiang Ning's fierce demeanor was unmistakable as she brandished a knife at them, kicking the door with determination. "Do you dare to challenge me? I might just make you my culinary delight." Having survived in the apocalypse for 3 years, she had fought and killed, witnessing the darkest facets of human nature. Her palpable bloodlust left them in shock, their scalps prickling with fear. "We are all friends here, and we are not unwilling to pay," they stammered. "Do not assume my home is devoid of food. Even if it were, I would rather feed it to the dogs than to you." She surveyed them, disdain etched on her face. "How dare you look down upon me? If you possess any courage, refrain from seeking me out. How is it that a mere hunger pang has rendered you spineless?" Their faces flushed with embarrassment, tremors of anger coursing through their bodies. "Tell Yang Weizong to cease his dalliance with the school bell while he comes to me for food. Living off others while feigning superiority. How shameless! I shall expose his intentions on the school forum and the community group. Let us see if he retains any semblance of dignity." "You have some nerve," they retorted. "It's merely a few missed meals. A man should retain his pride. Besides, Jiang Ning's madness with that knife, her eyes glinting with menace. She is undoubtedly provoked by Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao's relationship. We shall see how this unfolds." With a fierce proclamation, they retreated in defeat. Jiang Ning remained silent, striking the wall with her knife, which sent them fleeing in terror. As she closed the door, she discovered Dodo had been awakened by the commotion, her eyes filled with unshed tears, trembling on the sofa. The child's demeanor was troubling. She seemed to have endured profound trauma. After gently checking Dodo's forehead and finding the fever had subsided, Jiang Ning listened to the gurgling of her stomach. "Would you like something to eat?" she inquired. Dodo nodded, then shook her head, asking, "Where's my brother?" As the incessant knocking echoed, Jiang Ning found herself preoccupied with her duties in the kitchen, feigning busyness while retrieving a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee from her spatial storage. Dodo, famished, devoured the meal, stealing glances at her, as if terrified of inciting her wrath. Such sensitivity hinted at a discordant family dynamic. Gently ruffling her hair, Jiang Ning offered her a lollipop. "Thank you, sister," Dodo replied, displaying her obedient nature as she nestled quietly on the sofa. Jiang Ning, scrolling through her phone, stumbled upon a message from Yang Weizong seeking assistance in their group chat. "I have bread and a self-heating pot. If any seniors are in need, feel free to come and take." Clicking on the profile of a beautiful avatar, she recognized a tenant from the 12th floor, a petite and charming girl from the accounting department, who was also one of Yang Weizong's devoted admirers. It was a classic case of mutual desire, yet perhaps she hadn't anticipated that the visitors would extend beyond Yang Weizong to a whole entourage. They were like a swarm of locusts, leaving no trace in their wake. If she were astute enough to realize the impending chaos and take heed, she might have salvaged her losses in time. Contemplating this, she sent a message in the group expressing her hunger, but her plea fell on deaf ears. Subsequently, she proposed a trade of 20 yuan for instant noodles or bread, yet still received no response. Outside, a fierce typhoon raged, shattering the aged windows of the adjacent building, as the howling winds surged into her home, while the streets became increasingly inundated. It was indeed a rare and formidable storm, causing a sense of panic among many, and the lively chatter of the morning had dissipated from the chat. Dodo fell asleep once more, and Jiang Ning, fearing she might catch a chill, draped a blanket over her. The relentless knocking resumed, and only when she confirmed it was 1801 did she finally open the door. Dressed in a raincoat and drenched, 1801 held a sticky note that she had slapped against the door, inquiring if Dodo was at your home. In her haste, she was surprised to learn you were a doctor, albeit only slightly familiar with the profession. As 1801 stepped inside, she gently patted Dodo's forehead. Assuming she was about to take the child away, 1801 unexpectedly spoke. Pardon the intrusion. My name is Hoards. I just moved in last night, and my home is devoid of any supplies. Given that the typhoon is unlikely to subside soon, I need to venture out to gather some necessities. Would it be possible for Dodo to stay with you temporarily? I shall return to collect her this evening. Jiang Ning, taken aback, questioned how one could venture out in such a severe storm. Chapter 8. Rolling up sleeves to get to work with nothing at home. It should be manageable if you proceed with caution. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Ning agreed, knowing he had provisions to ensure his own safety. It was far better to assist than to harbor any ill intentions. 1801 cast a quick glance around the living room, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for looking after Dodo. Of course, you helped me yesterday as well, Jiang Ning replied, ever vigilant by nature. He had prudently stashed away his supplies, leaving only modest winter melons, pumpkins, and cabbages in the kitchen. Hoards nodded in acknowledgement before taking his leave. With the culinary plans temporarily halted, Jiang Ning turned on the bathroom light and retrieved some unwashed pig intestines from the space to continue her preparations. However, midway through, the power abruptly went out. Securing the door, she swiftly slipped into the space. The electricity remained operational there, filling her with unbridled joy and providing a renewed sense of confidence amidst the encroaching darkness of the world outside. Trusting no one, even in the presence of a child, Jiang Ning remained particularly cautious. That evening, she cooked cabbage noodles, and mindful of her cold, which precluded the consumption of eggs, she added a slice of ham instead. To her surprise, Dodo relished the meal wholeheartedly. Having grown accustomed, Dodo was no longer so timid. The dishes prepared by her sister were delightful, while her brother had unfortunately ruined the rice. At just over 20 years of age in 1801, it was quite normal for her not to know how to cook. Noticing her good appetite, Jiang Ning generously served her another half bowl. Before 6 o'clock, the sky had completely darkened. The Jinrong community was situated on elevated ground, yet floodwaters still reached the community's entrance. The group chat remained lively, though the posts showcasing meals had noticeably decreased. The raging typhoon and power outages had finally instilled a sense of fear, and tension was palpable. Jiang Ning raised the price for instant noodles to 30 yuan, yet still, no one spoke up. On one hand, they were neighbors, and the thought of money could lead to awkward encounters in the future. On the other hand, they too felt fear and had begun to take precautions against the unpredictable weather. With the power out, the entire city was engulfed in darkness. The once brilliant lights now a distant memory, replaced by an unsettling anxiety. Jiang Ning drew the curtains and turned on the solar-powered lamp. Dodo, frightened, instinctively clutched the hem of her dress. Lacking experience with children, Jiang Ning resorted to using a tablet to play animated shows. Dressed in comfortable, dry casual wear, she carried a bag filled with supplies. A bag of potatoes, 2 cabbages, 2 pounds of noodles. The water-stained footprints vanish at the entrance of 1801. Venturing out during the day and again at night, 3 grand stainless steel doors stand resolute, as if disregarding danger, hoarding supplies day and night, reminding her to stock up on water, with every delivery bearing significance. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Ning found herself deep in thought. This 1801 was far from ordinary. The rain brought a refreshing chill, and she slept soundly. Outside, darkness lingered, and Jiang Ning continued to lose herself in slumber. When she finally awoke, her phone indicated it was already past 10 in the morning. She stepped onto the balcony, where a dreary grayness enveloped the surroundings, the sky and water merging indistinctly at the horizon. Distant commotions emerged from below. Peering down, Jiang Ning realized that water had begun to seep into the community, with residents on the first floor already inundated. The power had gone out yesterday, leaving the chat group unusually quiet, yet images circulated, depicting water rising to the ankles of several residents. Emergency calls went unanswered, and even those that connected proved futile, as the patrol point had succumbed to flooding. Residents, cursing and flustered, scrambled to move their belongings upstairs. Situated adjacent to the university town, vacancies were rare. Even unoccupied units were quickly rented. Some shrewd individuals had already inquired in the group about temporary shelter. Under normal circumstances, neighbors would assist one another, but with power outages and gas supplies cut off, who would dare to take in others? The ease of inviting someone in was overshadowed by the fear of them becoming a permanent presence. Concerns loomed over housing and the pressing question of sustenance. The dread of offering help turning into resentment silenced the group. Residents on the first floor felt despondent. They couldn't simply block the corridors, could they? With relentless rain and typhoon winds, the damp hallways were uninhabitable. Adults might endure, but how could children? Many were unwilling to accept their fate, prompting a search upwards, knocking on doors one by one. If all else fails, I could pay for a hotel room. The residents either remain silent or their homes are overcrowded, leaving no alternatives. A knock on the door startled Jiang Ning. To his surprise, it was 1801. He too had just awakened, his expression revealing traces of fatigue. I replaced my door. Is the old one suitable for the stairway? Jiang Ning was eager to help and swiftly assisted him. Together, they managed to install the old door at the entrance of the 18th floor staircase. While they called it teamwork, 1801 did most of the labor, with Jiang Ning merely offering support, yet he received a key in return. When the first floor residents arrived and saw the door at the staircase, their faces turned sour, and they cursed as they turned to leave. Jiang Ning listened to the commotion from above, finding it quite agreeable, as it spared him considerable trouble and danger. This door temporarily warded off many inconveniences, but in the future that might not hold true. He would eventually need to install his own. Others were not oblivious. If two doors were installed at once, it would be obvious to anyone that the 18th floor was hoarding supplies. Once they surged upwards, even multiple doors would not suffice to hold them back. When the bitter cold arrived, it would not be too late to take action. With the gas supply cut off, Jiang Ning retrieved a gas cylinder from his space and spent some time setting up the stove. He secured the doors and windows tightly, continuing to cook. Even if the aroma wafted outside, it would be washed away by the rain. However, it was quite uncomfortable. The kitchen felt damp and greasy, akin to a sauna, leaving Jiang Ning reeking. Yet, if he refrained from cooking now, he would be even more hesitant to ignite the stove later. After enjoying a spicy hot pot meal that left him drenched in sweat and invigorated, he found the water level rising, now halfway up his calves. To stave off anxiety, Jiang Ning turned off his phone and indulged in a refreshing afternoon nap before venturing into his space to cultivate the land. As I gazed at the pitifully low numbers on the timer, I rolled up my sleeves and got to work. Time is life, and wielding my hoe invigorated me with determination. My delicate hands soon developed blisters. Although 10 square meters may not appear vast, the labor of turning the soil proved to be particularly exhausting. Once the ground was properly tilled and smoothed, Jiang Ning divided it into 4 sections, each designated for different vegetable seeds, not forgetting to sow a few eggplant seeds alongside green peppers and cucumbers, which could be planted in the corners. With such limited land, it was imperative to utilize it wisely without waste. In a hurried frenzy, 2 hours slipped away, a loss that felt akin to sacrificing flesh. Upon exiting the space, I realized the water supply had ceased, and the internet was intermittently down, giving the impression that the entire world was on the brink of stagnation. Chapter 9. Rising water levels. The water in the space had not ceased. Jiang Ning replenished it. On the first floor, 3 households occupied the second, third, and fourth floor corridors, causing a sense of unease among the original residents. However, recognizing that everyone was struggling, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Yet, it was not long before someone could no longer contain themselves. Trash was strewn about, and there were frequent knocks on doors requesting access to use the restroom. With the water supply halted, Residents were forced to find ways to collect water from their balconies, unwilling to permit outsiders inside. The frustrated inhabitants of the first floor resorted to resolving their issues in the corridor, further exacerbating the stench as they continued to move upward. They seemed determined to ensure that if they were to suffer, others would not fare any better. A multitude of conflicts arose, with shouts echoing from the stairwell. The online group was equally embroiled in chaos, rife with complaints and hostility, the once harmonious atmosphere now a distant memory before the storm. Jiang Ning's phone incessantly buzzed, as an undeterred Yang Weizong repeatedly sent friend requests, and even after being blocked, resorted to texting. Su Mengyao also joined the fray. The latest message read, Ning, let me explain. Mengyao and I are merely ordinary friends. It is estimated that the food supplies on the 12th floor are scarce, which explains Yang Weizong's relentless determination. Clearly, he believes he has provisions. Had it not been for the door installed on the staircase, he would have likely rushed up long ago. Jiang Ning scrolled through the group messages and indeed found a plea for help from a girl on the 12th floor, offering to exchange goods or pay for assistance. With all utilities cut off and no news of rescue, she had managed to get through to a call, only to be instructed to remain indoors and not venture outside. Since then, the line has been silent. The meteorological department forecasts that the typhoon will linger for 4 to 5 days. Today marks the 5th day, and rather than abating, the winds grow increasingly fierce. The neighborhood has seen several more instances of shattered glass, and within the homes, chaos reigns. An elderly person has collapsed, suffering a heart attack. Surrounded by floodwaters, the rescue hotline is unreachable, and frantic family members cry out in the group for medication, pleading for heart disease treatments as their supplies have run out. Even quick-acting heart pills will do. Please save my father. Their voices are filled with despair and frantic helplessness. Jiang Ning has quick-acting heart pills in her possession, but the patient resides in Building 15, several hundred meters away from her unit, and the message was sent an hour ago. Standing on her balcony, she vaguely perceives something floating in the water. Upon examining it with binoculars, she is horrified to discover it is a corpse. The group chat claims it belonged to a resident of Building 3, who, having gone 2 days without food, attempted to venture out in search of sustenance. Unfortunately, his ill fortune struck as he failed to escape the confines of the community, only to be struck by lightning while in the water, meeting his demise. Was there a past life? Jiang Ning is uncertain. Her phone had long since run out of battery, and she has been subsisting on rainwater. Gazing at the unfamiliar world outside, a heavy feeling constricts her heart. Yet, unexpectedly, she turns to see green shoots emerging from her potted plants. The seeds she had sown have broken through the soil, sprouting tender, yellow-green tips. A newfound life unexpectedly lifted Jiang Ning's spirits. She crouched down to affectionately stroke the breeding rabbit in its cage, noticing that the doe seemed to have gained weight. As she reached out to touch it, she felt its firm and swollen belly. It was pregnant. It must have conceived when she purchased it, though she had failed to discern this at the time. The gestation period for meat rabbits is 30 days, and judging by its belly, it was likely to give birth shortly after the typhoon had passed. Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy and couldn't resist rewarding them with 2 carrots. At noon, she savored a spicy hot pot while sipping on pineapple beer, engrossed in her show, oblivious to the world outside, her body and mind enveloped in an indescribable relaxation. Just as she finished washing the dishes and was about to take a nap, Dodo came to knock on the door in a rhythmic pattern. Having recovered from her cold, the little one appeared much more spirited, her hair styled in a whimsical manner, clearly the work of 1801. She presented a rosy apple with an innocent smile, saying, "Sister, this is for you." "Thank you," Jiang Ning replied, gently declining. "Dodo, save the good things for yourself. When you eat, be discreet. Otherwise, they might be taken from you." Such an innocent child, who would surely attract envious glances from the beasts in the years to come. "I won't give it to anyone else, only to my sister," Dodo insisted, no longer shy, stubbornly holding up the apple, claiming there were plenty at home. "With such a strong wind, I wonder how 1801 manages," Jiang Ning mused. "Don't tell anyone else." Dodo promised with her hand over her mouth. "I will only tell my sister." Just then, a message from WeChat chimed in. It was from Zheng Weili. "And Ning, the first floor is half submerged. If it reaches the second floor, Would it be convenient for me to borrow a place to stay with Luyu? Jiang Weili was a formidable athlete, the national champion of college student Sanda, and the cohabiting girlfriend of Luyu. Luyu, Zhang Chao, and Jiang Ning are orphans who have grown up together, forming a close-knit bond. Luyu is frail, while Zhang Chao is physically weak. Yet they still conspire to bully her until they receive a sound thrashing that brings them to their senses. Zhang Chao, yearning for affection, often seeks romantic connections with elder sisters. Luyu, plagued by insecurity and possessing a delicate, doll-like appearance, has been pursued by girls throughout her life, yet she finds herself infatuated with Jiang Weili, a girl with a boyish charm. Upon their first encounter, she boldly reaches out, claiming that sleeping in an embrace brings her a profound sense of safety. Jiang Weili cherishes her deeply, treating her like a precious gem, afraid that she might melt away in her grasp. The four of them occasionally gather, maintaining a reasonably good rapport. In her previous life, Luyu's phone had run out of battery, but in this life, she persists in keeping her internet connection active, awaiting Jiang Weili's response. Sister Weili, the landlord's belongings occupy one room, and I truly cannot move anything here. However, room 1803 is vacant. You and Luyu could move in, but please do so quickly. If the second floor floods, I fear others might seize the opportunity. A typhoon is raging outside, accompanied by torrential rain and sporadic lightning, compelling them to take risks only when all other options are exhausted. Jiang Weili, naturally optimistic, merely inquires in advance. The water has only reached halfway up the first floor and may not necessarily reach the second. In truth, the flooding has indeed reached the second floor, yet Jiang Ning has no way to disclose this information. The house is available nonetheless. As mealtime approaches, someone from room 1801 comes to find Dodo. To their surprise, Dodo is unwilling to leave, insisting that she cannot go because she has eaten the meal prepared by her brother and now has an upset stomach. Hoards appears awkward, having followed the recipe diligently today. But my brother said the same yesterday, Dodo replies, now fearful of the food, claiming her sister's cooking is far superior. This situation leaves even Jiang Ning feeling embarrassed, as her family's boiled noodles hardly qualify as gourmet fare. Hoards does not indulge her whims, addressing Dodo firmly. His features were sharp and striking, exuding an air of cold detachment that made him seem unapproachable. When his expression darkened, a palpable sense of menace enveloped him. In an instant, Dodo wilted, obediently lowering her head and following him out. As they reached the doorway, Hoards turned and said, Jiang Ning, the corridor garbage hasn't been cleared by the property management. Shall we discuss it? The refuse had gone uncollected for several days, and even with the lid secured, a foul stench lingered. Jiang Ning had been contemplating a solution, but unexpectedly, 1801 broached the matter first. There was no room for debate regarding the communal environment, and the two quickly reached an agreement. They would first dispose of the garbage, and thereafter, each household would manage their own waste without leaving it in the corridor. With the property management at a standstill, residents from other floors were discarding their trash downstairs, which Jiang Ning had no objections to, holding her nose as she tossed bag after bag of refuse. Jiang Weili might be moving in, and Jiang Ning mentioned this to 1801. Although 1801 had no objections, he noted that there were only 2 keys available. This was not a significant issue. The crux was that Jiang Weili was resourceful. She had repeatedly come to Jiang Ning's aid during the cataclysmic events, even once gifting her 2 pounds of noodles. In such dire circumstances, her willingness to share life-sustaining food spoke volumes about her character. Unfortunately, they had not crossed paths since. Whether she lived or perished remained a mystery. Even in times of plenty, the notion of surviving alone in a world rife with malevolence was a foolish fantasy. Particularly for those solitary, seemingly fragile women, they would be the first to attract the attention of those desperate for resources. No matter how strong one might be, the threat was ever present. Given the chance, she would not hesitate to seek companionship. Upon returning home, she took a shower and changed her clothes. Over the past few days, she had prepared an abundance of richly flavored dishes, enough to last 4 to 5 months. In the days to come, she planned to make lighter fare such as dumplings, noodles, treasure porridge, and mung bean paste, allowing her to finally take a break from cooking. The typhoon persists, and while the torrential rain has lessened somewhat, The water level continues to rise. Chapter 10. The quest for the inflatable boat. 2 days later, the first floor was entirely submerged. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, witnessing several individuals daringly swimming out of the community. The terrain here was relatively elevated, and the current was not particularly fierce, but the situation outside was markedly different. Zhang Weili sent a message, declaring her immediate intention to move over. She lived with Lu Yu in Unit 3, a mere 50 meters from Jiang Ning's building. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Jiang Ning trained her binoculars on the scene. Approximately half an hour later, an inflatable boat emerged from the murky waters. Supplies were piled on board, with Lu Yu clad in a disposable raincoat, paddling the boat, while Zhang Weili, submerged in the water, strained to pull the boat forward. Jiang Ning descended to the first floor, intending to fetch the two of them from the second floor. As he reached the 12th floor, he encountered Su Mengyao exiting apartment 1202, clad in an ill-fitting polka dot dress. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, her eyes lit up. Ning, just 5 days had passed, and she had already lost the celestial aura she once possessed, appearing gaunt and pallid. Jiang Ning ignored her, continuing his descent with the trash in hand. Ning, are you angry with me? Su Mengyao trailed behind, her voice sweet and fragile. If I have offended you in any way, please let me know. With a scowl, Jiang Ning warned, keep your distance. To his astonishment, she seemed oblivious, eagerly following. Ning, actually, my relationship with Senior Yang isn't what you might think. We merely share a good camaraderie. I feel quite a connection with you. Jiang Ning halted abruptly, hurling the trash he held towards her. Can't you comprehend human speech? Or is there something amiss with your intellect? Caught off guard, Su Mengyao was struck directly. The goddess's enchanting visage faltered, and in a fit of exasperation, she exclaimed, What are you doing? Su Mengyao, I have no concern for your antics, but do not set your sights on me. These words rendered the girl from room 1202, who stood at the entrance, visibly distressed, her emotions resembling a tumultuous roller coaster. What intentions do I harbor towards you? The goddess, despite her cultivated demeanor, could no longer contain herself. We are merely alumni, exchanging pleasantries upon encountering one another, not harboring intentions. Yet you cling to me like a pesky dog, adding me on WeChat daily. What do you expect? You! Su Mengyao's face flushed crimson, and she promptly retorted, Your home is overflowing with goods while others are starving. Why not share your resources with those in need? A masterstroke of deflection, Jiang Ning brandished a concealed kitchen knife, aiming it menacingly at her face. Which of your eyes perceives my family's possessions as excessive? Like a leech, you drain one household before seeking another. Who isn't hungry? Why should I relinquish my sustenance to you? Simply because of your audacity. In the bitter cold, she had entangled herself with several men, exploiting stolen resources to maintain her facade in the grim, squalid world. Whether this was by her own volition or at Yang Weizong's behest, remained ambiguous. In a world where order had disintegrated, Jiang Ning paid no heed to their gazes and continued descending the stairs, only to hear Su Mengyao burst into tears. In the delay, Zhang Weili braved the tempestuous storm to swim over. In the face of calamity, humanity often proves frail. A mere 50 meters nearly cost her life. Jiang Ning helped Lu Yu climb through the window, followed by several heavy bags and, ultimately, the rubber dinghy with Zhang Weili, soaked and weary, bringing up the rear. The residents on the second floor were similarly preoccupied with their exodus. Life without water and electricity was arduous. Even with rice, flour, and oil, cooking was impossible. Some resorted to using liquor as fuel, while others chopped their furniture for firewood, and a few, driven to madness by hunger, resorted to consuming raw rice, only to suffer from stomach ailments. Upon seeing several sturdy bags tossed through the window, many eyes lit up with interest, particularly when the rubber dinghy appeared. An elderly woman hurried over, beaming as she inquired, How can you bring so much while moving? What have you got? Her smile belied her ulterior motives. When she attempted to reach for the items, the breathless Lu Yu quickly placed them at his feet to prevent her from touching them. Undeterred, the woman then lunged for the dinghy. Young man, we've been trapped here for days without food or water. Please let us borrow the dinghy to find something outside. We can't let the children go hungry. The rubber dinghy was a lifeline, and Lu Yu could not acquiesce, Yet the woman persisted in her attempts to seize it. As she tugged at it, the frail Lu Yu nearly lost his balance. In a moment of desperation, he pulled the air valve, and the dinghy deflated with a hissing sound. Zhang Weili, having been yanked up by Jiang Ning, was incensed to see her boyfriend being bullied. She stepped forward and pushed the elderly woman aside. "What are you doing?" With surprising strength, she sent the woman staggering back several paces until she collided with the wall, almost tumbling down the stairs. The elderly lady's two sons immediately rushed forward, demanding to know why anyone would dare to strike them. They approached with raised fists, intending to intimidate Zhang Weili. However, upon realizing they were men, Zhang Weili did not hesitate to retaliate, delivering swift punches and kicks that sent both of them tumbling down the stairs and into the water below. As the matriarch sat on the ground, ready to wail, she was taken aback to see her sons submerged, causing her to abandon her theatrics and scramble down after them. The onlookers began to voice their disapproval, questioning the necessity of violence when the inquiry had merely been about borrowing. Jiang Ning had anticipated such an outcome. Otherwise, he would not have brought a knife with him. Zhang Weili seized the kitchen knife and warned them, "Anyone who dares to touch my belongings will face consequences." With her short hair and gravelly voice, she could easily be mistaken for a man. After effortlessly dispatching the two aggressors, their bravado faltered. They shouted defiantly yet lacked the courage to approach her. There was no need for further verbal sparring, so Jiang Ning gathered his belongings and led the two upstairs. Lu Yu appeared dejected, and Zhang Weili shared her gloomy disposition. A tempestuous storm had not only upended the world, but also shattered their perspectives, leaving everyone with a fierce countenance. Upon reaching the stainless steel door on the 18th floor, Zhang Weili paused, acknowledging Jiang Ning's prowess. "Ah Ning, you truly are formidable. The neighbors set this up, and I merely benefited from it." Lu Yu, sporting dark circles under her eyes, lamented, "Had we known, we would have moved sooner. We haven't had a decent night's sleep for days." There were those who overstayed their welcome, used their facilities, and even attempted to break in during the middle of the night. Jiang Ning inquired with concern, "You haven't run out of supplies, have you?" "We were quite fortunate. Just before the typhoon struck, someone mistakenly placed an order with the wrong address, and the supermarket delivered several large bags of goods to us. 2 bags of 10-pound rice, several large bundles of noodles and rice flour, pickled vegetables, fermented tofu, a portable gas stove, solid alcohol blocks, an inflatable raft, and a solar charger." An anonymous order was placed, and before the two could fully comprehend the situation, the typhoon struck. Typically, their meals were either from the school cafeteria or takeout, with the occasional instant noodles prepared. If it weren't for a delivery mishap, she and Lu Yu might have faced starvation. Chapter 11. Twin tornadoes in 1803. Without a key, Jiang Ning pondered finding a tool to pry open the door. To her surprise, Lu Yu pulled out an oddly shaped single hook from his pocket and, after a few minutes of fiddling with the lock, managed to unlock it. Startled, Jiang Ning felt an immediate sense of insecurity regarding the 2 doors of her home. Zhang Weili chuckled awkwardly, remarking that it was not a concern of having no entry. He had been tinkering at home for 2 days. The 1803 apartment comprised 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, offering a spacious layout. The furniture was all draped with cloth, and upon lifting the coverings, one found exquisite pieces, suggesting that the owner was not short of funds to refrain from renting it out. Intruding upon private residences is illegal, and Zhang Weili felt an underlying unease as she discussed with Lu Yu the need for caution. "We are merely temporary residents. Let us avoid touching their belongings and restore everything to its original state before we leave." Choosing a room with minimal furniture, they began to clean. Jiang Ning lent a helping hand. The house was quite pleasant, except for the balcony, which lacked glass enclosure and was merely surrounded by invisible stainless steel wire, resulting in water splattering everywhere. A grain of rice breeds enmity, and a grain of rice fosters affection. Jiang Ning noted that there was still a bag and a half of rice left, but the noodles and rice flour were nearly depleted. This would barely suffice until the typhoon passed, extinguishing her thoughts of assistance. She prepared a modest provision for Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, cautious not to draw attention and raise suspicion, ensuring that only the essentials were provided. Their subsequent journey would rely solely upon their own efforts. As neighbors, it is inevitable to pay visits to one another. She discreetly tucked away items that ought not to be seen and enjoyed a sumptuous lunch consisting of cordyceps flour chicken soup, braised pork ribs, stir-fried water spinach, and a slice of Chilean watermelon. Upon awakening from her afternoon slumber, she discovered that the internet had been severed. With the disconnection, she felt utterly isolated from the world, and a profound sense of loneliness welled up within her. Feeling despondent, Jiang Ning resolved to engage in physical activity. Her fitness was commendable. During her university days, she had enrolled in several clubs, including Taekwondo, Tai Chi, military self-defense, and Sanda, the latter of which she learned from Zhang Weili. Although her skills were eclectic rather than refined, she excelled in comprehension. After 2 hours of relentless training, drenched in perspiration and utterly exhausted, she experienced an indescribable sense of relief. To thrive and surpass others, one must continually strive for self-improvement. Jiang Ning devised a plan, dedicating 2 hours daily to physical exercise, 3 hours to studying traditional Chinese medicine, and an additional 2 hours to self-learning basic surgical knowledge. Her space was filled with hundreds of books, all acquired through dubious means from the school library, which she could ponder over in the coming years. She also procured books on psychology, eager to delve into that subject as well. Apart from the various natural disasters that claimed lives, there were scarcely any normal individuals left to survive in this apocalyptic world, those who had succumbed to suicide, self-harm, or societal vengeance. Jiang Ning herself was grappling with psychological turmoil, experiencing irritability, anxiety, and repression. Thus, she had stocked up on numerous antidepressants, hoping they would remain untouched. The glass was sealed tightly, yet dampness still pervaded the room. Jiang Ning had purchased many large compression bags to neatly store and used clothing and bedding, while hanging damp garments on the balcony to dry. The black soil was enigmatic. Although time flowed in synchrony with the outside world, the vegetables thrived far better than those beyond her confines, and the potato tubers in her planting pots had begun to sprout, with the grapevines also showing signs of budding. Emerging from the confines of her space, Jiang Ning retrieved several thick plastic boards and meticulously covered the various sewer openings, placing stones atop them for added weight. The rainy days brought forth an abundance of cockroaches, particularly as the pestilence escalated, making it all too easy for them to scuttle up from the sewers. With floodwaters rising, using the toilet became an arduous task. For the residents of higher floors, the situation was somewhat manageable, yet those on the second and third floors had already begun to voice their grievances in the group chat, lamenting the foul state of their toilets and urging their neighbors above to exhibit a modicum of civic responsibility and refrain from flushing any more waste. However, those in higher apartments were not entirely spared. Though they could manage to flush, the stench relentlessly ascended, suffocating them in its wake. In preparation for any eventuality, Jiang Ning had stocked up on numerous black plastic bags to address physiological needs. Yet, contemplating tossing them down to the floor below, she restrained herself, opting instead to resolve the matter within her space. Just as she was about to commence cooking, Zhang Weili knocked on the door. After a day of rest, both felt rejuvenated. Zhang Weili arrived with alcohol wipes, only to be astounded by the completeness of Jiang Ning's supplies. Her balcony adorned with vegetables and rabbits, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. Ning, no wonder Lu Yu said you could survive even if left alone in the desert. Jiang Ning had always taken pleasure in stockpiling and cultivating, a fact she saw no need to conceal, though many items required a source. Fortuitously, just days before the typhoon, she had secured an order from Zhang Chao, a wealthy second-generation individual enamored with apocalyptic games, who had requested a substantial amount of medicine and, upon delivery, had casually gifted her a survival kit. Among her selections were a rubber boat and an earthquake emergency kit. Both Zhang Weili and Lu Yu were profoundly astonished. Upon hearing her words, it indeed felt as if the apocalypse was imminent. They were not alone in this sentiment. During the initial days of the typhoon's arrival, posts on the internet had gone viral. Having lived nearly 2 decades, I have never encountered such a calamitous disaster, and the devastation extends beyond the southern coastal regions. The most disconcerting aspect is the absence of any rescue information thus far. Who would not be frightened? Lu Yu harbored suspicions that the affluent heirs might have received prior warnings. Otherwise, how could their timely departures be explained? In the building where he resides, a solitary young man, already battling depression, succumbed to mental distress after a few days of food scarcity and tragically leaped to his demise into the waters below. The current state of affairs bears an uncanny resemblance to an apocalyptic scenario. He suddenly inquired, "Do you have any contact with Zhang Chao?" Jiang Ning shook her head. She had converted her commissions from purchasing medicine into essential supplies, placing anonymous orders online for home delivery, leaving Zhang Chao to fend for himself thereafter. Zhang Chao was known for his loyalty. He was generous when socializing, and as a friend, he was beyond reproach. Yet, he was profoundly starved for affection, often seeking relationships with significantly older partners, causing distress to those who advised him. Eventually, Jiang Ning ceased her concerns. He had recently found a new girlfriend, a woman over a decade his senior, divorced and burdened with 2 children, a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son. This woman clearly seemed to be seeking a financial supporter in Zhang Chao. Jiang Ning was at a loss for words. Was he seeking a girlfriend or a maternal figure? Who could say? Lu Yu appeared weary, letting out a soft sigh. Having emerged from an orphanage, who among them was without their own issues? He too had faced ridicule as a kept man. Zhang Chao had stumbled before, yet he remained unrepentant. Jiang Ning found it difficult to cast judgment, having once been infatuated with Yang Weizong herself. Everyone possesses the right to choose, and all one can do is hope for their happiness. In a previous life, she had never even encountered Zhang Chao. She wondered if he had survived the harshness of this cruel world. As the two were conversing in the living room, Zhang Weili suddenly shouted from the balcony, "Hurry! Hurry! A tornado!" Jiang Ning stepped outside and was met with her astonished and panicked expression. Her eyes wide as saucers, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Following the direction of her gaze, he beheld the ominous sky, where a colossal tornado was forming. No, it was a pair of tornadoes. Chapter 12. The tornado shatters the skyscraper. Jiang Ning felt a tightening in his chest and quickly grabbed the binoculars to observe. At that very moment and in that same location, 2 tornadoes, strikingly similar in appearance yet spinning in completely opposite directions, resembled gigantic shredders in a frenzied whirl. Wherever they roamed, trees were uprooted, rooms collapsed, and cars were tossed about like mere toys. Even the deluge of rain was relentlessly drawn into their vortex. The 2 tornadoes approached swiftly, their high-velocity winds akin to countless razor-sharp blades, obliterating everything in their path. "Ah!" Zhang Weili gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. The 2 spirals collided violently, battling and merging, ruthlessly slicing through a skyscraper, reducing it to rubble, and consuming it until not a trace remained. In less than a minute, the 30-story edifice had vanished entirely. The fused tornado rampaged anew, akin to a temperamental child throwing a tantrum, heedless of the destruction it wrought. In his lifetime, Jiang Ning had never witnessed such a phenomenon as the dual tornadoes. Their destructive force exceeded that of a typical tornado by more than double, yet fortunately, their duration was half as long. However, in just these few minutes they could lay waste to the city, leaving it in utter disarray. Jiang Ning did not blink, his gaze fixed intently on the spot where the skyscraper had once stood. It is unclear whether there were twin tornadoes in a past life, but she is acutely aware that the skyscraper remains intact. She had previously scoured its interior for supplies during the extreme cold, only to find it long since ransacked by survivors, leaving behind chaos and devastation. Yet now it has been utterly demolished. In this new iteration, Jiang Ning's confidence stems from the resources stored in her space and her precise foresight of natural disasters. But circumstances have now shifted. The tornado has vanished from sight, and even Zhang Weili, typically optimistic and cheerful, finds herself struggling to breathe. Her icy hands clutch tightly at Jiang Ning. And Ning, is this still a typhoon? The twin tornadoes have not only ravaged the skyscrapers but have also engulfed a surrounding area bustling with commercial and residential complexes, the most densely populated part of the city. Do those people still have a chance to survive? Lu Yu, with a grave expression, reflects this typhoon, aptly named, truly feels like a cleaver, as if it intends to slice this city to pieces. As he speaks, he holds his girlfriend close, resting his head on her shoulder. Fear not. We have been fortunate to evade it. If the day comes when we cannot escape, perhaps it would not even be as terrifying, as it could take us without our knowledge. Shaped by his upbringing, Lu Yu carries a hint of negativity in his disposition, which is also why he fell for Jiang Weili at first sight. Even after being bruised and battered in the arena, he still managed to smile. She is a sunflower, perpetually basking in warmth and light. Yet now, her laughter has faded, and Lu Yu feels a pang of sorrow. It is futile to cling to what cannot be. At least if we are to perish, let us do so together. Jiang Ning, overwhelmed by the abundance of affection surrounding her, laments, "What have I done wrong? Natural disasters are already terrifying enough, and now I must endure the torment of witnessing public displays of affection." Jiang Weili, with her solidly muscled physique, was a striking figure. Her waist was broader than Lu Yu's, and her thighs appeared notably more robust, creating a scene that was undeniably jarring, rendering Jiang Ning momentarily speechless. Residing on the top floor, she glanced upwards to see a woman standing on the rooftop, clutching a 4- or 5-year-old child in one hand while cradling an infant in her arms. The woman, with her hair disheveled, stood defiantly against the torrential rain, screaming in a fit of despair, "Chu, you are an absolute scoundrel. In my next life, I shall haunt you as a ghost." The terrified child began to wail, the downpour blurring their vision, pleading, "Mommy, Mommy, I'm scared." Jiang Weili was taken aback by the alarming scene. Was this woman truly contemplating suicide, with her children in tow? She swung open the emergency escape window, leaning out to shout across, "Hey, please reconsider. The typhoon will pass. You have 2 children. You cannot abandon them. Life cannot be so selfish." The winds howled, dispersing her voice into the tempest. Witnesses in Building 2, sheltering from the storm, observed the unfolding drama, calling out to the woman in hopes of bringing her back to her senses. Yet, she remained oblivious, dragging her children as she leapt into the abyss. Those on the rooftop rushed in a desperate attempt to save them, but they were too late, helplessly watching as the trio plummeted. With a resounding splash, they disappeared into the water below. The child struggled amidst the waves, crying out, "Help me, Mommy, help me." Lu Yu covered Jiang Weili's eyes, shielding her from the harrowing spectacle. The recent twin tornadoes had claimed countless lives, yet the distance had dulled the visual impact. Nothing could compare to the brutality of the scene before them. Jiang Weili could not comprehend why a mere typhoon could bring about such despair. Even if she had endured enough as a mother, her child's life was just beginning. Who was she to strip that away? As the waters calmed, the storm howled once more. Jiang Ning, however, had witnessed far more gruesome and brutal realities in her past life. The later stages were increasingly inhumane. Without a formidable will, survival was not guaranteed for everyone. The woman from earlier was known to her, although she had relied on others. Having grown accustomed to the myriad facets of life in the orphanage, Lu Yu clearly possessed a resilience far superior to Jiang Weili's. Her husband had been unfaithful, secretly fathering a child while squandering their savings on a mistress's lavish lifestyle. Before the tempest, a group of women had been discussing such matters downstairs, and he had overheard snippets of their conversation. It was no small feat for a woman to raise 2 children alone. Even he and Jiang Weili were utterly exhausted. Besides the natural disaster, the ugliness of human nature loomed large. It seemed she had truly seen no path forward and had chosen to leap, unable to bear the thought of her children suffering in this world, seeking solace through such a tragic means. He felt lost. Would this calamity ever cease? It felt as if he were inquiring of Jiang Ning, yet simultaneously questioning himself. He sought refuge in a light-hearted comedy, attempting to distract himself while he ate. The storm raged on, casting a pall over the dawn. He was puzzled by how 1801 had taught Dodo, who nearly knocked on their door every day, and had recently become quite punctual, arriving right after lunch. "Sister, may I see Xiao Bai and Hui Hui?" Today, she sported a bun atop her head, tilting her little face with a smile directed at Jiang Ning, offering her an egg. The child's pure and innocent laughter had the power to mend a troubled spirit. Her eyes, like dark grapes, shone as brightly as the stars in the night sky. Dodo has a fondness for rabbits and often squats on the balcony to observe them. She even named the 2 breeding rabbits herself. The balcony is enclosed with glass, and cardboard is laid in the cage, keeping the rabbits quite clean. Jiang Ning carries Dodo to the sofa for her to play, but little Bai is pregnant, and she must not touch her belly. Dodo's eyes sparkle with curiosity. Is she about to give birth? Upon receiving confirmation, she hugs little Bai and giggles, asking, "Can I raise the babies?" Meat rabbits breed prolifically, with some litters reaching over 10. Jiang Ning may not be able to afford the care, but if your brother agrees, one could be given to you. Upon hearing that her brother's consent is necessary, her little face immediately falls, revealing an unmistakable sense of disappointment. Judging by her attire, it seems that 1801 takes good care of her. She wears new clothes even on rainy days, yet Dodo appears somewhat fearful of him. Indeed, 1801's features are stern and his demeanor aloof, which can be intimidating for a child. Accidentally, Jiang Ning notices bruises on her arms, which leaves her utterly astonished. Not only her arms, but there are also bruises on her legs and waist, and even on her forehead, which is alarming. Did your brother do this? Dodo looks down, gently stroking the rabbit. Chapter 13. Midnight door break-in. While aware of 1801's coldness, she was oblivious to his violent tendencies and his propensity for child abuse. Observing Dodo's expression, it seems she has grown accustomed to the beatings. No wonder she comes running here every day. She must be hiding from her abusive brother. Why does he hit you? Although it is someone else's family matter. Child abuse is simply unacceptable. Jiang Ning refrains from inquiring about her past, but through her observations, Dodo's timid and retreating gaze, coupled with a hint of a pleasing demeanor, evokes unsettling memories of her own troubled childhood. Dodo, is he truly your brother? Thus, she did not refuse the child. My brother taught me how to punch. Dodo, rubbing her bruised arm, flashed her a sweet smile, not shying away from the blows she received, nor from the accidental falls. It was only then that Jiang Ning realized Dodo had been practicing boxing for several days, dedicating as much as 5 hours each day. Sister, let me show you my boxing. Without waiting for Jiang Ning's approval, she moved to a spacious area and struck a pose. What was once a timid and delicate girl transformed into a fierce little fighter, standing tall with her chest out and abdomen in, almost unrecognizable. She practiced military boxing, her movements precise and powerful, her stance exceptionally fierce, with eyes full of intensity. Jiang Ning, taken aback, noticed that Dodo's technique was even more refined than she had anticipated. Children require praise, and Jiang Ning offered her compliments, causing Dodo to blush deeply. Sister, you are so kind. My brother never praises me, no matter how well I perform. Her body bore numerous bruises, clearly a testament to rigorous training. What does it signify to subject a 4- or 5-year-old child to such intense practice during a typhoon? The inexplicable actions in the past, absent in 1801, now raised the question. Did he foresee the impending apocalypse and therefore impose such strict training on Dodo, equipping her with self-defense skills for the future? Dodo's movements were executed with remarkable precision, skills that could not simply be acquired through videos. At her age, she had developed an understanding, prompting Jiang Ning to refrain from probing too deeply, remaining vigilant. Though Dodo frequently visited, she never rummaged through things or begged for food, clearly demonstrating good upbringing and never arriving empty-handed. She produced the medicinal alcohol she had previously prepared for bruises, applying it to her injuries and planning to soak in hot water that evening. After some playtime, Dodo lovingly kissed the rabbit and reluctantly took her leave. In recent days, the atmosphere downstairs has been tumultuous, filled with quarrels, curses, and even physical confrontations sparked by trivial disagreements. The dreadful weather and harsh living conditions have incited a pervasive sense of hostility among the residents. The former occupants of the 9th floor engaged in a heated exchange with the inhabitants of the 2nd floor, nearly resorting to violence with knives. Upon waking one morning, the 9th floor resident discovered that their home had been burgled, with the scant remaining food items swept away. The relentless typhoon had rendered this food a vital lifeline. Who could be so cruel as to commit such a theft? Meanwhile, the 2nd floor tenants crowded at their doorstep, constantly borrowing pots or the restroom, yet they seemed oblivious to the presence of an intruder. The two households exchanged shoves and insults, only to quiet down after an exhausting altercation. The burglaries were not limited to the 9th floor. Incidents occurred on other levels as well. Even if residents were roused from their slumber, the darkness of the night rendered them unable to discern the situation, while the masked assailants carried out their crimes. It was not just one or two intruders, but a gang operating in concert. Despite the presence of others in the hallway, the sight of a gleaming blade rendered them paralyzed with fear, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions, even flickering with a hint of schadenfreude. Those she pressed herself against the door, listening intently. Indeed, someone was stealthily attempting to pick the lock. The past few days had been chaotic and frenzied. During the day, several groups had come to the stairway, knocking on doors, pleading for food, claiming their children were on the brink of starvation. Trapped for 10 days with water, electricity, and gas all cut off, who among them would have any provisions left? Even if there were supplies, giving to one family while denying another would incite a ravenous mob, desperate enough to overwhelm you. Grabbing a butcher's knife from the space, Jiang Ning donned night vision goggles, cautiously opened the inner door, and then swiftly flung open the outer door. Outside, the intruders were engaged in their furtive task, caught off guard by the sudden breach. The one wielding a hook barely had time to gasp before her hand covered his mouth, and he doubled over in agony as she thrust the blade into him repeatedly, pushing him aside to confront the second assailant. As a flashlight swept toward her, illuminating the bloodied knife in her hand, the man froze in shock and instinctively attempted to flee. Jiang Ning, however, swiftly swept her leg, toppling him to the ground by his collar. There were 4 intruders in total. 2 of them turned to flee, but one unexpectedly collided with a looming shadow. Before he could utter a sound, his neck was swiftly snapped. He had no chance to fall. His lifeless body was promptly discarded through the window. Jiang Ning looked up in the direction of the noise, her gaze landing upon a tall figure, deftly executing its grim task. In astonishment, she viciously slashed at the neck of the second man. He clutched his throat tightly, gasping in vain, his body thrashing helplessly. Whispers spread throughout the building that apartment 1802 held ample supplies. Not only was the occupant beautiful, but she also lived alone. They had come in the dark not just for food, but with the intention of violating her, for she was a university student, young and tender, radiating vulnerability. Yet, they could never have anticipated that such a striking young woman concealed the heart of a demon. Jiang Ning tore off the man's mask, revealing the face of the one who had repeatedly attempted to break into her home in her past life, back in 1803. This exemplified the malevolence inherent in human nature. Even given a second chance, he would still choose to perpetrate evil. With a cold smile, Jiang Ning plunged the knife unhesitatingly into the man's heart. Rising to her feet, she stood alert, her gaze fixed on another man in the distance. Though visibility was poor in the evening, his silhouette seemed to suggest. 1801, where Ishan approached, dragging the lifeless body of the man to the window before casting it out. Noticing her frozen stance, her expression taut with tension, he murmured, "You are not at fault. Such individuals are a bane if allowed to persist." Was he attempting to console her? He appeared unfazed by the events of the night, calmly executing the act of murder and disposing of the body, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. Jiang Ning had speculated about his identity. Judging by his demeanor and stature, he could either be a soldier or a police officer. However, he now seemed more akin to a cold-blooded assassin. Regardless of his identity, he posed no immediate threat to her and even aided in the killing and disposal. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement with his assertion. If they were to let these men go, countless others would suffer. She wiped the blood from her face and used a mop and cloth to clean the corridor thoroughly. Meanwhile, in 1801, the damaged lock at the staircase entrance was swiftly repaired. Jiang Ning retreated to her space to take a shower, soaking her blood-stained clothes before washing them clean. Having faced far worse, she lay in bed with an extraordinary sense of calm and soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, she found the water level had risen significantly. Standing on the balcony, she enjoyed a breakfast of crispy golden youtiao and rich, fragrant soy milk. The delightful meal brought her immense pleasure, uplifting her spirits in the process. The deluge was rife with domestic refuse. Polychromatic refuse sacks bobbed in the water, interspersed with several cadavers drifting towards an indiscernible destination. During the brief interlude of consuming breakfast, several individuals were observed plunging into the inundation, endeavoring to swim ashore. Invariably, they were venturing out in search of sustenance, braving the tempestuous typhoon and torrential downpour. Perhaps there were exceptions, yet she remained oblivious to them. A resounding thud reverberated from the stairwell once more. Jiang Ning disregarded it, proceeding to brush her teeth and rinse her mouth, dispelling any lingering aftertaste of nourishment. As noon approached, Zhang Weili paid a visit. Ning, she cautioned, an increasing number are audibly knocking at doors. We must exercise vigilance in the days ahead. Zhang Weili had lingered by the stairwell for an extended duration that morning, having gleaned that a solitary young woman residing on a lower floor had not only suffered a forced entry during the nocturnal hours but had also been subjected to a reprehensible assault. Their visages concealed, the perpetrators remained unidentifiable. Both you and Lu Yu must remain attentive. Our floor is no longer secure. Some commotion had indeed transpired the previous night, and Jiang Ning was perplexed as to why Zhang Weili had remained unaware. However, upon observing the markings upon her neck, all became lucid. Overexertion had resulted in a profound slumber. With the cessation of water, electricity, and gas, devoid of any means of diversion, engaging in physical exertion became a prevalent recourse. In these apocalyptic times, fraught with recurrent calamities, mere survival posed a formidable challenge for adults. Pregnancy for women constituted an utter catastrophe. Jiang Ning felt awkward. How could she, an individual devoid of such experiences, offer guidance? Hesitant to broach the subject directly, she resorted to circumlocution, inquiring, "Sister Weili, do you not have a competition scheduled for next month?" "Indeed," Zhang Weili responded wistfully. "This infernal weather has disrupted my training regimen. I am relegated to practicing aimlessly within my abode. In a moment of impulsive fervor yesterday, I even utilized Lu Yu as a punching bag." She envisioned participating in the competition, believing measures should be taken, and once both of them fully accepted the apocalypse, it would be time to remind others. Upon returning to the room, Jiang Ning cast a glance at the tightly shut door of room 1801. In the early hours of the morning, before the intruders could ascend, Zhang Weili knocked forcefully on the door. When Jiang Ning opened it, Zhang Weili stood empty-handed, while Lu Yu brandished a knife in his grasp, and the door to 1801 swung open simultaneously. Confronted by the residents of the 18th floor, the few attempting to pick the lock initially felt a pang of guilt but quickly regained their composure, issuing threats with bravado. "Those who know their place should hand over the food, or else don't blame me for being merciless with this knife." Jiang Ning retorted coldly, "Who says we have food? Isn't that obvious? If you had no food, why would you bother closing the door? We are on the brink of starvation, while you all indulge behind closed doors, indifferent to our plight. What kind of people are you?" The ringleader waved the knife threateningly. "Stop wasting breath and hand over your supplies. I might spare your lives." In truth, Jiang Ning only consumed a modest amount at each meal, her energy extensively drained by rigorous training, and there was no necessity to avoid contact with others. However, the others were visibly gaunt and famished. Their vitality was apparent, impossible to conceal. This group had reached a point of desperation that stripped them of any moral restraint. Attempting to reason with them would be as futile as playing a lute to a cow. Jiang Ning, disinterested in further discourse, declared, "Very well, if you have the courage, come and take it from us." With that, she signaled Zhang Weili with a glance. Despite the few knocking at the door, countless others lurked in the shadows. Failing to make an example of this gang today would invite an endless stream of challenges in the future. Zhang Weili understood the implication and instinctively positioned Lu Yu behind her for protection. Witnessing the audacity of those from the 18th floor, they forcefully kicked open the stainless steel door, brandishing knives as they charged forward. Jiang Ning sidestepped and struck the leader with a swift blow. Having witnessed the tragic leap of a mother and her two children, Zhang Weili's emotions were deeply suppressed, and upon seeing this unruly group, her hands itched for action. She deftly dodged and landed a powerful punch to a man's abdomen. He tumbled down the stairs, crashing heavily against the door, rendered motionless on the ground. The occupant of 1801 remained stationary, directly dislocating a man's arm. In an instant, the floor echoed with anguished cries, rendering the night eerily terrifying. Jiang Ning continued to strike, each blow deliberately avoiding vital areas, yet blood gushed forth relentlessly, staining the floor in a harrowing spectacle. A total of 6 had come. 3 were wounded, while another had an arm dislocated, and Zhang Weili had reduced one to a state of near unconsciousness. while Lu Yu had yet to find an opportunity to engage. Standing at the stairway, Jiang Ning, brandishing the bloodied knife, posed the question, "Do you desire food or your life?" The leader, clutching his bleeding arm, cried out in fury and despair. You are committing murder." "Committing murder?" Jiang Ning retorted, tearing away their masks. Though their names eluded her, she recognized some as active members of the community, who, despite their seemingly glamorous lives, were now cloaked in shameful deeds. She retrieved her phone to photograph them, declaring, "You may report this. When the police arrive, let us see whom they apprehend." To her surprise, the occupants of the 18th floor banded together, rendered powerless and forced to capitulate. "We have no other means of survival. We were left with no choice. You have not suffered any loss, so might we consider this incident as though it never occurred and let us go?" How bold they had been moments ago, now reduced to pleading on their knees. If the target were merely Jiang Ning, a stealthy assassination would suffice. However, today's collective action serves to instill fear. She glanced at room 1801 and Zhang Weili, both of whom expressed no dissent. "Today, fortune favors you, but next time may not be so kind. Now leave." The commotion was so loud that no one on any floor dared to open their door. Jiang Ning and her companions did not bother to clean the bloodstains on the floor. They simply closed the door and ascended the stairs. Lu Yu had just witnessed the formidable prowess of room 1801 and sought to seize the opportunity to befriend a good neighbor. "Hello? I am Lu Yu, and I moved in just a few days ago. Your skills are truly impressive. May I inquire about your profession?" However, Lu Yu quickly assessed that such a person was likely not involved in ordinary dealings, and probing too deeply could lead to trouble. The intimidation was effective. For several consecutive days, no one dared to pound on the stairwell door. Jiang Ning, having drawn back the curtains early, observed the typhoon continuing its furious assault, battering the doors and windows with such ferocity that it felt as though the entire building were trembling. The typhoon had arrived ahead of schedule and had lingered for a full 15 days, showing no signs of abating. The fears were substantiated. The natural disaster not only escalated, but its conclusion remained uncertain. Yet life must persist. One must endure day by day. Little White's belly had swollen considerably, and its appetite was astonishing. When Jiang Ning teased it with vegetables, she noticed bloodstains on the cardboard. After gently touching its belly and observing its restless demeanor, she sensed that it was about to give birth. A new life amidst the calamity. Once grown, it could become spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit dishes, braised rabbit, dry pot rabbit chunks, or shredded rabbit salad. Just the thought of it made one's mouth water. Soon, the first baby rabbit was born. Excellent. It appeared to be only a few centimeters long, not much larger than a baby mouse. As Dodo approached, Xiaobai had already given birth to 6 little ones. She secretly pulled out 2 wilting cabbage leaves, tucked away in her pocket, and exclaimed, "Xiaobai has babies now. Hurry and eat." In total, there were 10 offspring, with 12 mouths to feed, leaving Jiang Ning troubled about their nourishment. Solely relying on feed was insufficient, yet for half a month, relentless storms had besieged them, shrouding the skies in gloom and causing the balcony vegetables to yellow from lack of sunlight. Had she not covertly utilized her space for a little advantage, they would have likely withered long ago. The produce from her space, however, thrived astonishingly, vibrant green and pleasing to the eye. Earlier that day, she couldn't resist plucking some chicken feather greens, washing them clean, and blanching them for noodles. The satisfaction of consuming what she had grown herself was unparalleled. The 2 saplings of fruit trees had also survived, particularly the old tangerine tree, which had begun to sprout. Jiang Ning reassured herself that everything was progressing positively. Caring for the rabbits, exercising, reading, and indulging in leisurely mornings made her life quite fulfilling. She had developed a new habit of listening to the sounds of the wind each morning upon waking. With time, she had become somewhat of an expert on it. On the 18th day, however, the wind seemed to carry an unsettling note. Chapter 15. The long-awaited rescue. Dressed in her pajamas, Jiang Ning stepped onto the balcony. The typhoon still appeared formidable, yet the wind's strength had noticeably diminished, while the rain intensified. The second floor was completely submerged, with water now lapping at the 3rd floor, and chaos reigned in the stairwell. For breakfast, she had enjoyed a handheld pancake filled with a fried egg, ham, greens, and tomato sauce, which she retrieved from her space, still crisp and warm, the aroma tantalizing her taste buds. Delicious it may be, yet it was a tad greasy. She poured herself a cup of honey grapefruit tea, sipping it while flipping through her second-year pharmacology textbooks. Around 10 o'clock, a knock on the door startled her. She initially thought it was Jiang Ning, but to her surprise, it was someone from room 1801. Jiang Ning was somewhat taken aback. She had always been a solitary individual, valuing silence as a precious virtue. Despite Dodo frequently visiting her, they had exchanged only a handful of words. Instinctively, she became cautious. Huaishan's stern visage bore an air of tension as he inquired whether she could treat Dodo, who was ill. Jiang Ning, astonished, asked what the ailment was. A fever, accompanied by vomiting, diarrhea, and delirium, he replied. She asserted that seeking medical attention was imperative, yet the tempestuous weather rendered it impossible to venture outside. Jiang Ning prefaced her assistance, stating, "I can take a look, but my knowledge is superficial. Do not place your hopes upon me." "Thank you," he responded. Upon her first entry into 1801, the three-bedroom apartment revealed itself to be quite spacious, with excellent lighting and layout. The living room was adorned with vintage furniture, meticulously arranged and impeccably clean, far surpassing her own modest abode. In this day and age, there were few young men capable of managing household affairs. Glancing up at the balcony, she noticed the newly installed double-layered tempered glass and the triple-layered stainless steel door, lending the entire residence a fortress-like quality. Indeed, it appeared her own perspective had been rather limited. Dodo not only suffered from a fever but also displayed a rash. Her once bright eyes now appeared dull and listless. "Sister." Jiang Ning proceeded to measure her temperature, check her pulse, and conduct a thorough examination, noting the numerous bruises adorning her frail body. Her medical expertise was rudimentary, yet it sufficed for the moment. Observing the state of 1801, she recognized that while appropriate exercise could enhance physical strength and bolster immunity, excessive strain was to be avoided. Uncertain of how 1801 had trained Dodo, it was evident from her bruised condition that the regimen had been excessive. The short bursts of high-intensity training had induced a stress response in her body, resulting not only in weakened immunity but also in disarray, leading to her current symptoms of fever, vomiting, diarrhea, and rashes. Realizing he was incapable of caring for the child, he was taken aback by his own inadequacy. Upon discovering the cause of Dodo's illness, Huaishan felt a profound sense of guilt, lamenting that he had failed to attend to her needs adequately. Seeing the horrifying bruises on his sister's body left him momentarily stunned. Dodo never complained of fatigue, and when he gently massaged her bruised forehead, she smiled and insisted it didn't hurt. He retrieved the medical kit, filled with a variety of medications. "Jiang Ning, could you identify which of these may be useful? If nothing else sufficed, they would have to take the risk of going to the hospital." As Jiang Ning examined the contents of the kit, she was pleasantly surprised by the thoroughness of his preparations, most of which were pediatric medicines. The ailment was relatively straightforward. Administering the appropriate treatment would suffice. She selected remedies for wind cold and gastrointestinal distress, while also applying a belly button patch for Dodo. Once she recovered, they could focus on restoring her health gradually. Huaishan expressed his gratitude, acknowledging Dodo's propensity for minor injuries. "I happen to have some medicinal herbs. Could you assist me in determining which ones can be used for tinctures?" Despite his apparent lack of childcare skills, his stockpile was impressive. He returned from another room with 2 large bags of traditional Chinese herbs, each individually packaged to prevent moisture. Jiang Ning selected a dozen varieties, all aimed at invigorating blood circulation, and packaged them in glass jars, ready to be infused with a liter of white liquor and sealed for half a month. Noticing ginseng among the herbs, she set it aside, recognizing its potential for infusion. A small sip of the concoction during colder days would not only warm the body but also replenish vitality and blood. However, it was best avoided for young children. Rock candy infused in white liquor was equally commendable, effective in dispelling heat while nourishing the kidneys and enriching the blood. Enough of this. Teaching the apprentice may very well starve the master. After taking her medicine, Dodo quickly succumbed to sleep, albeit occasionally murmuring nonsensically in her slumber. The sick child is a pitiful sight, her eyelashes adorned with tears, her pale lips incessantly murmuring "Mama," I want mama, daddy. Horishan sits by the bedside, gently wiping away her tears, his tone laced with guilt as he comforts her. Don't be afraid, Daudu. Your brother is here. Their eyes meet, revealing a brother's love for his sister, though his methods may be misguided. Just as he reaches the doorway, he is halted by room 1801, who hands him a packet of dried noodles, expressing gratitude for looking after Daudu. The noodles, once only a few coins before the calamity, now could extend a person's life by several days in these apocalyptic times. Jiang Ning graciously accepts without hesitation. Upon returning home, she retrieves a glass jar filled with rock sugar, mixing it with white wine, recalling how she often instructs others while forgetting her own needs. In this frigid weather, savoring a cup by the fireplace brings an indescribable comfort. She also takes out several pounds of grapes, washing them clean and laying them on the balcony to dry, intending to use them for fruit wine. Once outside the space, the shift in the typhoon is palpable. It is not only she who senses it. Many others have taken notice, some even cheering and shouting at the windows. Their excitement is uncontainable, as they feel the disaster is on the verge of ending. In a buoyant mood, Jiang Ning prepares a dish of boiled fish, accompanied by fragrant, soft rice. She refrains from discarding the plastic food container after eating. Although her space is well stocked, these will soon become non-renewable resources, and cleaning them for reuse is prudent. Just as she drifts into a deep slumber, she is jolted awake by the thunderous roar of engines. It is the speedboat, along with firefighters clad in bright orange life jackets. The typhoon has not yet ceased, but its ferocity is rapidly diminishing, making careful navigation through the winds and waves possible. After a staggering 18 days of isolation from the world, at the moment when supplies are nearly exhausted, the dawn of hope finally arrives. Upon witnessing the arrival of the rescue boats, countless individuals succumbed to their emotions, weeping uncontrollably. Assistance had arrived, and the government had not forsaken us. Their tears were mingled with laughter, a blend of helplessness and exhilaration, as they continuously wiped away their tears. Although only 3 rescue boats were present, they represented the sole hope for survival for all. The loudspeakers echoed with the voices of firefighters, reassuring the residents of each building not to panic, affirming their commitment to not abandon anyone in need of help. They urged those in the lower floors, which had been inundated, to gather essential items swiftly, prioritizing the elderly and children for evacuation. This rescue operation was specifically aimed at those affected in the lower levels, yet many residents surged downstairs, encircling the firefighters with their pleas. Comrades, our homes remain intact, but what shall we do without food and water? We have gone 3 days without nourishment, surviving solely on rainwater. Can you bring us some provisions? Another voice chimed in. Indeed. Why have you come empty-handed? Does the government not provide us with assistance? We are taxpayers. Without our contributions, how do you sustain yourselves? As the crowd swelled, chaos ensued, and grievances escalated from initial gratitude to bitter resentment, creating an atmosphere of confrontation. Chapter 16. Hoarding a multimillion-dollar luxury vehicle. Jiang Weili invited Jiang Ning to descend and assess the situation. Their provisions had been completely consumed. Although a bag of rice remained, the gas had run out, leaving only a few alcohol blocks. Moreover, the damp weather had left their clothes undry, leading to health issues. If circumstances permitted, Jiang Weili and Lu Yu contemplated going to the relief center, knowing that while the accommodations might be subpar, at least they would have ample food and hot water. The typhoon had surpassed meteorological predictions, and even their area had seen flooding up to the 3rd floor. Other locations were likely faring even worse. Jiang Ning shattered her hopes. The grains were soaked in water, leaving only a scant few afloat. Given the current water level, even the gymnasium and library lay submerged. Relevant authorities anticipated that they could only requisition hotels or office buildings as emergency shelters. With such a multitude crowded together, the basic necessities of life became a pressing concern. The typhoon had ceased, yet the torrential rains persisted, and flooding would likely endure for several months. Instances of robbery, theft, and brawls ensued, plunging the situation into chaos. The government was tasked with disaster relief while simultaneously dispatching personnel to seek food supplies. Ultimately, if nothing could be found, they would have to salvage from beneath the water. However, grains that had been submerged for such an extended period would be spoiled, and it would be fortunate if the populace could achieve even a meager 3/10 satisfaction. Jiang Weili felt a heavy heart but resolved to venture down to see for herself. Perhaps there was good news to be found. Jiang Ning chose not to accompany her, instead visiting Dodo next door. The patient's condition had improved somewhat, which buoyed the spirits of the semi-qualified physician. Jiang Ning encouraged her, stating that if heaven does not save us, we must save ourselves. Indeed, despair served no purpose. Jiang Weili rekindled her hope. The typhoon had ceased, and perhaps the rains would soon follow suit. To live, one must possess hope, mustn't one? Yet, the rain not only showed no signs of abating but intensified, darkening the skies ominously. By 5 o'clock in the evening, night had fallen, though the typhoon had largely subsided. Aside from the constant sound of rescue boats making their rounds, the entire city lay enveloped in a terrifying silence. Jiang Ning had dined early and then began setting alarms, intending for them to ring every hour starting from 10 o'clock that night. Around 1 in the morning, the fire brigade had successfully evacuated the trapped citizens. The Jinhong community was eerily tranquil, save for the sound of the rain. He donned a slice and stab-resistant suit, the fabric reminiscent of autumn attire. With a blade, he forcefully scraped the sample cloth, and indeed it remained unscathed, exhibiting remarkable quality. Feeling the chill, Jiang Ning added a coat and then a rain suit, quietly opening the door to descend the stairs. The corridor was devoid of residents, yet littered with refuse, emitting an unbearable stench. He ascended to the 3rd floor, navigating to the protruding narrow balcony, where he retrieved an inflatable boat in the darkness. Equipping himself with waterproof goggles and a lithium battery-powered miner's lamp, he paddled into the distance. The rain poured heavily, and the currents were turbulent. The city had been irrevocably transformed, with only the towering structures remaining above the water's surface, rendering the surroundings unrecognizable. Jiang Ning had been well prepared, having meticulously observed the water flow and etched the notable landmarks into his memory over the past few days. Nevertheless, progress was arduous amidst the downpour, taking nearly 2 hours to reach the large supermarket that had withstood the typhoon. Despite its modest 2-story stature, the supermarket was situated on elevated ground, its floors significantly higher than those of commercial residences, allowing the floodwaters to barely lap at the 2nd level. After considerable effort, he successfully grounded the inflatable boat on the driveway. Securing the vessel, he made his way to the rooftop parking lot. The parking area was expansive, filled with an array of vehicles, predominantly luxury brands such as Mercedes, BMW, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. It was evident that the affluent residents of Fengcheng, wary of their opulent cars succumbing to the flood, had relocated their vehicles to the rooftop prior to the storm. Jiang Ning wielded his flashlight, scanning the rows of parked cars. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to a magnificent large motorhome, its emblem revealing it to be a luxury vehicle worth millions. The body and glass were bulletproof, the tires designed to be puncture-resistant and durable. Notably, it was a hybrid model, equipped with foldable solar panels atop its roof. In a world where energy was scarce and gasoline heavily regulated by military and government authorities, not everyone possessed the means to acquire it. This motorhome represented a mobile sanctuary, capable of both travel and long-term habitation. It encapsulated all her fantasies. Jiang Ning retrieved an electronic jamming device from her storage, a marvel of cutting-edge technology she had procured at a hefty price from the black market. Affixing the device to the vehicle's door, she pressed a button and, after a few moments of chirping sounds, heard the satisfying click of the lock disengaging. Successfully unlocking the door, she opened it to reveal a spacious interior, complete with a kitchen, living area, restroom, and 2 bedrooms, even furnished with a washing machine. Sumptuous beyond compare. The sparse belongings within hinted at its recent acquisition, a stark contrast to the impending calamity that had rendered it a boon for others. Delighted, Jiang Ning swiftly concealed the vehicle within her storage. Not rushing into the supermarket, she produced a siphon and a fuel container, methodically draining the tanks of other vehicles. The emergency exit on the top floor was locked, but she deployed a heavy-duty cutter to sever it, then descended the staircase. Exiting through the emergency door, she found herself in the apparel section on the 2nd floor, where the water had nearly reached her knees, submerging numerous garments. With limited space, Jiang Ning hastily gathered some clothing from the women's section before darting towards other areas. Emerging into the promotional discount section, she encountered an array of branded items: tissues, fizzy drinks, mooncakes, chips, and bathing essentials, all tantalizingly discounted. The household appliances, including refrigerators, air conditioners, and washing machines, had all been submerged in water. She selected various small appliances from the shelves, such as yogurt makers, ice cream machines, bean sprout makers, and small frying pans, believing they would be useful in the future, and tossed them into her space. Next was the living essentials section, where she chose some luxurious air conditioning blankets, down comforters, and continuously threw in bed sheets, duvet covers, and pillows. Various brands of skincare products, face masks, eye creams, and serums were also gathered. Moving on to the tobacco, alcohol, and tea counter, she found Mutai Wuliangye, XO, Martel, red wine, beer, and cocktails. An innumerable array of brands, both expensive and affordable. In a post-apocalyptic world, these items would be exceedingly valuable, in high demand as time passed. After collecting these items, Jiang Ning produced a window-breaking tool, shattering the glass of the counter to retrieve the submerged goods. She cleared out an assortment of prestigious cigarettes, though it was unfortunate that they had been waterlogged. Fortunately, the tea was sealed and entirely stored on the shelf. Westlake Longjing, Pu'er, Tiguanyin, and Xinyang Maojian. Regardless of their price, they were irreplaceable resources, and she left not a single item behind. This section alone nearly occupied 10 cubic meters of space. However, it mattered not, as she had cleared out her belongings before leaving, transferring the planting pots from the balcony, the vegetables and fruit trees from the living room, and the charcoal from the kitchen to her apartment, freeing up approximately 150 cubic meters. The flood was rising swiftly. These items would surely be submerged before dawn. Chapter 17. Zero-cost shopping at the supermarket. If the volume of her space could be increased by 2 zeros, Jiang Ning would race against time to scour the city. Instead of passively watching survival supplies sink, humanity engages in a brutal struggle for existence, fighting over a moldy piece of bread with knives. The reality is harsh, and Jiang Ning can only look after herself. Shampoo, body wash, soap, sanitary napkins, disinfectant. Milk, yogurt, baby formula, alpaca milk, soy milk powder, cereal, lotus root powder, lily and lotus seed soup, white sugar, rock sugar, brown sugar, and more. The water has risen to her thighs. She has no time to read labels or be choosy. Her hands swiftly sweep across the shelves, prioritizing sustenance over preference, for it is far better than succumbing to the flood. Various canned goods, dried fruits, snacks, chocolate, energy bars, biscuits, cheese, chicken legs, chicken wings, duck necks, beef jerky, lamb bites, flavored tofu, spicy strips, and bamboo shoots fill her space at an alarming rate. After gathering a substantial amount of noodles, Jiang Ning made her way to the instant food section, where options such as instant noodles, river snail rice noodles, hot and sour noodles, and sesame noodles were available, albeit in limited supply due to the typhoon, leaving only the pickled vegetable flavor of instant noodles. She did not hesitate, nor did she mind any residual foot odor. In her past life, she had survived on tree bark and guanine soil, eventually resorting to using a stick to dig in the latrine. Upon reaching the seasoning aisle, she promptly stocked up on necessities: peanut oil, corn oil, olive oil, tea oil, and blended oil, even though there was limited space. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, all were chosen for their larger volumes that took up less room. Old Godmother chili sauce, olive vegetables, fermented tofu, and canned bamboo shoots. She swept through dozens of brands lined up on the shelves. When she encountered items she enjoyed, she fished them out from the water to avoid waste. Next came an array of ingredient packages: boiled beef, sauerkraut oil, spicy hot pot sauce, Orleans-style chicken wings, and salt-baked chicken powder. As I hurriedly swept past, I barely caught a glimpse of many items. The water had risen to my waist. Although clad in a one-piece raincoat, I still felt the chill, and movement became particularly cumbersome. Yet this was the final opportunity for a grand shopping spree. Gathering a little more now was far better than later fighting tooth and nail for a morsel of food. Unfortunately, the first floor was submerged, otherwise, there would have been precious resources to salvage. As the water level approached my chest, I began to feel as though I might float away, with most products either sinking beneath the surface or drifting atop it. Collecting supplies had grown increasingly challenging, yet thankfully my storage space was nearly full. Even the restroom was nearly packed to capacity. Just as I considered retrieving some puffed snacks floating on the water's surface, a beam of light flickered nearby. To my astonishment, were there others like me engaging in zero-cost shopping? The flashlight's beam illuminated the area, prompting me to quickly hide behind a shelf, fully alert. I was unsure how many had arrived, and the water made maneuvering difficult. If a confrontation were to ensue, I might find myself at a disadvantage. Moreover, I had nearly exhausted the essential supplies on the second floor, and if anyone discovered my hiding place, I couldn't take that risk. I retrieved a portable diving mask from my storage space, secured it to my face, and silently submerged, swimming toward the fire escape. The floodwater seeped into my raincoat, rendering my body exceedingly heavy. I held my breath, swimming while shedding the cumbersome garment, and only surfaced for air when I could no longer hold it in. Listening closely, it seemed only one person had come. I breathed a sigh of relief and exerted considerable effort to push open the fire door, ascending the stairs toward the top floor. I refrained from using my flashlight, resting momentarily to catch my breath, and retrieved a chocolate bar to replenish my energy. Once the dizzy sensation subsided, I walked barefoot toward the rooftop. The rooftop remained unoccupied, while the water level on the second floor had already risen significantly. As she departed, Jiang Ning cast a lingering glance at the coveted Hummer parked in the lot. Identical to the vehicle associated with Unit 1801, it boasted a high chassis and formidable horsepower, its imposing exterior capable of effortlessly displacing ordinary SUVs, a veritable war machine in the face of the apocalypse. Regrettably, its space was insufficient for her needs. Thus, she opted for a more comfortable and multifunctional RV. She patted the vehicle's hood, feeling as though she was parting with a piece of herself. Soon, all these cars would be submerged and swept away by the deluge. Such a pity indeed. The water level surged rapidly, the current growing fierce, making it easy for a rubber raft to be carried away. Therefore, Jiang Ning had no choice but to deploy a motorboat, wary of the numerous submerged obstacles that made her hesitant to accelerate too quickly. The entire city had succumbed to darkness, the visibility of her waterproof miner's lamp limited, compelling her to navigate slowly through the water. The motorboat was straightforward to operate, though the sound of the engine could easily attract unwarranted attention. Fortunately, with the typhoon just abated, the government was actively engaged in rescue efforts. Even if nearby residents heard her, they would likely assume it was the fire brigade responding. Covering a distance of 3 kilometers, the motorboat traversed the darkness at a leisurely pace, taking half an hour to arrive at a 6-story commercial building where the floodwaters had already engulfed the 3rd floor. Jiang Ning utilized a window-breaking tool to shatter the glass of the 4th floor and climbed inside, making her way directly to a storefront of a solar technology company. She had received a promotional flyer prior to the typhoon, showcasing the latest solar generator. She had specifically visited the store to gather information about the highly efficient solar panels, off-grid electricity generation, and the versatile frequency inverter that could not only generate power through concentrated sunlight but also facilitate rapid charging via the grid. Most importantly, the storage battery boasted a capacity of up to 100 kilowatt-hours, ample power to simultaneously run multiple air conditioning units or heaters. Certainly, the price is quite appealing at 680,000. Jiang Ning lacked the funds to make a purchase, yet she committed the storefront to memory. In comparison, all other generators seemed inferior. Ensuring the mall was deserted, she brandished a crowbar and forcefully pried at the shutter door. The storefront was modest in size. Once she breached the entrance, she hurried toward the newly launched generator prominently displayed at the center. The exhibit contained only a battery box and an inverter, but upon prying open the rear storage area, she discovered another unit of the same model and quickly loaded it inside. The solar panels and their brackets occupied considerable space, leaving the other areas filled. They could only be placed on the balcony. Concerned about potential damage to the components, she gathered all the excess items as well. Noticing additional space on the balcony, she also took several portable battery boxes, albeit with significantly lower storage capacity, yet their ability to provide direct charging was still commendable. The mall housed numerous expensive home appliances, but there was no more room available. The water flowed more fiercely, and Jiang Ning navigated her speedboat against the torrential rain. As she approached the Jinrong residential area, she turned off the motor and paddled to the calmer waters at the building's base, stealthily swapping out her inflatable boat. The dawn had not yet fully arrived, but visibility was beginning to improve. Just as she reached the window of the unit, she noticed another inflatable boat. No, it was a speedboat. A figure was aboard, placing items through the window. With no time to hide, Jiang Ning's instincts heightened. Chapter 18. The typhoon has ceased, yet the rain intensifies. However, it seemed the man's speedboat contained a considerable amount of items. In these times, those with abundant supplies were often the most vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity of the obscured vision, she discreetly reached behind her, retrieving 2 backpacks from her space, and then paddled toward him. Given his stature and height, he could only be 1801. Despite his raincoat and mask, he was instantly recognizable. No wonder Dodo has been nurtured to such a tender whiteness. It turns out they indulge in daily zero-cost purchases. Among kindred spirits, there is nothing to feel awkward about. 1801 recognized Jiang Ning, masked, and greeted her with a nod amidst the torrential rain. He secured the inflatable boat and extended his hand to assist her. Jiang Ning, not one to exhibit false modesty, handed him 2 waterproof bags, reaching out for him to pull her up, and carefully stowed the rubber dinghy. No words were exchanged as they ascended the stairs, burdened with their loads. With 1801 laden with supplies, it was clear he would need to make several trips, and Jiang Ning casually took it upon herself to carry 2 bags for him. Upon reaching the 18th floor, their eyes met, and without hesitation, they turned away, producing a key to quietly unlock the door. After dropping off their belongings, Jiang Ning savored a bowl of warm ginger syrup, changed out of her damp clothes, and hurriedly washed up, drying her hair. The outside world was just beginning to lighten, and by then, 1801 had finished moving his supplies. She wiped away the water stains from the hallway before knocking on Zhang Weili's door. The 2 emerged, armed with knives, suspecting a thief. Jiang Ning discreetly handed over 2,000 yuan, lowering her voice to convey, "The typhoon has ceased. You should quietly venture out before anyone notices." The supermarket at the slope in the university town has 4 floors and is situated high enough that it likely remains unaffected. I recall the owner's family lives within the supermarket and may open for business. Regardless of the prices, buy substantial, durable provisions. On her return, she intentionally took a detour and, from a distance, noticed the lights of the supermarket aglow, with several inflatable boats stationed outside. This calamity had struck unexpectedly. Both the supermarket and wholesale markets had succumbed to the flood, and it was highly probable that even the national grain storage facilities within the city had been inundated. Most of the grain lay submerged beneath the waters. Even if the military and government wished to assist, it would be a futile endeavor without resources. Thus, no rescue efforts materialized. The outside world quickly descended into chaos, with rampant looting and destruction, all in the desperate pursuit of sustenance. Jiang Ning vividly recalled that in her previous life, this supermarket had been seized and managed by the government, opening its doors early with strict purchase limits, allowing citizens to buy on a first-come, first-served basis with cash. In an era dominated by electronic payments, who still clung to the habit of using cash? How many would bother to withdraw cash before the impending storm? The police were armed, yet who would truly dare to fire upon starving citizens? With only a handful of bullets, who would they target? The streets were teeming with people who did not wish to commit crimes. Yet the vast sums of money were mere digits, either locked away in banks or residing in digital wallets, inaccessible in times of need. Jiang Ning received the news only that afternoon. Clutching a plastic bucket, she swam to the supermarket, only to find it stripped bare. The ground and walls were stained with shocking traces of blood. Zhang Weili regained her senses. Could the supermarket truly open? I still have a bag of rice at home. I won go this time, Jiang Ning reasoned. Besides, if we all leave and someone comes to rob us, what then? You can spend your money. I'll take a share of whatever you buy. Zhang Weili, confused, thought, Ning has already spent money. How can I still ask her to go out? The funds are like a loan from you. If we procure any essential supplies were stored in the space, while non-essential items like snacks were left in the rental apartment, freeing up an impressive volume of over 30 cubic meters. Jiang Ning transformed into a master of compression, diligently organizing more than 100 cubic meters of invaluable resources. Uncertain of how long she would survive, she believed these supplies would suffice until her natural demise, yet the future remained unpredictable. Given the opportunity, who would not desire a more fulfilling existence, rich in pleasures and indulgences? Preparing in advance is always prudent. In a fit of obsession, she even neglected her vehicle, meticulously arranging a batch of essential items to maximize the space within. Time passed swiftly, and before she knew it, it was past 9 o'clock, with the atmosphere downstairs unusually lively. The typhoon had subsided, but the rainfall had intensified. With the threat diminished, young adventurers took to the waters, some clutching buckets or basins, others donning life preservers, and a few carrying wooden planks. Fengcheng, a fertile land in the south, had witnessed rapid industrial growth over the past few decades. However, the outskirts still boasted numerous mulberry fish ponds, crisscrossed by waterways. Many local villagers possessed wooden boats, some paddling into the community in search of long-lost family or relatives, while others even retrieved the ancestral temple's dragon boat, banding together to seek out loved ones or essential supplies. Rubber rafts and speedboats were present, but exceedingly rare. After all, this was not a water city, and who would keep such items at home without reason? Jiang Ning, timing herself, stood on the balcony observing the situation below, occasionally scanning for the figures of Zhang Weili and Lu Yu. After approximately half an hour, a familiar color of a rubber raft appeared, laden with goods. Just as she was about to descend, several men unexpectedly emerged from building number 3, heading straight for the raft. They moved swiftly, yet the two were not slow to react. Lu Yu paddled with all his might, while Zhang Weili raised her or to strike at their heads. Jiang Ning emerged with a knife, only to find the door of 1801 swinging open simultaneously. Huaishan, clad in casual attire, maintained his indifferent demeanor, stating, "I shall accompany you." Many harbored intentions toward the 18th floor, fully aware of the adage that when the lips perish, the teeth are cold. Jiang Ning did not refuse, and the two hastily descended the stairs. The water had already risen to the 4th floor, where a multitude gathered at the stairwell, seeking an escape from the impending doom. As they beheld Zhang Weili's rubber boat drawing ever closer, particularly with the supplies aboard that could ensure survival, their eyes brimmed with resentment, fury, and even hatred, relishing in the misfortune that befell the two. Chapter 19. The threat at the door. Such is human nature, that it is not scarcity that breeds discontent but inequality. In the face of calamity, why should one shine brightly while others languish in starvation? They not only refrained from offering assistance but also plotted to seize the opportunity to rob the approaching pair. Jiang Ning brandished 2 knives, a cleaver in his left hand and a boning knife in his right. With a cold expression, he pushed through the crowd, positioning himself by the window to block their advance. The 2 sharp blades, stained with dried blood, instilled fear, causing the crowd to retreat 2 steps. Some, emboldened, attempted to admonish, only to find Huaishan standing alongside. The 2 resembled a pair of grim reapers symmetrically positioned, one to the left and one to the right. Jiang Ning surveyed the crowd, capturing every expression with his icy gaze, and coldly declared, "Do not preach to me about lofty principles. Should anyone dare to insult me or attempt to steal, I shall strike down 1 for each who approaches, and 2 for a pair." The notorious reputation of the 18th floor was known to all. They were indeed a congregation of villains. These wretched creatures indulged themselves without a shred of willingness to share. The last time they were robbed, several were grievously injured, one succumbing to excessive blood loss. Just yesterday, someone discreetly reported to the firefighters, only to discover that their mandate was solely to rescue. They remarked that such matters were beyond their jurisdiction and advised to report it once the flood receded. Observing Jiang Ning's demeanor, no one dared utter a word, fearing that any misstep could provoke the wrath of this deranged woman. Zhang Weili was no pushover. She had already toppled several men, and at last the 2 managed to swim beneath the window. Jiang Ning remained vigilant against those within the building, while Huaishan assisted in moving supplies. 2 bags of 20-pound rice, 1 bag of 10-pound flour, some noodles, soaked vegetables, 2 packs of candles, and 3 large boxes of alcohol blocks, along with fermented black beans and chili sauce. Though not an abundance, it was hard-won. Lu Yu was exhausted to the point of unsteadiness, and Zhang Weili bore a gash on her arm, blood staining her clothing. The crowd, with glimmers of greed in their eyes, dared not approach to seize the goods. Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao mingled within the throng, their expressions a tumult of disdain and complexity. They wished to ingratiate themselves but were acutely aware that Jiang Ning would not entertain them. Yet, some could not restrain themselves and audaciously requested to borrow the rubber boat, offering to pay for its rental. The four paid them no mind, their faces fierce as they ascended the stairs with their burdens. Behind them, a woman's voice rose in vitriol, with many echoing her sentiments, denouncing the callousness of the 18th floor, devoid of humanity. Zhang Weili, utterly fatigued, found herself unable to utter a word. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning procured iodine, bandages, and anti-inflammatory medication. The wounds were not deep, yet after thorough disinfection and dressing, both were left shaken, their spirits hovering in a state of disarray. Just when they thought the chaos within the building was overwhelming, they were met with an even greater disorder outside. Two individuals arrived early in the rain, carefully stowing their inflatable boat in their bags. Little did they know, a throng of people soon followed, creating an increasingly congested scene. When the supermarket finally opened, prices had surged 20-fold, and an unceasing stream of customers flooded in, seizing items indiscriminately from the shelves and from one another. With no internet access, the supermarket accepted only cash. Those fortunate enough to have it rejoiced, while others resorted to trading gold necklaces and bracelets. The payment process proved slow and cumbersome, compelling those without funds to snatch and flee. The situation escalated as police fired warning shots, initially subduing the crowd, yet the sheer number of individuals without cash was overwhelming. With limited supplies, a second wave surged forth, creating chaos as people rushed in to grab what they could before darting away. Fear gripped everyone. The anxiety of having hard-won provisions snatched away by others loomed large. In the midst of the turmoil, Zhang Weili and Lu Yu seized the opportunity to escape, yet the water teemed with people, resembling a scene of dumplings being tossed into boiling water. They were besieged by others, some intent on seizing supplies, others on commandeering their inflatable boat. Despite Zhang Weili's formidable fighting skills, she found herself outnumbered, sustaining injuries as supplies were wrested from her grasp, and some even maliciously punctured the inflatable boat. In this alien world, Zhang Weili's faith in humanity waned, and she wearily leaned against Lu Yu for support. Jiang Ning, at a loss for words, realized that this was merely the beginning of the apocalypse. Before the pair could catch their breath, a loud knocking reverberated from the door downstairs. A massive crowd, seemingly dozens strong, gathered, cramming the hallway on the 17th floor. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, suspecting an imminent attempt at robbery. Fatigued and silent, they quietly armed themselves with knives and descended the stairs. For pairs of menacing eyes stunned the crowd into silence. Though fear gnawed at their hearts, they were loath to depart, contemplating that a group of dozens could indeed confront just 4 individuals, which instilled them with newfound courage. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped forward, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile. "Please do not misunderstand us. We harbor no ill intentions." Jiang Ning, her expression icy, inquired, "What is it?" "Greetings. I am He Jian, the building leader elected by the neighbors. I wish to discuss organizing a group to venture out in search of supplies." He beamed amiably, yet the 4 remained silent behind the door, prompting him to awkwardly elaborate. "The government has yet to provide any assistance, and the situation outside is chaotic. It is perilous to venture out alone for resources, and even if one finds supplies, they may be seized en route. Thus, we deemed it prudent to select those skilled enough to accompany one another for mutual support. Do you possess a boat or a rubber dinghy? That is precisely why I sought you out." He Jian chuckled nervously. "We are all neighbors here. We cannot turn a blind eye to one another in times of great calamity. Can we?" This statement, while cloaked in soft words, bore an underlying threat. Jiang Ning fell into a brief silence before responding. "Wait a moment. Let us confer." She exchanged glances with the 3 others before moving to the window to discuss. "What are your thoughts?" Zhang Weili, with a fiery temperament, could not abide threats. If they wished to seize the dinghy, they must first tread over my corpse. I have no qualms about dragging a few down with me. Those unafraid of death can come forth. These individuals were shrewder than one might expect. Why not simply lend them the dinghy? Lu Yu was rather rational, understanding that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. If they were pushed too hard, it would ultimately be us who would bear the consequences. Zhang Weili disagreed, asserting that allowing them to succeed this time would lead to endless troubles in the future. Jiang Ning turned to 1801, inquiring about his stance. I have no preference. It is up to you to decide, he replied. It was impractical to search for supplies together. Even if they found something, there would not be enough to go around, leading to further disputes. It would be wiser to lend them assistance in finding a boat. Jiang Ning articulated his thoughts, suggesting that the city had numerous outdoor supply stores, and if they left early, they might secure a speedboat or rubber dinghy, thus diverting attention away from our own resources. Aining, your reasoning is sound, but with the current chaos outside, what if the dinghy gets stolen or damaged? What will we do then? Zhang Weili questioned. Do not forget, I also possess a rubber dinghy, Jiang Ning reminded, and I have a speedboat added Horishan. Chapter 20. Salvaging the liquefied gas bottles having lived a second life, Jiang Ning was acutely aware of the dual nature of humanity. I do not wish to give in, but remaining in this deadlock is not a viable solution. The only safe course for us is to allow them to venture out and procure supplies. When faced with starvation, a person could completely lose their rationality. In life and death situations, there is no telling what one might resort to. It was at this moment that Zhang Weili finally acquiesced. Jiang Ning descended and addressed He Jian, stating, there is no need to seek supplies together. However, I can lend you the rubber boat for a day. I advise against hastily searching for food. Your priority should be to find a vessel. He Jian had not anticipated that the residents of the 18th floor would agree to venture out together. His strategy was to propose an unlikely request first, then settle for a more attainable goal. His intention was solely to borrow the rubber boat, and he expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you very much. However, this is a one-time loan. What if you lose it or damage it? Jiang Ning responded bluntly, we are neighbors, but spare me the platitudes. Is this how neighbors behave? Taking advantage of one another? This is essential for our survival. Lending it is a matter of goodwill, while withholding it is a matter of responsibility. Do not presume that your numbers grant you the right to intimidate. If you truly provoke me, I would not hesitate to take a life. If I must, I would consider it a gain. Who among you is foolish enough to court death? Survival is an innate human instinct. Although they outnumber him, none would willingly rush towards their demise. The residents of the 18th floor had blood on their hands, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room. He Jian gazed at them, feeling a surge of frustration. Moments ago they had boasted boldly, yet now they had retreated like turtles. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to press forward. After all, his wife and children at home were starving. By taking the lead in this matter, he hoped to secure a larger share of supplies and facilitate future dealings centered around him. If it gets damaged, we shall compensate you. He added, words alone are insufficient. A written agreement will serve as proof. You! He Jian was infuriated, yet after some contemplation, he gritted his teeth and conceded, very well. Is it merely a battered rubber dinghy? What harm could arise from borrowing it and never returning it? Once the flood recedes, we can simply report to the police and compensate her for it. After reaching an agreement, Zhang Weili proceeded to draft an acknowledgement, and both parties affixed their signatures. Upon acquiring the dinghy, He Jian beamed with delight, resembling the Buddha himself, and uttered many flattering remarks before signaling for everyone to disperse. Director Jiang Ning called out to him, the dinghy is borrowed in your name. Should anything occur, you shall be my sole point of contact. Naturally, he replied. Jiang Ning smiled at him, you reside in 1303, with a wife and 2 children, and your elderly mother has some health issues, correct? He Jian was taken aback, his complexion draining of color, and a chill ran down his spine. He hurriedly assured her, rest assured, we will take good care of the dinghy. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Zhang Weili returned 2,000 yuan to Jiang Ning. She had intended to pay, but the supermarket was in such disarray that they had to flee with their belongings, leaving no opportunity to settle the bill. Jiang Ning accepted the money, acknowledging the current chaos but expressing confidence that the government would restore order soon, at which point there would be opportunities to spend again. One cannot calculate it this way. Without you, we would not have secured the supplies, and even if we had, we would not have been able to bring them home, Jiang insisted. Both were resolute in their stance, and Jiang Ning felt compelled to accept. Ultimately, after much deliberation, she accepted 2 packets of noodles, some alcohol wipes, and dried vegetables, firmly refusing any further assistance. Once she departed, Lu Yu discussed with his girlfriend that one from 1801 seems rather stoic, yet he appears quite honorable. We are being watched. We must unite, and without his help today, we would have lost our belongings. Zhang Weili concurred. Shall we send something over? Thus, it can be considered a formal introduction, allowing for mutual support in times of need. Lu Yu carried 5 kilograms of rice and proceeded to knock on the door of apartment 1801. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, observing a rubber dinghy departing from the building, occupied by 6 men wielding clubs as weapons. The residents of the other apartments looked on enviously, some even contemplating a robbery. However, upon seeing the sharp weapons in hand, they hesitated. When knocking on the door of 1801, Jiang Ning inquired if there was a source of gas nearby. Not only was he aware of one, but he had also visited it. He had a vague understanding that the area was low-lying and had been instructed to evacuate before the typhoon's arrival. It was uncertain if gas was still available, and even if it were, it might be submerged. The community primarily relied on piped gas, with little use of liquefied gas cylinders, and portable gas stoves along with fuel tablets were not durable. To put it plainly, even if they managed to find rice, flour, and oil, there would be no means to cook. Jiang Ning possessed a supply but was wary of drawing attention. There were several small eateries at the entrance of the community, which he had observed using gas cylinders. Perhaps they could devise a way to procure one. Hoards had no objections, and the group quickly reached a consensus. When Zhang Weili stepped outside, he furrowed his brow, concerned about the risk of someone breaking in while they were all away. This indeed posed a dilemma. It was not the front yard's lighting that worried him, but rather the possibility of a fire igniting in the back. The group reconvened, deciding that each household would send one person out, leaving Zhang Weili to guard the home with Dodo. Hoards would then take the speedboat along with gasoline. He gently patted her head, softening his tone as he said, "All right." Thus, while the majority ventured out to gather supplies, the inhabitants of the 18th floor sought liquefied gas cylinders at a staggered pace. Lu Yu contemplated that if they discovered an excess, they could barter for essential goods in the event of a shortage. The moment the motor of the inflatable boat roared to life, it immediately captured the attention of many. Some audacious souls, undeterred by peril, dared to approach. However, the boat swiftly sprayed them with water, obscuring their figures in a deluge. Several small eateries succumbed to the floodwaters, yet the entrance of the community bore familiar markers for easy navigation. Jiang Ning retrieved a portable diving mask and a waterproof flashlight, but the situation was somewhat awkward. Lu Yu, frail and unwell, was unable to enter the water, and even if he could, he lacked the strength to pry open the door. The water was over 10 meters deep, and the task of forcing the door was both time-consuming and laborious. Jiang Ning's lung capacity was insufficient for such an endeavor. Hoards took the diving mask in hand, declaring, "Let me handle this." Once he donned the mask and headlamp, Jiang Ning secured a rope around him, instructing him to tug it if any trouble arose in the swift current. As they descended, the two remained vigilant, wielding their sharp sticks to guard against any unexpected assailants. The floodwaters were murky, and Lu Yu gazed into the distance, astonished, aining. "What is that?" Chapter 21. Peril at the liquefaction station. Jiang Ning observed the approaching debris with trepidation, and upon prodding it with her stick, she was horrified to discover it was a floating corpse. Initially shocking and nauseating, one soon becomes desensitized to such sights. When she emerged, several bodies floated within the community. Time was of the essence, and as a minute elapsed without any sign of movement from the rope in her hand, anxiety gnawed at her. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. Her unease deepened, and she tugged the rope twice, but received no response. For an ordinary person to remain submerged for over a minute was remarkable. Even for 1801, skilled in diving, for minutes felt excessively long. A foreboding sensation washed over her, and just as she prepared to pull the rope, a cacophony erupted from the water's surface. In 1801, several shops I visited had all been pried open, their interiors completely emptied. Emptied? Who possessed such audacity? Lu Yu felt a profound sense of melancholy and disappointment, unable to locate a liquefied gas bottle. Even if there were items, they could not be cooked. They had already acted with remarkable speed, yet it was unexpected that someone had outpaced them. It seemed they were still too young and lacked life experience. Jiang Ning cast a glance at 1801. These snack shops had been submerged since the day after the typhoon, and even if some owners had relocated, it was improbable that all the shops had been broken into. The floodwaters were murky and swift. Without diving masks and proficient swimming skills, success was virtually impossible. Unless, of course, these establishments had been looted at the onset of the calamity. She began to form an inkling of suspicion. For now, she could only venture to the liquefaction station and hope that the owners had not entirely vacated. Jiang Ning retrieved her phone, secured in a waterproof bag, and extracted the offline map to show the two companions. Approximately at this location, there appeared to be a large banyan tree at the entrance. It was about 6 or 7 kilometers from the Jinrong community, not particularly far, though somewhat remote. Having pinpointed the location, the trio navigated their speedboat towards the liquefaction station. The suburbs were filled with bungalows, now entirely submerged, creating an unusually desolate atmosphere. Along the way, they encountered firefighters rescuing stranded citizens, who, upon seeing the speedboat, eagerly shouted into a megaphone, seeking to commandeer it for the evacuation of the trapped individuals. A once-in-a-millennium flood, and the rescue resources were woefully insufficient. Hui paid no heed, and the three sped through the floodwaters. The city had transformed into a vast ocean, rendering direction indistinguishable. Jiang Ning, equipped with binoculars, observed ahead to the right. The greenish shapes emerging from the water were indeed the banyan tree. Slowing their speed as they approached, it was confirmed to be the banyan leaves. The towering banyan tree, once lush, now bears only a patch of green at its summit. As they entered the water, they secured the inflatable boat to the banyan, and Jiang Ning indicated a general direction. Ho Yishan donned a diving mask and submerged himself. After more than 2 minutes, he resurfaced, having located the site. However, the liquefaction station was equipped with a rolling shutter and a sliding iron door, making it difficult to pry open. He instructed Jiang Ning to retrieve the folding crowbar from his bag. Lu Yu wondered why he lacked professional equipment. Although Jiang Ning had gear in her space, team regulations prevented its use. Noticing that the 1801 bag contained a rudimentary diving mask, rope, and bindings, she swiftly secured the rope and donned the mask. "I will assist you. Keep a vigilant watch for any anomalies and tug the rope immediately if something seems off," she instructed Lu Yu, who nodded in agreement, cautioning them to be careful. The frigid floodwaters enveloped Jiang Ning as she plunged below, guided by the beam of her waterproof light toward the liquefaction station, simultaneously retrieving the steel pliers. In the distance, she spotted a faint glow and hastened toward it. Ho Yishan, submerged, exerted great effort to lift the rolling shutter, but the water's resistance was formidable. Jiang Ning approached, extending her hand to aid in the ascent. Their gazes locked, and together they strained against the weight. The shutter gradually ascended, revealing the inner sliding iron door. Ho Yishan seized the steel pliers from her grasp, severing the iron chain binding the door, and together they managed to pry it open. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Just as they prepared to venture inside, a shadowy figure darted toward Jiang Ning. Ho Yishan reacted swiftly, pulling her back as the silhouette skimmed past her head and shot upwards through the water. The flashlight beam illuminated the object, revealing it to be a liquefaction bottle. Not merely one, but many bottles began to drift out from within, rising to the surface in a chaotic rush. Jiang Ning instinctively reached out to grab, only to realize that it must be an empty bottle. A fully filled liquefied gas cylinder possesses considerable density and does not float easily. She retrieved a powerful waterproof flashlight from her pocket, surveying the pitch-black surroundings, and faintly discerned several bottles resting in a corner. Swimming over to grasp one, she found it utterly immovable. Ho Yishan, possessing great strength, lifted the liquefied gas cylinder from within the room and forcefully tugged at the rope tied around his body. Lu Yu seized the rope to pull upwards, and the two swiftly emerged from the water's depths. Jiang Ning clambered onto the inflatable boat, and together they hoisted the cumbersome liquefied gas cylinder aboard, presumably left behind by the owner in haste. "You all handle it up there. I will retrieve the rest," she declared. After a moment of respite for air, Hoards submerged once more. The pressure of the water, coupled with the need to hold his breath, rendered him quite uncomfortable, while Jiang Ning sat on the boat, gasping for breath. Lu Yu vigilantly scanned the surroundings with binoculars and suddenly, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, "And Ning, someone is approaching." Jiang Ning stood up and indeed spotted an inflatable boat swiftly closing in through the rain. The details were unclear, but there were at least 4 or 5 individuals. Lu Yu tugged at the rope with urgency, while Jiang Ning sought a weapon for self-defense. Hoards surfaced, dragging along a liquefied gas cylinder. By the time he emerged, the opposing inflatable boat had already approached, revealing 6 burly men wielding sharp steel pipes. "This gas station is under our control. Hand over what you've salvaged if you know what's good for you." One man said, "Brother, we don't have diving masks." Another laughed derisively, "SNT that simple? Just make them haul everything up and surrender it to us." "Exactly, and leave the inflatable boat along with other supplies. We might consider letting you go." On the left, the Azure Dragon. On the right, the White Tiger, each adorned with elaborate tattoos, unmistakably members of a gang. In a world where society has descended into chaos, it has become a realm of savagery. They disregard the thoughts of the 3 individuals, treating them as if they are already theirs. Lu Yu, in a state of panic, clutches the crowbar tightly, fixated on them. Jiang Ning, with a sly grin, reaches into his pocket and taunts, "Come and take it if you dare." "Just wait, my dear sister. Your brothers will be here shortly." The men emit lewd laughter as their speedboat approaches, their eyes glinting with predatory hunger. Just as they come within mere yards, Jiang Ning prepares to retrieve his belongings, but unexpectedly, Hoards' reflexes prove swifter. He swiftly fires 2 shots. Chapter 22. The test of humanity through resources. Hoards now wields a modified nail gun. The speedboat deflates visibly, prompting shrieks of terror from the tattooed men, several of whom lose their balance and tumble into the rushing water. The current is fierce, swiftly carrying 2 of them away, while others attempt to swim towards Jiang Ning and the rest. She seizes a wooden stick and strikes at their heads. "You wretched woman, do you wish for death? Help! I can't swim." Hoards continues to fire at the speedboat, mercilessly targeting the gang members, whose cries of anguish fill the air as the boat takes on water, plunging everyone into the torrent. Jiang Ning, with a surge of strength, Jiang Ning yanked him closer, her blade descending with ruthless precision. A cacophony of screams erupted as crimson blood splattered, the agonizing pain causing the man's grip to falter, and he was immediately swept away by the deluge. Lu Yu was utterly aghast, his body rigid as a statue. He was cognizant of Jiang Ning's combat prowess, having been bested by her even with Zhang Chao's assistance, but he had not anticipated such ruthlessness, her cleaving of a head akin to the splitting of a melon. The tattooed thugs vanished into the torrential flood, the vast expanse of the world awash in rain, everything cleansed immaculately. After a brief respite, Hoards resumed his submersion into the water. With 1 person hoisting and 2 supporting, they collaborated seamlessly amidst the tempestuous floodwaters. Fortune smiled upon them, as they unearthed a total of 12 liquefied petroleum gas cylinders, a quantity sufficient for prolonged use if divided equitably. To their elation, 1801 also procured 3 double-burner gas stoves from the liquefied gas station. The liquefied petroleum gas cylinders were of considerable volume, barely accommodated by the assault boat, their cylindrical forms rendering them susceptible to slippage into the water with the slightest tremor. Jiang Ning retrieved a rubber dinghy from her rucksack, inflating it and securing it firmly to the assault boat, transferring half of the liquefied petroleum gas cylinders to it, and then fastening the cylinders with ropes. Exhausted to the point of collapse, she produced 6 chocolate bars, distributing them to the 2 men to replenish their energy. Hoards and Lu Yu took the lead, while Jiang Ning sat in the rubber dinghy. As fate would have it, they encountered others scavenging for supplies en route, their eyes gleaming with avarice upon beholding the abundance of liquefied petroleum gas cylinders they were transporting. Alas, they possessed only canoes, incapable of keeping pace. As they approached the urban area, they narrowly averted a collision with a dragon boat, manned by 20 men. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had been vigilant, employing binoculars to survey the surroundings, enabling 1801 to circumvent the vessel in a timely manner. Lu Yu, who had been flung off and into the water. Wife, save me. Reaching the window, Zhang Weili was already awaiting their arrival. Four individuals swiftly maneuvered the liquefied gas bottles into the building. Some curious onlookers opened their doors upon hearing the commotion. Yet on the 18th floor, where every resident was a formidable presence, no one dared harbor ill intentions despite their intrigue. While transporting the bottles upward, they unexpectedly encountered an elderly lady who inquired, "Where did you obtain those gas bottles?" To which they replied, "We fished them out from the water." Jiang Ning, not one to conceal the truth, encouraged, "For those with the means, do give it a try. It would be best to venture out and gather more, rather than fixate solely on the meager offerings of the 18th floor." After 4 trips, they finally completed the task. Zhang Weili ushered Jiang Ning inside, where she learned from Lu Yu that these treasures had been salvaged by Hua Yixin, who had also provided a speedboat and fuel. The question arose regarding the distribution of these resources. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before suggesting, "It would be best to divide them equally." "Wouldn't that be too unfair to him?" Zhang Weili countered. "True, he did contribute the speedboat and fuel, but without me and Lu Yu, he would have been unable to salvage anything on his own. And let us not forget your own contribution. Had you not stayed behind, who would have cared for his sister and safeguarded his home, especially with others lurking as soon as he left? Let us inquire later. If he believes he deserves a larger share, we can negotiate a suitable amount." Jiang Ning was not driven by greed. Her own supply of liquefied gas bottles was ample. Yet, achieving absolute fairness in team collaboration was a challenging endeavor. Indeed, Hua Yixin had put forth significant effort, and claiming 2 or 3 additional bottles seemed reasonable. However, what if he demanded 7 or 8? Refusing would leave him disgruntled, while acquiescing would create discomfort for herself. If the next round of labor fell upon her and the residents of 1803, how would the calculations then unfold? Each person's scale of judgment is inherently distinct. Rendering mutual satisfaction an impossible feat, it is but a matter of time before disagreements arise. Thus, it is wiser to establish rules from the outset. Not wishing to strain the relationship with neighbors whom one encounters frequently, Jiang Ning chose to observe Hua Yixin's stance before proceeding. If harmony prevails, they shall unite. If not, they shall part ways. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's reasoning, Zhang Weili found it sound. Should his demands remain reasonable, they could continue their collaboration. If he were to overreach, they would seek resources independently, maintaining merely a cordial acquaintance. After their deliberation, the two ventured into the corridor, where Jiang Ning turned her gaze towards Hua Yixin. "How shall we divide this?" Hua Yixin regarded her briefly, proposing, "Let us split it evenly among the 3 families. What do you think?" Zhang Weili and Lu Yu expressed no objections, resulting in each household receiving 4 canisters of liquefied gas, alleviating worries about provisions for an entire year. Daodu, awakened by the commotion, dashed barefoot from room 1803 and joyfully leapt into Hua Yixin's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother," his clothes still damp. Hua Yixin took a step back to pat her head, asking, "Are you being good?" "Yes," Daodu replied, gazing up at him with sparkling eyes. "I listened to Sister Li." With that, she bounded over to Jiang Ning, declaring, "Sister, I want to see the bunny baby." Jiang Ning smiled and opened the door to let her in. After changing out of her wet clothes and sipping on warm red date ginger tea to warm herself, she reclined on the sofa to rest. Around evening, Jian knocked on the stairway door, smiling as he returned the inflatable boat. "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your timely reminder. We were fortunate enough to find a few inflatable boats during our outing." Jiang Ning remained silent, focused on inspecting the boat. Noticing her lack of response, Jian awkwardly chuckled. "I heard that you managed to salvage quite a number of gas canisters. I wonder where you found them?" "In the water." "Which body of water?" "The liquefaction station." Jian inquired with a smile. "Is there anything else?" Jiang Ning cast him a sidelong glance. "Would you prefer that I offer you a bottle?" "Miss Jiang, I was merely inquiring," he replied, adjusting his glasses. "In any case, thank you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us. As long as you do not seek trouble, everything can be discussed amicably." Displeased with the commotion below and concerned for the safety of Zhang Weili's home, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of room 1801. "I have a stainless steel door. Should we not install it? Hoards had no objections, and the group quickly assisted in the task. Drawing the curtains and illuminating the solar lights, Jiang Ning took out spiced prawns, grilled skewers, fried rice noodles, and beer to treat her palate. She left a liquefaction bottle in the kitchen for appearances, planning to use a portable power bank for cooking, reserving other resources for circumstances when conditions become untenable. She had tested it deliberately. All the power banks could charge rapidly in her space, truly remarkable. She continued to categorize and organize the goods procured from the supermarket, remaining busy until late into the night before turning off the lights to rest. Today had indeed been exhausting but fulfilling. While her space lacked for nothing, she needed to enhance her skills and accumulate survival experience to endure the harsher calamities that lay ahead. The next day, the outside world buzzed with activity. The number of speedboats and inflatable rafts on the streets had noticeably increased since yesterday. Whether driven by the taste of success or the necessity of survival, many masked individuals emerged to stir trouble. Without the internet or surveillance, the darkest facets of their humanity were unleashed. The cacophony of sounds, a chorus of despair, seemed to intermingle with the crack of gunfire. Gunfire? Jiang Ning perked up her ears, certain she had not misheard. The returning residents were abuzz with rumors. A murder had occurred, committed by a soldier. Chapter 23. Inviting the wolf into the house. Indeed, following the chaos of yesterday, the military and political departments swiftly recalibrated their strategies, opting to deploy troops to restore order. Unlike the police, the military does not hesitate to use firearms. Their mission is to uphold national stability. Jiang Ning recalled that in her previous life, the military had intervened, employing an iron-fisted approach to eliminate a cadre of wrongdoers, thereby stabilizing the situation. She observed the outside world through binoculars and confirmed that soldiers in military green were patrolling with live ammunition on speedboats. The sporadic sounds of firecrackers echoed throughout the morning, lending an eerie tranquility to the atmosphere. The waterlogged gas stove refused to ignite, prompting Lu Yu to toil for an extended period to disassemble the portable gas stove. After replacing several parts, he finally succeeded in repairing it. His sense of accomplishment brought him joy, and he eagerly offered to cook for Jiang Ning and room 1801 as a gesture of gratitude for her hospitality. They invited Jiang Ning to dinner, which consisted of stewed vegetables and stir-fried potato strips with lao gan ma sauce. The potatoes, brought by Jiang Ning, had already begun to sprout, necessitating the removal of the shoots before a brief soak in hot water. The meal was simple, yet Zheng Weili and Lu Yu were nearly moved to tears. After 20 days, it was their first taste of fragrant, fluffy rice and a delightful hot shower. The sensation of a full belly was exquisite, revitalizing their spirits. Ning, without you, we might still be cramped in the shelter, Zheng Weili remarked, raising her glass of plain water with a serious expression. Today's meal is rather modest. When we return to normalcy, I shall treat you to a lavish feast at a 5-star hotel. Absolutely, if the opportunity arises. While eating and conversing, Lu Yu remarked that the presence of the military had significantly stabilized the situation outside. He mentioned that the government was dispatching supplies to the department store, allowing citizens to purchase limited quantities as per their needs. Shall we go tomorrow? He inquired. Indeed, we must set out early, came the reply. By the way, many people have dived underwater today to salvage supplies. Lu Yu continued, the largest supermarket near us is teeming with people. However, the depths are perilous for the average person without equipment. I've heard that several individuals have been swept away. Some skilled divers have managed to recover a few items, but most of it is spoiled, and yet they are reluctant to discard it. Zhang Weili sighed. If it weren't for Ning's reminder, we would be starving now. The department store opens at 8, and the group set their alarms for 6. After a brief preparation, they left the house at 6:30. As 1801 could not accompany them, the responsibility of watching over the home fell upon him. Although it was just beginning to dawn at 6:30, many had already ventured out, and it took them an hour to reach the department store. Entering directly from the 4th floor, they found the water world damp and crowded, with a sea of heads visible above. The shopping area was located on the 6th floor, but the queue had already extended to the 4th. It was rumored that some had begun queuing the previous night, eagerly awaiting their chance to enter. Military personnel patrolled the area with live ammunition, and due to the stern measures taken the day before, the atmosphere, though lively, was devoid of any disorder. The trio hurried to join the line. As time passed, the influx of people increased. At 8 o'clock sharp, the doors opened, allowing only 50 individuals to enter at a time, with a mere 5 minutes allotted for shopping before the space was cleared. The purchasing restrictions were exceedingly stringent, permitting each person to buy only 2 pounds of food, to be paid for in cash with identification. They waited in line for 3 hours, and their shopping lasted just 5 minutes. In that vast and desolate shopping mall, not only speed of hand was essential, but also endurance of foot. The trio deliberated, concluding that rice would be the most filling sustenance, while instant noodles and snacks should be strictly avoided. In the southern regions, rice is a staple, and flour is difficult to store in humid conditions. Jiang Ning opted for rice, while Zhang Weili and Lu Yu each selected 2 pounds of various kinds. Priced at 100 yuan per pound, it was indeed steep, but one could hardly find it even with ample funds. The quality of the rice was mediocre, yet its availability was a blessing, as prices would only escalate. Soon, currency might become obsolete, rendering it useless even for the most mundane tasks. With a substantial population in Fengcheng, rice and flour would soon be depleted, though the government would eventually release more supplies, albeit salvaged from water and dried. The risk of spoilage posed a health hazard, and the scarcity would make it difficult to procure. With only 2,000 yuan at his disposal, Jiang Ning resolved to spend it all. Zhang Weili, concerned that their inflatable boat might be compromised, considered purchasing a backup, only to discover it was priced at an astonishing 10,000 yuan. Items like laogan ma and preserved vegetables had similarly skyrocketed in price, making the venture exceedingly costly and perilous. The trio managed to procure a few items, exhausting their budget, yet their haul was meager. Outside, the queue was growing longer, and the supply of rice and flour in the mall was dwindling. As they descended the stairs, Jiang Ning inadvertently spotted Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao in line, their hands intertwined in a display of intimacy. Behind them stood the girl from room 1202, her gaunt figure and sunken eyes betraying her weary spirit. Gazing at her, Jiang Ning was reminded of his past self. Upon noticing Jiang Ning, Yang Weizong instinctively released Su Mengyao's hand, smiling as he prepared to greet him. Jiang Ning, however, averted his gaze, pretending not to see. Upon exiting the mall, they departed in their inflatable boat. Noticing that time was still on their side, Lu Yu suggested, "Zhang Chao lives nearby. Shall we pay him a visit?" The day after the typhoon struck, there was still contact, but thereafter, there were no further messages. Jiang Ning pondered and ultimately agreed. Aside from his poor judgment in selecting women, Zhang Chao as a friend bore few vices. In her previous life, she had received assistance from Zhang Weili, and throughout her upbringing, she had only 2 friends, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao. Thus, if circumstances permitted, she felt compelled to lend a hand. After an hour's journey to Zhang Chao's neighborhood, she relied on her memory to locate the 8th floor. After knocking for a considerable time, a woman's voice emerged from within, inquiring, "Who is it?" Jiang Ning replied, "I am looking for Zhang Chao." The response was dismissive. "There is no one by that name. You must have the wrong address." It was implausible that they had misidentified the residence, especially since the 3 had assisted during Zhang Chao's relocation. The woman's voice did not belong to a young person. It seemed to belong to a middle-aged woman. Then a boy's voice piped up, "Mom, who is it?" The woman replied, "It's a stranger. They've knocked on the wrong door." Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Yet, despite her persistent knocking, the occupants remained unresponsive, only succeeding in disturbing the neighbors. When an elderly lady opened her door, Jiang Ning hurried over to inquire, "Excuse me, does Zhang Chao live next door?" The elderly woman wore a complex expression, shaking her head and refusing to divulge anything. Lu Yu sensed trouble and retrieved a small quantity of rice from her bag. After a moment of hesitation, the elderly lady allowed them to enter her home, saying, "You must be looking for that polite young man who has a rather amusing way of speaking, right?" Lu Yu nodded vigorously. "The young man is quite decent, but he is rather naive. He inadvertently invited trouble into his home and was subsequently ousted." The elderly lady shook her head as she spoke, recounting how, When the typhoon first approached, the woman had arrived with her parents and 2 children, all brought by the young man who risked his safety to fetch them. At that time, I thought they were siblings. Little did I know that he would be driven out shortly thereafter. Lu Yu, Jiang Ning, and Zheng Weili, with clenched fists, found themselves in a dire situation. Zhang had knocked on the door several times, but the woman inside refused to open. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to wait in the hallway, only being rescued on the day of the evacuation. The shelter was organized by regions, and the trapped residents of the community were relocated to the Fengqing Hotel. Lu Yu could hardly fathom how Zhang Chao had survived those past days, and the existence of such a despicable woman was beyond comprehension. What was to be done now? His frustration was palpable. Chapter 24. The shelter. Thinking of Zhang Chao's plight, Zheng Weili was consumed with rage. He resolved to confront and expel those responsible. Although Zhang Chao had made foolish choices, he had assisted in stockpiling the essential medication that Jiang Ning required, providing not only a complete assortment but also saving both time and money. As a friend, Jiang Ning could not remain idle, especially considering that Zhang Chao had once taken a beating for her during their childhood fights. In a moment of solidarity, Zheng Weili kicked the door and shouted, "Listen up, you inside. You have 1 minute to come out, or don't blame me for being impolite." Jiang Ning retrieved a pry bar from her bag and handed it to him. Zhang, with his considerable strength, wielded the pry bar with a resounding clatter. "Who are you?" a voice suddenly called from behind. A couple in their 50s or 60s, holding hands with a young girl of 8 or 9, emerged from the staircase, carrying a heavy rubber boat bag. Upon seeing the bag, Jiang Ning instantly recognized it as the one she had anonymously purchased for Zhang Chao. This brand was of professional quality. Ordinarily, one would opt for a more commonplace choice. In other words, this family was not only draining Zhang Chao's resources but also monopolizing the supplies she had procured. Jiang Ning approached, seizing the girl by her collar and dragging her to the door. "If you do not open it soon, do not blame me for ending the lives of your parents and your daughter." As she spoke, she brandished a knife, sending the girl into a fit of tears, crying out for her mother. The couple rushed forward, stomping their feet and shouting, "Murder! Murder!" Their cries resonated, alerting everyone in the building to the desperate situation, as they realized the couple was ruthlessly cornering them. It was inconceivable that a single woman could drive Zhang Chao away. This family was in collusion. Although the girl was merely 8 or 9 years old, she was already fully aware of her surroundings. In a post-apocalyptic world, children can smile at you while plunging a knife into your heart. The purity of their smiles belies the darkness within. Perhaps they did not choose this path, but hunger compels them to make difficult decisions. Do not inquire how Jiang Ning knew this. She had been stabbed before. At last, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman with a sallow complexion, who fiercely shouted at the three, "What are you doing? I don't know Zhang Chao. If you continue this ruckus, I will call the police." Zheng Weili retaliated with a powerful punch, exclaiming, "Damn you!" The woman fell to the ground, bloodied, with a few teeth knocked out, while a boy in the house screamed and hurled a cup from the table. The furnishings and clothes in the cabinets all belonged to Zhang Chao. The boy lunged forward with malice, but Jiang Ning swiftly struck him and slammed him against the wall. Regardless of the adults' actions, the 2 children were well taken care of. Yet their survival relied entirely on Zhang Chao's provisions. Not only were they ungrateful, but they also sought to drive the rightful owner of the home away to save on their meals. When he arrived, he bore a fierce countenance, devoid of any remorse. What did this signify? He was aware and even complicit, yet he exhibited not an ounce of shame. The woman shrieked at the top of her lungs, and the couple leapt about as if enacting a grand performance. But alas, it was of no consequence. Others were verging on starvation and had no time to concern themselves with the plight of others. Zheng Weili, a seasoned fighter, understood precisely where to strike for maximum pain without risking life. With a few well-placed blows, he rendered the woman silent, tossing her out like a lifeless dog. She glared coldly at the couple, declaring, "I do not harm the elderly, but should Zhang Chao suffer any misfortune, I shall ensure your entire family pays the price." The room was in disarray. The supply package sent by Jiang Ning contained only a few pounds of rice, a couple of bags of salt, and the oil had barely been touched. Lu Yu packed everything into a bag, including some of Zhang Chao's clothes, taking away anything of immediate necessity. The elderly woman, emboldened by her gender, recklessly lunged at Lu Yu in an attempt to seize the belongings, only to be met with a powerful kick from Jiang Ning that sent her sprawling. I do not strike the elderly, but I will when provoked. After rummaging through their belongings for keys, Lu Yu secured the door, not forgetting to seize the inflatable raft. Without the raft, there was no escape. The old man clung desperately to it until Jiang Ning brandished a bloodied butcher's knife. The family finally sensed fear, their faces drained of color as they cowered in the corner, trembling. Jiang Ning fixed his gaze on the middle-aged woman, remarking, "You, Black Widow, possess quite a venom." With that, he seized her by the collar and hurled her out the window. "Ah! Lu Yu, Zhang Weili." The elderly couple clutched their child, wailing in despair, while Jiang Ning descended without a flicker of emotion. As he departed on the inflatable raft, the Black Widow struggled through the water nearby. What a pity! She could swim. How to deal with her was a matter for Zhang Chao to decide. If one continues to act foolishly, even friendship may not warrant salvation. After all, we find ourselves in a world on the brink of collapse, where no life is deemed more valuable than one's own. Lu Yu conferred with Zhang Weili and decided to seek refuge at the Fengcheng Hotel. Jiang Ning felt a tumult of emotions but, recalling the bricks that Zhang Chao had shielded her from, acquiesced. Upon arriving at Fengcheng Hotel, they found it teeming with people. The staff were besieged by citizens seeking shelter. The municipal system lay in disarray, with refuse littering the water's surface and victims, emaciated and desperate, languishing in hunger. The absence of warm food and water only exacerbated their plight, while a noxious odor permeated the air. Lu Yu struggled to navigate through the throng, finally emerging breathless after more than half an hour. The accommodation was organized by sectors, and Zhang Chao was likely on the 14th floor. Further inquiries were futile, for the hotel housed thousands, and both the internet and power systems were entirely down. Jiang Ning found the noise overwhelming, her ears ringing. We must devise a plan to locate him. The hotel was vast, with dozens of rooms on each floor, and the lack of illumination rendered the corridors particularly dim. Nonetheless, even in this obscurity, each level was populated with numerous individuals, and one had to be cautious to avoid collisions. Ascending to the 14th floor, Jiang Ning retrieved her flashlight. She had assumed that cramming 5 or 6 individuals into a room would be excessive. To her astonishment, there were over 10 squeezed within. The bed linens were more soiled than rags, and an overwhelming stench of filth pervaded the space. It was appalling. Zhang Weili nearly retched, exclaiming that the conditions were utterly deplorable. Yet, there was little recourse. With so many low-rise buildings and factories accommodating thousands, the relevant authorities had done their utmost. It was initially presumed that one would have to knock on each door individually. However, the interior was too crowded, and the air stagnant, leading to all doors being ajar. Many individuals were even found in the corridor gasping for breath. As the three ascended, countless pairs of eyes quickly fixated upon them. Though the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, Jiang Ning sensed an overwhelming presence of malice. Were it not for the military's deployment and the armed guards maintaining order downstairs, alongside several previous confrontations with unruly individuals at the shelter, the trio would have hesitated to enter. Nonetheless, caution was paramount. As they ventured from room to room, they encountered numerous faces devoid of vitality. Zhang Weili felt a heavy heart, yet all she could do was sigh inwardly. After searching through more than 20 rooms, they finally located Zhang Chao. He stood by the window, staring blankly at the rain outside. Once slender, he now appeared even more emaciated, and his clothing was so soiled that its color was indiscernible. Having grown up together and even shared the same pair of underwear, Lu Yu immediately recognized him. After calling out several times, Zhang Chao turned slowly, his vacant gaze fixed upon the figures at the door. After a prolonged silence, he managed to tug at the corners of his stiff lips, attempting a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. His condition was dire, with a face smeared with dirt and an overall greasy appearance. Chapter 25. The assault on the office building. The expression of emotions among men diverges greatly from that of women. Jiang Ning and Zhang Weili refrained from entering, allowing Lu Yu to step in and engage in conversation. Without delving into specifics, he mentioned that upon arriving at the community, he discovered Jiang was at the Fengcheng Hotel. The conditions at the shelter were deplorable, prompting Lu Yu to invite him to the Jinrong community, where they currently resided next to a Ning in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, suggesting he move in with them with further discussions to follow. Jiang Ning called Zhang Weili over to the window at the end of the corridor and inquired about her plans. Indeed, Zhang Weili desires no intrusion from outsiders, yet these are extraordinary times, and mutual assistance among friends is paramount. Without Jiang Ning, she and Lu Yu would be relegated to the refuge. Lu Yu, possessing a profound sense of loyalty, counts only Yu and Zhang Chao as his friends. After all, who is devoid of challenges? The flood shall recede one day, let him reside with us. The provisions at home suffice for 2 to 3 months, and if necessary, we shall devise alternative plans. Zhang Weili is straightforward, her actions and words devoid of excessive contemplation, especially since she firmly believes that the world will eventually restore itself. As the two conversed by the window, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao emerged from the room. Zhang Chao approached them, his forced smile evident. "Weili, I must trouble you." Zhang Weili playfully slapped his shoulder. "We are friends. Once the flood subsides, do treat us to a splendid meal." Descending the stairs to depart in an inflatable boat, Jiang Ning handed a packet of biscuits to Zhang Chao. He expressed his gratitude, hastily tearing open the packaging and devouring its contents, his eyes glistening with moisture. Lu Yu, too, contributed the last of his rice balls. "Pardon my shortcomings," he remarked. "What is there to fret about? Jiang Ning has faced far worse in a previous life. No one finds ease in this apocalyptic reality." The familiar banter and teasing tone from Jiang Ning remained, showing no disdain for him. Zhang Chao exhaled a sigh of relief. "I will grant you a 2 commission. And what about me?" Lu Yu retorted, somewhat discontented. "You shall cover my and Weili's early tea for a year." "Very well, I shall take care of it." Unlike Zhang Weili, Zhang Chao, adept in business, possessed considerably sharper insight. She must guard the secret of their space and ensure no slip-ups. In the following 2 days, none ventured outside again. Jiang Ning spent his days either engrossed in reading or sequestered in his room, meticulously categorizing and organizing, to the point of nearly exhausting himself. At last, he had managed to clear out all the supplies he had scavenged from the supermarket, stacking them high enough to touch the ceiling. He locked the large room and concealed the key within a hidden space. During this time, Zhang Weili visited once. While conversing, Jiang Ning inquired about Zhang Chao's current state. He rarely spoke and spent his days sleeping in his room. Zhang Weili sensed an ominous undertone. Suspecting that he had been deeply hurt by that woman, and given the harshness of reality, she wondered if he might succumb to despair. After all, every time he faced a breakup, he would go through a tumultuous phase, but he usually recovered within a couple of days. Jiang Ning rummaged through a cabinet and produced a bottle of white liquor, a remnant from the last time he had made a purchase for Zhang Chao, a courtesy from his company for clients, which he had casually accepted for himself. He believed that if Zhang Chao consumed it, he would feel better. After all, men often need an outlet for their emotions. Despite being an orphan, Zhang Chao had emerged from a challenging background, endowing him with resilience greater than that of the average person. Zhang Weili pondered this and, after accepting the liquor, expressed her concerns. It had been several days since the typhoon had passed, yet the rain showed no signs of abating. Not only did it persist, but it continued to rise, creating a suffocating sense of anxiety. Who knows? It might one day reach the 18th floor. Zhang Weili truly felt apprehensive. The next day, she overslept, only to be roused by a knock on her door. Jiang Ning called out to her, revealing that Zhang Chao had consumed an entire bottle of white liquor the previous night and had been thoroughly intoxicated throughout. This morning, however, he seemed revitalized and requested her presence to discuss something. After changing clothes and shaving, Zhang Chao appeared considerably more presentable. With a grave expression, he gazed at everyone and proclaimed, "I believe the apocalypse has arrived." Jiang Ning felt a jolt of unease and instinctively turned his gaze towards him. "Don't you find this quite unusual?" Zhang Chao sat upright, beginning his analysis of the unprecedented typhoon, with torrential rain pouring down as if the heavens had opened. "In the shelter, I heard numerous reports. The government tirelessly scoured the grain and oil wholesale markets for supplies day and night. The bread and rice balls we consumed were crafted from those very grains. Even if our nation ceased all farming activities, we have stockpiled sufficient food to sustain the populace for 2 years. Why, then, must they salvage damaged grains from the water for our consumption? Moreover, they only provide us with a meager 3/10 of a meal, while the remainder is meticulously dried and stored away. Lu Yu expressed his astonishment, questioning how food could possibly be transported in such relentless downpours. Do not underestimate the power of our nation, Zhang Chao asserted with unwavering conviction. If only the southern coastal regions were afflicted, aid would have arrived swiftly. Unless this is a nationwide calamity, perhaps even a global disaster. Before the internet was severed, Zhang had kept abreast of the news, perusing forum posts indicating that numerous provinces were suffering. A simultaneous outbreak of such calamities, could it be anything other than an apocalyptic scenario? Even if the floods were to recede one day, a swift return to normalcy would be impossible, which underscores the government's urgent efforts to salvage and store resources. At his words, Zhang Weili and Lu Yu felt a chill run down their spines. Many had been engaging in salvage operations these past few days. Should we venture out and try our luck? Lu Yu suggested. Zhang Chao turned to Jiang Ning and asked, Ning, what are your thoughts? The water is too deep. Even professional divers struggle to operate, let alone ordinary individuals without equipment. The stores have already been stripped bare. There is little left for us. Jiang Ning reminded that it is not imperative to seek out food. As long as we possess what others lack, we can exchange it for sustenance when the time comes. Lu Yu comprehended the necessity of acting before others to seize the opportunity. But what should they seek? Medicines, Zhang Chao interjected. Currently, everyone is scouring shopping malls in a frenzy. We could search in office buildings instead. Office buildings primarily house companies and hold scarce supplies, Lu Yu countered, shaking his head. In our unit, there were already sweepers in the office buildings yesterday. The urban office spaces are nearly depleted. The office building where my company is located is somewhat remote, and the intricate network of waterways in that area makes it impassable even with a rubber boat. Furthermore, some possess motorboats but lack fuel, leaving them trapped within the city. Jiang Ning concurred. Both Zhang Chao and I are familiar with that area and could take a chance. If we manage to locate pharmaceuticals from his company, our future days will be significantly improved. While a company is not a warehouse, it does have an exhibition hall. The quantity of medicines may not be vast, yet it would be a substantial boon for a small group. Moreover, it seems that there is more than one pharmaceutical company in that building. Even though they had stockpiled in advance, it was merely worth 50,000. Who could ever have too many medicines? In critical moments, a single pill could save your life. Therefore, we must act swiftly. Once others regain their composure, there will be nothing left for them. Prompted by the urgency in their discussion, Zhang Weili and Lu Yu grew anxious. Shall we consult with 1801? He has a motorboat. Chapter 26. Prioritizing medicines without delay. Lu Yu knocked on the door of the neighboring unit. Upon learning of their quest for medicine, Hui pondered briefly before agreeing. As per usual, Zhang Weili remains at the base, tending to the child. Although Zhang Chao has proposed a doomsday theory, Zhang Weili harbors her own concerns. Deep down, she is reluctant to accept it. After much hesitation, she articulates, your primary objective this time is to seek out survival supplies and medication. As for other necessities, you may consider your own needs. Though her words are veiled, they are understood by those present. Jiang Ning, quick to grasp the implication, interjects, if we find medication and survival supplies, we shall divide them equally. Personal requests beyond that should be minimized to avoid depleting our collective resources. This clarity is well received by all. The journey to Zhang Chao's company spans 20 kilometers, and the four of them embark on a speedboat, braving the rain. As anticipated, the waters grow increasingly treacherous as they approach the outskirts, compounded by rising winds that render even the most skilled sailors incapable of navigating wooden boats and rubber rafts. However, Hui demonstrates commendable technical prowess, skillfully maneuvering through the intricate waterways. Amidst the bleak and overcast skies, they catch sight of several towering office buildings rising above the water's surface. Zhang Chao gestures towards the direction, and the group steers closer to the buildings, peering through the fifth-floor windows to glimpse offices submerged in floodwaters. The offices appear orderly, suggesting they have yet to be ransacked. Taking out a hammer, They strike the glass forcefully, allowing the floodwaters to surge in. Once the flow stabilizes, they enter the building, securing their speedboat. Fortune smiles upon them, as the expansive office building remains untouched. With their objectives clear, they ascend the stairs directly to the 12th floor, home to the pharmaceutical company where Zhang Chao works. The delivered goods are diverse, encompassing anti-inflammatory and antibacterial supplies, remedies for rheumatism, cold medications, and numerous other types. The pharmaceutical agency is modest in size, with only a dozen individuals in the sales department. The exhibition room was cluttered with an array of medications, including those for hypertension, diabetes, and hyperlipidemia. Though the quantities were modest, the variety was overwhelming, resulting in several large cardboard boxes being filled to the brim. They busily unwrapped the packages while Jiang Ning rummaged through workstations, discovering coffee, biscuits, an assortment of snacks and pastries, tea for men, herbal tea for women, and self-heating pots. The numbers were few, yet they spared nothing in their search. The pantry was stocked with beverages, milk tea, and bottled water, all of which were swiftly gathered, leaving no useful item untouched, including packages left at the reception. Anything deemed useful was discreetly stashed away. The medications were packed tightly into 2 large travel backpacks, each about 1 meter high, signifying a bountiful harvest. After concealing the remaining supplies, the group ascended to the 15th floor, home to 3 pharmaceutical companies, prioritizing the collection of items from each. The second company also had a significant stock of medications. Zhang Chao gazed longingly at the large refrigerator in the exhibition room, lamenting, "This company mainly distributes vaccines. These are invaluable, but unfortunately we cannot take them." Through the glass, Jiang Ning observed various vaccines, including those for smallpox, tetanus, rabies, meningitis, HPV, and influenza. The refrigerator was equipped with a built-in battery, capable of operating for a month without power. Yet once removed, the vaccines could not be preserved at room temperature. Jiang Ning cast a fleeting glance but said nothing, continuing the search for supplies. After thoroughly scouring the 3 pharmaceutical companies, their inflatable raft was filled to capacity. Around 1 in the afternoon, with hunger gnawing at them, they settled down to enjoy a meal, indulging in a luxurious self-heating pot, coffee, milk tea, and an assortment of trendy snacks. Listening to the rain outside while savoring the flavorful and spicy self-heating pot, the aroma wafted through the office building, creating a truly delightful experience. We have sufficient supplies of medicine, yet our consumption remains minimal. This building houses several trendy live-streaming sales companies. Let us test our luck. Without hesitation, we proceed. To our surprise, the first establishment specializes in cosmetics and skincare. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu show little interest, but Jiang Ning's eyes light up. An abundance of high-end skincare products, makeup, lipsticks, masks, and luxurious creams surrounds her. Jiang Ning, unreserved, begins to toss the pricier items into her bag. Lu Yu thinks to gather a few items for Zhang Weili, so she selects a handful as well. The men, disinterested, only seek essential supplies, thus they head to the second online retailer. Ning, hurry up, we're waiting for you upstairs. Once they depart, Jiang Ning sweeps everything into her storage space. Unfortunately, the second shop specializes in women's clothing, featuring an array of garments, dresses, shoes, and bags. Lu Yu picks out several pieces for Zhang Weili, while Jiang Ning also selects multiple items. At last, the third store is a food retailer, albeit focused on snacks, beef jerky, lamb jerky, nuts, various breads and pastries, trendy beverages, and even ice cream that has sadly melted in the freezer. These items take up considerable space, filling several large black plastic bags. Not to be overlooked, even the garbage bags from the janitor's closet are seized, proving to be quite useful. Time flies swiftly, and this method of gathering proves inefficient. The building comprises 15 floors in total. Jiang Ning is responsible for 3, while the 3 men each handle 4. Assigned to floors 12 through 15, Jiang Ning resolves to start her collection from the top. Her storage can preserve the items indefinitely. With time running short, she decides to target larger companies first, setting her sights on a well-known appliance company S-branch in Fengqing. The exhibition hall is vast, filled with air conditioners, washing machines, refrigerators, smart rice cookers, and an array of fashionable home appliances that exude a sense of technological advancement. The nation plans to establish bases across various regions, with reports indicating that some of the conditions are quite favorable. Moreover, the spaces are equipped with solar power generators. Jiang Ning resolved to select a few desired items, just in case they might be needed in the future. If not, discarding them later would pose no issue. Among the items were a 6-figure double-door refrigerator, 5-figure air conditioners and washing machines, multifunctional air cooling fans, automatic cooking pots, ice makers, rice cookers, bread machines, soy milk makers, wireless vacuum cleaners, and dryers, among others. Jiang Ning enjoys cooking but detests washing dishes, thus decisively opting for several dishwashers. These appliances occupy considerable space, but fortunately, the area had been cleared in time. The large company offers generous benefits, and the break room is filled with an abundance of supplies. Milk, snacks, and beverages abound, alongside various grains, red dates, lotus seeds, and even shark fin and bird's nest, likely intended for client hospitality. Regrettably, all the fruit had spoiled, leaving only a pile of withered lemons. Adjacent to the break room is a bakery dedicated to preparing treats for employees, stocked with ample milk, flour, cake mix, eggs, condensed milk, and dried fruits. The refrigerator contains red wine and steak, though sadly, the steak has also gone bad. Jiang Ning has no need for these provisions and is reluctant to encroach upon the living resources of Luyu, Zhangchao, and others. Everything useful is meticulously packed away. Not even the workstation is overlooked. Essentials are retained while unnecessary items, such as wires, sockets, and various household tools, as well as assorted books, are discarded. While unpacking deliveries, Jiang Ning discovered 2 pairs of ice skates, pondering their potential utility in extreme cold, and promptly added them to the storage. From beneath the workstation, I dragged out 2 large packages. Noticing that the delivery slips did not specify their contents, I took a knife and carefully cut them open. To my astonishment, both boxes were filled to the brim with condoms, an impressive total of 3,000. I glanced up at the nameplate of my colleague Wang Meng, a valiant warrior indeed, who is ever prepared for battle. In Chapter 27, I express my gratitude to the domineering CEO for the supplies. Although I had never encountered such items before, I understood their immense value in this post-apocalyptic world, where they are sought after at exorbitant prices and can be exchanged for essential resources. To prevent the emergence of new life and to care for women, I unhesitatingly stowed them away in my storage space. However, a thought struck me, and I hastily grabbed several handfuls to stuff into a black plastic bag. I did not count them precisely, but there were certainly dozens. After finishing on the 15th floor, I proceeded to the 14th, where a vast area housed only a single technology information company. With hundreds of workstations stretching endlessly, it appeared that the owner had amassed considerable wealth. The employee benefits were commendable. The break room was stocked with delightful treats, a variety of luxurious snacks, self-heating hot pots for late-night work, and a refrigerator brimming with steak, pork, and lamb chops. I opened the door to the break room, nearly overwhelmed by the fragrant aroma wafting out. Having surveyed the break room, I made my way to the owner's office. It seemed that the CEO was quite an eccentric individual, as evidenced by the office's expansive layout, encompassing several hundred square feet, including a main office, reception area, lounge, and even a personal collection room. Is it common for contemporary CEOs to indulge in such whims? A fortified collection room piqued my curiosity, and I exerted all my strength to pry the door open, only to be astonished by the scene that unfolded before me. Directly in front of me stood an antique display cabinet, adorned with a magnificent Tang sword hanging in the center. The scabbard bore intricate ancient patterns, beautifully plated in silver. I took the sword down and unsheathed it, revealing a blade that glinted ominously in the light. It felt substantial in my hand, yet not overly heavy. It was evidently a fine weapon, far more practical than a butcher's knife. With a swift strike towards the wooden box, it cleaved through as effortlessly as slicing tofu. This was no mere blade. It was a divine instrument of precision. The antiquities displayed upon the curio cabinet included exquisite blue and white porcelain vases, hat stands, plum vases adorned with colorful glazes, apple vases, tripod cauldrons, and inkstones. Although Jiang Ning lacked knowledge of such items, it was evident that anything collected by the magnate, alongside Tang knives, could not possibly be of trivial worth. The signs indicated that these treasures had been weathered by the passage of time. In tumultuous times, gold is invaluable. In prosperous eras, antiques hold great worth. Yet, within this apocalyptic world, even a loaf of bread holds greater value than these artifacts. To the left of the cabinet hung several paintings and calligraphies, all masterpieces by renowned ancient calligraphers, each piece casually worth no less than 7 or 8 figures. However, Jiang Ning's attention was drawn to a corner piled high with Maotai liquor, the 1982 five-star brand, with a market price reaching 150,000 per bottle, totaled a perfect 10 bottles. The 2002 Feitian brand, 6 bottles per case, valued at 70,000 per case, boasted a full 10 cases. The 2010 Feitian brand, 12 bottles per case, each case worth 80,000, amounted to a staggering 50 cases. This was no longer mere alcohol. It was a collection of art. Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude to the magnate as she gathered it all into her space. The whimsical magnate's eclectic tastes extended beyond the ordinary. His collection was a veritable cornucopia, featuring not only diamond-studded Patek Philippe mechanical watches but also professional-grade diving gear, specifically the MTUE brand, a limited edition of the highest caliber. When Jiang Ning had searched for diving masks, she recalled that this particular model was valued at 980,000. With floods expected to persist for several months, and the uncertainty of recurring natural disasters, she accepted it without hesitation. A transparent glass cabinet housed a 5-star golf club.
Jiang Ning,
Having worked a summer job at a golf course, recognized that this club was priced at an astounding 180,000 USD, equating to 1,080,000 in total. The collection room has been completely emptied. Not even the display shelves were spared, as they could be chopped up for firewood in the extreme cold. Furthermore, in an inconspicuous corner lies a safe. The safe within the collection room surely harbors treasures of no ordinary nature. The lounge features a kitchen equipped with an enormous refrigerator, stocked with delicacies such as foie gras, fine beef, caviar, black truffles, golden abalone, Iberian ham, a bottle of 82 Lafite, steaks, salmon, and more. The refrigerator is not only filled to the brim, but also possesses a built-in battery, ensuring all ingredients remain in pristine condition. With nothing left to express but gratitude towards the owner, Jiang Ning decided to store both the ingredients and the refrigerator into her space. The tang knives and golf clubs are the finest weapons in this post-apocalyptic world, and Jiang Ning, unwilling to hoard them away, placed them into a bag slung over her shoulder. The 14th and 15th floors are abundant with supplies, and she meticulously scoured every corner. No package could elude her grasp. The 13th floor, in contrast, is somewhat disorganized, resembling a high-tech incubation hub filled with a myriad of innovative startups. The incubation facility is rather impoverished, barely scraping by to the point where one must wear their pants inside out to make them last. Thus, little in the way of resources could be found. Exhausted and gasping for breath, Jiang Ning consumed a few energy bars before continuing her door-prying endeavors. One particular company specializing in nanofabric seemed modest at first glance, displaying various clothing materials. In the center of the sample room, a glass showcase displayed an ordinary yet strikingly confident silver-gray autumn shirt, priced at an astonishing 198,000. Robbery does not usually entail such absurd pricing. Is the consumer's intelligence tax so easily harvested? Driven by a sense of purpose, Jiang Ning stepped closer for a detailed examination. The nanothermoregulating garment promises to maintain a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. Inspired by this claim, she shattered the glass with a hammer and seized the garment in her hands. The temperature-regulating fabric, when adhered to her arm, exhibited no discernible change. However, it felt remarkably soft and smooth, akin to the touch of genuine silk. As she kneaded and inhaled its scent, she found it to be quite breathable. Were it not for the apocalyptic circumstances, she would have never had the opportunity to wear something so luxurious. She had collected all types of fabric and even discovered 10 rolls of temperature-regulating material in the sample warehouse, which should serve well for crafting intimate apparel. Having only searched halfway through the 13th floor, Zhang Chao had already completed his tasks and came over to assist. Upon noticing the tang knife and golf club strapped to her back, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. After a moment of astonishment, he gave her a thumbs up exclaiming, "You're amazing! What incredible luck you have!" As darkness enveloped the surroundings, they needed to hasten their efforts. Jiang Ning urged him to transport supplies down for the inflatable boat. Though exhausted, Zhang Chao complied without hesitation. The lack of light made their collection efforts arduous, and Jiang Ning found herself unable to stand upright from fatigue. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and persevered, determined to improve their lives in the post-apocalyptic world. Before long, Lu Yu arrived to lend a hand, and the group realized they were making considerable progress. After some inquiry, they sensed that the task was overwhelming, with the supplies being quite heavy, and the inflatable boat likely unable to bear the load. She dispatched Lu Yu to assist in moving the supplies, while she retrieved the packed inflatable boat from storage, along with a 5-liter canister of gasoline. Having crossed the main road, she would soon possess her very own inflatable boat. There wasn't much left on the 13th floor, and as Jiang Ning dragged the cumbersome boxes outside, she called out to Lu Yu, "Come quickly and see what I found, an inflatable boat." Ha ha ha. Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Ning, your luck is simply extraordinary. Indeed, it seems it was purchased by a water sports enthusiast, and I never expected to acquire it at such a bargain, she replied, her acting rather unconvincing. As night fell, Lu Yu could not discern her expression. She turned to Zhang Chao, who was busy moving items, and said, "Chao, Ning has found a couple of inflatable boats." With this, there were 2 inflatable boats and 3 rubber dinghies on the 18th floor, a substantial asset indeed. However, the gasoline was scarce, and it was unlikely they could travel far. "No worries," she reassured. "We will find a way to gather gasoline when the time comes, and we can go wherever we wish." The 4 of them busily transported all supplies to the 5th floor. After scouring the entire building, they found quite an abundance of provisions. To be precise, even 2 trips would not suffice to move everything. Chapter 28. Expansion of space. The group enjoyed high-calorie self-heating meals while sharing their collection experiences. Excluding the assorted snacks and beverages, Jiang Ning had gathered the most grains, while Zhang Chao had raided a company dealing in local products, acquiring over 100 pounds of yak jerky, rhodiola, saffron, matsutake mushrooms, cheese, and more. Lu Yu discovered several packs of wuchang rice, and Huishan found a wine distribution company, managing to collect dozens of cases of liquor. In total, they had amassed the most bottled water. Additionally, each person took what they needed. The inflatable boats were attributed to Jiang Ning, along with a tang knife, a golf club, and skincare products. Lu Yu picked up some clothing and shoes, while Zhang Chao gathered electronic devices, gaming consoles, and watches. Huishan carried plush toys, children's books, and paper, clearly intended for Dodo. Each individual had gathered their share, striving to minimize the use of communal supplies. As he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chao asked, unsure of what to say. The entire world was submerged. If this truly was the apocalypse, seeds would soon be more valuable than medicine. This seems rather redundant. He continued to pose as a supplier alongside Huishan, while Jiang Ning and Zhang Chao ascended the stairs to carry their load. Upon reaching the top, they were taken aback to discover it was a base for a certain Longgao technology, established by the revered figure who ensured the populace's sustenance. The outpost was modest in size, primarily housing innovative hybrid rice varieties, amounting to approximately 500 to 600 pounds collectively, in addition to numerous hybrid vegetable strains, hydroponic techniques, and nutrient solutions. During the final trip, she deliberately slowed her pace, concealing the laboratory's computer within her space, which contained invaluable documents and materials that might significantly aid in the future restoration of a civilized society. After their endeavors, it was already past 9 in the evening. The inflatable boat of 1801 was tethered to 2 rubber dinghies, while Jiang Ning's was attached to one, mutually assessing their propulsion and weight capacity as they navigated through the darkness towards Jinrong community. Jiang Ning piloted the inflatable boat, with Lu Yu seated beside her, scanning the surroundings with binoculars. The binoculars featured night vision capabilities, allowing for timely detection of obstacles and vigilance against any sudden appearances of marauders. Heavily laden with supplies, their pace was deliberately slow. At this hour, nearly everyone was asleep, yet they had to remain vigilant, for the abundance of goods could incite envy. They walked barefoot to avoid making noise. The supplies were piled chaotically in the living room of 1803, creating a disordered yet indescribably satisfying scene. The two paid no heed to rest, instead taking stools to sit and sort through the items, dividing them into 4 equal portions, while those that could not be evenly distributed were set aside. The second trip was not yet complete, as a considerable amount of beverages and bottled water remained, prompting 1801 and Zhang Chao to make another journey. By the time all was transported to the 18th floor, it was already 1 in the morning. Under the cover of night, the crowd busily distributed supplies. Jiang Ning managed to acquire a considerable amount of medicine, assorted grains, beef, wine, 10 jin of Wuchang rice, over a dozen boxes of mineral water, 7 or 8 boxes of milk, and 2 large sacks filled with various snacks and instant foods, along with a plethora of miscellaneous items. In summary, her provisions were sufficient to sustain her for half a year. Aware of the preciousness of seeds, she realized that apart from her own modest knowledge, the others lacked any understanding of them. Moreover, the incessant heavy rains rendered the environment too damp. Without proper storage, the seeds would quickly spoil. Jiang Ning contemplated the idea of safeguarding them herself, hoping to cultivate hydroponic vegetables, and promised to share her knowledge with the others in due course. Her intentions were not driven by greed, but rather by the harsh reality of frequent natural disasters in this apocalyptic era, where neither extreme heat nor cold was conducive to plant growth, leaving no viable opportunities for cultivation. Furthermore, seeds that were kept too long would inevitably perish. The spatial storage could preserve the items, and she genuinely wished to protect these invaluable resources, with the hope that in the future, should researchers discover suitable environments for planting, she could anonymously donate them. After all, the space only encompassed 10 square meters of fertile soil, and the seeds she had prepared would last her a lifetime. The others had no objections and even assisted in moving the supplies into her home. And Ning, whether we can enjoy the freedom of fresh vegetables now rests in your hands. I shall endeavor to try, though I cannot guarantee success. Exhausted, she took a shower and collapsed into bed, knowing that staying up late was detrimental to her health. When she awoke around noon, she felt dazed. Having subsisted on junk food for an entire day, her mouth was parched, and even her body felt overwhelmed. Jiang Ning prepared a serving of rice, steamed spare ribs, and a plate of fresh greens, savoring the indescribable satisfaction as she consumed her meal. To conclude, she indulged in a bowl of medicinal chicken feet. Delightful. After satiating her hunger and thirst, she entered her spatial realm, only to be nearly startled out of her wits by the scene before her. What on earth, whose space is this? Jiang Ning was astounded by the scene before her. The supplies still belonged to her, yet the space had expanded. The 2-bedroom apartment had transformed into a 3-bedroom dwelling. No, it was not merely a 3-bedroom. The area had increased as well. The master bedroom had enlarged by approximately 5 square meters, while the secondary bedroom had gained an additional 2 square meters. The living room, bathroom, kitchen, and balcony had also expanded, resulting in an extra 10 square meters. Even more astonishing was the garden, which had doubled in size from 10 square meters to 20. What did this signify? Not only was there freedom to cultivate vegetables but also to grow fruits. She immediately fetched a measuring tape, estimating that the total increase was around 50 square meters and 150 cubic meters. Amidst her elation, Jiang Ning was perplexed. How could the space have suddenly enlarged? Was it because it had become filled? No, the last time it was nearly overflowing, there had been no change. There must be some other, undisclosed reason. Pondering this mystery, she contemplated whether the daily time spent in this space would increase. She excitedly glanced at the light timer, which had accumulated over 20 days. After deducting the time already utilized, she was left with a paltry 36 hours, truly disheartening. Daily statistics were kept, yet the time had not increased. With no other options, she continued to labor diligently, rolling up her sleeves to rearrange the supplies and fill the newly available spaces in the master and secondary bedrooms. As she tidied up, an unsettling sensation lingered. Something felt amiss. It was not until she encountered the boxes of Maotai that the realization struck her. What had become of the antiques and the display cabinet she had collected the previous night? After a thorough search, she confirmed their absence. The Maotai, diving suit, watch, and safe remained intact, yet the antique books and paintings were nowhere to be found. Could it be that these age-old items possessed a spirit, causing the space to expand? It is indeed likely, especially considering that the pendant she wears is exquisite jade. However, the antique shelf is not, so why has it also vanished? Jiang Ning sat on the sofa, pondering the secret of the spatial expansion, when Zhang Chao approached to knock on the door. Awakening from a slumber to find the water level had risen further confirmed her fears that the apocalypse had truly arrived. Just yesterday, she had merely searched her company's office building, which was adjacent to two others. Perhaps it would be wise to acquire them sooner rather than later? It is certainly preferable to letting others benefit at her expense. Initially, she had intended to fill her apartment and abandon all else, but with an additional 150 cubic meters available, Jiang Ning suddenly found herself intrigued. While food was no longer a concern, mere sustenance would not suffice for survival in the end times. Possessing treasures could indeed become a liability. Perhaps having provisions might hasten one's demise. The Tang Dao and golf club she had obtained yesterday would serve her well in defending against ruthless adversaries. Should she ever find herself submerged, diving equipment might just save her life. Moreover, if she were to seek out more spiritually attuned objects, perhaps the space could expand even further? With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Ning readily acquiesced. Thus, Zhang Chao proceeded to knock on the door of 1801. With no objections from 1801, the group promptly gathered their belongings and set out. Despite their efforts to remain inconspicuous, they nonetheless attracted attention, as the gazes directed towards them were laden with complexity. Jiang Ning understood. Even with utmost caution, they had still been discovered the previous night. Exiting the community required navigating past buildings 8 and 9, when suddenly, a murky flood surged, pulling a thick rope taut. 1801 reacted swiftly, using a paddle to ward off the impending danger, otherwise they would surely have been tripped. Should the motor have been engaged, both the individuals and the assault boat would have been capsized into the water. In a moment of distraction, several men suddenly leapt from buildings 8 and 9, armed and swiftly making their way towards the boat. This group of individuals clearly intends to undertake something monumental. Jiang Ning rose. Her countenance darkened as she unsheathed her Tang Dao, striking forcefully at the man approaching her. A piercing scream accompanied the severing of his arm, blood staining the floodwaters. Merely slaying one was insufficient to instill fear. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning aimed for his head. Had today's events not unfolded, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that the 18th floor was under the watchful eyes of so many. It was not just a coalition of buildings 8 and 9. Countless others lurked in the shadows, eager to observe the chaos. The 18th floor had become a prime target. Should they falter or display any sign of fear, a rush would ensue, overwhelming the top floor to plunder the supplies, potentially leading to the demise of Zhang Weili and Dodo. Thus, retreat was not an option. A moment of compassion could plunge them into an irretrievable abyss. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, though physically compromised, had come to a realization. The world had transformed. It was no longer governed by the rule of law but rather by the survival of the fittest. Those sharp weapons, when thrust downwards, could indeed take lives. They could not afford to remain passive. The two raised their paddles, ready to strike at their adversaries' heads. Let those who valued their lives come forth. Jiang Ning relentlessly swung her blade, the waters near the speedboat turning crimson as the injured writhed in agony, their severed limbs thrashing before being swept away by the flood. Having incapacitated 5 or 6, the remaining few, gripped by fear, turned to flee. Recalling the tragedies of her past life, Jiang Ning's eyes reddened as she coldly commanded, "Pursue them. They must not escape." Zhang Chao and Lu Yu paddled with fervor, while Hu Yishan brandished a nail gun. His aim was impeccable. Even as those figures splashed around in the torrent, he struck them down, one by one. Annihilation. Lu Yu was on edge, aware of Zhang Weili's combat prowess, yet questioned how many she could contend with unarmed. A sense of trepidation coursed through Lu Yu, yet he gritted his teeth and rode away. Upon exiting the city, the motor of the speedboat roared to life, slicing through the air as it ventured toward the outskirts. Halfway through their journey, they encountered another speedboat approaching. Through the binoculars, Jiang Ning discerned that standing at the bow was none other than Yang Weizong, accompanied by Su Mengyao and several boys who had been trapped on the 8th floor. The speedboat trailed an inflatable dinghy, laden with ample supplies, and the faces of its occupants were alight with triumphant smiles. As the two speedboats passed each other, Yang Weizong directed a mocking grin at Jiang Ning. She remained unfazed, knowing that the apocalypse would deliver its own harsh lessons. Nonetheless, a vague sense of foreboding gnawed at her. She feared that today's endeavor might yield nothing. Before long, her apprehensions were vindicated. In less than a day, the remaining 2 office buildings had been thoroughly ransacked. Shattered glass littered the ground, desks lay in disarray, and chaotic footprints were evident everywhere. It appeared that the looters were not merely a single wave. Zhang Chao was filled with frustration, lamenting his delay that left nothing behind.
Jiang Ning calmly interjected.
Suggesting that it was not necessarily so. It depended on what one sought. Their supplies, if rationed carefully, would undoubtedly last for 6 months. By then, the floods would have receded, and they would be plunged into a frigid purgatory of an apocalyptic winter. With temperatures plummeting to a chilling -60 or 70 degrees, food was not paramount. Surviving the cold was the true essence of life. Lu Yu paused, questioning why they needed firewood when they had no shortage of gas. Gas can dry our clothes, he argued. Zhang Chao nearly struck his head in exasperation. Given the unusual weather patterns this year, who could predict what lay ahead? Gas would eventually run out. It was prudent to stockpile wood, ensuring they were prepared for whatever challenges may come. Chapter 30. The 18th floor becomes a den of malice as a few individuals ascended. They found the area in disarray. The offices were predominantly constructed of plastic, with only a few wooden desks, which were merely composed of sawdust and copious amounts of glue, making them both flammable and toxic. The office building was similarly chaotic, with only remnants of fast food, several cases of mineral water, and a scant amount of timber discovered. It appeared that upon entering, they realized the place had been ransacked, prompting a hasty retreat to the other 2 buildings to loot. Jiang Ning's intuition proved correct. The higher they ventured, the fewer traces remained. She proposed a thorough revisit, as each person may have overlooked different aspects during their initial search. Jiang Ning examined the areas that Lu Yu had scoured the previous day, while Zhang Chao swapped with room 1801. Their focus had shifted from pharmaceuticals and food yesterday to new objectives today. With an increase of 150 cubic meters in space, Jiang Ning, possessing a heightened sense of caution, yearned to fill it completely. She envisioned an array of enriching literature, exquisite vases from the boss's office, solid wood desks, wardrobes, jade ornaments for the bookcases, and mops from the cleaning supplies room. Men, lacking the finesse of women in this regard, were less adept at gathering these items. Jiang Ning discovered numerous overlooked snacks, re-examined deliveries, and suitable clothing and footwear. She stumbled upon a jade company, finding the display counter desolate, yet devoid of signs of vandalism. After a stroll, she noted that the manager's office was securely locked. Once again, a formidable door stood in her way, and she employed her tools to pry it open. Inside, for safes awaited her. Presumably, they housed precious jade stones, which she meticulously collected into her space, alongside some tea, tobacco, and liquor. One company seemed to be preparing for a team-building event, as the administrative department was stocked with large boxes of barbecue charcoal and various outdoor cooking utensils. Last night, the appliance company quietly returned to collect a batch of electrical devices that might prove useful in the future, including a luxurious massage chair valued at several tens of thousands of yuan. While the other 3 individuals scoured the area, she discreetly slipped in at staggered times, gathering anything usable until she filled the surplus 150 cubic meters of space. To facilitate transportation, all pure wooden furniture was disassembled and cut to manageable lengths, perfectly fitting into 2 assault boats and 3 inflatable rafts. Following the events of today, the 18th floor had gained a notorious reputation, and the residents of the building felt an unsettling chill at the sight of a few individuals carrying lumber upstairs. They did not conceal their actions, entering their apartments with the wood. Upon closing the door, she immediately accessed her space. The safe remained firmly in the corner, while the living room, balcony, and bathroom had not expanded. Could it be that the Jade Company had sold counterfeit goods? Reluctantly, she turned the doorknob to the master bedroom. A new bathroom had appeared, approximately 10 square meters in size. The safe remained locked, yet there should be considerable jade within. However, the expansion was merely 10 square meters, indicating that the upgrade conditions were still quite stringent. No matter, she could continue her search. In this apocalyptic world, Gold, silver, and jade were not particularly valuable, and bartering would suffice. As she slept through the night, she was abruptly awakened by a tremendous commotion and piercing screams from below. Such occurrences were commonplace in the apocalypse, and Jiang Ning merely turned over and resumed her slumber. Awakening naturally, she enjoyed a breakfast of 2 red bean buns and steamed dumplings, feeling satisfied after drinking a bottle of milk. The weather was dreadful, and the vegetables she had planted were turning a sickly yellow. Jiang Ning diluted some nutrient solution and applied it, considering it a desperate remedy. Checking her space with her consciousness, she noted that the timer had only incremented by 2 hours, proceeding at a pace slower than that of a snail. Having acquired an additional 10 square meters of fertile black soil, she intends to continue cultivating vegetables, aiming to stockpile sufficient supplies for 2 to 3 years before embarking on other endeavors. Naturally, given the slow growth of seedlings, she plans to plant them first, as the mature trees are certain to yield fruit by next year. In just 15 minutes, one can preserve a life amidst harsh conditions. Upon emerging from her space, Lu Yu knocked at the door. When it opened, Jiang Ning was startled to see him with a bruised face. "Who did this to you?" she inquired. Lu Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "Well, Zhang Chao and I aren't in the best shape. Weili has been training us rigorously since last night." Previously, she had been reluctant to lay a finger on him, but now she was pushing him to his limits. Lu Yu recognized that the world had changed. He could no longer rely solely on Weili and Jiang Ning for protection. From this moment forward, he resolved to be a man, to bravely protect his woman. "Yes, you certainly have room for improvement," he acknowledged. Upon discerning the contents within, Lu Yu's expression turned awkward, yet he chuckled. "Thank you. I was just lamenting over this." Almost forgetting the matter at hand, he cheerfully inquired, "Do you know what transpired last night?" "I have no idea. I was fast asleep," came the reply. "Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao were robbed," Lu Yu revealed. Yang Weizong was renting apartment 802, which is too cramped for so many people, while 1202 was also packed with several others. Those thieves initially targeted 1202, and if Yang Weizong and the others hadn't rushed over, Su Mengyao might have been assaulted by a group of men. Jiang Ning was astonished. A diversion tactic? It seems that even robbery now requires intelligence. Most of their supplies were stored on the 8th floor. However, their speedboats and inflatable rafts remained untouched, Lu Yu added. Jiang Ning smiled. It's not that they weren't stolen. Rather, those individuals intend to cultivate a steady stream of resources, harvesting them gradually. One of them, injured, had the audacity to knock on the door just moments ago, seeking your assistance for medical aid. Despite their desperate cries echoing through the halls, the 18th floor remained indifferent. Additionally, this morning, 2 individuals from another building arrived seeking to establish connections, only to be rebuffed by Weili. Jiang Ning, caught between laughter and exasperation, pondered how the 18th floor's mere instinct for self-preservation had transformed into accusations of being a sinister force. As they conversed, Zhang Chao, bearing his own bruises, emerged and inquired whether they would venture out today. "I have no desire to go out. If you have needs, you may proceed. I will remain here to guard our home." The area had been thoroughly searched, and venturing outside would yield nothing of use. Moreover, Zhang Weili and Lu Yu had succumbed to Zhang Chao's apocalyptic rhetoric, perpetually feeling a sense of scarcity. Their anxieties heightened. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio ventured out with an inflatable boat, both to gather supplies and to glean information. Shortly after noon, 3 more individuals arrived seeking alliances. Jiang Ning, annoyed, penned a notice and affixed it to the door. No alliances. She remained wary not only of those with dubious intentions but also of Zhang Weili and the others, for the human heart in these dire times is the most inscrutable. In the darkest of moments, even friends and colleagues could resort to cannibalism. Should the day of betrayal arrive, she would not hesitate to detach herself. With all basic necessities secured, her thoughts turned to the collection of additional desired supplies. Yet she decided it prudent to first contemplate how to expand their living space. With the trio absent, Jiang Ning indulged herself, savoring spicy chicken feet, squid strips, cold dishes, and marinated duck intestines, all while immersing herself in a book to pass the time. With the hour still early, she retrieved premixed meat filling to prepare wontons and gathered some firewood, as well as 2 stainless steel doors salvaged from a nearby shopping center. After much effort, Ding Ding Dang has finally completed the transformation of 1803. An additional window has been installed on the staircase. To reach the 18th floor, one must pass through 3 obstacles. Observing Lu Yu applying cement, Jiang Ning curiously inquired about its source. Lu Yu replied that he had procured it from a construction site nearby, having climbed in to retrieve 2 bags. Deeply resonating with this, Lu Yu shared with Zhang Chao anecdotes about several instances of shattered glass in the community. After pondering for a day, Jiang Ning concluded that the expansion of space was intrinsically linked to spirituality. The disappearance of the antique shelf must be connected to the quality of the wood. Superior wood takes decades, if not centuries, to form. For instance, golden silk Nanmu requires thousands of years. The museum has been inundated, and relevant authorities have either salvaged or preemptively relocated the artifacts. Precious items like gold, silver, and jade are relatively easier to recover once the waters recede. Now, the only remaining avenue is through wood. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Ning. Chapter 31. Tidying up the White Lotus and the Virgin Mary in search of quality wood. One would find none in shopping malls or office buildings, and the museum has already succumbed to flooding. However, there remains one place where fortune might smile upon them. Fengcheng is renowned worldwide as the largest furniture manufacturing hub, and the International Furniture Expo Center, established in Lezheng, has become a 4A-level landmark, hosting the Global Furniture Expo annually. This year marks its 30th anniversary, and the exhibition promises to be unprecedentedly grand, having inundated various channels with advertisements 6 months in advance. The event will last for half a month, and it is still ongoing. What a splendid sight it will be at the Global Top-Tier Furniture Exhibition Center. Jiang Ning, however, remained indifferent, as foreign furniture rarely utilizes wood, unlike the domestic retro styles which certainly do. She had seen an advertisement from a prominent furniture company, boasting a bed crafted from millennium-old purple sandalwood, alongside an entire suite of furniture, with a starting price in 9 figures. In recent years, the cultural confidence among the Chinese populace has surged, giving rise to a nostalgic trend in furniture design. To attract attention, the exhibition center leveraged connections to procure a piece of ebony as the centerpiece of the exhibition. Not only ebony, but also many other valuable woods, such as wangwali, old sandalwood, and rosewood, were brought to the exhibition center, seizing the opportunity to promote furniture culture to a global audience. Jiang Ning felt compelled to visit, and he needed to act swiftly. The exhibition center was located in Lu Town, about 40 kilometers from the urban area with a winding river route, yet it was certainly worth the trip. Zhang Weili and the others had gone out to collect building materials, so Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801, stating he would take a stroll. 1801 had no objections, advising him to be cautious. He slung his bag, packed for a swift excursion, down the stairs, and by chance encountered Su Mengyao on the 17th floor. She had come up with Yu Qingxing from 1202. Su Mengyao's eyes were red, tears streaming down her cheeks as she implored, Ning, a Jian has been injured. You are the only one who can save him. I beg you, please help him. Jiang Ning treated her as if she were invisible, maintaining a cold demeanor as he continued down the stairs. To his surprise, Su Mengyao clung on, pleading, Ning, we are alumni, you cannot turn a blind eye to his suffering. Her voice was loud, her sobs drawing the attention of neighbors from the 17th floor who opened their doors. Jiang Ning, in a fit of anger, drew his knife menacingly. Su Mengyao shrieked and dodged, her long, dark hair, cascading to her waist, severed in half, falling like petals to the ground. Shocked and bewildered, she stared wide-eyed at Jiang Ning, who appeared like a merciless executioner, momentarily forgetting her tears. Jiang Ning pressed down on her chest without mercy, declaring, if you wish to court death by throwing yourself at my gun, I would not hesitate to send you to meet the king of hell. He continued to apply pressure relentlessly, his gaze icily indifferent. Su Mengyao felt as though her ribs were about to snap, her face paling as she struggled to breathe. Yu Qingxing took a few steps back, imploring Jiang Ning, Mengyao only wishes for you to save Jian. If you choose not to assist, why must you resort to violence? Is it insanity that afflicts you, or is it me? Jiang Ning retorted, casting a cold glance her way. The 18th floor is not a hospital, and I am certainly not a doctor. Why do you have a speedboat if you do not intend to transport the injured to the hospital? Must you rely on someone who has only studied traditional medicine for a mere year, someone who barely understands the fundamentals? Do you consider everyone else a fool? Yu Qingqing stood in shock, attempting to explain, but our speedboat has run out of fuel, and with the rain so torrential. Then you would rather watch him die than take action? Why must you shift the blame onto me? Jiang Ning replied with a derisive expression. You truly are friends, unwilling to take risks yourself yet eager to evade your conscience by placing the burden upon me. Her words left Yu Qingqing momentarily stunned. Indeed, Jiang Ning had only studied medicine for a year, and most of that time was spent on theoretical knowledge. Yet Su Mengyao had spoken with such conviction, and they had all shared that same sentiment, leading her to subconsciously believe it as well. Upon reflection, it was clear that they had unfairly put him in a difficult position. How about you lend us your speedboat, and we will take Jian to the hospital. If you wish to play the saint, then do so on your own. Jiang Ning approached her, mocking, You have been thoroughly deceived and now wish to drag me into your predicament? Yu Qingqing's face turned ashen, her entire being struck as if by lightning, her eyes filled with an intricate blend of emotions. Ignoring the sensitive spot she had been struck, Jiang Ning continued her descent down the stairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Yu Qingqing suddenly pursued her, demanding that she stop. Jiang Ning pressed on, unfazed. Yu Qingqing, filled with indignation, questioned, You were well aware of their ill intentions. Why did you not warn me? What do you mean to me? Jiang Ning retorted, Why should I feel compelled to alert you? If you were truly so benevolent, why did you only offer sustenance to Yang Weizong when there are numerous starving individuals in the group? He brought a throng to your home. You could have easily turned them away. Why did you not? With each meal you served, did you genuinely not notice, or were you merely seeking his favor? Now that you are aware, why do you still associate with them? Observing Yu Qingqing, Jiang Ning reflected on her own past foolishness. Why had she refrained from informing her? Because such warnings would have been futile. No one is more naive than another. Everyone has their own agenda. In her previous life, Yu Qingqing had also sensed the duplicity, torn between the desire for approval and the constraints of pride. She catered to Yang Weizong's whims, easily swayed by his sweet talk, as if she would willingly offer him her very heart and soul. If a stranger had suddenly appeared, proclaiming his malicious intent or warning of impending calamity where resources must be conserved, it was likely that before Yang Weizong could utter a word, she would have vehemently dismissed the stranger as deranged. What love-struck individual does not behave thus? Therefore, why should Jiang Ning speak up? Furthermore, even after Yu Qingqing discerned their true nature, she continued to feign ignorance and collude with them. What virtue was there in that? I did not mean to. Had you alerted me sooner, I would not have shared my provisions. Yu Qingqing, unwilling to confront her own mistakes, spoke with a quivering voice tinged with tears. Why are you so cruel? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Yang Weizong is nothing but a brute? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she wept uncontrollably. Jiang Ning advised her, You'd better cry louder. He might be listening from upstairs. Startled, Yu Qingqing instinctively covered her mouth. Look at her, still seeking to conspire in secrecy. One cannot awaken a person feigning sleep. Jiang Ning bore no responsibility nor obligation in this regard. She boarded the speedboat and set forth towards the exhibition center amidst the torrential downpour. Given the unknown dangers, Jiang Ning donned a life jacket, with diving equipment at the ready. However, her courage was commendable. She skillfully maneuvered the speedboat, deftly avoiding several whirlpools along the way. Calm and composed, she traversed over 40 kilometers in just over an hour, eventually catching sight of the grand and artistically designed exhibition center rising amidst the floodwaters. The Fengcheng River network was intricate, with multiple rivers converging around the center, alongside provincial highways and interchanges facilitating access. The more complex the area, the more convoluted the currents. Jiang Ning remained vigilant, noticing several whirlpools ahead, prompting her to accelerate. Chapter 32. As long as one survives, one must endure with a sudden burst of speed. She executed a sharp turn, skidding forward. The boat rocked violently, nearly throwing her off balance. Fortunately, she managed to stabilize herself and successfully navigated a wide arc to reach the exhibition center. Though it stood only 12 stories tall, The exhibition halls were spacious and impressive. Jiang Ning circled around, yet she found no signs of life within nor any shattered glass. According to the industrial layout, town centers around furniture manufacturing, with factories predominantly surrounding it, while commercial and residential areas lie across the river, obscured from view by the torrential downpour. All around, floodwaters stretch endlessly, leaving only the exhibition center standing resolutely above the deluge. Its thick glass, impervious to the force of a hammer, remains unbroken. It is only after several vigorous strikes with a window-breaking tool that Jiang Ning succeeds in shattering it. Truly deserving of its status as a tourist attraction, the exhibition center boasts a vast area, though its opulent hall is now submerged in floods. Yet, gazing upwards reveals its magnificent stature. Darkness has engulfed all brilliance, leaving only the beam of a flashlight to illuminate the diverse array of fashionable furniture surrounding him. The intricate waterways serve to protect the exhibition center remarkably well. Perhaps it is also that the center harbors no survivors in need of vital supplies. In any case, it remains unharmed prior to Jiang Ning's arrival. Furniture abounds. With endless possibilities, there is nothing they cannot create. Chinese, European, American, African, Korean, modern, postmodern, classical, neoclassical, pastoral, cyberpunk. The world of furniture converges here, showcasing an abundance of imaginative designs, with only the limits of one's imagination as the boundary. Jiang Ning refrains from hastily making a choice and instead heads straight to the top floor's furniture museum. Without an elevator, he ascends through winding corridors. Finally reaching the top floor, his feet weary and aching. The entire floor is filled with historical exhibits, featuring both photographs and physical displays, showcasing various types of wood and furniture from antiquity, whether dilapidated or intact. With a flashlight in hand, he navigates through the exhibition areas, and after nearly half an hour, he arrives at the focal point. A piece of wood over 4 meters long, irregularly shaped and modeled, presenting a deep brown-black hue before Jiang Ning's eyes. This is the ebony, buried underground for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, shaped by erosion and nature into a form that resembles neither wood nor stone, plant mummies of sorts. Revered as the spirit of all trees, it is celebrated as a fossil of wood, with legends claiming that an ounce of ebony is worth an ounce of gold. Jiang Ning could not fathom its value. After all, no matter how precious, it could not satiate hunger and was worth nothing to the survivors. The ebony was encased in transparent glass, making extraction a formidable task. The explosion-proof glass remained unscathed, no matter how hard one struck it with a hammer. Jiang Ning donned a mask and retrieved a chainsaw from her spatial storage, the jarring sound echoing incessantly. After considerable effort, she successfully sawed through the glass, releasing a delightful fragrance into the air. Indeed, the aroma of ebony was truly enchanting. Time was of the essence, so she hastily stored the treasure in her space. Continuing with the chainsaw, she encountered various valuable woods such as Nanhai Wangwali, agarwood, and small-leaf rosewood, all encased in glass, while others were cordoned off with warning tape, prohibiting visitors from touching them. Jiang Ning could not discern which had spiritual energy. She simply tossed them all into her space. As she proceeded, she finally beheld a meticulously crafted thousand-work bed made of rosewood. Exquisitely carved, it was a sight to behold, yet in the darkness it appeared somewhat eerie. Its size was imposing, nearly monopolizing the living area of her RV, leaving no room for the grand bed. Resolutely, she rolled up her sleeves and began the dismantling process. After disassembling it, she tossed it into her space along with matching tables, chairs, benches, and vanities, leaving nothing behind. There was no shortage of other ancient furniture made from various materials, among many others whose names escaped her. Truth be told, as she smashed the glass display cases, her palms were clammy with sweat, despite the multiple layers of cloth covering her face. In this apocalyptic world ravaged by natural disasters, in times of peace, she would have likely toiled endlessly at a sewing machine, laboring until exhaustion claimed her. She was surrounded by incessant noise, with even wooden sticks not spared from her relentless efforts. Jiang Ning, drenched in sweat and feeling dizzy, sought a place to rest. She took out a chocolate bar to replenish her energy and drank a can of Red Bull. Once her spirits were somewhat revived, she turned off her flashlight and slipped into her space. Within the confines of this space lay a plethora of dilapidated furniture, though most had vanished without a trace. Jiang Ning was taken aback by the scene before her. The living room spanned approximately 30 square meters, complete with a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. All rooms, including the kitchen and bathroom, had expanded, and the master bedroom now boasted an additional walk-in closet. Upon counting, she realized there was an extra bedroom and a study. Indeed, the layout now consisted of 4 bedrooms, 2 living areas, 3 bathrooms, and 1 study. The spiral staircase reached only the ceiling, hinting at further potential for expansion. Even more astonishing was that the black soil garden, which had previously measured a mere 20 square meters, now appeared to encompass 300 square meters. Jiang Ning's gamble had paid off. The ancient and sentient would truly held value. She expressed her gratitude to the ebony, the rosewood, and all the ethereal beings that had sacrificed themselves for the sake of this space. As for the items unrecognized by the space, she had no intention of discarding them. They could serve as firewood during the harshest of winters. This venture had proven invaluable, likely yielding an additional 400 square meters, equating to 1,200 cubic meters. Exiting the space, Jiang Ning descended to the lower level. Both floors were adorned with traditional Chinese furniture, and with an overwhelming abundance of items, she could only rely on her instincts, selecting the more valuable pieces to toss into the space. All were deposited in the garden, stacked layer upon layer. The space could consume what it could, and for what it could not, she would find opportunities to exchange them later. Suddenly, an additional 200 cubic meters emerged, greatly bolstering Jiang Ning's confidence. As long as he could stockpile without running out, he would continue to amass supplies fervently. The 8th floor was equipped with a service lounge, screening room, numerous restaurants, coffee shops, bakeries, and convenience stores, all designed to provide a resting place for tourists and guests attending the exhibition. Although all the meat and vegetables had spoiled, the restaurants had diligently prepared their inventories in anticipation of the exhibition's attendees, boasting over 10,000 pounds of rice, flour, and assorted grains, along with more than 300 barrels of oil in a diverse array, as well as various condiments, teas, wines, and beverages. Remarkably, in a high-end restaurant, he discovered 20 unopened bottles of premium caviar and 30 bottles of Lafite red wine, all still within their shelf life. The refrigerators housing these valuable ingredients were equipped with power storage units. All 3 large refrigerators were filled with steaks, lamb chops, foie gras, Tanya blue lobsters, Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, and more. Jiang Ning was astonished by the unexpected bounty and decided to take everything, including the refrigerators. The merchandise in the convenience store and bakery, aside from the expired and moldy items, was all desirable. He also collected coffee beans, sugar, milk, and even the coffee machines from the CAF. In total, he added over 100 cubic meters of supplies. After thoroughly exploring the 8th floor, he discovered a substantial maintenance supply department, which contained 2 large-capacity generators. In such a vast exhibition center, power outages were a possibility, and the generators were likely intended for emergency use. To operate the generators, diesel fuel was required. Jiang Ning searched the machinery room but found no diesel. Chapter 33. Diesel acquired. Jiang Ning pried open the maintenance supply department's warehouse and finally located the diesel fuel in one room. With 160 liters per barrel, totaling 30 barrels, she possessed a substantial 800 liters, approximately 4 tons. Coincidentally, an international exhibition coincided with an unprecedented typhoon, rendering it impractical to stockpile merely this modest quantity of diesel for emergency power outages. Consequently, she explored every accessible nook and cranny, discovering 2 additional rooms filled with diesel, bringing her total to an impressive 12 tons. Both the speedboat and the RV could utilize diesel, ensuring a prolonged supply for her needs. Overwhelmed with excitement, she stored everything in her designated space. In fact, her space housed several solar-powered storage batteries. However, who among adults would opt for mere selection? She desired it all. Grasping her tools, she endeavored to disassemble the generator as completely as possible, packing away tools and spare parts from the maintenance department. The 7th floor and below showcased various styles of modern furniture, and Jiang Ning continued her pursuit, collecting as she went. She had a particular fondness for modern furnishings, as designers had thoughtfully considered the challenges faced by those living in compact spaces, incorporating many functional folding features. With an additional 200 cubic meters at her disposal, Jiang Ning seized everything in her path, indulging in her whims. Beds, latex mattresses, sofas, wardrobes, TV cabinets, nightstands, tables, chairs, and rocking chairs filled her collection. Exhausted, she paused to rest, promptly checking her space. The wooden furniture she later acquired had only partially vanished, revealing that merchants often employed clever tactics, selling subpar items disguised as quality goods. Her space effectively served as an appraisal machine. Ascending the spiral staircase, she discovered an additional living room, yet no other alterations were evident. Sweeping through to the 5th floor, she selected only the most durable and practical items, eschewing any frivolous decor. In a post-apocalyptic world, extravagance had no place. Otherwise, her future exchanges would raise suspicions. Having spent considerable time at the exhibition center, she glanced at her phone to find it was already 3 in the afternoon. Reflecting on the devastation wrought by the earthquake, with buildings collapsed and remnants strewn about, she hesitated only briefly before steering her speedboat toward the site. Jiang Ning peeled back the waterproof cover to reveal an assortment of materials: sand, cement, lime powder, glass doors and windows, tiles, and waterproof coatings. The progress of renovations varied, resulting in slight differences in the piles of materials on each floor. Sand was easily obtainable, rendering it unnecessary to occupy precious space with it. The resurgence of other materials posed a greater challenge. Even with government reconstruction efforts, not everything could be reproduced. As Jiang Ning ascended, she meticulously collected items to deposit in the black soil garden. She noted that since the establishment of the 2nd floor, the garden's capacity had increased in height, now aligning with the 2nd floor. This transformation meant the usable volume of the garden had expanded from 900 cubic units to 1,800 cubic units. Fortunately, construction materials did not consume space, allowing her to gather all she had found. The garden, however, could not preserve items indefinitely. Jiang Ning recalled the waterproof tarpaulin and promptly secured it to shield the cement, lime powder, and waterproof coatings. After finishing her collection, a sudden thought struck her regarding the several safes she had stored in her space. She decided to retrieve them and began to pry them open. The alarm blared sharply. She plugged her ears with earplugs and gradually managed to pry the safe doors ajar. The 4 safes from the jade shop were utterly empty. It appeared that the entire contents had been consumed by the space. Next, she tackled the safe from the domineering CEO's private collection, and to her astonishment, a firearm tumbled out. Could this be something collectible? It seemed that the CEO, without exception, relished challenging the law. In addition to the handgun, there were 2 boxes of ammunition, totaling 200 rounds. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to possess such items. This was a delightful surprise. Although Jiang Ning had never handled a real firearm, she had participated in a shooting club at school where they practiced with rubber bullets, and she had developed a fair degree of accuracy. With this object, sleep has become considerably more tranquil. Once again, I express my gratitude for the benefaction of the domineering CEO. Now only 1 safe remains, discovered within the confines of the CEO's office. This surely cannot be classified as contraband, can it? Upon prying it open, I found it brimming with paper. More accurately, it is currency stacks of 10,000, a total of 100 stacks. 1 million, comprised entirely of pristine banknotes. This was an unforeseen development for Jiang Ning. Had she received such a sum before the calamity? Well, she might have been busy at the sewing machine. Although the bills have not yet been rendered obsolete, their value has significantly depreciated. Still, it is better than nothing. She stuffed the money into her backpack and discarded the safe into the floodwaters. The 18th floor barely qualifies as a team. Venturing out alone is no trivial task. Jiang Ning took out her phone to consult the offline map, seeking nearby locations of interest. There exists a commercial science museum, but it is located in the neighboring U-City. U-City, being the provincial capital, has the museum situated on the outskirts, merely 20 kilometers from Lu Town. Besides expanding her space, she currently lacks any specific necessities. Thoughts of acquiring a ship or an aircraft are futile. It would be prudent to explore, perhaps discovering something of value to her. Having determined her route, she set off towards the Commercial Science Museum in U City. Surrounded by vast expanses of water, she navigated unfamiliar paths for nearly an hour, finding the museum with only 2 floors above the water's surface. U City was bustling with people. The museum had undoubtedly been searched countless times, leaving a scene of utter disarray. Almost all resources beneficial to their survival had been carted away. Just as she was about to leave after a brief exploration, the beam of her flashlight inadvertently illuminated an orange sphere. Perfectly round like a ping-pong ball, it was strikingly vibrant, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Could this be an escape pod? Jiang Ning had once inadvertently come across a video showcasing an escape pod designed for protection against seismic and tsunami disasters. Upon picking up the promotional brochure discarded on the ground, she realized her suspicions were indeed correct. The pod is constructed from a tri-layered metal shell that has passed aerospace-grade testing, capable of withstanding external impacts from sharp objects, as well as enduring high temperatures and pressures without deforming, thus exhibiting remarkable protective capabilities. The interior of the escape pod is equally robust, featuring advanced welding technology alongside safety belts and shock-absorbent seating, ensuring individuals concealed within the capsule experience a profound sense of security. The latest upgraded version on display is equipped with a GPS positioning system, oxygen supply, illumination devices, as well as provisions for drinking water and food. The storage capacity for drinking water and food is determined by the internal space. A single-person pod can hold enough supplies for 5 days, while a pod designed for 5 to 10 individuals can sustain them for up to 2 weeks. The single-person variant has a diameter of 0.8 meters, while the one before her stands approximately 3 meters tall, likely the largest model available. Jiang Ning opened the pod door to discover 6 shock-absorbent seats inside. The space is quite ample, allowing for the extension of limbs, and includes a compact toilet processor, with a water reservoir at the bottom designed to float if submerged. Surrounding the area are numerous sealed compartments intended for storing essential supplies, complete with a medical first aid kit. In the event of an earthquake or tsunami, one can take refuge inside, effectively isolating themselves from the catastrophic external environment. Once the disaster subsides, the emergency signal device can be activated, allowing for the awaited arrival of rescue personnel. Judging by the arrangement, there should be additional single-person escape pods, though they have already been relocated. The pod before her, however, is exceedingly cumbersome, impossible to lift even by several individuals working together. Jiang Ning attempted to push it but found it immovable, and decisively decided to store it away, contemplating its potential utility when the next earthquake strikes. Today's discovery could very well be a stroke of fortune. The hour has grown late, and Jiang Ning decisively retreats. Upon returning to the Jinrong community, the sky is overcast and nearly dark. Just as she is about to enter the complex, she hears a commotion not far away, accompanied by the fierce barking of a dog. Chapter 34. Hoarding a dog with her vision blurred and unclear, Jiang Ning retrieves her binoculars. She observes a group of men and women standing by 2 rubber boats, brandishing wooden forks and iron rods, relentlessly striking at a windowsill extending from the 5th floor. On that ledge stands a drenched dog, baring its sharp teeth and barking fiercely at them. Quick, kill it, and we'll have meat to eat tonight. The men and women appear exceedingly exhilarated, brandishing their weapons as they taunt the dog, which, despite its desperate attempts to evade them, refuses to yield, confronting them with a fierce demeanor. In the face of sudden calamity, everyone was caught unprepared. All provisions were soaked in water, and many perished from starvation. Now, seeing a dog, even one that is emaciated, could promise a hearty meal, could it not? This is meat after all. Who wouldn't desire such a feast? Their eyes gleam with greed, nearly yearning to devour it whole. Jiang Ning initially wished to remain uninvolved, but upon recognizing the dog's face, a shiver coursed through her. It is Cola. That name was given by her. Cola had been abandoned by its owner and sold to a dog meat restaurant, and during its slaughter, it had suddenly rebelled and bitten the owner before escaping. With nowhere to go, it wandered near the university town, often lingering around the small eateries across the street from the community, frequently driven away by the shopkeepers. During that time, Jiang Ning, who was reselling dog food, would always scatter a handful of kibble or toss a piece of sausage whenever she encountered it. The only distinction between a dog abandoned by its owner and an infant forsaken by its parents lies in the existence of orphanages for humans, while stray dogs face extermination upon capture. Initially, it was exceedingly cautious, highly resistant to Jiang Ning's approach, only daring to eat once she had distanced herself. Gradually, as familiarity grew, it remained wary, yet would peek from behind a tree, its gaze furtively observing her. Over time, it developed an affection for Yang Weizong, desperately trying to gravitate towards him, abandoning even the pursuit of dog food, letting go of thoughts of sustenance altogether. Their next encounter occurred amid a bitter winter. Jiang Ning was bewildered by its survival. Its fur had entirely shed, its body riddled with suppurating frostbite, emaciated to a mere skeletal frame. Yet, despite its dire condition, when it witnessed her being tormented by a group of villains, it charged fearlessly to her defense, savagely biting at them. Had it not lunged forward, a baseball bat would have struck her head. In its valiant attempt to protect her, Kaylay was brutally beaten to death, refusing to release its grip on the assailant's wrist until its last breath. She survived, but it met a tragic end, its life extinguished to be butchered and consumed. How absurdly tragic it is that she poured her heart out to Yang Weizong, who stood by, a mere spectator to her demise at the hands of demons, while the stray dog she had occasionally fed sacrificed its life for her protection. When they met again, Jiang Ning was in tears. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed towards the sound, calling out, "Kaylay!" The stubborn Belgian Malinois, standing resolutely on the windowsill, brightened at the sound, instinctively turning to look. In a fleeting distraction, it was struck heavily by a club, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Whirling around, it leapt towards the assailant, engaging in a frenzied attack. The inflatable boat rocked violently as Kola fiercely bit at the assailant's body. Others rushed over to lend a hand, and clubs came raining down. It dodged left and right, nimbly leaping away. Ironically, the clubs struck those who were being bitten, eliciting piercing cries of anguish. Another inflatable boat made its way over, but due to the swift current, could not be controlled. The two boats collided, causing two individuals to lose their balance and tumble into the water, crying for help. The Belgian Malinois, with its remarkable agility, charged forward, knocking someone down with great force. One person drew a knife and aimed a vicious stab at it. Jiang Ning steered the speedboat toward them, ramming into the inflatable boat and flipping it over, then executing a sharp turn. Kola, with a powerful leap, propelled its emaciated body 3 to 4 meters away, landing steadily on Jiang Ning's speedboat. The engine roared, and a spray of water erupted. By the time they clambered back onto the inflatable boat, the speedboat was nowhere to be seen. The sky was overcast, and they could scarcely discern the features of the woman. The dog meat stew was left uneaten, several people were injured, and their luck seemed to have soured. An array of profanities escaped their lips. The speedboat surged into the neighborhood, halting beneath the apartment building. Jiang Ning's vision was blurred by the rain as she eagerly reached out to embrace Kola, only to have Kola retreat, its eyes filled with wariness and suspicion. Its condition appeared dire. Blood dripped from its mouth, and much of its fur was missing, revealing numerous mottled scars. It was evident that this was not the first time it had been cornered by humans. In this apocalyptic world, the lengths one would go to survive knew no bounds. Once, before the storm, many in the community had kept pets, treating them with greater care than themselves, yet now there was no sign of them. "Don't be afraid, Kola." Jiang Ning attempted to soothe the creature, assuring it that they would share their lives together, and as long as she had food, it would not go hungry. However, it remained distant, its wariness unabated. Jiang Ning could not even approach it, let alone caress it. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a sausage from her bag, tore open the packaging, and tossed it towards the animal. Even in the presence of such a delicacy, the starving dog, named Kola, stayed cautious, gradually inching closer to sniff before devouring the morsel in one swift bite, then returning its gaze to her. After tearing apart 10 sausages, she finally managed to touch its head. Yet, Kola was reluctant to accept her nurturing invitation, yearning instead to leap into the floodwaters and swim away. The stray dog, not only wary but also intelligent, understood well that this was human territory. Venturing in could lead to a fate akin to being cooked in an iron pot. Many foolish companions had met their demise this way. Reluctant to let it slip away, Jiang Ning quickly produced a chicken leg, and then revealed the dog food from her backpack. "Cola, if you stay with me, you will never go hungry again." She hesitated to dispose of the food, contemplating mixing it with the feed for the rabbits, unaware that fate had destined it for Cola. Gripping the bag of dog food, she noticed Cola's mouth watering at the sound. Ultimately, it surrendered. Jiang Ning successfully led it ashore, its hardened heart melting like chocolate, smooth and sweet. In this grim and filthy apocalypse, she no longer wandered alone in darkness. She had found a companion with whom she could share life and death. "Wow, a dog! I want to eat dog meat." Chapter 35. You hit me over a dog? Upon entering the apartment building, word quickly spread that there was a dog, igniting a ravenous desire for meat. Coke bristled, baring its teeth and entering an aggressive stance, radiating an aura of menace. Jiang Ning unsheathed her sword, declaring, "Who dares to feast upon my dog? Step forward." The onlookers were astonished. When did the 18th floor acquire a dog? How outrageous! They scarcely have enough to eat, and yet they dare to keep a dog? Feeding the dog while neglecting their own needs? Anger surged within them. Nonsense! This beast is merely a stray from outside. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized Coke, having often seen it lounging across the street. "I have witnessed it several times myself. Indeed, I have seen it on numerous occasions, and once it nearly bit my child. If we strike it, we can share the spoils." Jiang Ning raised her blade, cleaving through a trash can beside the corridor, proclaiming, "If you wish for meat, you must first seek my blade's consent." The thought of her severing heads as effortlessly as slicing through a watermelon sent the crowd recoiling in fear. Yet, some remained unwilling to relent. "Young lady, this dog does not belong to you. Such tyranny cannot be tolerated. It is with me, thus it is mine. Life is challenging for all. Perhaps we could compromise, slaughter it and split the bounty with you receiving the larger share." Others nodded in agreement, finding this proposition agreeable. Let her take the lion's share, and they would settle for mere broth. "I have no taste for dog meat," Jiang Ning retorted with a cold smile, directing her blade towards the man who proposed the idea. "Your flesh should prove delectable." The man, taken aback, stumbled and fell, his trousers seeping an unknown liquid. By heavens, she truly dares to kill. Fortunately, she had not struck a vital area, though his arm was sliced and blood flowed profusely. Despite the multitude of grievances, none dared to utter a word demanding meat, resigned to watch her ascend the stairs with the dog. Just as they had repelled the thought of consuming dog meat, Yang Weizong recklessly charged forward. "Jiang Ning, you are truly heartless," he bellowed in fury as he burst from the room. "Are you satisfied now? Jian is dead." The others loitering at the doorway cast malevolent glances her way, showing no inclination to dissuade Yang Weizong. Before Jiang Ning could respond, Kele lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Yang Weizong's leg. Caught off guard, he emitted a bone-chilling scream and swung his stick towards the dog's head. Kele nimbly evaded, its eyes filled with a murderous intent. It was this very beast that had been deemed filthy and infested with fleas, abandoned at the dog meat restaurant by those who would shovel its waste. It was also for this creature that Jiang Ning had ceased to provide its sustenance, having ignored it ever since that day. The dog, harboring resentment, charged at him once more. Yang Weizong was taken aback, frantically waving his stick. Jiang Ning stepped forward, forcing him back several paces. "Are you truly striking me over a mere dog?" Yang Weizong seethed, his disheveled appearance revealing a hint of menace. "Have you lost your senses? It is merely a dog. It is a dog, yet you are devoid of humanity. You are responsible for a Jian's demise, and you dare to justify it?" Yang Weizong retorted, "Is it my fault for not taking him to the hospital, standing by as he perished?" His face contorted with discomfort, he continued, "If you had not been so cold-hearted, unwilling to lend us money. Have you no shame?" Jiang Ning gazed coldly at them. "If I were in your shoes, possessing even a modicum of courage, I would take up a knife and confront the one who injured Jian. A life for a life. Avenging one is worth the price of two. Yet, each of you are craven, too fearful to seek revenge, and instead, you cast the blame for his demise upon me. Preying upon women, is this how delectable you find soft living? Who among you is indulging in such a cowardly existence? Are you unaware of how much you have consumed? Jiang Ning taunted, adding, and who bestowed upon you the audacity to prance about before me? With that, he plunged a knife into Yang Weizong's thigh. Yang Weizong screamed in agony as he collapsed, while the others rushed to his aid. Jiang Ning, let us converse amicably. You have gone too far. Jiang Ning ascended the stairs, noting that this time he had struck a leg, but next time it could very well be the heart. Cherish the opportunity to live. None dared to approach, their faces twisted with resentment. Su Mengyao, her hair shorn, stood behind the door, her fury distorting her features. A bunch of useless imbeciles. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Jiang Ning was taken aback by the sight before him. The door at the stairwell was covered in spikes. To be precise, it was affixed with countless iron nails, all pointed outward. Not merely one door, but all three were fortified in this manner. Not even a rat could scurry through. Meanwhile, 3 men and a woman were fervently engaged in welding, sparks flying and illuminating the scene with a blinding radiance. As she approached, Zhang Chao lifted his protective visor. Ah Ning, take a look at our fortress. Regarding the ingenuity of Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, Jiang Ning could only offer a thumbs up, at a loss for words. It was rumored that supplies were located on the 18th floor. It was no surprise that there was no credit due to Yang Weizong or Su Mengyao for this endeavor. Rather than living in constant apprehension, it is far wiser to forge a robust shield of protection. The collective strength of a trio of ordinary craftsmen may well rival that of a sage. Jiang Ning felt a swell of happiness. After all, she could not conceive of such an idea herself. Kola decisively turned away, weary of love, and chose to depart. Jiang Ning crouched down, offering a measure of comfort, and solemnly addressed Zhang Chao. If you dare to lay a finger on my dog, I shall stew you first. When did you acquire a dog? Zhang Chao exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing it as a stray. Is it that stray dog by the entrance of our community? Lu Yu remarked, recalling how Ah Ning frequently fed it with scraps. Food, a vital necessity, and how many perish each day due to hunger. Not only Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, but even Zhang Weili found it difficult to comprehend. However, Hor Ishan made a startling observation, noting the fine physique of the Belgian Malinois. If properly trained, could easily handle 2 or 3 adults simultaneously. You truly have an eye for talent. Jiang Ning thought highly of him, especially since the dog had just evaded capture by 7 or 8 individuals, turning the tables and capsizing their inflatable boat. The timid Lu Yu. The timid Zhang Chao. Chapter 36. Spending 1 million. This dog possesses an uncanny understanding, its gaze penetrating and eerie. We are all dog lovers, resolutely opposing the consumption of dog meat. Zhang Chao was the first to relent. Ah Ning, please, make it stop looking at me that way. It's terrifying. Zhang Weili empathized with her feelings. Yet as a friend, she gently advised, Ah Ning, under normal circumstances, I would wholeheartedly support you. But these are extraordinary times, and much of our food has been rendered inedible by the water. Our swift response allowed us to stockpile some supplies, yet your provisions may only suffice for 6 or 7 months. The future remains uncertain, and it is crucial to consider that large dogs consume a considerable amount of food. Do ensure that you think this through. The last thing you want is to find yourself regretting the lack of supplies when the time comes, for then it will be as if the heavens have turned a deaf ear and the earth offers no solace. To me, it is not merely a dog, but a cherished family member. Jiang Ning gently soothed the anxious Kailei, reassuring herself that materials can be replenished. She would never abandon it. Zhang Weili and the others may not be meddling, but it is for Jiang Ning to contemplate. Bringing Kailei inside, she retrieved dog food from her space and soaked it in goat's milk. The goat's milk, acquired from the supermarket, was initially disliked for its strong flavor, but now serves perfectly for Kailei. After preparing a large basin of dog food, Kailei's once sunken belly finally swelled. Standing before the sofa, Kailei fixed its gaze upon Jiang Ning, suddenly tears streaming down its face. Unprepared, there lingered a glimmer of hope amidst the sorrow. The sight of Kailei weeping broke Jiang Ning's composure as she embraced it, crying out the fears and regrets of lifetimes, the loneliness and despair. Kailei's head rested on her shoulder, emitting soft whimpers. It too wept, mourning the absence of a previous caretaker who had discarded it, yet now it was offered warmth and delectable treats. Could it dare to trust humanity once more? Together, they wept for an extended period. After the tears flowed, Jiang Ning found clarity, dispelling her previous confusion and fear. Yet now, the stakes were higher. Not only must they strive for a good and long life, but also ensure Kayleigh's safety. Regaining her composure, she began to examine Kayleigh's health. The sight was harrowing, revealing a multitude of fresh and old wounds, alongside a severe skin affliction characterized by a profusion of various lesions. The dog's head was dark, rendering it exceptionally unappealing. Jiang Ning administered anti-inflammatory medication and retrieved a shaving device to remove the dog's fur. She disinfected the wounds with iodine and then applied Yunnan Baiyao. Lacking a stockpile of pet medications, Jiang Ning rummaged through her medicine cabinet to find a comparable ointment, gently applying it to Kayleigh. The dog offered no resistance but incessantly attempted to lick its wounds. Gaunt to the point of being skeletal, the absence of fur was particularly distressing. Thus, Jiang Ning fetched her number 7 jersey to drape over the dog, affectionately stroking its head and assuring, "Once I nurse you back to health, you'll be quite handsome." Jiang Ning harbored no concerns regarding supplies, confident that her storage was ample enough for both herself and Kayleigh to survive indefinitely. Moreover, the black soil garden provided additional opportunities for cultivation. The ground was damp, and lacking a proper doghouse, she laid down a few pieces of cardboard and retrieved a durable, easy-to-clean sofa from her storage. Without any prompting, Kayleigh instinctively recognized this as its new abode. Felt soft and comfortable. Finally, it had a home. Exhausted, the dog settled into its nest and fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Ning then hefted her large backpack and knocked on the door of 1801 before assembling at 1803. In front of everyone, she unzipped her heavy backpack. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were astounded, repeatedly counting the stacks of money. 1 million? Jiang Ning nodded, explaining that she had discovered it in the cashier's office of an office building during her outing that day. Had this occurred before the calamity, it would have driven several individuals into a frenzy of excitement. Yet now, confronted with such a substantial sum, feelings of profound frustration arose. There was no means to spend the money. The price of rice had soared to 500 yuan per jean, with a daily purchase limit of only 1 jean, and even that was salvaged from the water and dried. While it was consumable, the question of whether it would lead to fatalities remained uncertain. How should one spend such a vast sum of money? Holding it in hand seems to invite the growth of mold. Jiang Ning has forewarned them. It is already fortunate that one can still procure grains, for the future remains uncertain regarding their availability. Currently, they are scarcely obtainable. Lu Yu is eager for information, claiming that the purchasing restrictions sound appealing. Yet in truth, the daily supply is minuscule, leaving many who queue in the dead of night empty-handed. However, there are those outside who engage in the resale of grains, harvested and dried from the waters, now priced at an astonishing 2,000 yuan per jean. How ironic it is that 1,000,000 yuan can only procure 500 jean of grain. Is there a way around this? The government is cracking down on speculation. Those caught face confiscation and public shaming, yet not everyone possesses the means to navigate such treacherous waters. The value of money diminishes with each passing day, and increasingly, barter systems are emerging. One cannot predict when currency may become obsolete. We must find a way to expend our wealth tomorrow. With grains being unattainable, how shall we spend? We will purchase whatever the department store offers. Jiang Ning is steering towards the bleak cold. It is now October, a time when short sleeves were once sufficient, yet now one must cover themselves with blankets at night. If this rain continues into winter, how shall we endure? Nevertheless, the trio of Life SNA FS decides to raid the department store tomorrow, seizing whatever they can find. 1801 remains silent, his profound gaze betraying no emotion. Though he appears to be part of a group, he is, in fact, distant and vigilant. His eyes are as sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of piercing through to the depths of one's heart, instilling a sense of foreboding in Jiang Ning. As she departs from 1803 and approaches her doorstep, unexpected words from Huaishan halt her. Jiang Ning, may I discuss something with you? Please go ahead. I was once a special police officer, but after being injured, I relocated here. Huaishan explained that during his assignments, He often partnered with police dogs, which has granted him some experience in training them. If he manages to train one, its combat capability could rival that of several adults, proving beneficial for the 18th floor. Jiang Ning was astonished. She initially speculated about his military or police background, but after witnessing him kill without a flicker of emotion, she dismissed that notion, concluding he might either be a professional assassin or a bodyguard hired to resolve troubles. To her surprise, he turned out to be a special police officer. Based on his account, he had only recently retired. How could he kill with such cold detachment? Though suspicions lingered, everyone harbors secrets, and as long as he posed no threat to her, Jiang Ning would refrain from prying. Chapter 37. Miss, do you need food? Even though I understand the allure of a stray dog, I still hope it can grow stronger. After all, no one can resist the temptation of dog meat when faced with the threat of starvation. Thus, the stray must become more formidable. Huo Ishan's request was simple. I will help you train the dog, and you will teach Dodo to read. Was that truly the expectation? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Dodo was both clever and obedient, and he could easily teach it himself. Huo Ishan appeared somewhat uneasy, stating, I cannot teach him reading. Training dogs is far simpler. Jiang Ning felt a bit awkward but agreed. All right, let us make that exchange. You train the dog, and I will teach Dodo to read. As she opened the door, a shadow leapt towards her, emitting low, anxious whimpers, its paws incessantly pawing at Jiang Ning. She gently stroked its head, reassuring, It's all right, I'm not leaving. Stray dogs are difficult to soothe, but she offered it a piece of sausage. Yet it remained restless, following her closely, refusing to let her out of its sight. Today was not only exhausting but also left me ravenous. The unexpected reunion with Kola was truly a cause for celebration. Jiang Ning presented a delightful spread of steamed pork ribs, drunken goose, farmer's stir-fried meat, and beer. Even in the absence of hunger, Kola's eager eyes fixated on the feast, drool almost escaping. Jiang Ning offered a tender rib to Kola while enjoying her meal and unwinding with a drama. Kola, overcome with desire, leaped onto the sofa and rested against her, occasionally nudging her shoulder with a paw. When Jiang Ning remained unyielding, Kola sprinted to her food bowl, returning with a plea for food. Such a clever creature. Jiang Ning tossed a bone to it, warning not to overindulge, for there would be delectable delights every day to come. After the meal, it was time to teach Kola about using the restroom, not just for Kola but also for the pair of breeding rabbits and their litter. The balcony, though enclosed with glass, remained damp, rendering the rabbits quite lethargic. After placing ample cardboard in the restroom, their spirits improved significantly. Having grown accustomed to their presence, they no longer feared humans and roamed freely about the house. Upon spotting the rabbits, Kola's eyes gleamed with predatory intent, instinctively pouncing to attack. Jiang Ning quickly intervened with a fierce glare, forbidding such behavior. In the future, her meals of meat or porridge would rely entirely on them. Having spent time together, Kola was familiar enough with her temperament to resist the urge to bite, waiting patiently for hunger to strike. Kola, being quite perceptive, managed to relieve itself in the restrooms bin lined with a black garbage bag after more than an hour of instruction. Conversely, the rabbits remained oblivious, unable to grasp the lesson despite repeated attempts, causing her to clean up after them multiple times throughout the day. Jiang Ning felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Kola, she sighed, the responsibility of caring for them shall henceforth rest upon your capable shoulders. Be a sensible dog and help alleviate the burdens of your caretaker. After a long day, Jiang Ning finally settled into bed, only to have Kaylay drag its bed in after her. Well, who could blame it for seeking comfort? She understood. Throughout the night, she awakened several times, all due to Kaylay's disturbances. The dog was exceptionally sensitive to sounds. Even the slightest noise from downstairs would rouse it, prompting it to guard the stainless steel door without budging. The prolonged experience of wandering had altered the dog's nature, making it cautious about alerting potential threats. Though it was merely an apartment building, it housed a myriad of life-esque complexities, rife with sordid and unsightly affairs. By 7 in the morning, Kaylay's anxious barking stirred her awake. Upon opening the door, she found Yang Wei-tsong's classmate incessantly knocking. Jiang Ning, a Tsong was injured by your knife yesterday, and your dog bit him too. He has a fever now, You must take responsibility. Jiang Ning shut the door, proceeded with her morning routine, and prepared a simple breakfast of pork bone soup and 2 small steamed buns. Kayleigh feasted on half a bowl of dog food and 4 buns. Just as she finished tidying up, Lu Yu arrived to knock on her door, ready for their day's mission to spend 1 million. Zhang Weili, in addition to caring for the child, had now taken on the task of watching the dog. At 9 o'clock, they reached the department store, only to find it packed with people queuing. Suddenly, an announcement blared through the loudspeakers, stating that the stock of provisions for the day had been exhausted, urging those in need to arrive early the following day. I arrived at midnight. How could it be sold out? Someone lamented. I queued since 9 last night, yet still, it was not my turn. A chorus of despair erupted, the public's grievances boiling over. But what could be done? With armed troops present, even a bold rush would yield no provisions. Exhausted faces, marked by a sense of resignation, wandered back and forth, ultimately leaving in disappointment. Most visitors to the department store are primarily in search of provisions, often accompanied by a few other items. Once the crowd disperses, the vast space of the marketplace feels desolate. Compared to the previous visit, the selection of goods is noticeably diminished, with anything that could satiate hunger swiftly snatched away. However, they have introduced purified tap water at a price of 10 yuan per liter, requiring patrons to bring their own containers. The thought of the floating corpses in the water extinguishes Lu Yu's interest immediately. The majority of the store's inventory consists of electronics, clothing, bedding, and various household goods, leaving those with money unable to spend it. Only 2 inflatable boats remain, and Lu Yu contemplates purchasing one as a backup. Yet upon seeing the price of 50,000 yuan each, he hesitates to voice his intention. Jiang Ning has a clear objective: to procure supplies essential for survival in extreme cold. Though she herself is not in need, she cannot share her resources with others until a safe passage is secured. The scarcity of daily necessities has driven prices sky-high, while clothing and bedding have not increased significantly, as everyone is keen to conserve their funds for food. As they stroll through the aisles, they unexpectedly come across a luxurious mink coat. The knee-length purple fur feels exquisitely soft and provides remarkable warmth when worn. However, upon glancing at the price tag of 49,999 yuan, Lu Yu's heart sinks at the thought of spending 350,000 yuan in one go. Should he opt for a cheaper alternative? After all, what is the point of saving it for later, perhaps as toilet paper? In addition to the mink coat, there are also warm cotton jackets, down coats, windbreakers, comforters, socks, boots, thermal underwear, and more, allowing them to purchase whatever they desire. Unfortunately, there are no pet supplies. Otherwise, they would stock up for Kayleigh. While they are browsing, a middle-aged man suddenly approaches, whispering, "Miss, do you need grain?" With his shifty eyes and furtive demeanor, it is evident he is not a trustworthy individual. As Jiang Ning purchased a mink coat, he noticed a man observing him closely, initially suspecting him to be either a pickpocket or a robber, only to discover that he was a grain dealer. What grain? Rice? Soaked? The middle-aged man nodded, asserting that there was also unsoaked rice, though it was priced at double the cost. What are the prices? The soaked rice is 2,500, while the unsoaked is 5,000. Jiang Ning pondered, questioning, "How can I be sure that consuming it won't pose a risk to my life?" "Fear not, young lady, we pride ourselves on our integrity in business, treating both young and old fairly." He then produced a handful of broken rice from his pocket, its hue a dull yellow, devoid of any distinct aroma. "How much do you have?" "Whatever quantity you desire, I possess." After calculating his expenses, Jiang Ning decided at 2,000 per pound, "I will take 250 pounds. The middle-aged man with the rice. Chapter 38. A windfall. Casting a glance at the man, Jiang Ning turned to seek out Lu Yu and the others, suggesting they try on the mink coats. The store only had 10 pieces, and the styles and sizes might not suit everyone, yet the money must be spent. Zhang Chao, while trying on a coat, joked, "Why do I feel like I'm being pampered by a wealthy woman?" Jiang Ning responded with a look of disdain, "I'm afraid you're not my type." As the two exchanged banter, the man approached once more, "If you truly desire it, we can negotiate." Despite standing together, he dared to come closer, indicating he was not a threat. Jiang Ning relayed the situation, and both Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were pleased, even sampling a handful, finding it comparable to what they would buy in a store. Rest assured, the quality is undoubtedly impeccable. Unexpectedly, a lucrative order came in, causing the man to be quite exhilarated. I only carried 5 pounds with me, but if you require more, arrangements can be made. The 4 of them gathered aside to deliberate, with Huaishan expressing his concerns. It is possible to proceed, yet caution must be exercised to avoid any treachery. The most prudent course of action would be to engage in multiple transactions. The man hesitated momentarily, acknowledging that he lacked the authority to make that decision, but he could inquire promptly, "Please wait a moment." With that, he hurriedly exited the shopping mall. Jiang Ning had reserved 500,000 and had yet to spend it all, ultimately acquiring an additional mink coat to reach the total. She had brought several compression bags and, after completing the payment, packed all her clothes and blankets. While many suffer from hunger and poverty, the affluent squander 50,000 in an instant, leaving the cashier astonished, almost as if she had encountered a reckless spendthrift. Just as they exited the department store, a sharp-nosed monkey waiting at the entrance rushed over, announcing that their leader had consented to the transaction. He glanced at a masked man nearby, who was holding a heavy snake skin bag. After a brief exchange of glances, they moved to a secluded corner. Huaishan approached to inspect the goods, confirming their quality before nodding to Jiang Ning. She handed a black garbage bag, which contained 100,000, to the sharp-nosed monkey. He swiftly stuffed it into his large backpack and began to verify its contents. The department store was under military surveillance, ensuring that no illicit activities would take place. With the transaction completed and the time for the next meeting agreed upon, the 4 of them quickly departed in a speedboat, laden with provisions. On board, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao remained vigilant, while Huaishan took a circuitous route to avoid crowded areas. Though the detour is considerably longer, the expansive view offers a clearer sight. As Lu Yu, holding a pair of binoculars, suddenly speaks, "What is that?" Zhang Chao follows his gaze and notices something bobbing in the distance. Could it be a corpse? Jiang Ning takes the binoculars, focusing intently for a moment, and exclaims, "It seems to be a pig." A pig? The group is taken aback, scrutinizing the sight. Indeed, it is a living pig. How long has it been since they last tasted pork? With dog meat off the table, surely pork must be permissible. The speedboat slows down and alters its course toward the pig caught in the current. It truly is a live pig, its head appearing quite substantial. While pigs can swim, they are no match for the relentless floodwaters, merely drifting along with the current. Surprisingly, the creature shows no fear upon seeing humans, even emitting sounds that resemble cries for help. As they row closer, they use their paddles to intercept the swimming pig. Zhang Chao leans out and grabs hold of its front legs. The pig squeals and struggles, but its resistance is not particularly vigorous, likely exhausted from its ordeal in the water. The men work together, hauling the pig aboard the boat. Its frame is indeed large, though it appears quite emaciated, weighing around 200 pounds. The pig lies on the deck, gasping for air. Oh. Suddenly, Jiang Ning pulls out a stun baton from his bag. The pig emits 2 piercing shrieks before collapsing unconscious. Lu Yu, Zhang Chao, and Huaishan exchange glances, suggesting, "Let's find a place to slaughter it." Thus, the speedboat heads in a different direction. After traveling approximately 6 or 7 kilometers, they spot several buildings partially submerged in water. They secure the boat and, with efforts combined, the 3 men lift the pig onto the shore. Jiang Ning hands over the slaughtering knife. She did not partake in the slaughtering of the pigs. Instead, she seized the opportunity to ascend the stairs while they were occupied with their task. As she climbed higher, the accumulation of construction materials became increasingly pronounced, with an abundance of cement bricks and steel bars. Jiang Ning was unabashed in her intentions, for the black soil garden boasted over 1,800 cubic meters, and she needed to devise a strategy to stockpile it to the brim. She intended to collect it all, for although these materials may seem of little use at present, they are indispensable for post-earthquake reconstruction. This location was open to anyone, and she was not concerned that Lu Yu and the others would suspect her involvement. Upon descending, the pigs had already been slaughtered. The task was executed by 1801, with Lu Yu and Zhang Chao assisting, as they deliberated on how to divide the pork. Except for Jiang Ning, the others were culinary novices. 1801 was particularly incompetent in the kitchen, capable of burning even simple congee. If they struggled with pork, they were certainly ill-equipped to handle offal. Thus they unanimously decided to split the pork into 4 portions, with the offal designated for Jiang Ning. She graciously accepted, responding, "Very well, I shall prepare it and invite you all to enjoy it." 1803 claimed half a pig, leaving the remaining half to be divided between 1801 and 1802. Huaishan inquired of Jiang Ning, "Which half would you prefer?" "The upper half," she replied. In truth, the lower half contained more meat, but the head could be marinated, and the skull could be used for soup. Huaishan felt he had made a fortunate choice and, while cutting, he generously allocated an extra portion to her. Jiang Ning observed this but remained silent. In the confines of her home, she directed the cutting into smaller pieces, subsequently packaging them neatly into black plastic bags, rendering their contents unrecognizable. Luyu expressed some concern. "We are consuming meat. Do you think others will notice? On the top floor, if we are to float, it ought to be upwards. When we commence, we shall ensure that the doors and windows are tightly secured. Even if a few items drift outside, they will be washed away by the rain, so it should not pose a significant issue." Luyu cheerfully suggested, "All right, let us celebrate tonight. After enduring such dismal days, a touch of excitement is in order. Why not join forces? If we work separately, the flavors would be too overpowering." Zhang Chao, fond of lively gatherings, was particularly keen on fostering a good rapport with the indifferent 1801, as we, on the 18th floor, are akin to one family. Luyu concurred. "How about Ning takes the lead in cooking? Among us, your culinary skills are unparalleled." Noting that 1801 did not object, Jiang Ning agreed. "I have hot pot base. Shall we indulge in hot pot?" The group had no objections, and upon hearing hot pot, saliva began to flow. Upon returning to the Jinrong community, the 18th floor once again stirred up a sensation. A boatload of supplies, enough to evoke envy that reddened the eyes of onlookers. Yet they had no recourse, as many wished to ally with the 18th floor, but alas, they were not welcomed. The 4 had prepared in advance, stuffing rice and pork into large backpacks, with winter clothing and blankets peeking out. No matter how discreet they tried to be, there were still plenty afflicted by envy. But what of it? The 18th floor was notorious for harboring unsavory characters, particularly that young girl wielding a knife. Chapter 39. The capture of a live pig. Do not be deceived by the girl's youth. Her heart is as dark as night. The occupants of the 8th and 12th floors were her schoolmates, yet she had mercilessly broken the ribs of one woman and even cut another's hair. The fate of the man was even more tragic. After being bitten by a dog, he was subsequently stabbed, and by morning, he was carried off to the hospital. Truly, one ought to be cautious around her. Gazing at the bountiful harvest of the 18th floor, one can only lament the vast disparity among those dwelling within the same building. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Kaylay burst forth from room 1803, energetically leaping towards Jiang Ning, incessantly lamenting with a series of whines. "The caretaker promised not to abandon me. Am I being deceived?" Dodo also rushed over, joyfully wrapping her arms around Jiang Ning's waist, exclaiming, "Sister, Kaylay and I have been exceptionally well behaved today." Jiang Ning, caught between laughter and tears, was about to comment on the windbreaker from room 1801 when, in the next moment, Dodo dashed towards 1801, calling out, "Brother, Dodo misses you dearly." As per their usual arrangement, the group congregated in room 1803 to divide their spoils. "What about the half-pig?" one of them remarked. "It would be a shame to let it spoil after only a few days." In a surprising turn, 1801 chimed in, "I have a car fridge equipped with a USB port. It should accommodate the meat perfectly. However, the insufficient lighting causes intermittent charging issues, making it a challenge to maintain." A car fridge? Jiang Ning recalled that she had collected several of those in her space. "It seems the landlord possesses one as well. I shall check his room shortly." While the storage dilemma for the 2 of them was resolved, the meat in 1803 could not be left to rot. Zhang Chao proposed, "Why don't you both eat with us for now?" Jiang Ning had no objections, but acknowledged that they wouldn't finish it all in just a few days. "You can cut off the fatty meat to render lard. We will have hot pot tonight, and any leftovers can be salted for preservation. In this cool, rainy weather, it should last for several days." Zhang Chao, with a glimmer of greed in his eyes, asked, "Aren't we having lunch?" You may dine without me, Jiang Ning replied. I need to step out again to see if I can procure some dog food for Kaylay. Lu Yu inquired with concern. Shall we accompany you? No need. Just focus on processing the half-pig. Fearing that these life novices might struggle with rendering lard, Jiang Ning cautioned. Cut the pigskin separately. Do not fry it together with the fatty meat, and be wary of splattering oil.
Huo yişen, ekualli ineşperiyencet, kuyutli absorbet herti için.
Upon returning home, Jiang Ning prepared a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork to satiate her hunger and tended to Cola's wounds before planning to venture out. Cola clutched her pant leg, as if to ask if she would abandon him again. Jiang Ning affectionately patted his head. Be a good boy and guard the house. I shall go stock up on some meat for us. The pigs drifted downstream, and she recalled a large pig farm upstream. If the pigs indeed originated from the farm, there would surely be more than one. The upstream river had several connected hills, making it likely that the pigs would swim across to seek refuge. With limited pork stored and the added responsibility of caring for Cola, Jiang Ning felt compelled to try her luck. Thus, she decided to bring him along. For when it comes to tracking prey, dogs possess far superior skills compared to humans. Lacking a raincoat, she fashioned a makeshift one from a plastic bag, cutting a few holes and pulling it over Cola's head. The result was undeniably an eyesore. Jiang Ning stifled her laughter and took a photo of her plastic-clad canine companion. Together, they set off, piloting a speedboat towards Fengshan. The elevation of Fengshan is modest, with Fengcheng Park situated at its foot, featuring expansive lakes and attractions that now lay submerged beneath the water. Finding a gently sloping spot to dock, she confirmed the absence of other people before stowing the speedboat away. In the nearby thicket, she caught a glimpse of pig droppings that had not been washed away by the rain, and her heart leapt with joy. Her instincts had not led her astray. As they walked, Cola suddenly barked, eager to charge ahead. Jiang Ning covered his mouth, whispering, "Let us approach the village quietly. We must avoid drawing any attention." The Cola swiftly understood, automatically switching to silent mode, its tail lowered, eyes glinting with mischief as it advanced. Not far ahead, a pavilion came into view. Through binoculars, it was revealed that 12 pigs were taking refuge from the rain within. Upon noticing an approaching figure, they seemed inclined to flee, but after some grunting, they lazily remained in place. As the space could not accommodate living creatures, Jiang Ning produced the most powerful electric baton, capable of delivering lethal shocks. Entering the pavilion, she chose the nearest target. The pig had no time to squeal before it collapsed with a thud. Startled, the herd bolted from the pavilion. Humans, dogs, and pigs engaged in a wild chase in the rain. She pursued, while the dog blocked, as the pigs floundered. In under 15 minutes, all 12 pigs were incapacitated. Jiang Ning administered a few additional shocks to ensure their demise before storing them away. To her surprise, the dog proved to be an excellent hunting companion, earning a reward of a salt-baked chicken leg. Cola, let us continue our efforts and stockpile enough pork for a lifetime, so we may feast lavishly every day. Woof! It yearned for meat. The pair continued their search along the mountainside. Cola, fully leveraging its advantages, took the lead in seeking out prey. Pigs are social creatures, and under Cola's guidance, Jiang Ning soon discovered a second group, this time consisting of 9 pigs, similar in size to the previous ones. One person pursued while the dog flanked, maneuvering through the thicket. Though the terrain was not steep, running could lead to slipping. Humans slipped, pigs slipped, yet the dog moved with agility, adeptly making its way towards Jiang Ning. Once again, all 9 pigs were captured. With a total of 21 pigs, Jiang Ning walked with a newfound swagger. The third and fourth nests were successively discovered, and many solitary ones were slain, amounting to a total of 68 pigs, which could yield over 10,000 pounds of pork. After thoroughly scouring the Fengshan area twice, no further traces of pigs were found. By this time, dusk had fallen, and Jiang Ning began her descent down the mountain with Kaylay. As they walked, Kaylay suddenly dashed out like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. Concerned for its safety, Jiang Ning hurried after it. Upon her arrival, she saw Kaylay desperately digging into the earth with its paws, barking fiercely, its gaze filled with a predatory intensity. Chapter 40. Hot pot on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning surveyed her surroundings and noticed rabbit droppings. This creature often went hungry, valuing its resources even more than she did, and it did not spare even the wild rabbits. A cunning rabbit has many burrows. Jiang Ning began to search the vicinity and soon discovered an entrance, quickly sealing it with mud. Before long, a gray shadow emerged from the burrow and darted away. Kale, like a flash of lightning, took off in pursuit, seizing its neck and forcefully throwing it to the ground. Undeterred, it continued to dig. 3 medium-sized rabbits were captured, huddled together. Wild rabbits lack the value of domesticated ones, and given that she and Kale were not in want of meat, she decisively eliminated them and stored them in her space. On her way back, she deliberately detoured to the site where the pigs had been slaughtered, collecting all the building materials from the other nearby properties into her space. As the items vanished from existence, Kale stared wide-eyed, barking in surprise. Jiang Ning affectionately patted its head, reassuring, "Fear not, dear one. I possess a bit of magic." Upon returning to the community, the sky gradually darkened. Not every resident on the 18th floor was so fortunate. Jiang Ning, feeling weary, searched in numerous places. Yet there was not a trace of dog food, nor even a single loaf of fluffy bread. The surroundings had been thoroughly rummaged through, making the quest for provisions quite arduous. Luyu expressed some concern, having heard that several neighborhoods had been robbed. "Even if we do not venture out, we must remain cautious." After exchanging a few words, Jiang Ning retreated indoors to shed her raincoat and change her attire, while also plucking the vegetables from the balcony. The greens, nourished with nutrient solution, had flourished considerably, although their leaves still exhibited a slight yellowish hue, distinguishing them from those grown under normal sunlight. Nevertheless, considering it was a rainy day, this growth was commendable. Relying solely on meat would be detrimental to her stomach, so she fetched a bag of mushrooms, adorned with pleurotus and hypsizygus, to room 1803. I was fortunate, having stumbled upon a box of mushroom kits online just as I moved in, and to my surprise they indeed yielded mushrooms. There is nothing beyond comprehension when one accompanies a Ning. We shall never go hungry. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, as a few of us busied ourselves in the kitchen. Before long, Huaishan and Dodo arrived to lend a hand, bringing along 10 eggs and half a pound of noodles. The mood was pleasant, and Jiang Ning felt uplifted, eagerly anticipating showcasing her culinary skills that evening. With a team of 4, the group of inexperienced cooks commenced their endeavors. Zhang Chao chopped the ribs, Liu washed the lean meat, Zhang Weili picked the greens, and Dodo clutched the mushroom bag tightly, exclaiming, "Sister, I want to grow mushrooms too." The little girl was adorably earnest, prompting Jiang Ning to nod and respond, "All right, I will give you a kit tomorrow, but you must take good care of it." Dodo instinctively glanced at Huaishan, seemingly seeking his approval. "Brother." Observing the longing in her eyes, Huaishan replied, "Remember to thank your sister." Daodu joyfully bounded over, expressing gratitude to her sister. "Thank you, sister. I can now cultivate mushrooms." Jiang Ning affectionately ruffled her hair, encouraging her to nurture them well. Luyu nearly cut his hand while slicing meat, prompting Jiang Ning to take matters into her own hands, meticulously cutting the meat into thin slices and marinating it with a touch of oil, starch, and soy sauce. The hot pot base was first sautéed in the pot before being poured into the Inyang hot pot to simmer, while the other side featured a light mushroom broth, into which she tossed a few green onion roots along with rehydrated dried matsutake mushrooms. The living room 1803 was spacious, and everyone secured the doors and windows tightly, setting the Inyang pot atop a portable gas stove. The rich and intoxicating aroma of the hot pot soon filled the air. A few individuals gathered around the hot pot, smiles adorning their faces, their mouths watering merely from the scent. The ribs were placed into the pot, and the marinated lean meat was ready to be cooked in just a minute. What bliss it was! Zhang Chao scalded his tongue, but the meat was both tender and fragrant. The others were equally unreserved, eagerly joining in with their chopsticks. Daodu, unable to handle spicy food, was served non-spicy pieces by Huaishan. Zhang Weili teased her, "Daodu, is Aining's cooking better than your brother's?" Daodu cautiously glanced at her brother and beamed a sweet smile. "Brother-S cooking is delicious too." "Oh, please. Who doesn't he know that Huaishan's culinary skills are inversely proportional to his looks, even less competent than Luyu, who relies on others. Where's Coke?" Jiang Chao turned to search. Jiang Ning replied while eating at home. Bring it over. It's a part of our team now. Zhang Weili was quite fond of dogs. Coke is quite remarkable. It instantly knows whenever there's movement downstairs, as if it has ears attuned to the wind. Full of energy. It was a match for neither Lu Yu nor even Jiang Chao combined. In the future, with it guarding the house, we can finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. Daodu also has a fondness for Kele, and everyone unanimously agreed to call it over. From now on, we must collaborate and cannot show favoritism. Jiang Ning felt a surge of emotion. All right. Opening the door, she beckoned Kele to bring the food bowl. Daodu discreetly fed it pieces of ribs from the bowl. The two little ones cannot tolerate spicy food and can only enjoy the flavorful mushroom soup. Jiang Chao carried several cans of beer and exclaimed, "Let us celebrate. We finally have a decent meal today." Each person grabbed a can. Daodu sipped on Sprite while Kele savored rib soup, barking joyfully. Lu Yu, sipping his beer, reflected, if it weren't for the flood downstairs, who would have known we were living in apocalyptic times, especially given tonight's feast? Jiang Chao sought to uplift the mood, stating, as long as we unite in purpose, every day can be as delightful as this. After indulging in the meat, they added kelp and winter melon to the pot. The winter melon, brought by Jiang Ning, is a resilient ingredient that remains fresh for months. The greens, too, are tender and delightful after a brief dip in the soup. The group hadn't tasted vegetables since the typhoon struck, and now, savoring them felt immensely comforting, akin to a long-forgotten pleasure. Were it not for a Ning, I would have completely forgotten the taste of greens. This is splendid news, and the group was filled with excitement. Vegetables indeed uplift the spirits. As they chatted and dined, they eventually added a handful of noodles to the pot, filling everyone to satisfaction. Despite having stockpiled ample supplies, under Jiang Chao's diligent guidance, Zhang Weili and Lu Yu refrained from extravagance. The trio maintained a daily regimen of eating until only 7/10 full, primarily consuming porridge and noodles, reluctant to even touch rice. Today's feast was nothing short of exhilarating. It feels as though I am ensnared in a dream. Upon awakening, the deluge has receded, and the familiar world remains unchanged. Where is the apocalypse? Each night, I traverse the realms of dreams, yet both in slumber and wakefulness, I find myself submerged in water. Today's meal has allowed me to release the pent-up oppression that has weighed heavily upon my chest. Only by organizing my thoughts can I muster the courage to persevere. Chapter 41. The worrisome dog. After dinner, I could not bear to discard the hot pot broth, intending to use it again tomorrow for noodles. In these extraordinary times, it is a blessing to savor something flavorful. Who cares if it exceeds the permissible nitrite levels? Zhang Weili retrieved the remaining dozens of pounds of meat, asking Ning, how much salt should I add? There is not much salt left. If used sparingly, it may last a year, but if I were to pour in 2 or 3 pounds at once, it would be wasteful, yet too little could lead to spoilage. It is fortunate to have procured pork this time. Otherwise, they would not even catch a whiff of fresh meat in this desolate world. However, one cannot indulge recklessly. It is essential to consider future sustenance. I contemplated retrieving an old appliance from storage to lend them, but their solar charger is inadequate. Jiang Chao and the others were eager to assist in chopping the fatty meat for oil extraction. Before me, they appeared as novices in the art of living. Yet they were all eager to help, hoping to avoid disdain in the future. Jiang Ning dared not accept their offers of assistance, insisting, no, I can manage this myself. You should wash up and rest. You all carry quite the scent. Upon returning home, I stored the several dozen pounds of meat in the space and retrieved a multifunctional massage bathtub filled with hot water. After plugging in the solar battery, I played soothing music and closed my eyes to rest. Cola, dragging a food bowl filled with bones, lay beside me. Guarding food is an innate trait of dogs. Yet Cola, the beloved canine, has taken a liking to this caretaker, deliberately leaving half a bowl of bones for Jiang Ning. Woof! Jiang Ning is truly grateful, urging Cola to enjoy its meal. Tossing a piece of sausage in its direction, she allows herself a leisurely morning. The next day, she awakens naturally and, alongside Jiang Chao and Lu Yu, heads to the department store to trade for broken rice, finding the task so simple that she refrains from summoning Jiang Ning. In the morning, she savors delectable pan-fried dumplings with Cola, not only rinsing her mouth but also brushing the dog's teeth, before carrying pig entrails to 1803. She sets up a stool and collaborates with Jiang Weili to sort through the pig entrails. Dodo approaches, eager to assist. Sister, let me help you. Concerned that Dodo might dirty her hands, Jiang Ning gently redirects, why not play with Cola instead? Once Cola arrives, the atmosphere on the 18th floor becomes considerably more vibrant. Any disturbance from downstairs is unlikely to escape its keen ears. What reassures Jiang Ning further is Cola's principled nature. Dodo stealthily attempts to feed the dog some fried scraps, which tantalizes Cola, causing it to salivate, yet it refuses to eat, gazing longingly at her with its watery eyes. Jiang Ning, in a playful mood, exclaims, "It's poisonous." Startled, Cola lets the scraps fall from its mouth. Jiang Ning stifles a laugh. "There's no poison. I was just teasing you. Go ahead and eat." Irritated, the dog takes its time to sniff before cautiously indulging. Jiang Weili, beside her, laughs heartily. Cola is truly clever. As long as you don't nod, it can resist temptation. Indeed, Cola appears notably sharper than before, fully comprehending human speech and even taking it upon itself to discipline her. Meanwhile, the dim-witted Dehui and Xiaobai eat excessively and create a mess, leaving Jiang Ning exasperated. Cola, with its imposing presence, bites down firmly, its paw pressing down as it scolds. "You can't just relieve yourself anywhere." Then, it seized the neck and dragged it towards the restroom, right before my very eyes. Perhaps animals are easier to communicate with. After being thoroughly disciplined by Cola several times, Dehui and Xiaobai have indeed learned their lessons. Upon rising today, I discovered them using the toilet. Moreover, there are 10 little bunnies, and Cola has devised a method to manage them as well. Regardless of who relieves themselves indiscriminately, Cola punishes Dehui and Xiaobai, baring its teeth and growling at them. "Are you going to manage this? If not, I shall feast on your misfortune." Cola disciplines the rabbits, while the rabbits discipline the young ones. There is nothing that cannot be learned. My dog has truly become the ruler of its domain, now accompanied by 12 underlings. It has meticulously planned today's meals. For lunch, each person receives a bowl of pork offal soup and stir-fried fatty intestines with pickled vegetables. For dinner, stir-fried pig heart with onions and peppered pig stomach stew. The remaining assorted items will be reserved for tomorrow. The vegetables and onions belong to Jiang Ning, alongside the rice, flour, and oil from Unit 1803. Unit 1801 is equally generous, always bringing back ample provisions during mealtimes, yet they are also quite aware of the situation. None of them are calculative individuals, which is why they can coexist harmoniously. Zhang Chao ate with great satisfaction, saying, "Ning, why don't you just take over the cooking? Whenever we attempt it, we only end up ruining things."
Jiang Ning promptly declined.
"I am not playing the role of a housekeeper. A meal here and there is acceptable." The grain exchange went smoothly, and noticing the time was still early, we ventured to a nearby office building, yet found nothing. Zhang Chao remarked on today's events, noting that the price of rice at the department store had risen again, with the supply dwindling. The cunning merchants we traded with did not seize the opportunity to exploit us, nor did they send anyone to tail us. This group still seems to possess some semblance of integrity. The rice priced at 2,000 yuan per pound is beyond the financial reach of an ordinary person. The quantity they can sell daily is limited, and they must endure the risk of being apprehended. We are their major clients. A few among us lack experience. Ning, how shall we consume this rice? It has been retrieved from the depths of water. Who would dare to trust it enough to ingest? Uncertain, we decide to seal it in bags for future consumption when food scarcity strikes, all the while monitoring for any adverse effects reported from those who have consumed such grain. If no issues arise, we could incorporate a bit into our daily meals. Lu Yushin wholeheartedly agrees, acknowledging Ning's thoughtful considerations. By the way, that group of sharp-tongued monkeys not only sells grain but also collects various items in exchange for tea, tobacco, alcohol, or medicine. They have amassed a considerable collection, particularly of pharmaceuticals, as it is rumored that hospitals are experiencing shortages. Even when available, medications are sold by the pill at exorbitant prices. Jiang Ning disagrees, asserting that our initial investment of 500,000 yuan is already sufficient to draw attention. We must avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. While food is indeed scarce, The need for medicine will only intensify, which may allow us to barter for even more grain later on. There is no need to rush. Following dinner, Jiang Ning departs with 1801. 1801 inquires whether exchanges can be made today, revealing his eagerness to train the dog. Jiang Ning consents and crouches down to converse with the dog. "Coke, would you like this big brother to train you every day?" The dog's eyes narrow, filled with wariness and resistance, as it steps back in dissatisfaction. The aura of 1801 is quite overwhelming for the dog, making it hard to form an affinity. Chapter 42. Calculations on the 18th floor? Despite being scorned by the dog, 1801 did not lose heart. He bent down and addressed Kaylay. "You are quite clever and possess commendable fighting spirit. However, the world outside is fraught with peril. You must grow stronger to protect yourself and those you hold dear." Jiang Ning gently patted the dog's head to ease the tension. "Kaylay, you will protect me, won't you?" After a moment of contemplation, the dog conceded, nuzzling against Jiang Ning's embrace. It vowed to guard her. She could not abandon it. "Do not worry. We are merely separated by a wall, and we can meet whenever we wish." Upon returning indoors, Jiang Ning handed a half-pack of dog food to Huaishan. Kaylay is intelligent yet holds grudges, and it has a particularly stubborn temperament. If it misbehaves, do not scold or strike it. Simply inform me. Huaishan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. "What do you take me for? To exchange both a dog and a child?" Dodo was quite pleased, yet Kaylay wore a forlorn expression. "Dodo, have you ever attended kindergarten?" Dodo shook her head, fiddling with her fingers. No. It was surprising that a nearly 5-year-old child had never been to kindergarten, especially since Dodo had initially seemed cheerful, but the mention of it brought her spirits down. "Sister, am I very foolish?" she lamented, bowing her head sorrowfully. "Everyone else has gone to kindergarten, and I haven't." "You are not foolish. You are the cleverest of all, Dodo." Though Jiang Ning was not a teacher, she had been tutoring since high school, effortlessly recalling the knowledge from her senior year. Although she had never taught elementary students before, it was not difficult for her. After perusing some introductory materials, she began to devise a plan, starting with Arabic numerals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Progressing from 1 to 10, and then from 11 to 20. She not only taught writing but also the patterns of numbers. Dodo had not attended school, but she had watched television and engaged in conversations, so at her age, she was quick to learn and obediently sat down to complete her assignments. With meticulous attention, she had prepared all the necessary stationery, including pencils and erasers. In less than half an hour, Dodo had written out the numbers up to 100. Jiang Ning rewarded her with a piece of candy, exclaiming how wonderful Dodo was. After mathematics, they moved on to language arts, beginning with the teaching of Chinese characters and pinyin. Being a clever child, Dodo grasped the concepts quickly. After the lesson, Jiang Ning assigned homework and settled onto the sofa to study materials on hydroponic vegetables, eager to master the subject at hand. Dodo, having completed her assignments, did not leave. Instead, she played with the big gray dog while reciting pinyin songs. When 1801 did not arrive at the expected time, Jiang Ning prepared instant noodles with ham, which delighted the little one immensely. Upon waking from her nap, Dodo vaguely heard the sound of the dog running. Opening the door, she discovered Kaylay racing down the hallway toward the rooftop stairs, engaging in an extreme back-and-forth exercise, moving as swiftly as lightning. 1801 stood at the door, seriousness etched on his face as he gestured to the dog. Jiang Ning frowned, concerned that the dog might be reprimanded. After 50 laps, 1801 finally allowed Kaylay to stop. The dog, panting and exhausted, yet still exuberant, showed no signs of worry. The Belgian Malinois not only possessed vitality but also remarkable endurance, capable of running 50 kilometers daily without fatigue. Keeping it idle would only lead to frustration. After finishing his remarks, Hui crouched down to pat Kaylay's head, praising the good dog. Following the training session, he rewarded Kaylay with a piece of jerky. The cola was not consumed. Instead, it was tossed to Jiang Ning, who quipped, "This is my hard-earned sustenance. For you." Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "All right, I shall keep it for you." Upon returning to 1801, standing at attention, the day's training was officially concluded. During the handover, Huaishan inquired, How is Dodo progressing? Just as he was about to ask about the cola's status, a cacophony erupted from downstairs, growing increasingly raucous. Of course, the original residents were displeased. Natural disasters were already a burden, and now they had to contend with unruly behavior in the corridors, where all manner of activities occurred, truly a distressing situation. It felt akin to living alongside ravenous wolves, ever ready to invade. Who wouldn't feel a sense of trepidation? After all, before the typhoon ceased, such incidents had occurred more than once, and the residents had become wise, refraining from performing acts of kindness or goodwill. The family from 403 appeared haggard and filthy, evoking a palpable sense of aversion. These individuals were indeed audacious, conspiring to push them toward the 18th floor. The residents of 403 were aware that all on the 18th floor were unsavory characters, yet they were left with no recourse, kneeling in despair, pleading to be allowed to reside near the rooftop door, assuring that they would not disturb anyone. Your pleas are futile. Jiang Ning would never open the door. The building has a head, elected by all. Should you face difficulties, seek his assistance. If you cannot resolve such trivial matters, then the head is unworthy of his position. The family from 403, not lacking in intelligence, swiftly grasped the situation. They conceded that while they could not stay on the 13th floor, they would accept whatever arrangements the building head, he, deemed appropriate. Minutes later, He Jian, in a fit of exasperation, stormed to the door and demanded that the residents of the 18th floor open the entrance for those in room 403, who sought to occupy the rooftop terrace. Nearly resorting to kicking the door, he halted upon noticing the sharp iron spikes adorning it, swallowing his frustration instead. No floor was willing to concede, and ultimately, room 403 found itself cramped on the 13th floor. As days passed and the floodwaters rose, under Jiang Ning's attentive care, Kayleigh's skin ailments began to heal, and the gauntness of its frame faded away. Coupled with the rigorous training from 1801, it even began to exhibit faint traces of muscle. 1801 drilled holes in the corridor walls, specifically installing a rope to enhance the agility of the Belgian Malinois. With a running start, it could effortlessly leap over 2 meters, grasping the rope to swing back and forth. As long as 1801 refrained from issuing commands, the dog held on tenaciously. One had to acknowledge that while 1801 lacked experience in raising children, he excelled in dog training. The mere presence and gaze he commanded were enough to convey unspoken understanding. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of jealousy, sensing that 1801 had taken a particular liking to her dog. Chapter 43. Medical fees. Jiang Ning harbored a pang of envy, realizing that Hor Ishan had indeed taken a liking to her dog. However, given Hor Ishan's culinary skills, even dogs would turn up their noses, prompting Jiang Ning to prepare dog food in advance. Observing the transformed Kayleigh, Zhang Weili expressed disdain towards Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, remarking how even a dog outshone them. Despite the incessant rain, none remained idle. Zhang Weili diligently trained the 2 underperformers each day. Whether her physical fitness has improved remains uncertain. Yet as Jiang Ning gazed at their bruised faces, she felt they were rather resilient. In a moment of impulse, she decided to test them. Their evasive maneuvers were remarkably swift. Oh, do they still wish to challenge us? Not a chance. Their laughter was rather mischievous. Unlike the wails of despair echoing from other floors, the atmosphere on the 18th floor was one of collective enhancement, with even Dodo making strides in learning, now able to recognize pinyin and recite the text of The Crow Drinks Water. The hydroponic vegetables thrived splendidly. Gazing at the row of vibrant green lettuce on the balcony, Jiang Ning could not help but smile knowingly. The hybrid vegetables exhibited vigorous vitality, growing rapidly thanks to the added nutrient solution, and their size far surpassed that of ordinary greens. With diligent observation each day, she had yet to encounter any pestilence. After completing her outdoor tasks, Jiang Ning retreated to her space to harvest timothy grass for the rabbits. The garden was cluttered with countless pieces of furniture and building materials, yet ample patches of fertile black soil remained. However, Jiang Ning refrained from cultivating vegetables or grains, for those were currently abundant, and the cultivation process was exceedingly time-consuming. 2 hours a day was scarcely sufficient. What she lacked was not food, but time to reside freely within her space. Thus, she decided to plant fruit trees in the available land, which required minimal maintenance. Just as she emerged from her space, she noticed the incessant pawing of Cola at the door. Upon opening it, she heard someone calling for her from downstairs. Jiang Ning descended to investigate, finding a young man supporting an elderly lady. "Hello. May I ask if you can offer medical assistance?" From behind the iron railing, she observed the elderly woman in evident distress. With an impassive expression, Jiang Ning inquired, "What seems to be the problem?" "My grandmother has strained her back, but the hospital has run out of medication and advised us to seek acupuncture from a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." The young man, Zhong Ping, wore a pair of spectacles that lent him an air of refinement and gentility. His demeanor was exceedingly courteous as he inquired if I, being a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, could assist in treating his grandmother. "I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding acupuncture, though my proficiency is not highly developed. Would you trust me to administer treatment?" How could one be at ease? The pain was unbearable, rendering even the simplest acts of sitting or lying down a struggle, and sleepless nights had become the norm. Initially, Jiang Ning contemplated declining the request, but after a moment's reflection, he said, "I can provide treatment, yet my medical skills are limited and do not guarantee a cure. Furthermore, a fee will be required. Could the payment be deferred?" Zhong Ping appeared troubled, explaining that all his funds were trapped in his card, but he assured that he would promptly repay me once the floodwaters receded. Sensing her potential refusal, he hastily added, "I can include interest." Jiang Ning was resolute in his stance, proposing instead that food could serve as compensation. Zhong Ping looked perplexed, for he had little grain left in his possession. Upon hearing the mention of provisions, Grandma Zhong hastily interjected, "I have lived long enough. There is no need for treatment." In truth, her age was not particularly advanced, appearing merely to be in her early 60s. The instinct to survive is inherent to humanity, who would willingly embrace death, especially when not wishing to burden their children. Zhong Ping consoled his grandmother and turned to Jiang Ning, suggesting, "Could we perhaps exchange for other items?" "That is acceptable, but the value must be assessed. I possess a mountain bike, purchased for 18,000, and I have scarcely ridden it." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, affirming the offer. Thus, Zhong Ping descended to retrieve the mountain bike, returning with it in hand, stating, "Look, it is nearly as good as new." The deal was struck, amounting to 10 sessions of treatment. Jiang Ning accepted the bike but insisted that Zhong Ping should not ascend the stairs, instructing him to return in an hour and a half. He then carried the bicycle upstairs, assisting Grandma Zhong along the way. Grandma Zhong was in considerable pain, yet her demeanor remained quite amiable. "Thank you, little girl," she said. "No need for thanks. I have received payment," Jiang Ning replied. She refrained from allowing her inside the house, opting instead to conduct the examination in the hallway. The diagnosis revealed lumbar strain and sprain, neither of which constituted a grave illness, but the discomfort from such injuries could indeed be quite excruciating. From her spatial inventory, she procured a soft and comfortable bench, positioning it in the corridor for Grandma Zhong to rest upon. Observing her distress, Jiang Ning prepared a medicinal alcohol infused with herbs to promote blood circulation and alleviate bruising, employing a technique that, while not expert, provided considerable relief to Grandma Zhong. After the meridians were unblocked, she retrieved silver needles to commence acupuncture. Remarkably, despite her suffering, Grandma Zhong, deprived of rest for several days, unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. It was only when Jiang Ning removed the needles that she awakened, feeling significantly better. "Little girl, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so proficient." Jiang Ning cautioned her that lumbar injuries were challenging to recover from, especially in damp conditions, and advised her to prioritize rest. While she possessed analgesics and ointments that could expedite Grandma Zhong's recovery, she refrained from offering them, not out of reluctance to part with the remedies, but to avoid raising suspicions about her resources. "Little girl, may I discuss something with you?" Grandma Zhong inquired, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist. "That bicycle is my grandson's prized possession. Could I exchange this for it?" The bracelet appeared to be of good quality and likely held significant value. Upon realizing the possibility of redemption, Grandma Zhong felt a wave of relief. In truth, their family was relatively well off, but the younger generation lacked the habit of carrying cash, which had led to their current financial constraints. Just then, Zhong Ping arrived to escort her home. Noticing her improved condition, he graciously expressed his gratitude. After the others departed, Zhang Chao finally opened the door. Ning, you have quite the talent. You're already earning a living through medicine. It's not a serious illness. I'm merely exercising my skills. Survival in this post-apocalyptic world demands practical abilities, which is the fundamental reason Jiang Ning has not abandoned her studies. If she is to live in the base in the future, these skills will be her means of survival. Lu Yu expressed envy, saying, you chose a professional path, unlike me with my software programming which lacks any real utility. That may not necessarily be the case. You never know when it might prove invaluable. Observing Jiang Ning's impressive prowess, Lu Yu felt a sense of urgency and turned to seek out Zhang Weili for a boxing session. If she could not apply her knowledge, at the very least, she had to improve her physical fitness. The humid weather made her feel particularly uncomfortable. Jiang Ning engaged in physical training in the living room, and after 2 hours of strenuous effort, she was drenched in sweat. A knock echoed at the door, prompting Kailei to rush over to open it. Huaishan had come to pick up Kailei and, upon seeing Jiang Ning practicing military boxing, paused momentarily before entering. Your movements lack precision. Your punches should be a bit higher. His expertise was far more authoritative than any instructional video. Jiang Ning did not refuse. She lifted her punches slightly. Is this better? Almost just a tad more. Huaishan approached and adjusted her punches upward. After completing a set, he pointed out several flaws. It was rare to see a girl execute punches with such vigor, and feeling a surge of enthusiasm, Huaishan suggested, shall we spar a bit? Chapter 44. The monkey steals the peach. Jiang Ning was taken aback. After all, he was a former special police officer, and her skills might not measure up. Yet, this was not her nature. Engaging with a master would only enhance her own abilities. All right then. In truth, Zhang Weili had long harbored the desire to challenge him, but had been unable to find the opportunity to voice it. Unexpectedly, fate had brought her to this moment. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ning wasted no time in launching into a sparring match with him. Emboldened by her youthful audacity, she struck with fervor and ferocity. Yet, before Jiang Ning, Huaishan appeared to possess the mastery of a seasoned grandmaster, effortlessly evading her blows with the grace of a skilled practitioner. No matter how swift or fierce her attacks, he managed to sidestep and counter with ease, leaving Jiang Ning somewhat flustered. Having navigated the apocalypse for 3 years, coupled with her indomitable spirit, Jiang Ning's competitive nature surged forth, prompting her to unleash a series of unorthodox techniques. Although her self-taught, ruthless maneuvers were hardly refined, they proved remarkably effective in the chaos of their world. Just as their duel intensified, Kailei, ever the loyal companion, leaped into action, unexpectedly sinking his teeth into Huaishan's garment and tugging him backward with a playful assault reminiscent of a mischievous monkey. Caught off guard by Kailei's antics, Huaishan was unable to evade in time and found himself unexpectedly compromised. His body froze, and his strikingly composed visage flushed a deep crimson. Simultaneously, Jiang Ning felt as if lightning had struck her. The realization of her precarious situation plunged her into the depths of despair, reminiscent of times when she had been besieged in the apocalypse. Instinctively, she resorted to her most unscrupulous tactics, landing a hit. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it unnervingly palpable. Hastily, she withdrew her hand, stepping back a few paces while averting her gaze in embarrassment, murmuring apologies. Huaishan remained silent for a moment before finally speaking, his tone measured, well executed, but please refrain from using such techniques against me in the future. He had evaded, yet not entirely escaped. The pain he felt was beyond the realm of words. Jiang Ning, mortified, found herself digging her toes into the ground. This particular maneuver had indeed proven effective. In her previous life, she had relied on such unscrupulous tactics to evade encirclements and achieve remarkable comebacks. Unexpectedly, a momentary lapse of concentration led to an unanticipated incident involving Huaishan. The bewildered Kailei looked on in confusion, questioning why the confrontation had ceased. Huaishan exited the living room and called out from the doorway, "Kailei." The dog tilted its head at Jiang Ning, seeking approval before reluctantly picking up its food bowl and departing. "You performed admirably just now. When encountering ill-intentioned individuals, One must protect their owner, Horishin affirmed, patting the dog's head. However, I am not the villain. Rather, I am your ally. Listening to his words, Jiang Ning's face flushed with embarrassment as she covered her face, pondering how they would face each other in the future. Horishin said nothing further and brought Daodu over. At that moment, Grandma Zhong arrived for treatment, prompting Jiang Ning to let Daodu stay indoors to play. With outsiders present, she refrained from greeting them and entered the room with a stern expression, presumably upset. After seeing Grandma Zhong off, Horishin approached to take Daodu, holding a black plastic bag that Kaylay had retrieved. Jiang Ning opened the bag to discover a 3 to 4 pound grass carp. It was not unusual to find fish in the floodwaters, especially given the numerous fish ponds in the suburbs of Fengcheng. What was remarkable, however, was Kaylay's prowess in catching it. This dog was increasingly astonishing. Do you prefer sauerkraut fish or boiled fish? Jiang Ning inquired, wishing to apologize for her earlier recklessness. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Her mention of the incident made Horishin's face redden once more, his demeanor noticeably awkward. It's nothing. I'm fine, he replied, pausing before adding, Daodu and Kaylay can't eat spicy food. The sauerkraut fish is a better choice. Upon learning of Kaylay's remarkable skills, Zhang Chao and the others gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, My dog is incredible. From now on, whether it's soup or meat, we can rely on Kaylay. Kaylay basked in the praise, barking in delight. It has been several days since our last gathering, and as it turns out, Horishin's culinary skills leave much to be desired. He has taken out 3 pounds of pork belly. We cannot always ignite the stove at 1803. Such aromas would surely attract attention. Unable to fully express herself at Jiang Ning's place, she decided to relocate to 1801. To convey her sincere apologies, Jiang Ning not only took it upon herself to cook but also brought along pickled vegetables and bean sprouts. While slicing fish posed a slight challenge in terms of knife skills, it was hardly a daunting task for her, and the others would certainly not complain. After all, this was fresh fish. Who among us can boast of enjoying live fish these days? Unsurprisingly, the cola was elevated to unprecedented heights. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were almost ready to enshrine it in reverence. Perhaps we should take the cola out for a stroll. Who knows, we might continue to catch more fish. However, Jiang Ning was not in agreement, just the two of them. They would likely need the protection of the dog. Given the harshness of the outside world, how could they not be captivated by the sight of cola? Meanwhile, cola was quite exhilarated, wagging its tail at the prospect of going out. Jiang Ning focused on filleting the fish while Horishin washed the pork belly. Dodo had a penchant for pork belly, and last time, her meal had caused her stomach distress due to Jiang Ning's mishap. I'll handle it later. Can you guide me while I cook? Certainly, no problem. She was also curious about Horishin's culinary calamities, as Dodo was no stranger to stomach troubles. After finishing the fish fillets, she cleaned the cutting board and handed it over, only to find him pondering how to wield the knife. Cut it horizontally into pieces the size of mahjong tiles. With a clear directive, the task became manageable, and he swiftly set to work. Despite Horishin's lack of culinary prowess, his array of condiments was impressive. Both garlic and ginger were in abundance, and Jiang Ning patiently instructed him from the sidelines. Zhang Weili wished to come in and assist, but upon witnessing the harmonious scene in the kitchen, she contemplated the implications of the two exchanging childcare responsibilities. It was not that she was overly sensitive. Rather, it was apparent that Horishin exhibited a distinct coldness towards everyone, save for Jiang Ning, to whom he occasionally softened his demeanor, and he had little to say to Kaylay. Thus, she wisely refrained from intruding. Having prepared the pork belly by rinsing away the blood and blanching it, they proceeded to saute the meat in oil until it turned a delicate golden hue. Standing nearby, Jiang Ning offered guidance, noticing that Horishin appeared somewhat tense while wielding the spatula. This led her to ponder why he displayed no fear when it came to taking a life. Sensing her astonishment, Horishin elucidated, In my childhood, I was quite mischievous and insisted on helping in the kitchen. I once spilled hot oil on my arm, which deterred me from ever returning to the kitchen until I started cooking for Dodo. No wonder his culinary skills were so lacking. It seemed he bore a psychological scar. After caramelizing the sugar, he added cinnamon, star anise, and chili peppers, along with cooking wine and soy sauce, allowing the mixture to boil before simmering it over low heat. Recalling the morning's awkwardness, Jiang Ning not only instructed him on the steps for preparing the pork belly but also shared tips for other homely dishes. Huaishan listened attentively, yet unexpectedly, Dodo rushed in to disrupt their efforts, lamenting that her brother could not remember the steps and had ruined the dish even with the recipe. Feeling a pang in his heart, Huaishan, Dodo clung to her, insisting that the meals prepared by her sister were delightful, and both she and her brother wished to savor her cooking every day. Huaishan gently patted her head, assuring her that her brother would learn. He truly lacked the talent for cooking, struggling to comprehend the professional terms like a pinch or to taste mentioned in the recipes. After sending his sister off to play with the dog, Huaishan turned to Jiang Ning, saying, "Not only am I inept at cooking, but I also lack the skills to care for children. If there are any particular considerations regarding Dodo, please do share with me." There were certain words that Jiang Ning had long wished to express, yet due to her limited acquaintance with Huaishan, she initially refrained. However, upon his inquiry, she decided to speak candidly, revealing that Dodo was well in many aspects, though her temperament may require some attention. Chapter 45. The golden ring disappears upon hearing Jiang Ning's words. Huaishan furrowed his brow, questioning if Dodo was timid and conflict-averse. Jiang Ning shook her head, explaining that Dodo exhibited a pleasing personality, seemingly fearful of inciting anger in others, leading her to instinctively seek their approval. For instance, she would present eggs to her and peek at her homework, anxious that she might harbor disdain or aversion towards her. It was not just Jiang Ning. Even her elder brother was apprehensive, enduring injuries while performing military drills to please Huaishan without uttering a word. Such a child often evokes compassion. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning observed a shift in Dodo recently, as she now dared to point out Jiang Ning's shortcomings, expressing gratitude for the corrections. This affliction was once Jiang Ning's own, as she navigated her days in the orphanage with trepidation, constantly striving to win the favor of others to showcase her virtues. She was not alone. Most of the children there shared this plight, though fortunately, they eventually emerged from that mire. Dodo requires encouragement, yet more importantly, she must learn to articulate her genuine emotions, even if they are negative. In this apocalyptic era, failing to timely adjust Dodo's character and worldview could pose significant risks when interacting with outsiders. It is a formidable undertaking, one that can only be navigated through Huaishan's careful exploration. The braised pork simmered vigorously, its hue a brilliant red, exuding a rich aroma, tender and succulent, indulgent yet not greasy. As long as he directed with precision, Huaishan proved to be an excellent pupil, continuing to learn the art of preparing sauerkraut fish. With 6 individuals and a dog, 2 dishes were merely insufficient. Huaishan procured 6 eggs and 2 sausages, urging Jiang Ning to impart further culinary wisdom. Zhang Chao and his companions were astounded by his wealth of resources. How could one individual possess such abundance? While envy lingered, they recognized the sensitivity surrounding the issue of supplies. They were wise enough not to pry too deeply, for misunderstandings or discord in a post-apocalyptic world could prove fatal. His willingness to share was commendable, and they felt a profound sense of gratitude. With 3 hearty dishes and a stir-fried bean sprout, they dined with immense satisfaction, leaving not a drop of broth behind. "Ning, how did you sprout these bean sprouts?" The hydroponic vegetables were still inedible, and Zhang Weili craved them desperately. A few days without greens wouldn't spell disaster, but the discomfort of constipation was something only those who had experienced it could truly understand. Fearing the aftermath, she was grateful to have Jiang Ning, the encyclopedia, living next door. "It's quite simple. As long as there is water, you can sprout them," she explained, outlining the basic steps. She also shared the good news that hydroponic lettuce would be ready for harvest in another fortnight. "Once we gather this crop, I shall teach you how to cultivate it. Things will only become more challenging." Jiang Ning encouraged them to prepare for the future. "I have been engrossed in medical texts lately, leaving me little time to gather supplies. If you have the opportunity, you might venture out. It seems to have grown cooler these past few days. Gathering some firewood would be prudent." Lu Yu teased, "If I were a Ning, I wouldn't venture out either. I could sustain myself solely through my medical skills." Today, another patient had come to her, a child writhing in pain from a stomach ache. Yet the parents had no means to transport him to the hospital. Instead, they sought Jiang Ning on the 18th floor. The child's digestive troubles stemmed from drinking contaminated rainwater. The parents possessed some food but were hesitant to reveal it. In the end, the mother removed her gold ring from her finger and offered it to Jiang Ning. She cradled the child as she ascended the stairs, resolutely preventing the parents from following. Engaging in acupoint massage followed by acupuncture significantly alleviated the pain. I advise the parents to ensure the water is boiled before consumption, and if possible, to utilize purification tablets. Discarding the gold ring into the spatial realm. It was soon discovered to have been consumed, which further solidified Jiang Ning's resolve. She could gather resources through her medical practice, negating the need to risk venturing outside. Certain supplies could also be acquired through this method in the spatial realm. Amidst the ongoing floods, life continued in a routine manner. Huaishan completed his dog training tasks and, upon seeing Jiang Ning drenched in sweat, inquired if she wished to spar. While she certainly desired to engage with a master, she wondered if he was not wary of being outmatched. Nevertheless, she felt emboldened. If he was unperturbed by the prospect of facing a formidable opponent, what was there for her to fear? Huaishan, displaying cleverness, instructed Dodo to take the cola out to play. The living room, having been tidied by Jiang Ning, appeared rather spacious with unnecessary items neatly put away. As they began their practice spar, both exhibited a much more rational demeanor this time. Aware of his prowess, Jiang Ning refrained from holding back, targeting vital points with some of her moves feigning misdirection. A flicker of surprise crossed Huaishan's deep-set eyes as he remarked on her eclectic style of learning. She was indeed diverse yet lacked refinement. Her actions were instinctual and unpredictable, honed through harsh experiences in her previous life where survival demanded ruthlessness. During their spar, Huaishan discerned a significant shift in her aura. Reminiscent of the day she had severed someone's arm, imbued with a fierce intensity. He found himself rather impressed, providing constructive feedback on her movements while assisting her in making adjustments. "Do you train on your own daily?" he inquired. Jiang Ning, having gained considerable insights, suggested they engage in further exchanges. After 2 hours of mutual sparring, Huaishan was left perspiring. Acknowledging her prowess surpassed his initial expectations. The following day, Daodu arrived, bringing along supplies, noodles and eggs. Grateful for the unexpected coaching, Jiang Ning gladly accepted. The eggs appeared slightly discolored, suggesting they might spoil if left for a few more days. As they sat down to enjoy the noodles, Jiang Ning advised 1801 to consume their portions promptly if they were not plentiful. Otherwise, they could be transformed into salted eggs. While salted eggs possess a rather strong flavor, they have the advantage of longevity. Huaishan pondered the process of making salted eggs. One must cleanse the eggshells with high-proof liquor, dampen them, roll them in salt, wrap them in cling film, and finally seal them in a plastic bag. As Jiang Ning chatted while eating, she mentioned that Daodu had developed eczema and needed some medication. Having prepared the meal, she noticed Huaishan washing the bowl. The array of medications was bewildering, and after rummaging for a while, she found the ointment and applied it to Daodu, warning her not to scratch as it could leave scars. "Sister, you were so kind, just like my mother," Daodu exclaimed. Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile, while Kailei whined nearby, wanting some attention too. The dog, despite being generally well-behaved, was particularly prone to jealousy and showed no signs of improvement. Whenever Dahuai or Xiaobai approached her on the sofa, Kailei would quickly nudge them away and seek refuge in her lap. Even though Kailei had a good rapport with Daodu, it would still push its way over to nuzzle her. As they departed, Jiang Ning noticed Huaishan struggling in the kitchen, repeatedly rolling the eggs in salt, unsure if he had used too much or too little. Indeed, no one is perfect. Despite his impeccable appearance and skills, he seemed utterly clueless when it came to the intricacies of daily life. Chapter 46. Trouble at the door. Jiang Ning entered the kitchen, took some freshly washed eggs, moistened them in a bowl of white wine, rolled them in a bowl of salt, wrapped them in plastic wrap, and set them aside to mature for a month. Just as she was about to take a nap, a knock echoed through the house. Residents from Units 1801 and 1803 were preparing to go out, and even Dodo donned a raincoat. Huaishan contemplated taking the 2 dogs out for some training. Noticing the exuberance of Kailei, Jiang Ning hesitated but ultimately did not decline the idea. It was important for Dodo to confront the harsh realities of this cruel world. Yet she was still too innocent, Venturing out like this could easily attract unwanted attention. After applying some makeup to give Dodo a more rugged appearance, Jiang Ning finally felt satisfied with the result. The dog nudged her, eager to be included in the artistry. It insisted on being painted too, but its rather unattractive brown-black face was already quite sufficient. Upon waking from her nap, Jiang Ning prepared to administer acupuncture to Grandma Zhong. The elderly lady produced a sweet potato wrapped in cloth, proclaiming, "Little Ning, my back feels much better." "Thank you so much." The sweet potato was still warm, but Jiang Ning declined, stating, "I charge for my medical services. Please keep it for yourself. Food is life, and she would never seize another chance to survive." Grandma Zhong, eager to express her gratitude, insisted on giving it to Jiang Ning. Suddenly, there was a persistent knocking from downstairs. After a prolonged silence, a voice called out, "Little girl from the 18th floor, I'm here to seek your treatment. Please open the door." With such a robust voice, one could only wonder what ailment she might have. Finding the noise bothersome, Jiang Ning descended the stairs and coldly inquired, "What illness do you have?" A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, upon seeing her descend, immediately forced a smile and said, "You must be Dr. Jiang?" "I am not a doctor, merely a student from medical school," came the reply. "Dr. Jiang, I am suffering from a headache and fever. Could you please examine me? I charge for consultations." At the mention of fees, the woman's smile faltered. "What? I only have a headache and fever. Just give me 2 pills. Do you shop at the department store without spending any money?" Jiang Ning retorted, dismissing her. "I have no medicine here, nor can I cure your ailment." "No medicine? Then surely you could give me a couple of injections?" "Injections are available, but they cost 5 pounds of grain." "What? You incur no costs for the injections. Why should I pay 5 pounds of grain?" The woman was infuriated, exclaiming, "I say, young lady, one should not behave as you do. We are all neighbors and ought to help one another. It is one thing to hoard all the good things you have, but to demand our life-sustaining grain is truly heartless." Jiang Ning drew her knife. "Repeat that once more. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" The woman gasped, retreating a few steps. "I have connections at the police station. Should you dare lay a finger on me, you will regret it." The incessant noise was grating, echoing in her ears. Jiang Ning swung her knife towards her. "Ah, a murder! A murder on the 18th floor. You inhumane wretch! Shout all you like. Look at you with your robust voice and ample figure, clearly well-fed before seeking trouble here." Jiang Ning remembered her, the woman who had come from afar to care for her grandson, selfish and opportunistic, rummaging through trash bins in every building, even soliciting unfinished drink bottles from others. "You speak nonsense." The elderly woman's face turned pale, her voice noticeably weakened. "We have no food. We have long run out." Indeed, she had stockpiled quite a bit of food, having knocked on doors to borrow provisions when the typhoon first struck, gathering a fair amount. Little did she know that her secret would be revealed. She had heard that there were medicines on the 18th floor and had come up seeking some, but it turned out that dealing with the Jiang family was quite troublesome. The elderly woman's voice faltered further, insisting there was truly no food left. Had there been, she would have exchanged it for medicine long ago. "What you have does not concern me, but if you dare to set your sights on me again, do not blame me for breaking into your home." Having failed to procure the medicine and having acted foolishly, she now found herself in a predicament. Upon returning upstairs, the acupuncture session resumed. "Xiao Ning, do not take this woman's harsh words to heart," Grandma Zhong advised her. "She lives just below me and is particularly fond of taking advantage, often coming to my home to mooch food and drink while caring for her child. The child is poorly raised, grabbing hold of anything that looks good. Eventually, we stopped allowing them in. By the way, keep an eye on the young lady next door. She has spoken ill of you. The one with the shorn hair?" Grandma Zhong, residing on the 12th floor, was likely referring to Su Mengyao. "Indeed, she inquired about you indirectly, asking if you had any medicine." Grandma Zhong was not easily fooled and recognized her ulterior motives. "When I told her there was no medicine, she refused to believe it. That group has been led astray by her, seemingly harboring deep-seated prejudices against you." Having lived a full life, Grandma Zhong has encountered myriad experiences. "Xiao Ning, this calamity truly harms people, corrupting their hearts. I recognize your talents, Yet one must remain vigilant in their comings and goings. Having faced death once, Jiang Ning is certainly cautious. She is discerning in her choice of patients, not treating just anyone. In her previous life, she witnessed the dark side of human nature within this very building. Those she chose to heal were the ones whose consciences remained intact, even though many ultimately perished. Contemplating Su Mengyao, Jiang Ning narrowed her eyes. What did Grandma Zhong say to me? It was never explicitly stated, but rather veiled in insinuation, suggesting that one possesses something of value. Grandma Zhong recalled another incident. She had even attempted to flirt with the handsome young man from your building, yet alas, he paid her no mind. Flirting with Hoards? Such a young mind filled with schemes. Her beauty ploy was quite formidable, as she intentionally twisted her ankle and fell before the young man. However, he remained steadfast, not even casting a glance her way as he departed. Grandma Zhong's observations extend beyond Su Mengyao. Several beautiful girls in the building exhibit similar behavior, some even resorting to exchanging their bodies for sustenance. For a mere packet of instant noodles, they would entertain 2 or 3 men simultaneously. Alas, how could the world have come to this? Zhong Ping has also faced harassment, yet her strict upbringing has kept her from straying. Kaylay is quite strong-willed, dragging a large branch upstairs, later joined by Dodo, who carried firewood. Sister, we are here. The dog was exuberant, constantly leaping into her arms, soaking Jiang Ning in water. Dodo bore scratches on her face, likely from a fall or scrape, yet her smile illuminated her eyes with exceptional brightness. She leaned in close to Jiang Ning's ear and whispered, Sister, there is meat. It was discovered by Kaylay, and my brother caught it. Ah, no wonder the dog looked so proud. It had been awaiting her praise. She affectionately patted the dog's head and even bestowed a kiss upon it. Chapter 47. The dog's expedition receiving a sweet kiss from its master. Kaylay was so elated that it spun in circles, nearly bursting with excitement. Dowdu, not to be outdone, clung to her arm, exclaiming, Sister, the outside is quite terrifying. There's water everywhere, flooding the house, but Dowdu isn't afraid. Indeed, Dowdu is wonderful, rewarding both with a piece of candy. Jiang Ning descended to assist with the firewood. The water tower was substantial, and 3 men hoisted it up to the rooftop. After securing the inflatable boat and rubber dinghy upstairs, Zhang Weili opened a large backpack and pulled out a plastic bag containing a snake and 2 wild rabbits. Fearing potential danger, they quickly rushed over, only to find it entangled in a struggle with the snake. With swift reflexes, Hui brandished a shovel and swiftly decapitated the serpent. With several pounds of snake meat acquired, everyone was jubilant, yet Kaylay remained reluctant to leave. Unable to persuade the dog, the group continued gathering firewood while making their way into the mountains, only for Kaylay to discover a rabbit den. Ning, you've truly struck treasure. This is no ordinary dog. It's practically extraordinary. Jiang Ning chuckled, recognizing that Kaylay, having roamed the wild for so long, possessed survival skills far superior to their own. Gluttony is inherent in dogs, and only those who have experienced hunger develop a relentless instinct to hoard food. Though Jiang Ning had not ventured out, her efforts at home were commendable, and Kaylay was the true hero of the hunt. They decided to share their spoils equally. She did not wish to take advantage of the situation, yet Zhang Weili and others disagreed, asserting that Kaylay was one of their own and should not be treated differently. His contributions were no less than theirs. If you feel guilty, you should take charge while we assist. In the end, Jiang Ning did not take the lead but instead acted as a strategist, guiding Hoards in culinary arts. They skinned a snake and removed its entrails, pairing it with a bowl of black beans to be pressure cooked. 2 plump rabbits were prepared, one braised and the other spicy. A stir-fried vegetable dish accompanied by multigrain rice completed the meal, leaving everyone immensely satisfied. Ning, we plan to make another trip tomorrow, Zhang Chao inquired. Will you be joining us? After a moment of surprise, Zhang Chao and the others consented to his proposal. Given their strong survival skills, he and Jiang Ning would undoubtedly benefit from listening and participating. Jiang Ning had no objections. Weili, we need to keep one back. Who do you think should stay? Zhang Weili, disliking confinement, expressed her eagerness to join, insisting that Kaylay must accompany her. Woof! Kaylay chimed in. I want to go too, Dodo exclaimed, raising her hand. I can help gather firewood. Hor Ishan was keen for her to experience the outside world. Very well, but no tears allowed. I want tea cry, Dodo replied, rubbing her behind. Brother, I didn't tea cry when I fell today. Thus, it was decided that Jiang Ning would remain to guard the base while Kaylay took her place in the field. In the dead of night, as she slept soundly, a loud commotion erupted from downstairs, persisting for quite some time. Jiang Ning was roused from her slumber and noticed Kaylay lying motionless in its dog bed. She turned over and returned to sleep. In the morning, still reluctant to rise, she was excitedly tugged at by Kaylay, who urged, the one who cleans up, hurry and get ready. We have work to do. Jiang Ning rose, stifling a yawn, to prepare a meal of chicken breast mixed with dog food. She applied ointment to her skin condition and donned a raincoat. Lunch was modest, consisting of plain dog food accompanied by congee, neatly packed in a thermos. Her demeanor seemed to convey, while I venture out to earn our sustenance, you stay put and behave. Amused, Jiang Ning approached and embraced her pet, reminding it to be cautious and not to overexert itself. The door to Hua Ishan's room opened, and Daodu emerged clad in a raincoat. Sister, I want a hug too. It seemed that Hua Ishan had engaged in heartfelt conversations with her, as the little one had become increasingly expressive of her emotions, greeting Zhang Weili and others with newfound confidence, a stark contrast to her previous timidity and fear. The only discernible change was that, after training with Hua Ishan, she exhibited a sense of responsibility. Jiang Ning closed the door and stepped onto the balcony, only to observe a group of people and a dog departing in a speedboat. Hardly had they left when He Jian's team followed closely in an inflatable boat. Not only He Jian, but also Yang Weizong and others trailed behind, alongside residents from other buildings. Unbeknownst to them, the 18th floor had become a beacon of hope. They were baffled. All were searching for supplies, yet the 18th floor consistently returned with abundant resources, while they struggled to collect even firewood. The disparity in their circumstances was perplexing. Regardless, unable to compete or join in, they could only devise ways to keep up. Jiang Ning counted and noted that quite a few were stealthily following. Though under scrutiny, she felt no trepidation, confident that Hor Ishan would easily lose them. After finishing breakfast, she resumed her perusal of medical texts. Around 10 o'clock, Granny Zhong arrived for acupuncture. After several days of treatment, her back had improved significantly, allowing her to ascend the stairs unaided. Grandma Zhong was in good spirits, holding on to Jiang Ning's hand tightly. Xiao Ning, the Su family was robbed last night. It truly is poetic justice. It's the same family that came to seek medicine from Jiang Ning, causing a ruckus. In the dead of night, intruders forced their way in, knocking them unconscious with a blunt instrument, and all the food in their home was stolen. When they awoke, they created a scene, demanding that He Jian allow them to search every household. Even if He Jian had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to organize a search, especially after hearing how much food the Su family had lost. He nearly choked on his own blood. They lost over 200 pounds of rice, flour, and oil, not to mention a fair amount of oil, cured meat, and pickled vegetables. Most of it was likely exaggerated. Who would hoard such quantities? Grandma Zhong shook her head repeatedly, noting that those who had kindly lent her food were furious, rushing over to confront her, claiming she was the most heartless of all and deserved to be robbed. Jiang Ning listened from the side, cautioning her to be careful. Grandma Zhong, being astute, replied, "My family has no food either. We only eat 1 meal a day, barely filling our stomachs. The water tower should not take long." Jiang Ning grew concerned for Kaylay, yearning to make a phone call, but alas, there was no signal. Every 15 minutes, she would check from the balcony. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, she spotted the silhouette of Hor Ishan. She counted carefully. Not only was everyone present, but the dog stood proudly in front of the speedboat, resembling a victorious warrior braving the winds and waves. She hurried downstairs to assist. As the speedboat approached, Jiang Ning sensed something was amiss. Aside from Hor Ishan, everyone else appeared utterly exhausted. Daodu's eyes were brimming with tears, and her pale little face was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, clearly shaken. An eerie silence descended as the 3 men wordlessly transported the water tower. Jiang Ning stowed the assault boat and ascended the stairs, clutching firewood. Zhang Weili, ahead of her, stumbled precariously, nearly falling. Encumbered, Jiang Ning steadied her with a gentle nudge. They continued upwards, Zhang Weili's gait peculiar, betraying an injury to her foot. Jiang Ning's keen sense of smell detected a faint metallic scent. Had they been embroiled in a violent confrontation during their expedition? Countless eyes observed them from the apartment building. Now was not the time to display any vulnerability. Should their plight become apparent, a ravenous horde would descend upon them. Jiang Ning assisted her into the apartment. What happened? She inquired. Zhang Weili's calf bore a grievous wound, the gauze soaked in crimson. It was neither a blade nor a bullet wound, but a gaping hole. A wild boar gored me. Zhang Weili grimaced in agony. Jiang Ning furrowed her brow. You ventured into the mountains again? What choice did we have? Zhang Weili replied with a wry smile. Our sustenance lies submerged beneath the water, and people are starving to death outside. Today we witness bodies being hurled from buildings, and not just one. We can barely sustain ourselves for another 7 or 8 months, but resources are dwindling. What will become of us? Dismantling the water tower was secondary. Their primary objective today was the mountains. They traversed several peaks, and, fortuitously, Kaylay discovered a den of wild boars, no fewer than 5 in number, and of considerable size. After deliberation, they resolved to hunt them down. Jiang Ning felt a pang of anxiety for them. Wild boars are far more dangerous than domesticated ones. Their aggression is formidable. Indeed, it was perilous, but wild boar meat is a matter of survival. We had to take the risk. Jiang Ning retrieved gauze and iodine, rummaging through surgical instruments and sutures. The wound was quite large and difficult to staunch. Should he take her to the hospital, or would he tend to the stitching himself? It was not a grave injury. She assured him that he could stitch it up. Being accustomed to injuries from boxing, Zhang Weili did not regard it as a significant matter. Moreover, there were no medications available at the hospital, so it was preferable to attend to it at home. Previously, he had stockpiled anesthetic, and Jiang Ning first disinfected the wound, then administered the anesthetic to alleviate the pain before commencing the suturing. It was his first time stitching someone up, yet he had practiced on pork countless times prior, allowing him to proceed with a steady hand. Beside him, Lu Yu was pale with fear, gripping his girlfriend's hand tightly. Ning, Weili's life is in your hands. Zhang Weili nudged him. You're squeezing my hand too tightly. Zhang Chao rolled his eyes. Stop with the public display of affection. Zhang Weili was not the only one injured. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu also bore minor scrapes. However, it was Huaishan who suffered a cut on his arm, yet he remained unperturbed, comforting the frightened and tearful Dodo. The rain had made the forest slippery, and Zhang Weili, barehanded, had managed to slay a wild boar, only to be gored by its tusks. Kaylay Chao demonstrated remarkable bravery, working seamlessly with Huaishan to take down the remaining 4 boars. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu assisted, although their skills were not on par with the others. Had it not been for Huaishan's timely intervention, Zhang Chao might have met with disaster that day, resulting in Huaishan's arm being injured. Dodo did not partake in the fray. She had been tied high in a tree by Huaishan and was utterly terrified by the fierce battle occurring below. After suturing Zhang Weili's wound, Jiang Ning proceeded to treat the injury of room 1801. A cut had been made, not particularly deep. After disinfecting, he stitched 10 sutures and administered pain relief and anti-inflammatory medication. A group of individuals convened to deliberate on the matter of how to manage the wild boars. Lacking a refrigerator, there was no means for proper storage at home. Jiang Ning dismissed the idea of preparing barbecued meat, deeming it too charcoal-intensive, and questioned how long it would take to roast 5 pigs, which would undoubtedly fill the entire neighborhood with the aroma of grilled meat. Do you recall the sharp-mouthed monkey? Zhang Chao, with an agile mind, noted that they not only sold goods but also accepted items in exchange. Given our current scarcity of provisions, why not barter the wild boar meat with them? Previously, we engaged in 5 consecutive trades, and the other party proved to be quite trustworthy. This approach seemed promising. Perhaps it was worth a try. The group placed a boar in the water tower, having already butchered it into 4 substantial pieces. The wild boar meat, retrieved from the water tower, was characterized by its thick skin and robust physique, with a deep red hue and scarcely any fat. Jiang Ning objected to transporting the entire boar, suggesting instead to cut a few pounds for testing. It was prudent not to disclose the full extent of our resources. If negotiations proved favorable, it would be wise to conduct transactions in batches. 2 individuals were injured, and Zhang Chao and Lu Yu volunteered to venture to the department store in search of the sharp-mouthed monkey. In this post-apocalyptic world, who could rely on another for constant care? The distance one could traverse depended entirely on oneself. Jiang Ning did not impede their departure, instead advising them to exercise caution. Zhang Weili informed Jiang Ning of the situation at the hillside villa, where 6 water towers had been dismantled, yielding a significant collection of pure wooden furniture, along with 2 partially filled gas canisters. The wild boars were concealed in the mountains and, for the time being, should be undetectable. After gathering intelligence, it became clear that the leader of the sharp-mouthed monkey was surnamed Qin. They expressed a willingness to exchange grain for boar meat, albeit with a predatory twist. For every pound of wild boar meat, they offered 2 pounds of broken rice, while new rice could only be traded at a rate of 1 pound per pound. Jiang Ning examined the goods, noting the quality of the silk rice. "You weren't followed, were you?" she inquired. "No. We traveled in a speedboat and took care to make a detour." There was a strong desire for this batch of meat, with the promise that if they exchanged it for new rice, it would all be vacuum-sealed and with the most recent shelf life. They called for Hoards to join the discussion of this transaction. Jiang Ning consented to the exchange of meat for rice, acknowledging that it might seem like a loss. However, Zhang Weili and the others had no means to preserve wild boar meat, and many individuals could scarcely procure rice, let alone meat. Compared to meat, rice is more filling and enduring. The 5 wild boars, when properly processed, would yield an average net weight of 200 jin, which could be traded for a substantial amount of grain. Nonetheless, they decided to retain some meat and agreed to exchange only 4 boars. The distribution would see 1803 receiving 2 portions, 1801 1 portion, and the remaining portion of the boar meat designated for Jiang Ning. The wild boar meat, being somewhat tough, would be excellent for barbecuing and could also be utilized to make chili meat sauce, which can be preserved for an extended period. However, whether barbecuing or preparing the sauce, both processes are time-consuming and produce strong odors. It would be wise to refrain from such activities on the 18th floor. The smell was one concern, and closing the doors would not spare anyone from the discomfort. Jiang Ning shared this sentiment, and the others had no objections. Thus, the 3 men packed the wild boar meat into bags and stuffed them into a large backpack before embarking on a speedboat to complete the transaction, ensuring to bring along the cola as well. They met at the department center, where both parties, cautious and wary of any deceitful tactics, conducted their business away from the bustling crowd in the serene expanse of the floodwaters. In Chapter 49, Wild Boar for Grain, both sides remained vigilant, fearing the possibility of treachery in the open floodwaters, which provided the perfect setting for such exchanges. They traded 202 jin of wild boar meat for an equal weight of fresh rice, with an agreement to reconvene for another transaction at 7 p.m. Concerned for Zhang Weili's safety, they decided to keep Lu Yu as well. In the morning, several rubber boats followed along, but unexpectedly, they were soon outpaced. Just a few bundles of firewood were involved, so there was no need for the building manager to worry. Look at Xiao Zhang's words. How could we possibly ask for anything from our neighbors when it comes to lending a helping hand? Therefore, we cannot agree to that. Seeing him so persistent, Jiang Ning did not hold back. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Is there? The inflatable boat has already been borrowed. Surely you do not intend to ask for firewood as well? He Jian was left speechless, his face turning a shade of green. These stubborn individuals should never fall into his hands. The Shanshan Villa is quite a distance away. It took more than an hour for the speedboat to arrive, nearing the city's edge. If one were to ignore the raging flood beneath their feet, it was indeed a picturesque natural sanctuary. The lush, verdant mountains were interspersed with elegant and exquisite villa clusters. The lower-lying areas had already been submerged, while the slightly elevated ones saw the floodwaters encroach upon the front yards, leading to a complete evacuation of the premises. All collected supplies were consolidated in the tallest villa, filled with furniture, water tanks, several unused gas cylinders, and scattered boxes of charcoal. Huishan accompanied Zhang Chao to the mountains to retrieve wild boars, while Jiang Ning busied herself in the kitchen preparing marinated meat. Roasting raw meat takes too long, so she first placed it in a pot to drain excess moisture, making it far easier to roast over charcoal. Once the time was right, She and Zhang Chao carried a wild boar for trading. After the two departed, leaving Kailei to stand guard at the door, Jiang Ning retrieved a solar-powered battery pack, a food processor, and an induction cooker from her space. Using the induction cooker to marinate the meat, she placed the chopped lean meat into the pot, added seasonings and chilies, and continuously stir-fried it on the gas stove. To extend its shelf life, the meat sauce was cooked until very dry, releasing an exceptionally fragrant aroma. Upon hearing Kayleigh's alert, Jiang Ning swiftly stored away anything that should not be present in her space. Zhang Chao, upon witnessing the work nearly completed, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. "And Ning, your efficiency is truly remarkable. Of course, one must consider my identity," Jiang Ning replied as she began to kindle a fire for roasting meat. "How did your transaction fare?" "We secured a deal at the same location where we previously slaughtered pigs. We aim to have these two delivered by tomorrow morning." Zhang Chao exhaled in relief. "Once we finalize this deal, we need not worry for the next year or two. By then, order should be restored, don't you think?" Jiang Ning concurred, perhaps. Having weathered the extreme cold, once the floods recede, the national bases will be established. If they are willing to come, I believe there will still be a way forward. The three of them, along with a dog, gathered around the charcoal stove, placing the well-drained marinated meat onto the grill. Indeed, the meat, having lost most of its moisture, cooked remarkably quickly. Zhang Chao took a bite and exclaimed, "So salty. The weather is too humid." "Salt ensures preservation," he reasoned, unable to resist the delectable aroma that wafted through the air. He eagerly grabbed a pig trotter and began to indulge. In the end, the entire pot was consumed, and the trio, along with the dog, relished the meal alongside steamed buns. Zhang Chao, ever the glutton with a sharp tongue, teased, "With such culinary skills, I wonder who will have the pleasure of enjoying them in the future." Jiang Ning shot him a sidelong glance and replied leisurely, "Rest assured, it won't be you." Hui remained silent, quietly eating, yet instinctively cast a glance in her direction. Woof! The dog, unwilling to be left out, trotted over to join the fun. "Hey, look at me." Jiang Ning affectionately ruffled the dog's head, declaring, "No one shall benefit but me. I'm sticking with cola." "Don't be ridiculous," Zhang Chao retorted playfully. "Cross-species affection is off the table." Jiang Ning commanded, "Cola, scare him." The dog suddenly lunged forward, baring its teeth as if to attack. Zhang Chao quickly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Oh no, I've made a mistake. I promise I won't do it again. Noble canine, please spare me." However, the dog not only remained unyielding but also began to scratch him playfully. Amidst the laughter and merriment, they continued to roast meat under the night sky. 1 pound of raw meat transformed into half a pound of jerky, filling a large bag with approximately several dozen pounds, complemented by an equal measure of meat sauce, braised pork knuckles, and savory bones. By the time they finished, it was already past 3 in the morning, and with trade scheduled for the following day, the three decided to stay at the villa. The beds were still made. They simply needed to replace the linens with their own. With the dog keeping watch, they slept soundly through the night. When Jiang Ning awoke, Huishan had already completed the transaction, trading 4 wild boars for over 800 pounds of fresh rice. After boiling a pot of noodles and ensuring he was well fed, he prepared to leave. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning called out to Huishan, "Let me take a look at your wound." He was the one bearing the banner, yet he had not uttered a single word about it. Huishan followed her into the room, and when Jiang Ning attempted to examine him, she found it quite challenging due to his height. "Please have a seat," she instructed. Huishan settled onto the sofa, and Jiang Ning bent down to inspect his injury, soon discovering that the wound had reopened and was bleeding. "Why didn't you mention this yesterday?" "It's not severe," she noted, proceeding to disinfect and bandage it. "Avoid getting it wet for the next few days." One sat while the other stood, their proximity a bit too close for comfort. The dog watched intently, tilting its head first to the left and then to the right, before suddenly pushing forward and extending a paw towards Jiang Ning. It seemed eager for its own bandaging. Jiang Ning burst into laughter, playfully shooing it away. Don't add to the chaos. They had accumulated 860 pounds of rice, 72 pounds of jerky, 30 pounds of meat sauce, along with various other items. Jiang Ning took the portion belonging to Guzi and ceased her involvement with the matters concerning the villa at Mid-Mountain, devoting herself instead to reading and exercising at home. Dodo, having been startled, appeared dejected. However, children possess a remarkable capacity for forgetfulness, and soon enough, he was cheerful once more. Hoards' injuries had not yet healed, but he visited daily for practice. He trained with one hand, which made it difficult for Jiang Ning to exert her full strength, fearing that victory would come too easily. With the vigor of youth, she reached the standard for suture removal in just 5 days, while Zhang Weili, suffering more severely, had to wait until the 10th day for hers to be removed. Following the incident with the wild boar, Zhang Weili no longer sought to practice with Hoards, recognizing that his skills were beyond her reach. Chapter 50. Techniques of reconnaissance and infiltration. After 2 days of effort, all 7 water towers were fully installed. The allocation was 3 for 1803, and 2 each for Jiang Ning and Hoards, ready for use at the turn of a faucet. Jiang Ning utilized spatial water, yet still maintained the appearance of routine. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months had passed since the floods began. The second crop of hydroponic vegetables had already been planted, and it seemed that Xiao Bai might be pregnant again, as the first litter of rabbits had grown to over a pound. Zhang Weili, unable to remain idle, began venturing outside as soon as her injuries had sufficiently healed. Jiang Ning, increasingly lethargic, often found excuses to avoid activity, fully embracing a mode of relaxation. While he was impeccable in many regards, his culinary skills left much to be desired. Under Jiang Ning's tutelage, his efforts were merely passable, far from the realm of deliciousness. Indeed, congratulations are in order for your newfound independence. Although it felt somewhat morally questionable, Jiang Ning was eager to indulge in solitary enjoyment. The space was stocked with a plethora of gourmet delights, yet she refrained from revealing them in front of Hoards. Jiang Ning paused, realizing she had overlooked this aspect of storage. Perhaps, at that time, she had not anticipated the possibility of forming a team. Gratitude was extended. This arrangement was far more convenient, allowing for communication without the need for incessant door-knocking. Following his absence, Jiang Ning and her canine companion indulged in a hearty barbecue feast, complemented by copious amounts of soda, resulting in a thoroughly enjoyable experience. The subsequent morning, the intercom crackled to life, and a voice from the neighboring residence inquired, "Jiang Ning, will you be tutoring Dodo today?" "Yes, around 10 o'clock, she responded. "Perhaps you could come over," Hoards suggested. "While you're preparing exercises for Dodo, I could instruct you in the art of reconnaissance and infiltration." Reconnaissance and infiltration, a legitimate form of lethal combat, emphasizing silent elimination techniques such as stealthy neck slitting, throat strikes with the fist's peak, neck twisting, and the abrupt takedown and neck severing. Oh, and that infamous American maneuver, the kneeling neck restraint, "I can't breathe," is a textbook example of reconnaissance and infiltration, Jiang Ning mused. Intrigued, Jiang Ning considered the limited space in her own living room and readily agreed. Very well. Reconnaissance and infiltration involve close-quarters combat, necessitating physical contact and grappling. Hoards laid out protective mats on the floor, and the initial technique was the neck twist that Jiang Ning had previously witnessed. He positioned himself behind her, swiftly closing the distance, one hand reaching for her fair, slender neck, the other grasping her cheek. The imposing aura washed over Jiang Ning, instinctively prompting her to resist. However, he pressed against her, targeting the back of her knee, his hands firmly securing her neck and cheek. With minimal effort, her head could be forcibly displaced. This sense of imminent danger evoked memories of her near-death experience at the hands of cannibals in her previous life, and she was determined not to meet a similar fate. As she prepared to retaliate, a voice resonated from above, "Jiang Ning, do not be afraid. I will not harm you." The voice was steady, deep, yet resolute. The memories of the apocalypse are too harrowing. Even if everything were to start anew, she remains deeply averse to physical contact with men. Jiang Ning takes deep breaths, reminding herself not to confuse time and space, for her current endeavor is to enhance herself. Only by becoming stronger can she ensure that no one can bully her. "Apologies, this is my own issue." Jiang Ning steadies herself, forcing a stiff smile, and prepares to begin again. The cards have been reshuffled, and everything has changed. He truly twists her neck, albeit without exerting much force. After imparting the key points, their identities are exchanged. However, it is nearly a dream to attempt to twist his neck, as Huaishan is considerably taller. At 167 centimeters, Jiang Ning is not short, yet Huaishan stands at nearly 190, creating a significant height disparity. Huaishan sits on a folding stool, ready to commence. This marks Jiang Ning's first experience of touching a man, and she does so with remarkable detail. Her fingers glide over the bones of his neck. Here, not quite accurate, as Huaishan seizes her hand and adjusts it slightly. Ah yes, his jawline is sharp and easily grasped, requiring both hands to exert force simultaneously. With her medical training and understanding of human anatomy, and after overcoming her psychological barriers, Jiang Ning spends a half-hour twisting Huaishan's neck. As Dodo finishes her homework and opens the door, Kaylay leaps out behind her. Upon witnessing the caretaker twisting the instructor's neck in play, Kaylay's playful instincts surge, and with a bark, he pounces forward, nudging Huaishan with force. Caretaker, quickly, twist his neck. Can a dog's neck be twisted? Indeed, the dog continues to cause mischief, rendering the lesson impossible to continue. Huaishan crouches down to stroke the dog's neck. Kaylay, ever vigilant, senses his ill intentions and instinctively bares his teeth. With a stern countenance, Huaishan issued a command, and Kaylay, abandoning its playful demeanor, attentively heeded the instruction and assumed its position. However, its body exhibited resistance. Yet, upon its touch, its frame softened like a pool of water, its tongue lolling out, incessantly leaning against her. Come hither, O caretaker, make haste. This canine seems rather indecent, and escorted it to quarantine in room 1803. While the dog held significance, she also needed to seize every moment to elevate herself. In this, be it the inhabitants of the apartment building or the survivors outside, an untold number of individuals were undergoing a gradual descent into demonic tendencies amidst the harsh environment. To survive, she had to act before they did. The lessons continued, and swiftly mastered various neck-twisting techniques. Her comprehension was remarkably keen, enabling her to rapidly extrapolate and apply her knowledge. At which bone should one strike to ensure instant death? Which acupuncture point, when struck, would render the body weak and powerless in a short span of time? These were all infallible, lethal moves. Woof! Oh dear, who has provoked my Kaylay? Hastening to set aside the medical text, she embraced the canine, offering solace. My Kaylay is the most adorable. Humph, it retorted, turning its head away, feigning indifference. After caressing its head for a considerable while and presenting a braised chicken leg as a peace offering, the dog finally forgave her, nudging its neck forward. Come, continue twisting. Only then did realize that this was the source of its discontent. What a jealous dog. Kaylay, regardless of whom I encounter or interact with, you shall forever remain the most important one in my heart. A dog devoid of security behaves in such a manner. Jiang Ning cradled it in her embrace, aware that survival would only grow increasingly arduous. The 18th floor is not a bastion of safety. I understand your desire to grow stronger to protect me, yet I too yearn to fortify myself to shield you. Let us together cultivate our strength, eternally safeguarding one another. Shall we? The dog tilted its head, seemingly comprehending, blinking its eyes and resting its paws upon her hand. Truly, it is a warm-hearted creature, deserving of a reward, a piece of sausage. Once training concluded, the dog lay in its bed, exhausted to the point of panting. Having thoroughly studied human anatomy and acupoints, it adeptly followed Huaishan's lessons in reconnaissance and infiltration techniques, mastering them with remarkable ease. Huaishan was astounded, having never encountered such acute intuition. Within a mere few days, she had grasped everything, even employing the techniques unexpectedly during sparring sessions, compelling him to concentrate with great difficulty. Huaishan, generous with his knowledge, imparted not only reconnaissance and infiltration techniques but also combat skills and close-quarters fighting. Particularly in close-quarters combat, the two became entwined on the anti-slip mat, a tangle of limbs, difficult to unravel. This was a contest, each driven by a competitive spirit, their energies surging as if intent on vanquishing the other. A pair of dog eyes watched closely, ready to intervene should Jiang Ning falter. Dodo, distressed, cried out, Brother, sister, please cease the fighting. She adored both her brother and sister. Whom should she assist? In the end, Dodo clung tightly to Kaylee. Woof! Let go of it. Upon witnessing the caretaker pinned beneath Horishin, Kaylee bared its teeth, exuding an air of ferocity. Release it. It intends to confront him. Dodo struggled to restrain Kaylee, who leaped forward. Chapter 51. Encircling the 18th floor ultimately. With the dog's assistance, Jiang Ning emerged victorious despite her shortcomings. Betrayed by a dog he had trained himself, Horishin felt no anger. Instead, he gently patted its head, affirming, very well, should anyone dare to bully you in the future, you must protect yourself. Kola had displayed fierce determination earlier, and Jiang Ning felt a twinge of concern, asking, did it bite you?
No, Woyisen replied appreciatively.
A dog possesses a keener sense of right and wrong than many humans. Kola knows its limits. Jiang Ning concurred, recognizing that dogs can perceive the essence emanating from people. Horishin harbored no malice, hence he was spared from attack. As days turned into weeks, Jiang Ning's prowess grew at a remarkable pace. Upon learning that she was sparring with Horishin, Zhang Weili became equally resolute, practicing daily with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, while the walls of 1803 echoed with their lamentations. After enduring numerous blows, Zhang Chao's resilience thickened, while Lu Yu's once slender waist became a distant memory. As their bodies recovered, the duo's confidence soared. And Ning, shall we spar a bit? Jiang Ning smiled, sure. The mat in 1803 was similarly equipped with anti-slip features. Jiang Ning faced two opponents, with Zhang Weili acting as the referee and Dodo alongside Kola as the onlookers. Zhang Weili blew her whistle, 1, 2, 3, begin. Bam! Bam! With a swift side throw and a knee strike to the abdomen, Jiang Ning executed her movements with precision and flair. Both opponents collapsed honorably, groaning on the mat. Then silence, followed by Zhang Chao clutching his stomach, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, You have no sense of martial ethics. Jiang Ning's expression remained indifferent, replying, in this apocalyptic world, who speaks of martial ethics? In a moment of fervent encouragement for her sister, the beginning swiftly morphed into an abrupt conclusion. Dodo grappled with a sense of helplessness, rising to dash homeward. Her brother and sister unleashed their might upon their two brothers, employing techniques taught by their elder sibling, showcasing remarkable prowess. The unfortunate Zhang Chao endured the blows, as did Lu Yu, both left pondering the stark disparities in their capacities. What a lack of dignity! Zhang Weili, seething with indignation, lamented that if they could not best her, could they not even withstand a single move from Aining? Words failed her. Perhaps she had been overly lenient. From this day forth, no matter how many laps Kaylee performed in parkour on the stairs, her brothers would have to match them without fail. Their faces turned pale, for while Kaylee could run 80 laps in a day, they were hardly able to compete. If they could not surpass Aining, must they now succumb to Kaylee as well? But Kaylee was no ordinary canine. She was an exceptionally formidable creature. In such a brief span, even muscles had begun to develop. Zhang Weili remained undeterred, believing that as long as one did not perish from training, they should train relentlessly. The atmosphere on the 18th floor was vibrant and intense, while envy brewed among the increasing number of onlookers outside the unit. Those on the 18th floor evoked jealousy when they ventured out, yet even more when they did not. After such a prolonged confinement, the abundance of supplies was surely considerable. Starving, they caught whiffs of tantalizing aromas wafting from the 18th floor. However, no one dared to confront them directly, leading many to seek out He Jian, pressuring him to negotiate with the 18th floor for a portion of their provisions. Offending others was not He Jian's preference, but enduring hunger was untenable. His children were growing emaciated. Building leader, let us first negotiate with them. If they refuse to cooperate, we can always enlist outsiders to seize everything. Indeed, how can one be so heartless? While we subsist on rainwater, they indulge in lavish feasts above us, roasting lamb just a couple of days ago and enjoying hot pot yesterday. Are we to be left to wither away? Cursed be their indulgence. He Jian inwardly cursed, feeling the injustice of it all. How could he, on the 13th floor, not catch a whiff of such delights, while those on the 7th could? They incite chaos without a valid cause. He was not so naive as to fall for their provocations. Should he seize the resources from the 18th floor, they would surely retaliate first. Yet, the outside world offered no viable escape, leaving him no choice but to devise a plan within the confines of the building. If they were to act, it must be together. The burden of misfortune could not rest solely upon his shoulders. Jiang resolved to employ his old strategy and rallied the masses. With so many residents in the building, could they truly eliminate all on the 18th floor? Later that night, Jiang Ning emerged from an intense sparring session with hoards, drenched in perspiration, only to hear a knock at the door. A figure, wrapped tightly in layers, revealed only a pair of urgent eyes, slipped a note through the crack, warning of danger and urging caution. Without delay, the individual turned and departed. Though obscured from head to toe, Jiang Ning recognized the voice. It was Zhong Ping. He had come to relay crucial information, revealing that Jiang was conspiring with the residents of their building to forcibly extract supplies from the 18th floor. Gathering everyone in room 1803, Jiang Ning presented the note, inquiring for their thoughts. Zhang Weili, known for her fiery temper, declared boldly that they should confront them head-on. Who would dare to relinquish their chance at survival? While Jiang sought only a portion, conceding this time could set a dangerous precedent for the future. Not just Zhang Weili, but even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were in agreement. Kailei, too, voiced her dissent, baring her sharp fangs. Who would dare to threaten her sustenance? With a unanimous decision from the 18th floor, they resolutely declined any requests for supplies. What do they think they are, dreaming? If I am not mistaken, they are likely to make an appearance tomorrow. Everyone is acutely aware that such occurrences will become commonplace in the future. Even if they do not show up, those outside will inevitably come to plunder. No one desires to dance on the edge of danger. Yet this is a world steeped in peril, a world where humanity feasts upon itself. Upon returning home, Jiang Ning retrieved a stab and slash-resistant suit from her storage, taking measurements for her dog. Lacking the skills to sew, she could only attempt to modify the garment, striving to provide the best protection for Kailei. Not only was it well-fed, but it also received ample nutrition, transforming from a gaunt figure into one with a lustrous coat. Under the rigorous training of hoards, it had developed a muscular physique. After measuring, she noted a significant increase in size. After 2 hours of meticulous stitching and adjustments, she finally completed the protective suit for her dog, allowing for some extra room in anticipation of further growth. To facilitate adaptation, she opened the door and let it engage in parkour. Indeed, she possessed a modicum of talent. The outfit did not hinder the dog's agility in the slightest. After a satisfying meal and a restful night's sleep, Kailei suddenly became restless, exuding an aura of impending confrontation. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sounds of knocking from below, with Jiang calling out insincerely. Jiang Ning chose to ignore him, preparing breakfast for herself and Kailei, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and hand-grabbed pancakes. After ensuring they were well-fed and had freshened up, she began her tasks. Jiang, his voice hoarse from repeatedly calling out, decided that since the 18th floor refused to communicate, he would resort to more forceful methods. Time to break the door down. Upon hearing the words of the floor leader, each person's eyes sparkled with avarice, as if the 18th floor were a veritable mountain of gold and silver. They believed that once the 3 doors were pried open, they would feast to their heart's content, never again to worry about hunger in their lifetimes. Heaven knows how long it had been since they last felt full. Such torment was unbearable. In this apocalyptic world, why did the 18th floor shine so resplendently while they lived in conditions worse than swine or dogs? In a surge of indignation, they were ready to reduce the 18th floor to rubble. Just as they grasped their tools to pry open the doors, a sudden sound of a door creaking open from above startled them. Chapter 52. All hands on deck. The stainless steel door, adorned with iron spikes, slowly swung open, followed by the sound of measured footsteps. For reasons unknown, a tightness gripped their throats, and an involuntary tension filled the air. The 18th floor had witnessed bloodshed, a fact they had witnessed firsthand. Here they came, a pair of slender, straight legs, wielding a gleaming tang knife. Indeed, the 18th floor was ruthless, sending forth that cold-blooded girl to lead the charge. Truly monstrous. Following her was a figure rumored to be the national champion of college sanda, capable of delivering a punch that could send a man's head flying. Look closely, his professional sanda gear was so large, the gloves resembled cauldrons. Next came two men, one brandishing a baseball bat, and the other wielding a wolf-tooth club. The wolf-tooth club had been modified, a wooden baseball bat studded with rusty, sharp nails. A blow from that would surely ensure a visit to the underworld without the chance of tetanus. Bringing up the rear was the epitome of height and beauty from the 18th floor, sporting a neat buzz cut and a strikingly handsome yet stern face, clad in a cool gray tracksuit, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. It appeared he had not come for a fight, but rather for a leisurely stroll on a weekend. To make matters worse, even the dog had arrived. These wretched beings dare to claim there is a scarcity of food. How little time has passed, yet they have managed to nourish the stray dogs to a robust physique. As indignation swells within the crowd, their greed becomes ever more pronounced, and regret washes over them. They should not have settled for a mere third. They desire it all. The supplies from the 18th floor are to be claimed entirely, including that dog. In this apocalyptic era, it is only natural that canines should be consumed by humans, yet this one has feasted upon provisions that rightfully belong to them. Once they have dealt with the 18th floor, they shall prepare a dog meat stew. Each person eagerly rubs their hands together, salivating in secret, as if victory were already within their grasp. However, upon witnessing the equipment on the 18th floor, Jiang's heart skipped a beat. They were unwilling to relinquish their food. Luzhong, what do you mean by bringing so many people to pry open our door? Jiang Ning surveyed the throng crammed in the corridor of the 17th floor. The elderly, the weak, and women and children were conspicuously absent. All present were men, either brazenly brandishing weapons or concealing them beneath their clothing. A building filled with a multitude of lives, some with a healthy complexion, others appearing haggard and pallid. Regardless of their circumstances, they all fixated upon the 18th floor. Jiang Ning scrutinized their faces and soon spotted the familiar figures of Yang Weizong and others among the crowd. Ah, how they have withered! Their eyes betraying a desperate hunger for food, their faces drawn and weary, devoid of the former charm that once characterized the school heartthrob. Witnessing the intimidating stance of the 18th floor, Jiang felt a chill, forcing a smile as he said, "Xiao Jiang, we have come to discuss matters. Why this grand display? Such words. We, too, have been left with no means of survival and have come to beseech you for provisions." Although there are many people on our side, Jiang did not wish to resort to violence. Instead, he advocated for unity in the face of adversity. In times of great difficulty, we must stand together. Those who have food should contribute, and those with strength should lend their assistance. Only in this way can we survive, can we not? During this exceptional period, we have resolved not to abandon one another. Let us gather all our resources and share our sustenance, ensuring that no one in this building faces starvation. As others complied, he insisted, "You on the 18th floor cannot be an exception." Listening to his grandiloquent rhetoric, Jiang Ning scoffed coldly. What if we refuse to contribute? If necessary, we can borrow a third of the grain, and we will repay it once we overcome this crisis. Jiang's expression froze momentarily as he struggled to maintain a semblance of cheerfulness, suggesting, "If you do not believe me, we can draft a promissory note." "Not borrowing," Jiang Ning replied decisively. "Then there is nothing left to discuss," Jiang said, and the atmosphere grew tense. Taking advantage of their numbers, someone seized the opportunity to threaten, "Building leader, why waste words with them? Let us just break down the door and confront them. Yes, break the door. They have been unkind. Let them not blame us for being unjust. Xiao Jiang, I advise you to reconsider. We all reside in the same building. There is no need for such hostility." Jiang felt a surge of internal satisfaction, yet feigned distress, saying, "You are not without resources. What harm is there in sharing a little with us? If you insist on hoarding everything, even if I agree, they will not. You truly put me in a difficult position." Jiang Ning issued a challenge. "Come, those who wish to break the door, step forward. Let us proceed with the breaching. What do we have to fear from you?" A man, driven mad by hunger, approached the door wielding a crowbar. Jiang Ning did not draw her blade. Instead, she retrieved an object from her pocket and, through the iron bars, aimed it at the man's head. "Make another move, and a gasp rippled through the crowd. A gun. She has a gun. People hastily retreated, fearful of stray bullets. Jian's face turned ashen. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Ning cast a cold glance around. What do you intend to do? She retorted. Let us converse civilly. Jian's heart raced in panic, urging her not to act impulsively. Jiang Ning smiled. Do not worry. I have never been as composed as I am today. It was all a ruse, merely a plastic toy gun. Amidst the throng, a voice suddenly emerged, deliberately rasping and low. Jiang Ning called out, Yang Weizong, if you are a man, step forward. What are you hiding in the crowd like a coward? Yang Weizong seethed with rage. He had done his utmost to remain concealed, even donning a hat, yet he was still recognized by Jiang Ning. With a grim expression, he stepped forward, indignantly accusing her. Jiang Ning, I never imagined you would become this way. How selfish and self-serving. You are not without supplies. What harm is there in sharing some to aid others? In these apocalyptic times, survival was paramount. What worth did pride hold? Initially, it was the women, but eventually, even the young men of decent appearance came to terms with it. Survival was not shameful. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, some in the crowd could not suppress their laughter, their gazes toward Yang Weizong shifting. In the face of the apocalypse, law had collapsed, and morality had decayed. Those who hoarded ample supplies were mostly not of virtuous character. Trapped by the flood with nowhere to turn, they sought stimulation to pass the time, indulging indiscriminately. Yang Weizong had a refined appearance, naturally resembling a delicate youth, which made him a target for disdain. Jiang Ning, you're talking nonsense, he retorted, his anger distorting his features. He charged forward, shouting, Do you really think I won't dare to hit you? In response to his impotent rage, Jiang Ning swung open the door, brandishing her gun, and provocatively beckoned, Come here. As the door swung ajar, the previously agitated Yang Weizong fell silent. Noticing the collective gaze of the onlookers fixed upon him, he gritted his teeth and attempted to assert bravado. Don't be fooled. That's just a plastic toy in her hand. Chapter 53. The gunshot Yang Weizong urged everyone to join him, yet his body remained as immovable as a rock. This created an awkward situation. Moments ago, they had attempted to force the door, and now, with it wide open, no one dared to advance. Jian, feeling utterly humiliated, silently cursed this bunch of cowardly weaklings. Enduring the pressure, he boldly declared, Jiang Ning, even if you possess a gun, it only has 7 bullets. Do you truly believe it can deter so many of us? Indeed, there was no need for fear. After all, it was merely a matter of 7 lives. Jiang Ning surveyed them with a cold smile. Who among you is willing to sacrifice themselves for He Luzhang? Step forward, and I assure you, your wish will be granted. While he indulges in feasting, your wives and children will starve. Jiang Ning, what do you mean by that? Nothing much, simply asking you to select 7 willing to die. Jiang Ning stepped forward down the stairs, pressing the cold muzzle of the gun against Jian's forehead. As the floor leader, he was bound to be the first to make a sacrifice. Thus, it began with him. The gun's chill was unmistakably far from the feel of cheap plastic. The heart seized in an instant, and Jian's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring from him. Don't act recklessly, he stammered. It is you, the floor leader, who has been causing trouble, repeatedly bringing people to threaten the 18th floor. Do you truly believe the 18th floor is a soft target? Jiang Ning's gaze was as sharp as a blade. I am not one to instigate trouble, yet neither do I fear it. After your incessant provocations, I can only respond in kind. With that, his finger rested firmly on the trigger. In that moment, the eyes of all present were fixated on Jiang Ning and Jian. Jiang Ning's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he slowly tightened his grip on the trigger. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the stairwell. Ah, a murder! A murder! The crowd at the stairwell panicked, desperately pushing into the corridor. Jiang Ning's gunstock struck Jian's forehead with a heavy thud, sending him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, Cola darted forward like lightning, tackling the fleeing Yang Weizong with force, his jaws wide open, ready to bite. Ah! Cries of alarm, frantic escapes, and evasive maneuvers played out in the crowded corridor. Someone squeezed through the stairwell, clutching their bleeding neck tightly, only to collapse a few steps later, convulsing on the ground, eyes wide as saucers, gasping for breath. "Get him, Cola!" Jiang Ning shouted. The dog, ferocious and relentless, did not cease its assault until Yang Weizong was left bloodied, then turned and dashed up the stairs. In an instant, as Cola leaped inside, Jiang Ning swiftly locked the door, barring the throng of people from entering. The chaos of bodies colliding caused several individuals to crash against the door, which was studded with iron nails, eliciting bone-chilling screams. The sudden turn of events caught many off guard, leaving them no time to prepare. Through the iron bars, a man with a frenzied expression brandished a bloodied kitchen knife, wildly slashing at anyone in sight while emitting beastly growls. "Damn it, you all deserve to die. I demand you pay for my daughter's life. Die, and I shall accompany you to hell." Some individuals reacted swiftly, drawing knives from their clothing, yet the crowd's density rendered them unable to retaliate effectively, inadvertently injuring their own. The madman, however, exhibited no restraint, his eyes ablaze with fury as he continued his onslaught, transforming the corridor of the 17th floor into a veritable inferno. "Open the door. Let us in. I beg you. Save us." Many, paralyzed by fear, frantically knocked on the doors of the residents on the 17th floor, pleading to be granted refuge. Even those from the 18th floor, who moments ago had appeared menacing, now resembled frightened birds, darting chaotically in panic. Faced with death, terror engulfed them all. Jiang Ning did not open the door. Her expression was numb as she observed the chaos outside through the iron bars, as though she were merely watching a television drama. Zhang Weili clenched his fists tightly, opening his mouth yet failing to utter a sound, ultimately turning his head away. The madman, bloodied and grotesque, resembled a savage beast risen from the depths of hell. A few burly individuals charged at him with knives. Their sharp blades struck against his body, his back, his limbs. The blood-soaked madman showed no signs of fear, seemingly impervious to pain. Recognizing his assailants, he howled in despair. "You killed my daughter. I demand her burial with you." Like an unkillable demon, he fought against multiple adversaries, drenched in blood, until all of them lay defeated. Yet he did not cease, his body bleeding profusely, eyes aflame with fury as he surged through the panicked crowd, resembling a devil wielding a scythe. Bang! The thunderous report of a gunshot echoed. The madman was struck in the head, collapsing with a resounding thud, his bloodied visage breaking into a gentle smile. "Fear not. Father has come to accompany you." It was not Jiang Ning who fired, but a shot that emanated from behind her. The two exchanged astonished glances, marveling at the precision amidst such chaos. Hua Yishen's expression remained grave, betraying no emotion. He did not fire again but turned to ascend the stairs. One bullet abruptly halted the carnage. The 17th floor was filled with wails, as He Jian and Yang Weizong lay sprawled on the ground, untouched by blades, yet overwhelmed by the crowd, lost in a pool of blood, their fate unknown. Cola, undeterred, yearned to charge forth and fight. Each time it encountered Yang Weizong, it longed to sink its teeth into that scoundrel. "Help me! Save me!" Those who had been wounded sought Jiang Ning's assistance. Lacerations, contusions, crush injuries, accidental wounds, and punctures from iron spikes rendered the scene unbearable.
Jiang Ning,
A student of the medical academy, possessed the ability to heal, and they did not wish to perish. Some voiced their pleas, and others echoed their sentiments. Why should we save them? If healed, would they not rush to the 18th floor again? Jiang Ning turned to ascend the stairs, disregarding the carnage behind her. Zhang Weili and others were taken aback, their hearts heavy with compassion. Yet the memory of the threats they had just issued extinguished any flicker of kindness. Believe it or not, they would only forget the pain once their wounds had healed. No one is born a villain, however, extreme adverse conditions and the instinct for survival can give rise to malevolence. Several individuals exchanged glances before silently turning to ascend the stairs, disregarding their furious pleas and insults. The stainless steel door on the 3rd floor closed, muffling the sounds considerably. Jiang Ning smiled, tossing the item in her hand toward Zhang Weili, who caught it and immediately sensed something amiss. "Is this fake? Where could I possibly find a real one?" she mused. The one earlier had indeed been authentic, but Jiang Ning had skillfully swapped it. Zhang Weili examined it repeatedly. Surprisingly, It was a high-quality imitation, indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Even I had been deceived by you. I stumbled upon it while searching for dog food last time, and I happen to have another one, so I'll give this to you to impress others. Chapter 54. The outburst on the 17th floor. Jiang Ning had deliberately purchased several of these during her stockpiling, contemplating that they might serve to intimidate under critical circumstances. However, she had not anticipated that Hoards possessed the genuine article. Although societal order had crumbled in the apocalypse, the government escort departments continued to function, albeit at a glacial pace due to the flooding. Nevertheless, this particular item remained under strict regulation. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she would refrain from brandishing the real weapon in plain sight. Yet, with the uncertainty of tomorrow, should the situation spiral out of control, she would not hesitate to fire. Gazing at the tightly shut door of room 1801, Zhang Weili pulled Jiang Ning inside and curiously asked, "How could he possibly have a gun? He has a background in special police, he likely has connections. Who would have thought that not only could he fight, but he is also an exceptional marksman?" To be honest, witnessing the madman perish at Hoards' hands brought a sense of relief to Zhang Weili and the others. He was a father both magnificent and pitiable. Given his injuries, survival seemed impossible, yet falling into the hands of those individuals would likely result in a fate far worse. Liberation is preferable. Depart with decisiveness and dignity. The presence of genuine firearms has somewhat assuaged the anxieties of Zhang Weili and her companions, yet a lingering concern regarding potential scrutiny remains. Initially anticipating a fierce confrontation, they were unexpectedly disrupted by a madman, an occurrence that, albeit fortuitously, altered their course of action. As they attentively observed the commotion below, those unscathed dispersed like startled birds, while the injured, witnessing the indifference of the 18th floor towards their plight, could do naught but curse as they departed. Soon, the 17th floor fell into a state of eerie silence. Although numerous individuals had gathered for the standoff, many merely feigned compliance, wholly detached from the fray. The residents of the 17th floor, prioritizing their own safety, secured their doors, cognizant of the close proximity to the 18th floor and the potential for retaliation that would make them the first targets. Yet, as the saying goes, when the city gates are ablaze, the innocent fish in the moat suffer. Upon finally opening their doors, they were met with a scene of chaos. The corridors were splattered with blood, and lifeless bodies lay strewn about. What had they done to deserve this? Why did the 17th floor perpetually become a battleground? The three households, in a state of agitation, deliberated on disposing of the bodies in the water and cleaning the blood-stained hallways. What kind of honest individuals may refrain from losing their temper, yet when they do, it can be fatal? Witnessing a man brandishing knives in a frenzy, the bereaved family dares not confront him. Their only recourse is to leave in a huff, cursing under their breath. Before this incident, they had calculated the spoils they might acquire, only to find themselves bereft not only of resources but also mourning the loss of their loved ones. How shall these orphaned women and children endure in the future? Oh, heavens! Open your eyes and cease the relentless rain. Around noon, Lu Yu gathered some intelligence from Zhang Chao. The deranged man wielding the knife resided on the 7th floor, having lived alone with his daughter after a long divorce. Previously, their home had been invaded by a masked gang in the dead of night, leaving them stripped of all their possessions. Desperate for survival, the daughter resorted to selling her body in secrecy, which led to a confrontation with her father. In a fit of rage, he struck her twice. Overwhelmed by shame, she leaped into the floodwaters below. Having relied solely on each other, the father, unable to bear the trauma, succumbed to madness, seeking vengeance against society with his blade. Several were slain on the spot, while others succumbed to their injuries, and many more suffered from severe bleeding or were trampled in the chaos. The torrential rain rendered any escape to the hospital impossible. They could only endure the agony at home. Yang Weizong and He Jian lay in a coma, with a faint hope of succumbing to their fates. This disheartening defeat left the adversary's spirits low, casting a pall over the entire building. Jiang Ning pondered another matter. The gang of masked robbers, with their rosy cheeks, had likely been the very ones responsible for the earlier assault. Though several had perished at the hands of the madman, others had escaped unharmed, prompting a need for heightened vigilance against them in the future. The confrontation had failed, leaving Kola in a state of discomfort, whimpering and showing his displeasure. With no alternative, Jiang Ning resorted to the comforting embrace of culinary delights to soothe him. Do you harbor a grudge against Yang Weizong? The inquisitive cat seems particularly fixated on him. Kailei, with its sharp teeth, continues to express its proud disdain. The enmity between it and that scoundrel is nothing short of a blood feud. Jiang Ning holds the dog close, his gaze becoming increasingly profound. Having just awakened from an afternoon slumber, the intercom crackles to life, prompting Jiang Ning to inquire whether he will be teaching Dodo today. Though a confrontation has been averted for now, inevitable conflicts loom on the horizon. Self-improvement is the only path forward. A knock resounds at the door, and Kailei scurries to open it with its paws, willingly exchanging its position with Dodo, who carries dog food to room 1801 for training. Dodo finds herself locked inside by Huishan, yet she is not oblivious to her surroundings. Feeling somewhat dispirited, she asks, "Sister, when will I grow up and be able to protect you and brother?" Jiang Ning reassures her, advising her to study diligently so that she may grow quickly and be able to safeguard them soon. Dodo, perplexed, wonders why she cannot grow as swiftly as Kailei. You are different from Kailei. It is a dog that matures rapidly, while we humans grow at a slower pace. Jiang Ning encourages her, assuring her that if she listens to her brother, he will help her mature swiftly. This brings a smile to Dodo's face as she lifts her shirt to reveal her abdominal muscles, exclaiming, "Sister, I actually believe I can do it. Brother helps me train every day." Upon witnessing Dodo's well-defined abs, Jiang Ning is taken aback. She has yet to develop such form. Children are still growing, and excessive training can be detrimental. However, given the current circumstances, Jiang Ning does not fault Huishan. In a world where calamity may strike at any moment, possessing the ability to protect oneself is paramount. Let us train hard, and let those abs shine. There is no need for confrontation. The awareness on the 18th floor is remarkably high, and the days ahead will undoubtedly become more arduous. Even through the solid wall, one can hear the resounding thuds of Zhang Weili's punches. During dinner, I shared noodles with Dodo, and the meat sauce stirred in was particularly fragrant. The intercom crackled to life once more, inquiring if there would be a sparring session shortly. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning affirmed her participation. Entering room 1801, she wasted no time and dove straight into practice. The frustrations from the morning had yet to dissipate, and her training was somewhat fierce. Everyone harbors secrets, and she kept her lips sealed regarding the matter of the gun. Faced with her relentless assaults, Huishan's defense was as impenetrable as a fortress. After a full 2 hours, Jiang Ning emerged from the session as if she had been pulled from water, collapsing onto the non-slip mat, panting heavily. He offered her a clean towel to wipe herself off. Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude, nearly succumbing to exhaustion. Huishan made a startling observation, noting that the recoil of her firearm was somewhat strong and advising her to slightly adjust her grip. Otherwise, she risked injuring her arm. A bit taken aback, Jiang Ning. Chapter 55. Thermoregulating garment amidst the throng of people, compounded by the torrential rain and poor visibility. She adjusted her position, yet to her surprise, his keen eyes still discerned her. Jiang Ning smiled, feigning ignorance. An unspoken understanding lingered between them, and neither dared to inquire about the source of their knowledge. Following the gunfire, the entire apartment complex fell into a profound silence. No one dared to harbor thoughts of encroaching upon the 18th floor. Life must continue. Being cooped up indoors daily would drive one to madness. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu brimmed with confidence as they knocked on the door of 1801, proposing an expedition to gather supplies. The water levels continued to rise, and they had lost hope for the rain to cease. This was indeed a post-apocalyptic world, and who could foresee what lay ahead? Every day, resources are depleted, and the constant outflow without replenishment induces a sense of unease.
Huoyi deeply conjured.
And Dodo was also clamoring to join. The cunning Kola decisively lined up. Woof! The dog has matured, possessing its own thoughts. Jiang Ning could no longer confine it, and it must protect itself. Now, it is ready to embark on an expedition. The one who scoops its waste must hastily dress it in battle attire.
Jiang Ning.
Both amused and exasperated, teased while dressing it. Ah, my dog is off to earn its keep again. The black dog, with an air of pride and bashfulness, awaited. "I'll get you some meat." Standing on the balcony, Jiang Ning watched them depart the community, then took out the sable fur, measuring it to craft a coat for the dog. The rain continued to fall, but the air had evidently turned colder. Jiang Ning vaguely sensed that an extreme chill was approaching. Compared to floods, the bitter cold is far more lethal. The Belgian Malinois can swiftly adapt to harsh conditions. Yet Jiang Ning remained anxious. After all, it would be an excruciating -60 or 70 degrees. Humans bundled like bears might struggle to survive, let alone a short-haired Malinois. Remembering its frostbitten, oozing state from her past life, Jiang Ning felt a pang of anguish. This time, it must not endure such suffering. Zheng Weili came to visit, and upon seeing her dismantling the fur, expressed surprise, making clothes for Kola? Indeed, Jiang Ning replied, "It seems to grow colder by the day. I was even awakened by the cold yesterday." She intentionally hinted, first a typhoon, then over 2 months of torrential rain. Who knows what dreadful weather awaits us? We are merely in the south, where winters are not particularly harsh, unlike the north with its -10 degrees. Yes, in previous years, the north would have already seen snowfall. Do you think they are also facing floods? Jiang Ning curiously inquired. Winter has arrived. Could it possibly be 1,000 miles of ice? Zheng Weili dared not to ponder, for that would be akin to a hell on earth. Fengcheng was not particularly cold. Last winter, short sleeves were still in vogue, and this year remained uncertain. Jiang Ning offered a gentle reminder. "I believe it might be significantly colder than last year." Upon hearing this, Zheng Weili felt a foreboding sense of dread. Coldness was inevitable, yet they had stockpiled clothing and firewood, so they should manage adequately. As their conversation meandered, she recalled a pressing matter. "Ning, the residents of our building are currently in shock, but who knows what the future holds? Your supplies must be stored separately. In case the 18th floor is breached one day, it would prevent total depletion from theft." It was Zhang Chao who suddenly proposed the idea. They worked through the night, dismantling the ceiling of the kitchen and bathroom, sealing food and medicines securely, and hiding them in various locations. Not just the ceilings. Even the ventilation ducts and the toilet tank were not spared. "Aren't you afraid of rats gnawing at them?" Zheng Weili replied, speechless. "Rats, well, that's certainly better than having them stolen, right? We must find a way to procure some rat poison or traps." "Your plan is quite clever. I shall attempt it as well," Jiang Ning affirmed, recognizing the ingenuity of Unit 1803. "If I hollow out the sofa, I should be able to conceal some grains. Shouldn't I?" Indeed, how did they not think of that? After bidding farewell to Zheng Weili, Jiang Ning resumed sewing fur coats, having ample material at hand. She contemplated making some for De Hui and Xiao Bai. These two had thick fur, and with Xiao Bai soon to give birth to her second litter, she wondered if they could survive the extreme cold. For the sake of her meat plan, Jiang Ning hoped they would endure. If they could not, they would inevitably become a stew. Ultimately, it all depended on their fate. She brought over the two furry creatures, measuring their dimensions and comparing fabrics, reveling in the warmth of their plush embrace. Perhaps due to a nourishing diet, they appeared to have gained substantial weight, particularly the little white one, whose round belly suggested it might be carrying a significant number of offspring. With 3 fur garments successfully transformed, Jiang Ning's confidence in her DIY skills surged. However, merely possessing fur was insufficient. Recalling the abundance of fabric stored in her space, she resolved to select some warm materials to create additional garments for them. As Jiang Ning rummaged through her supplies, she retrieved 2 bundles of fabric but was momentarily distracted by the sight of the 198,000 yuan temperature-regulating garment. Without hesitation, she decided to try on this seemingly ordinary piece. To her surprise, it felt remarkably comfortable against her skin, with a texture as soft and smooth as silk. Although slightly oversized, she contemplated wearing it as sleepwear. Just as she was about to remove it, she sensed something amiss. The rain coupled with a drop in temperature had brought the day's warmth down to around 21 degrees Celsius. Despite wearing a casual hoodie, she still felt a chill. Yet, this lightweight fabric enveloped her, providing an unexpected warmth, akin to a biological membrane clinging to her body. It was indeed significantly warmer than her hoodie. Could it truly maintain a constant temperature? The interior of her space was warmer than the outside, prompting her to step inside. As predicted, The sensation of warmth dissipated, replaced by a comfort reminiscent of being unclothed. Upon re-emerging, the warmth flooded back, reaffirming the garment's high-tech capabilities. Jiang Ning reflected on her initial purchase. She had failed to recognize its uniqueness, likely due to the minimal temperature difference at the time. Wearing the temperature-regulating garment, she approached the gas stove, placing her hand above it. The warmth radiated through her palm, and her arm felt the same, though the heat was noticeably less intense than what her palm experienced. The temperature regulation was indeed real, yet the notion of a constant 25 degrees was merely an illusion. However, the ability to manufacture such fabric transcends mere excellence. Had it not been for this natural disaster, the fabric's introduction to the market would have signified a technological revolution. At a price of 198,000, it is indeed a worthy investment. The constant temperature fabric is limited to 10 pieces, equating to merely 333 meters. The quantity is undeniably scarce, yet with judicious usage, it could sustain her throughout her lifetime, even amidst the incessant extremes of weather. She decisively crafted 2 sets for herself and 2 for her companion, opting for a combination of gray and white, utilizing scraps for the endeavor. Not only garments but also gloves, socks, and scarves. Indeed, the fabric consumption is substantial. The value of the constant temperature clothing is immense, and Jiang Ning is reluctant to squander even the slightest bit. She diligently searched through her downloaded life skills materials and successfully located tutorials on garment design and cutting. Having grasped the basics, she practiced with other fabrics. After a brief hiatus in her treatment, Grandma Zhong continued her sessions on the 18th floor. It was not out of a desire to cease, but rather due to the significant impact of the ongoing confrontation. Several of those injured and infected had succumbed. While no one dared to provoke the 18th floor, many harbored grievances, believing that all of this chaos was a consequence of the 18th floor's actions. Had the 18th floor been willing to distribute provisions, the tragedy of that day would never have occurred. Grandma Zhong spoke earnestly. Xiao Jiang, the trials of this world have corrupted human hearts. You must exercise caution in the future. Chapter 56. Discovery of the fish pond. Jiang Ning was aware that it was Grandma Zhong who had sent Zhong Ping to relay the message. Although its impact was minimal, she appreciated the sentiment. Thus, she waived 3 treatment fees and gifted him half a bottle of a medicinal tincture for injuries. The quantity was modest, merely 50 milliliters, yet in the context of the apocalypse it was indeed generous. Of course, Jiang Ning did not dismiss the possibility of it being a gesture of goodwill. After all, everyone is focused on the 18th floor. One must never underestimate the complexity of human nature. If the Zhong family were willing to share some information, could save a great deal of trouble. Grandma Zhong, the temperature has dropped significantly in recent days. You must protect your waist from the cold and dampness. In the evenings, apply medicinal wine and massage to invigorate your circulation. Then wrap yourself in a thick blanket. This will expedite your recovery. In her previous life, Grandma Zhong succumbed to the cold, leaving only Zhong Ping alive, though he too could not endure for long. This time, with Jiang Ning's reminder, she ought to grasp the situation to avoid a similar fate. Having said that, she proceeded to introduce a patient to Jiang Ning. The family residing above has a son plagued by eczema, scratching until he bleeds. They ventured to the hospital only to find no medication available, and now they wish to bring the child to you for treatment. Though they are not well acquainted with you, they hesitate to approach without prior consent. Rest assured, this family is respectable and does not mingle with He Jian and his ilk, and they have not partaken in the recent coercive tactics. Eczema is a rather intricate ailment. Mere acupuncture cannot remedy it, and the effects of traditional Chinese medicine are gradual. While Jiang Ning possesses the necessary medications, it is implausible for her to dispense them. This condition is notoriously difficult to treat without medication. Regular exercise to induce sweating and detoxification, as well as enhancing one's immune system, will eventually lead to improvement. As for the matter of convenience, Grandma Zhong did not insist. She wrapped the medicine bottle in cloth and tucked it into her pocket to prevent others from catching a whiff, her mind wandering to various thoughts. Xiao Jiang, did your dog bite a young boy? Grandma Zhong inquired as she departed. The girl next door was stirring up trouble again, and I could see the poor expressions on their faces. The youth of today seem to possess such convoluted thoughts. They claim to be alumni, Yet they speak ill of others behind their backs, constantly coveting what others possess. This time, as they surged towards the 18th floor, those men participated not only without reflection but also criticized Jiang Ning behind her back. If she were in Jiang Ning's shoes, even if she possessed resources, she would rather feed them to the dogs than bestow anything upon these ungrateful wretches. After Grandma Zhong departed, Jiang Ning closed the door and entered her space, where she uprooted the flourishing vegetables from her black soil garden. She removed the planting pots from the space and placed them on the balcony, bringing over a small stool to dig for potatoes. The soil and water in her space were exceptional, yielding a bountiful crop of plump, round yellow potatoes. From dozens of planting pots, she harvested over 100 pounds of potatoes, a sense of satisfaction from the harvest that words could scarcely convey. The rabbit, refusing to eat the potato seedlings, was cast into the space as fertilizer. The others, clutching firewood, wore smiles on their faces, save for the stern Ho Ishan. Kola raised her paws, her dark eyes sparkling with vitality. "You, the one scooping the dung, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and come to receive your mistress. My teeth are already aching." Jiang Ning caught a whiff of fishy scent. Without a doubt, she had gone fishing again. Gripping the heavy bag, she patted Kola's head in praise. "Well done, my Kola, truly remarkable." Indeed, it was extraordinary. The bag contained 5 fish, weighing nearly 20 pounds in total. Another bag held 2 wild rabbits, also procured by her from the mountains. After shedding her raincoat and donning dry clothes, everyone gathered in room 1803. The urban complexes had ceased to yield supplies, so the group ventured towards the villa area they had visited before. The villas held little allure, for their aim was to penetrate deeper into the mountains. With hopes of encountering wild boars, they instead stumbled upon a reservoir nestled in the depths of the mountains. The reservoir brimmed with fish, many of which swam downstream, exploring the ravines and ditches. The water flows murkily, rendering the fish invisible to the naked eye, yet they were discovered and caught by the Kola. It remains uncertain how many fish have been swept away, but one can be assured that the reservoir still harbors a considerable number. If a method were devised to extract the fish, we could seek out the sharp-billed monkey for a grain exchange, ensuring sustenance for many years to come. However, swift action is imperative. Supplies in the urban area are dwindling, and it is plausible that the keen-eyed may venture into the deep mountains in search of resources. Should the reservoir be uncovered, they would find nothing left to salvage. Water is omnipresent, with treacherous depths lurking at every turn. Relying solely on Kola to catch the fish one by one is simply impractical. Zhang Chao lamented the absence of a fishing machine. The fish are right there, yet remain elusive, which is indeed exasperating. "Rain, can you create one, Chao? That is truly beyond my capabilities." The abundance of fish in the reservoir tantalized Jiang Ning. Her space could only accommodate a mere 100 fish, and with Kola being a voracious consumer, it was far from sufficient. Grandma Zhong had mentioned that her grandson, Zhong Ping, works at the Physics Research Institute. Perhaps he possesses a solution? The fishing machine operates on ultrasonic waves, and Zhong Ping should be well-versed in the theory. Ho Ishan interjected, "Can we trust him? I hold the Zhong family in high regard. Zhong Ping is also a filial son. Inquiring should pose no issue. Even if it doesn't succeed, the 18th floor incurs no loss." The others concurred, for the Zhong family remains unaware of the reservoir's location, and Zhong Ping may not even be capable of constructing a fishing machine. Time is of the essence. A decision was made to inquire. Next door to the Zhong family resides Su Mengyao, who watches like a hawk daily, making it inconvenient for Jiang Ning to take the lead. The male figure found himself in a precarious situation. In pursuit of sustenance, Su Mengyao resorted to various flirtations and provocations. Previously, she had attempted to entice Ho Ishan, and Zhang Chao alongside Lu Yuka might not possess the same fortitude. Thus, it fell upon Zheng Weili to take action. Jiang Ning's intuition proved accurate. As she knocked on the door of the Zhong family, the adjacent door swung open hastily. Upon seeing Zheng Weili, Su Mengyao greeted her with a seemingly innocent and sweet smile. "Senior sister." Unfortunately, in the dead of night, devoid of electricity, her gaunt visage rendered her akin to a specter. Zheng Weili could hardly tolerate such a woman. She retorted sharply, "Do not call me that, we are not familiar." Unfazed, Su Mengyao continued, Senior sister, what brings you to seek Grandma Zhong at this hour? The urge to deliver a punch was nearly overwhelming for Zhang Weili. Ignoring her, she resumed knocking. Hearing the commotion, Grandma Zhong promptly opened the door. Zhang Weili produced an item from her pocket and presented it to her. Grandma Zhong, you left something during your acupuncture session this afternoon. Ning was concerned you might worry, so I brought it down. Grandma Zhong, astute for her years, sensed that Zhang Weili's visit at such an hour must be significant. Thank you, dear. Oh dear, the floors are so slippery. I nearly fell just now and twisted my back. Is Xiao Jiang available? Could you ask her to help me stretch my muscles? We are out of provisions at home, and Zhongping has a new electronic watch. Would that suffice for the acupuncture fee? That should be acceptable, Zhang Weili replied succinctly, not lingering longer than necessary, and departed. Su Mengyao maintained her disingenuous smile. Senior sister, would you care to come in and sit? Chapter 57. Crafting a fishing device. In response to Su Mengyao's insincere invitation, Zhang Weili remained unfazed, forcefully pushing her aside with ease, sending Su Mengyao crashing against the wall a few meters away. Get lost. If I were a man, I would ensure your demise. They have all ventured out, yet their vitality remains remarkably exuberant, almost akin to a beguiling creature that thrives on the energy of others. One wonders where she derives her audacity, devoid of any semblance of dignity. By the time the individuals from 1202 hear Su Mengyao's cries, Zhang Weili has already ascended the stairs. Upon her return upstairs, Zhang Weili confides her grievances to Jiang Ning, her cooing voice sending chills down my spine. This woman is akin to a venomous serpent, orchestrating men to charge forth. I had just given her a nudge, and should she dare to confront us, it would provide the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. Otherwise, trouble is inevitable. Jiang Ning nods in agreement, acknowledging the need for a strategy. Unfortunately, she has become cunning, hiding behind the men and refraining from revealing herself easily. Initially, I intended for Su Mengyao to endure the trials of this apocalyptic world, yet she insists on opposing me. Apologies, but the blade is already sharpened. Before long, Zhongping assists Grandma Zhong in ascending. Jiang Ning, unreserved, directly inquires, Can you craft a fishing device? Zhongping, taken aback, adjusts his glasses and contemplates for a few moments. I should be able to, but I lack sufficient materials. He is a physics enthusiast. His room cluttered with various components, some purchased, others salvaged from scrap yards. He has even received a Life Invention Award and excelled in national physics competitions. A quintessential exemplary child. Jiang Ning questions, Can you gather what you need? There should be materials in the experimental building, just a slight modification required, he replies. The materials room is on the 8th floor, and it likely hasn't been flooded yet, though Zhongping is unsure if it has been scavenged. The research institute is not particularly far. Taking a shortcut, it is roughly 10 kilometers away. Jiang Ning casts a questioning glance at Hua Yishan, pondering whether to proceed with this endeavor. Zhongping, however, is not lacking in wit. He is capable of persuading the 18th floor crew to expend diesel in the pursuit of materials for crafting a fishing device, undoubtedly not merely for the sake of catching a few fish. With the family in dire straits, he finds himself compelled to negotiate terms. If he successfully constructs the fishing device, might he be entitled to a share? His request is not unreasonable. Were the roles reversed, Jiang Ning would undoubtedly exhaust every possibility to seek a way out. The depths of the water are profound. Can you truly guarantee that the fishing device you create will yield a catch? As long as there are fish present, I shall secure them. It merely entails adjusting the ultrasonic frequency, a task quite straightforward. In pursuit of the freedom to enjoy fish, Jiang Ning consents, albeit under the condition of confidentiality. Given the myriad of events that have transpired, the Zhong family must exercise caution, possessing an innate sense of what ought to be disclosed. How long will it take to complete? For Zhongping, the construction of the fishing device is not a complex endeavor. Having undertaken a similar project in high school, he asserts that if the materials are at hand, it can be accomplished tonight. The Zhong family does not belong to the 18th floor, and Jiang Ning wishes to keep this matter from the knowledge of the residents of the building, lest it bring unnecessary complications. He instructs Grandma Zhong and Zhongping to descend first. Jiang Ning requests to accompany them, and Hua Yixin raises no objections. The rabbit will be skinned and its entrails cleaned, to be preserved in the car's refrigerator for leisurely consumption later. Treading lightly down the stairs, Zhong Ping awaits on the 6th floor, burdened with a cumbersome rubber boat. The occupants of 1202 are preoccupied with comforting the injured Su Mengyao, oblivious to the activities of their neighboring unit. The inflatable boat silently glides out of the community, its engine roaring into the darkness as it heads toward the research and development company. After approximately 40 minutes, the trio arrives at the Physics Research Institute. As expected, the place is in disarray. Zhong Ping's expression shifts as he makes a beeline for the materials room on the 8th floor. The main entrance to the materials room had been forcibly opened, leaving a chaotic array of items strewn across the floor. Zhong Ping, wielding a flashlight, diligently picked up various components scattered about. While these research materials held great significance for the staff, they bore little value for the ordinary survivors, as they could neither be consumed nor quench thirst. The disarray rendered only a few items worthy of salvage. Zhong Ping meticulously selected a substantial collection of components, laying them on the table and retrieved his tools to modify them. Yet, he found himself lacking a few essential pieces, prompting him to venture into the laboratory for disassembly. There were several laboratories, and he began dismantling parts from various instruments and equipment, many of which were costly, yet regrettably, many had succumbed to the flood. Zhong Ping, a reserved and introverted individual seldom prone to fervent emotional expressions, revealed a palpable sorrow in his voice as he spoke. Indeed, the flood had not only consumed lives but had also devoured the treasures of human civilization. Jiang Ning, lacking knowledge of physics, stood by helplessly, while I wandered about in search of anything that could be salvaged. In the pitch darkness, Hua Yixin contemplated accompanying her, but was unexpectedly called by Zhong Ping to lend a hand with a frequency converter that required adjustment. Jiang Ning ascended the stairs, finding office desks and door frames stripped bare, with packaging materials discarded haphazardly. She collected several plastic planting pots, discarding her reservations as she tossed them into the storage space. The computers from the research room and the instruments from the laboratory were invaluable resources. Though Jiang Ning might not need them, they could prove essential to someone in the future, and they hardly occupied any space. After exploring several floors, she gathered a considerable amount of unwanted debris, along with the innovative exhibits from the exhibition room. The scientific products were far removed from everyday life, rendering them unrecognizable to Jiang Ning. Upon returning to the 8th floor, Zhong Ping had successfully assembled several components. He had somehow acquired an outer shell that bore a resemblance to a frequency transformer. After rummaging through his backpack for the parts he had brought from home, he toiled for another 2 hours, ultimately achieving a successful installation. The machine emitted a buzzing sound, which made Jiang Ning uncomfortable, prompting her to cover her ears and step back. The sole drawback was its excessive power consumption. Could only operate for 3 to 4 hours before depleting the battery. With the fishing device completed, Zhong Ping inquired, "Where shall we go fishing?" "You will find out tomorrow," came the reply. "Are there many fish?" Zhong Ping, feeling anxious, explained, "If we need extra hands, my parents can assist. Resources are scarce everywhere." But he knew that the 18th floor possessed capabilities, thus he wished to work harder for greater rewards. No one could guarantee the exact number of fish. Yet with people needed to remain at home, the vast reservoir was bound to have many fish washed out. Surely insufficient manpower would be available. At 5 o'clock tomorrow, 3 people from your family should gather outside the community, he instructed. Having finalized the fishing device, Zhong Ping packed numerous components into his bag, knowing they might be useful in the future. He had come well prepared, bringing along several bags to ensure nothing was left behind. Each had their own expertise and different survival methods, and neither Jiang Ning nor Hua Yixin intervened. By the time they returned to the community, it was already past midnight, and Zheng Weili and the others had not slept. The dog rushed over to embrace Jiang Ning. Upon entering, the room was filled with the aroma of fish, the golden-brown fried fish pieces. Jiang Ning, puzzled, asked, "How could you still be hungry?" Zheng Weili chuckled in disbelief. "Why don't you ask Kolu?" Chapter 58. The King of the Waste Generation. Sister, I understand. Dodo raised her hand eagerly to answer, asserting that the fish was caught by Kola, who refused to let the older siblings partake. Is that so? Jiang Ning exclaimed, utterly baffled. How could such an adorable dog exhibit such dominance? Woof! Cola tugged at her sleeve, dragging her to the dining table, where a large basin brimming with crispy fried fish awaited, its aroma tantalizing. The dog stood on the table, using its paws to push the mound of fish forward, demanding, "Servant, eat." Jiang Ning, perplexed, glanced at Zhang Weili and the others. To her surprise, Cola shot a fierce glare, fixated on the fish, preventing anyone from taking a bite. The dog was salivating, yet fiercely protective of its prize. The 18th floor maintained a semblance of democracy, as the fish had been caught by Cola, who now held the status of a high-level survival expert. No one dared to offend it. Despite their cravings, they had to exercise restraint. Zhang Chao, overwhelmed by hunger, cried out, "Hurry up and eat, we're starving." Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Our Cola is truly remarkable. It even knows how to care for its owner." Cola, exuberant, barked joyfully, its eyes sparkling as if to convey, "Servant, I shall take care of you." As Jiang Ning took a piece of fried fish, savoring its crispness and freshness, she thought, finally, 1803 has embarked on a culinary adventure. Observing the enlightened dog, a mischievous idea struck her. "Cola, I've had my share. Who's next in line?" Woof, woof. The dog wagged its tail vigorously, drooling in anticipation. Understanding its intent, Jiang Ning placed a piece into the dog's bowl. What followed? The dog clamped onto Dodo's pant leg. Distributing the fish one by one, it first served Zhang Weili, then Zhang Chao, followed by Lu Yu, and finally it reserved the last morsel for Hoards. The dog was evidently pleased with its arrangement, and the feast commenced. In the end, Hoards found himself in the last position, which was understandable given that Jiang Ning was favored and the dog had a fondness for children. However, as its trainer, he maintained a strict approach during lessons, ensuring that as long as tasks were completed, rewards would follow. Little did he anticipate that he would become the very embodiment of what the dog detested. Hoards was perplexed, grappling with existential doubts. Laughter erupted from the crowd as Zhang Weili served up freshly cooked rice porridge, inviting everyone to partake. Relishing the dog's exclusive affection, Jiang Ning felt particularly elated. She retrieved 2 intelligent bathtubs filled with warm water from her space, sprinkled a handful of dried rose petals, and played soothing melodies, closing her eyes to indulge in a blissful bathing experience. Meanwhile, the bubbly Cola reclined in the tub, tilting its head towards its owner, its bright eyes sparkling like stars. Indeed, it was a dog that had enjoyed a floral bath. After the bath, wrapped in a cozy blanket, it drifted into a comfortable slumber. In a drowsy haze, she heard a crackling sound of electricity. "Jiang Ning, are you awake?" A low voice broke through intermittently. Ever since Cola's arrival, her sleep quality had remarkably improved. The alarm clock rang, jolting Jiang Ning awake at 4:30 in the morning. Groggy, she stumbled out of bed to change her clothes, only to hear the intercom crackling again. It must be Hoards reminding her that it was time to depart. She rummaged around, perplexed that she could not locate the intercom. How odd, where could it be? Spotting it lying motionless in the dog's bed, Jiang Ning complained, "Cola, don't just stand there. Help me find it." The dog remained unfazed, exuding a languid elegance. Ziz. Ziz. This was absurd. It had clearly been placed on the bedside table. How could it have vanished? On the bed, beneath it, beside the doghouse, I searched diligently. "Please move aside." The dog remained undisturbed, continuing to lounge lazily. Jiang Ning squinted, deep in thought. She bent down and scooped it up. Lo and behold, the walkie-talkie was nestled beneath its rear. The caught dog blinked its innocent big eyes in surprise. Oh, how did the walkie-talkie sprout legs? Jiang Ning felt conflicted. The walkie-talkie, having been touched by the dog, carried an odor. Should she keep it? She was waiting for a response, feeling quite anxious. After disinfecting it with alcohol spray and wiping it clean with a tissue, she packed it away and prepared to set off immediately. Faced with the mischievous dog early in the morning, Jiang Ning found herself both amused and exasperated. Should it guard the house or venture out? Kayleigh dashed into the living room, dragging its battle attire over. Jiang Ning swiftly dressed it. They hurried out, where Hoards and Zhang Chao awaited them. Zhang Weili cradled the still-sleeping Dodo, softly advising the group to be cautious. Quietly slipping out of the community, the Zhong family of 3 awaited in a rubber boat. In the dim light, it was hard to see, but the flashlight revealed the figures of Mr. and Mrs. Zhong, both in their 40s looking rather refined. They secured the rubber boat to the speedboat and headed towards the hillside villa cluster. Upon arrival, it was nearly 7, with the dawn just beginning to break. After organizing their belongings, they traversed the mountains in the rain. Kaylay led the way effortlessly, determined to ensure that the one responsible for cleaning up would continue to enjoy their meat. The visibility was poor, and the mountain path was rugged. Jiang Ning's foot slipped, causing her to stumble backward. Huaishan, positioned just behind her, instinctively reached out to steady her waist, cautioning her gently. Jiang Ning was securely supported and quickly grasped a nearby tree for stability. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly at his strong grip, carrying the inflatable boat on his back. Not to mention supporting her and the rubber dinghy she bore, he truly deserved the title of the King of Endurance. Huaishan cautioned those behind him to remain vigilant, as the muddy slope was slippery. Simultaneously, he commanded the front, Kaylay, do not be reckless and lead us astray. The subsequent path was considerably flatter and smoother. Moving slowly through the rain for nearly 2 hours, they finally glimpsed the expansive reservoir nestled among the mountains. Kaylay, emboldened, insisted that Jiang Ning help her shed her raincoat before plunging into the water with a splash. Moments later, she emerged with a wriggling fish clamped tightly in her mouth. Approaching Jiang Ning, she presented the fish to her, exclaiming, "Here, you, fish cleaner, meat for you. There is indeed fish." Zhong Mu's voice trembled with excitement as her eyes remained fixated on the fish. "First we shall eat, then we can work." Exhausted from the climb, the group sought refuge beneath a tree to escape the rain. Jiang Ning placed the fish in a plastic bag and took out steamed buns to share with Kaylay. Huaishan munched on compressed biscuits while Zhang Chao savored rice balls. The 3 members of the Zhong family produced sweet potatoes, each taking one to enjoy slowly, even reluctant to peel off the skins. It seemed the Zhong family had indeed exhausted their supplies. But what of it? A kindness received is often met with resentment. Jiang Ning harbored no thoughts of assistance for them. They must fend for themselves. After replenishing their energy, Zhong Ping set the fishing device on the inflatable boat. "Let us give it a try. The sound may be a bit jarring, so those unaccustomed can cover their ears." Jiang Ning tightly plugged her ears with earplugs while cradling the dog in her arms. The canine's acute hearing would amplify the experience, prompting her to shield its ears and hold it close. Chapter 59. The freedom of eating fish. Huaishan paddled the inflatable boat, halting approximately 30 meters above the water's surface, carrying Zhong Ping. The fishing machine whirred to life, emitting a faint, jarring buzz. Kola, feeling restless, incessantly nudged the dog's head. Zhang Chao peered through his binoculars, and moments later exclaimed with excitement, "There are fish!" Indeed, rising in jubilation, he shared the discovery. Jiang Ning seized the binoculars, and to his delight, he witnessed fish leaping from the water, soon revealing their white bellies. After lingering in one spot for approximately 10 minutes, the speedboat navigated towards a new location. Jiang Ning inflated the rubber boat and paddled over with his snakeskin bag in hand. The dog paddled eagerly ahead, his paws splashing in the water. The fish, now belly up, floated along the current, while the 4 of them in 3 rubber boats made their way toward the floundering fish, using their paddles to scoop them into bags. The fish were of considerable size, most weighing between 3 to 5 pounds, with some reaching as much as 7 or 8 pounds. The reservoir boasted a variety of fish species: grass carp, silver carp, common carp, crucian carp, bluegill, and tilapia. As the rain poured relentlessly, the group dispersed to catch fish, their lines of sight obscured. The reservoir, estimated to span 30 to 40 acres, was continually filling with rainwater, causing many fish to be swept away by the flowing currents. Had it not been for this calamity, they could have captured hundreds of thousands of fish from the reservoir, a true bountiful harvest. However, the fishing device consumed vast amounts of electricity, likely limiting their catches. Ultimately, the overflowing waters would wash away the reservoir's abundant fish, which was indeed a lamentable fate. While filling their bags with fish, Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to touch the fish in the water, drawing them into his space. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the fish in the caretaker's hands, Cola's eyes widened in astonishment. She had performed another magic trick. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, the dog had developed the habit of remaining vigilant, ready to keep watch whenever the trickery was afoot. While fishing and foraging, within less than an hour, a full snakeskin bag had been filled, weighing approximately 80 to 90 pounds. The diligent Mr. and Mrs. Zhong had already filled 2 such bags. From a distance, Zhang Chao called out, urging them to slow down, lest the fish be swept away. Huo Yishan and Zhong Ping were also engaged in catching fish, with 8 bags piled beneath a tree, totaling around 700 to 800 pounds. The dilemma of insufficient fish to eat was troubling, as was the overwhelming abundance of fish. How could they transport it all? Zhong Ping expressed concern that the fish-catching machine's battery would not last much longer. Could it be recharged? Yes, but where could they do so? Huo Yishan suggested exchanging the fish first and inquiring later about the possibility of charging. They referred to the group of sharp-beaked monkeys. Jiang Ning had no objections, and they agreed that each person would carry a bag of fish down the mountain, exchanging them first. However, not everyone could carry fish. Someone needed to stay behind to guard them. Given her age and strength, it had to be Jiang Ning. Once Huo Yishan's figure vanished from sight and she confirmed that no one was around, she moved the remaining 4 bags of fish onto the inflatable boat, paddling to the center of the reservoir to activate the fish-catching device. Within minutes, fish began to surface, belly up. Jiang Ning took a large net to gather the fish from the water's surface into her storage space. The reservoir was teeming with fish, and their timely catch yielded approximately 200 to 300 fish each time. After operating the fish-catching device 5 times, they had accumulated over 2,000 fish, amounting to several thousand pounds. When the device ran out of power, Jiang Ning retrieved a solar-powered battery from her storage. Once fully charged, she caught another wave of fish. Though she could not ascertain the exact amount, it was certain that they had stored no less than 20,000 pounds. With an abundance of fish that cannot possibly be consumed, I shall find a reason to distribute some to them later or exchange it for other resources, converting it into subsidies. Jiang Ning replenished half the battery for the fishing device and then navigated along the reservoir's edge, collecting numerous dead fish washed ashore by the currents, filling 3 woven bags to the brim. After approximately half an hour, the dog grew alert, and soon after, the voices of Zhang Chao and his companions reached his ears. They quickly arrived at the rendezvous point, and upon seeing the 3 bags brimming with fish, Zhang Chao exclaimed in surprise, "Ning, where did these fish come from?" "I scoured the reservoir's edge while you were away and gathered quite a few myself," Jiang Ning replied. He then inquired, "Have the negotiations been concluded?" Upon mentioning this, Zhang Chao felt a mix of joy and concern. They needed fish, yet the quantity was overwhelming. Furthermore, 2 pounds of fish could only be exchanged for 1 pound of rice, capping their exchange at a maximum of 200 pounds of new rice, with the remainder needing to be compensated with other goods. It is understood that rarity enhances value, and fish is generally less expensive than pork. As food becomes increasingly scarce, the value of fish naturally rises, making the sudden acquisition of 800 pounds potentially challenging to sell. Jiang Ning then asked, "What should we do now?" They discussed other items, including medicines, canned goods, salt, oil, clothing, and various miscellaneous items. Huo Yi expressed a willingness to contribute, stating that if anyone urgently required food supplies, he could relinquish his share in exchange for medicines, canned goods, or oil and salt. Jiang Ning was indifferent to this arrangement, recognizing that the 1803 group would certainly need food, as all 3 were voracious eaters. The Zhong family was in even greater need. Thus, the shares of the 2 would be evenly divided between the 1803 group and the Zhong family. The Zhong family desired broken rice and could take a larger portion, considering the needs of their household. Jiang Ning then asked a crucial question. "Shall we continue to fish?" To which he affirmed, "Of course we must continue to fish. Wasting food is a sin deserving of divine retribution. Mother Zhong has devised a plan. Since they do not want it, we shall procure it for our consumption, be it fried fish, crispy fish, cured fish, or pickled fish. In essence, there are countless ways to prepare it." Jiang Ning mused, "Indeed, the ingenuity of humanity knows no bounds. Once the strategy was agreed upon, the fishing device was activated once more. As they caught and gathered, Zhang Chao furrowed his brow, sensing that the fish seemed to dwindle in number. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, insisting, "I am not. I haven tea." Hui chimed in, stating that the ultrasonic waves affect the fish, causing them to flee with the current upon sensing danger. Indeed, it is only natural to seek benefit and avoid harm. After all, catching an overwhelming quantity would only lead to the dilemma of how to manage it. After several activations of the fishing device, they managed to haul in over 1,000 pounds of fish, at last reaching their limit. Zhang Chao, reeking of fish, felt nauseated by his own scent, suggesting they first deal with the fish before contemplating how to recharge. The group had no objections. After satiating their hunger, they bore the fish down the mountain. They discovered a shortcut, making the journey significantly easier. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Zhang Chao and then proposed processing the fish at the villa. The Zhong family welcomed this idea with open arms. Thus, Jiang Ning and Mother Zhong remained to prepare the fish while the four men took the catch to trade. After handing Mother Zhong a sharp butcher's knife, Jiang Ning knelt to scale the fish, gut them, and chop them into pieces. Kola happily gnawed on a plump fish nearby. The leftover gas from their previous meat sauce endeavor still lingered in the villa. Although it was a small amount, it would certainly suffice for frying fish. Jiang Ning used the pretext of searching for supplies to extract the gas stove along with oil and salt from the chimney on the second floor. Mother Zhong was utterly astonished and joyfully remarked, "You young people truly excel at finding things." Zhong Mu possesses a remarkable skill in frying, while Jiang Ning continues to prepare the fish. The aroma of overcooked food fills the air. Every piece in the pot has been fried to excess, yet Zhong Mu shows no intention of retrieving them. Jiang Ning diplomatically suggests, "Isn't it unpalatable if it's too dry?" Although deep frying is not the healthiest option, survival and satiating one's hunger take precedence. Indeed, preservation is a significant concern. Given Jiang Ning's options, he would naturally refrain from consuming overcooked fish. But Kale has a penchant for fish, so he requests his portion to be fried to a standard degree.
Zhong Mu expresse surprise,
asking how they could possibly finish such a large quantity of fish. Chapter 60. Trading fish for dog food. Jiang Ning remains distant, while Zhong Mu refrains from being overly familiar, which can be off-putting. "Very well, I shall fry your portion first to prevent it from being overcooked." To her credit, Zhong Mu is truly a master of frying. The fish emerges crispy on the outside yet tender within, delightfully flavorful. Kale trots over, wagging its tail in anticipation. Jiang Ning generously tosses several pieces to it while encouraging Zhong Mu to fill her stomach first. The fish is plentiful, and Zhong Mu consumes nearly 2 whole fish before her hunger subsides. How long has it been since she last felt full? The taste is exquisite, almost intoxicating. The 18th floor indeed possesses great potential. Zhong Mu works with renewed vigor, hoping they might one day bring their own supplies. After frying several batches, the sound of a speedboat approaches. Zhang Chao arrives with a beaming smile, exclaiming excitedly, "A Ning, we've landed another deal." After trading with the sharp-tongued monkey, thoughts of the surplus inventory weighing on his mind lead him to recognize the necessity of finding alternative solutions. Zhang Chao, skilled in business ventures, proposes they visit the department store in hopes of encountering new clientele. Upon arriving at the department store, they discover that the government has implemented a new policy aimed at aiding citizens' survival, thus launching a market. Citizens in need are welcome to set up stalls at the market, exchanging essential supplies. The market imposes no entrance fee, yet disturbances are strictly prohibited, and those who violate the law will face severe consequences. The exchange of goods is abundant, with throngs of people present. However, the trade in food is notably scarce, as most items consist of idle possessions such as clothing, footwear, bicycles, and kitchen utensils. Everyone, without exception, yearns to trade for food. Amidst the bustling crowd, only a few dared to display their fish, opting instead to discreetly seek potential buyers. Unfortunately, apart from Zhang Chao, whose keen eyesight is a notable advantage, the others are rather inept in this regard. It is worth noting that while many flock to the market for trading, nefarious groups engaged in zero-cost acquisitions also lurk within the crowd, on the lookout for vulnerable prey. Thus, 3 individuals waited in a corner as Zhang Chao ventured forth to scout for potential clients. Half an hour later, he emerged with 2 ragged individuals. Mr. Zhong assessed them and was taken aback. Were they not his colleagues? Lao Gao, is that you still alive? Lao Zhong, you too? The comrades recognized each other, tears welling in their eyes. It seemed that amidst the chaos, they had failed to recognize their own amidst the calamity. Nonetheless, in these dire times, despite the familiarity between Mr. Zhong and Lao Gao, Hui and the others remained vigilant. We possess fish while they hold dog food. Zhang Chao pulled Jiang Ning aside, eager to share the good news. At least their beloved dog would not go hungry. Lao Gao's community was a housing complex allocated to a government agency. Though dilapidated, it was filled with longtime neighbors, predominantly middle-aged and elderly residents, alongside a fair number of their younger children, all united in their quest for resources. In recent months, they have survived on dog food. While this sustenance is indeed nutritious and capable of staving off hunger, consuming it in excess can induce a sense of nausea, prompting visits to the market in search of better fortune. The older community is predominantly comprised of sagacious individuals who are equally discerning in evaluating various traders and would not part with their goods readily. By chance, they began to test one another for compatibility, and to their surprise, encountered a former colleague, which brought a sense of reassurance. After negotiating, they settled on an exchange of 3 pounds of fish for 1 pound of dog food. Father Zhong inwardly cursed his colleague, the wily old fox, lamenting, "Old Gao, you were never like this before. Have you lost your conscience?" Old Gao, feeling a pang of regret, replied with a choked voice, "Alas, it is this calamity that has forced us into such circumstances." On the surface, trading 3 pounds of fresh fish for a mere pound of dog food seems a significant loss. However, the reality is not so grim. Dog food is not only hunger-sustaining but also well-sealed for preservation, whereas fish will spoil if left unprocessed for more than 2 days. Zhang Chao retrieved half a bag of dog food from his pack, stating that they had all sampled it and found it quite palatable. Jiang Ning, however, refused to partake, opting instead to let Kailei taste it. Though Kailei harbored some disdain, he relished it, especially considering it was offered by his devoted caretaker. The dog food bag was exceptionally airtight, likely due to an abundance of preservatives, boasting an astonishing shelf life of 3 years. Upon hearing about the dog food, Mother Zhong was equally exhilarated. Everyone desired it, and Jiang Ning was no exception, especially upon learning of the freeze-dried cans for cats and dogs. Her beloved dog deserved nothing but the best. Thus, they all consented to the exchange of live fish for dog food. The former colleague engaged in subtle probing, aware that both parties held substantial supplies, ultimately agreeing to trade 500 pounds of fresh fish for 500 pounds of dog food. Consequently, the remaining fish supply dwindled, yet the reservoir still brimmed with an abundance, ripe for the taking. Thus, they promptly gathered their belongings and concealed the gas stove once more. The group savored the delectable fried fish, subsequently dividing the remainder among themselves. Jiang Ning called Huishan and Zhang Chao to the side, pondering how to allocate the spoils, considering the considerable effort contributed by the Zhong family. Although the Zhong family were not members of the 18th floor, it was evident that without Zhong Ping's ingenuity in crafting the fishing apparatus, they would not have secured such a bountiful catch. Zhang Chao, quick-witted, suggested that they grant him 1/5 of the share, 1 portion for himself and half a portion for his parents. While it was too severe to be overly stringent, offering too generous a share would also pose a problem. Jiang Ning concurred, settling on 1/5. They had no inclination to subjugate others, preferring to address matters transparently. Upon learning of their allocation, the anxious trio from the Zhong family beamed with joy, grateful for any portion at all. With a transaction of 500 pounds, they reasoned there wouldn't be much left over, thus deciding to take it all. In the darkness, the speedboat towed the inflatable boat, advancing through the floodwaters. The two sides had arranged to meet for a discreet exchange on the outskirts of the city. Despite the presence of old colleagues, caution was paramount. Jiang Ning urged everyone to don their life jackets and conceal their weapons. As they approached the trading location, a vigilant bark emanated from the dog. Jiang Ning brandished a powerful flashlight, soon spotting the speedboat alongside the inflatable boat in the distance. The trading agreement stipulated that no more than 6 individuals were permitted from Lao Gao's side. 1 speedboat and 3 inflatable boats. Exceeding this limit would be deemed a violation, resulting in automatic cancellation of the transaction. Jiang Ning nodded, confirming the numbers were accurate. 2 middle-aged men and 4 young fellows, each wielding iron rods, their expressions betraying a heightened state of alertness. The flashlight swept across the surrounding water's surface, revealing no suspicious activity. The 500 pounds of fish were conspicuous, yet the 500 pounds of dog food, heavy and less noticeable, blended into the surroundings. The Zhong father and son paddled their rubber dinghy closer, confirming the presence of dog food before signaling for Horishan and the others to approach. Weighing the goods, they engaged in a barter. While there were over 600 pounds of fresh fish, Old Gao only took 500 pounds of dog food. However, they also brought along 20 cans of freeze-dried pet food for sampling, suggesting that future exchanges could involve canned goods. Father Zhong preferred the dog food, scolding Old Gao for his cunning. Chapter 61. Someone has arrived. Jiang Ning was quite pleased with the transaction, knowing how much the dogs relished such fare. Old Gao was equally content with the fish from Zhong and his family. Although 600 pounds may seem substantial, it was quickly consumed by the numerous residents of the community, leaving little behind. Old Zhong, do you have any remaining? Father Zhong, wary, inquired how much they needed. How about we trade every 3 days 2,000 pounds at a time? That won't do. If you want it, you must come tomorrow or the day after. Once this opportunity passes, it will be lost. With the reservoir overflowing, many fish had been swept away by the current, and who knew when someone might discover the reservoir? It was crucial to act decisively. The entire community was consuming fish, leaving no need for secrecy. Old Gao and the others deliberated and agreed to continue trading, meeting again in this very spot once darkness fell. We will take as much as you can offer. Daylight was too conspicuous. Night provided the utmost safety. After the transaction, they retreated cautiously, with Jiang Ning and the group ensuring they were not being followed before heading back to the community. With 500 pounds of dog food and additional supplies exchanged with the sharp-nosed monkeys, the day's gains were substantial. After the initial joy, a significant problem became apparent. In the midst of trading, they had forgotten that the fishing device had run out of power. What should they do now? Father Zhong felt a mix of annoyance and urgency, as they had all promised Lao Gao and the others. There was no reason to abandon the dog food that was so close at hand. Zhang Chao suggested, why not ask the sharp-nosed monkeys for a recharge? This group of individuals was unscrupulous. They demanded a hefty price of 200 pounds of fish for a single charge. While parting with the fish was manageable, the real concern lay in the possibility of them catching sight of the fishing device, which could lead to the location of the reservoir being inferred. Although they had been reliable thus far, the current world was one of uncertainty, and human hearts were particularly fickle. Their lack of action might simply be a ruse to bide their time. Jiang Ning had no shortage of means to recharge, but he had no way to procure them. Then, Horishan made a startling proclamation. I'll find a solution for the charging issue. You need not worry about it. His commanding presence silenced any inquiries regarding his methods. Not even the Zhong family or those from 1803 dared to question him. Such is human nature, to hold an awe for the mysterious. Horishan was undoubtedly enigmatic, and they were acutely aware that curiosity could lead to peril. Once spoken, the harmony of their relations might shatter, potentially endangering their very lives. Despite the light-hearted demeanor of 1803, they were well aware of their standing. With Horishan, they did not enjoy the same privileges as Jiang Ning. Thus, rather than asking questions, they chose to assist in concealing the matter. Consequently, the honorable yet arduous task fell upon Horishan's shoulders. Though it was already late at night, vigilance remained high as everyone quietly transported supplies upstairs, barefoot. The Zhong family, having ventured out this time, reaped the most significant rewards. They not only acquired over 100 pounds of dog food, but also several dozen pounds of rice and crispy fried fish. If a family economizes on their meals, they could sustain themselves for several months. Grandmother Zhong, tormented internally, pressed her ear against the door to listen for any sounds outside, and quietly opened the door for her son and daughter-in-law. Upon learning that they had received a portion of food, she lowered her voice to express her gratitude, saying, "The residents of the 18th floor are truly generous. We must remember those who have helped us and not forget this kindness." "Mom, we are well aware," they replied. The family, refusing to rest, worked tirelessly through the night to pack their possessions into several portions, stashing them in the wardrobe's secret compartment, the ceiling, and even the range hood. Human greed can be as fierce as a tiger. These supplies were vital for survival and warranted the utmost caution. Jiang Ning, however, found the task to be the most effortless, simply tossing items into her space. Zhang Weili declared, "Ning, we still have some food left. When the dog food runs out, feel free to come by and take some. Clear accounts are kept among brothers." Jiang Ning did not hesitate to respond. "All right, when the time comes, I'll exchange goods with you." After closing the door, she took her dog into the space for a hot shower, unable to withstand the lingering fishy odor. The dog, having entered several times before, remained remarkably composed. They found the spot where the fish were stored, and the dog's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the abundant provisions. Could not count, but sensed the piles were monumental, enough for endless feasting with its caretaker. With each fish offering countless meals, Jiang Ning felt equally fulfilled, planning to tackle the rest at a later time. Exhausted from the day's labor, the duo savored warm chicken soup after their bath, sharing silly smiles. Xiaobai, with its round belly, waddled over and quietly sat beside Jiang Ning. She affectionately rubbed its plump belly, speculating that it could bear many pups. The dog, feeling jealous of the attention Xiaobai received, quietly bared its teeth, threatening that once the pups arrived, it would claim them all for itself. Worn out, they left the house later than usual the following day. Lu Yu replaced Zhang Chao, while Zhang Weili continued to care for the child at home. She felt an unsettling urgency within her, as if she were receiving something for nothing. Unbeknownst to her, Hor Ishan had employed some mysterious method, for the fishing device was indeed fully charged. The onlookers were filled with curiosity, yet none dared to voice their inquiries. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world, one must learn to keep their lips sealed. Lao Gao and his companions proclaimed their intent to gather as much as they could, ready to roll up their sleeves for a vigorous effort today. Concerned that Huishan might struggle to keep pace, Jiang Ning decisively shouldered her assault boat. The boat was equipped with an engine, and Mr. Zhong, fearing that the young lady might find it burdensome, offered to assist her during their ascent. Jiang Ning graciously accepted, leading to a relay of support among the Zhong family and Lu Yu as they traversed the mountains. Upon reaching the reservoir, they noted that the water's flow was even more robust than the previous day. Notably, the Zhong family, having consumed meat, felt invigorated, no longer as feeble as before. They organized their efforts, with Huishan and Zhongping operating the fishing device while Jiang Ning and the others scattered around to catch fish. Zhongping had crafted 2 fishing nets overnight, significantly enhancing their efficiency. The dog, with its eerie gaze fixed upon Zhongping, seemed to cast an ominous shadow, causing him to exclaim in frustration about the lost opportunity to hide fish. The dog's intimidating presence left Zhongping feeling a chill, prompting him to ask Hor Ishan why it was fixated on him. Hor Ishan, accustomed to the creature's demeanor, replied that one must acknowledge its gaze to understand its intent. Left speechless, Zhongping resolved to concentrate on fishing. With the lessons of the previous day in mind, the group moved swiftly, amassing nearly 2,000 pounds of fish within a couple of hours. Just as they were about to continue, an unexpected commotion arose. The dog suddenly transformed into a fierce guardian, barking ominously towards the distance, its expression vigilant and threatening. Jiang Ning retrieved her binoculars, realizing the grave truth. Someone was approaching. A substantial number of individuals arrived, approximately 20 to 30, and they too discovered the reservoir. Some were engaged in fishing. What should we do? Zhong Mu immediately felt a surge of anxiety. We had been discovered. Jiang Ning, however, remained composed, asserting that they would pursue their own fishing while we pursued ours. With 2,000 pounds of fish, escape was out of the question. Before long, they rushed towards the reservoir, equipped not only with rubber boats but also with 2 speedboats. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 30 individuals, likely a team dispatched to scavenge for supplies. Leading the charge was a speedboat, from which emerged a dozen armed men, several adorned with elaborate tattoos, their fierce demeanor directed towards the center of the reservoir. Hui furrowed his brow, securing the speedboat to a rubber boat. Binding one speedboat to one rubber boat would certainly facilitate their swift departure. He retrieved a nail gun from his backpack and tossed it towards Jiang Ning, who, with remarkable agility, caught it just in time. Otherwise, it would have plunged into the water. Chapter 62. The consequences of words. The newcomers bore ill intentions, causing the others to grow tense, particularly the Zhong family, who had never encountered such a dire situation. They were, after all, genteel folk. Yet, the apocalypse allowed no room for refinement, compelling them to extract kitchen knives from their bags. The speedboats surged forward, the tattooed men roaring with excitement, while others paddled the rubber boat closely behind. Upon spotting the fish floating on the surface, and recognizing that Jiang Ning's vessel was laden with fish, their eyes gleamed with avarice. Approximately 30 feet away, the speedboat came to an ostentatious halt, and with a flourish, the leader brandished a large cleaver, arrogantly proclaiming, "Leave the fish, the boat, and the dog, and we shall spare your lives." 2 women and 4 men were present. Aside from the tall man who exuded an air of threat, the others appeared utterly insignificant. Jiang Ning inquired, "Everything is left for you. How do we make our exit?" The reply was nonchalant, "That's beyond our concern. If you possess the audacity, you may plunge into the water and swim away. If you don't drown, consider it a stroke of luck. You are truly beautiful, young lady. If you can please us, you may remain." As they uttered their lewd remarks, Huaishan furrowed his brow, while Jiang Ning maintained her composure. "So there's nothing to discuss? Spare me your nonsense. If you wish to live, leave your life behind. I assure you, tonight will be pleasurable." Before he could finish, an arrow pierced his chest, causing him to tumble into the reservoir along with the projectile. The onlookers were taken aback, witnessing Huaishan wielding a crossbow, with arrows of exceptional sharpness. Jiang Ning was intrigued by the extent of his arsenal. However, she acted without hesitation, seizing a nail gun and firing several rounds, not at the people but at the speedboat. The vessel rapidly began to deflate, and the dozen or so individuals on board were soon thrown into disarray, panic-stricken. "Damn it, they have guns and arrows." Huaishan seldom took action, but when he did, it was lethal. He released a volley of arrows, each striking true. Screams erupted as those who had previously boasted bravely found themselves plunging into the abyss of the reservoir. Survival instincts kicked in, and many flailed desperately in the water, some even lunging towards Jiang Ning and her companions in a bid to seize their chance at survival. A fortunate pair managed to evade the onslaught of the nail gun and crossbow, grasping the rope of the speedboat. Just as they attempted to hoist themselves up, their hands were severed in an instant, falling into the water with a splash, followed by their anguished cries. Confronted by Jiang Ning, wielding a tang knife with an unyielding demeanor, the Zhong family trembled in fear. "Murder! Murder!" they gasped, realizing it wasn't merely one life extinguished, but an entire boatload. They scarcely had a moment to react before both Huaishan and Jiang Ning dispatched them with ruthless efficiency. The atmosphere was chilling, yet typically, Jiang Ning was known for her amiable disposition, rarely one to hold grudges. What could have prompted such a merciless act? Lu Yu, accustomed to such brutality, sought to console the Zhong family, assuring them that they would grow accustomed to this grim reality. Within mere minutes, the occupants of the assault boat had been obliterated. The once menacing figures on the subsequent boat were rendered speechless, stunned into silence. The hapless driver, in a moment of panic, slammed the brakes, sending several individuals tumbling into the water, nearly capsizing the vessel. What a wretched beast, killing without a flicker of remorse. The crowd was momentarily paralyzed with fear, none daring to approach, yet unwilling to depart, their greed for the abundant fish evident. Thus, they boarded rubber dinghies, intent on encircling Jiang Ning and her companions. What should be done now? Zhong's mother was fraught with anxiety. With over 20 armed adversaries encroaching, their numerical disadvantage posed a significant threat. Jiang Ning surveyed the scene through binoculars, discerning that the figures on the assault boat belonged to a nefarious gang, while those on the rubber dinghies appeared gaunt and hollow-eyed, their gaze betraying a desperate hunger for sustenance, likely compelled to affiliate with the criminals for survival. Though they were armed with knives, clubs, and other weapons, it seemed they lacked firearms. At this distance, the effectiveness of nail guns and crossbows diminished, stripping away their initial advantage. Jiang Ning harbored no fear of a direct assault. Rather, she dreaded a standoff, which would prove far more detrimental. As anticipated, the tattooed thugs hesitated to advance, instead directing those in the rubber dinghies to approach. The individuals on the rubber boat are also afraid of death, yet they are tormented by the pangs of hunger and slowly paddle closer. Hui opens his mouth, asserting that as long as they maintain a distance, there is no need to pay them any mind, and they should continue fishing. The reservoir has been discovered. Today marks the final opportunity to catch fish, and they must seize the moment with fervor. As for those troublemakers, they can be dealt with after the fishing is complete. There is no need to waste time in a standoff. The recent commotion has caused many fish to drift away with the current, and the group on the rubber boat is now following them from a distance. "I caught one! I caught a fish!" exclaims one as several others join in, their faces lighting up with excitement. They swiftly gut the fish, cutting into the flesh to indulge. The raw fish, with its pungent odor, may be unappetizing, but it offers sustenance far superior to gnawing on leaves. Many cannot resist consuming it on the spot, relishing it as though it were a feast, even with scales and blood staining their mouths. Jiang Ning stands firm on the speedboat, her expression serious as she observes them. The fishing continues, with everyone focused on their task, while Jiang Ning stands guard with a nail gun in hand. The modified nail gun can reach up to 30 meters, but its power diminishes significantly beyond 15 meters. Greed often leads to folly, and the group repeatedly tests the waters, unsatisfied with merely collecting stray fish, yearning to encroach further. Jiang Ning remains silent, and as the first rubber boat enters her optimal range, she raises her hand and fires without hesitation. She does not hit the heart but strikes the shoulder instead. With the next shot, she aims at the rubber boat. Startled, they quickly retreat, no longer daring to advance. "Have mercy. We haven't eaten in days. Just let us catch a little. Our children at home are on the brink of starvation. You eat meat. We will settle for some soup. We promise not to compete with you." Jiang Ning coldly commanded, "Step back." Regardless of their pleas, his heart remained as unyielding as stone. Though they were unwilling, they had no choice but to retreat, yet some still sought to catch fish. The current was strong, and the mountain winds surged, causing the fish, propelled by ultrasonic waves, to scatter with the rippling waters. The rubber boats gradually drifted apart, distancing themselves from Jiang Ning and his companions, aiming merely to gather what they could in the vicinity. Slowly, their harvest was not insignificant, with some nimble individuals already having caught over 20 fish. Occasionally, when they ventured too close, they would swiftly retreat to a safe distance. The insubordinate individuals below incited the ire of the heavily tattooed crew on the speedboat, yet they found themselves powerless against this group, ultimately resigning to the task of fishing alongside them, while contemplating the opportunity to seize their catch once they had finished. The leader glared, asking how to proceed. "Once they reach the shore, we shall devise a plan to snatch their bounty." Coincidentally, Jiang Ning also intended to land and deal with them. Chapter 63. The reservoir breach having nearly exhausted their fishing efforts, fewer fish floated to the surface, while Hoards and his companions had amassed nearly 3,000 pounds. Just then, the fishing device ran out of battery. The wind grew increasingly fierce, separating the rubber boats, and although Jiang Ning's speedboat had captured a considerable number of fish, it remained precariously balanced against the wind. The unburdened rubber boats, battling against the gusts, were rendered ineffective, drifting further away with the current. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss with the water flow. There seemed to be a pull, drawing towards the reservoir's sluice gate. Hoards also sensed the anomaly and instinctively glanced at Jiang Ning. Their eyes met, and within each other's pupils, they recognized the looming danger. "Run! Run!" they simultaneously shouted, grasping the pull cord of the speedboat's engine. "Luyu, hold on tight." Jiang Ning swiftly propelled the inflatable boat, steering it against the current towards the reservoir's sluice gate. Luyu, seated in the rubber dinghy alongside Zhong's mother, clung desperately to the securing rope, nearly being thrown overboard. Hoards was no exception. The Zhong father and son held tightly onto the fish bags. The two inflatable boats raced across the reservoir like speeding chariots. "Eldest brother, they are fleeing. We must pursue them. Hurry, we cannot let them escape. Chase, chase, chase." As the words echoed, a thunderous roar resonated from afar. It felt as though the heavens had been torn asunder, unleashing a deluge that gushed forth in torrents. The water level plummeted as the inflatable boats surged forward, cutting through the waves. At last, they reached the farthest point, maintaining their engines to withstand the flood's suction. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu leapt into the water, scrambling ashore, and secured the boat's rope around a tree. The Zhong family did likewise, binding their rope tightly to the tree, as they collectively dragged both the inflatable boat and dinghy onto the bank. Jiang Ning ascended the shore and retrieved binoculars to survey the distance. The reservoir had breached, and the accumulated floodwaters flowed relentlessly outward, the immense force resembling invisible tentacles drawing the occupants of the rubber dinghy towards the breach. The tattooed men, reacting sluggishly, fumbled to ignite their engine, but it was futile against the tremendous pull of the flood, akin to a fish desperately thrashing on a chopping board. Not only they, but all those ensnared by the floodwaters appeared diminutive before nature's wrath, as insignificant as floating weeds, resisting and struggling in vain, only to be mercilessly consumed in an instant. Zhong's mother, her complexion pale and body trembling, gasped for breath as she watched the water level continue to recede. On the level surface, the struggling figures grew increasingly distant and diminutive, ultimately transforming into mere black dots that vanished from sight. Over 20 people gone in an instant. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of two young individuals, they would have met their fate here today. A sense of dread lingered in their hearts. Is there truly an end to calamity? Why is the act of living so arduous? Jiang Ning remained silent, settling onto the grassy ground, retrieving chocolate to replenish her strength. A dog approached, its eyes wide with longing, fixated on her. For the one who cleans up after you, you deserve a treat too, she mused. But it's toxic. You cannot eat this, she cautioned, placing the chocolate beneath its nose for a whiff, emphasizing that it must never indulge in such delicacies. No jesting here. Dogs must not consume chocolate, as it could prove fatal. The dog, feeling neglected as Jiang Ning indulged herself, turned away in discontent. Jiang Ning produced a steamed bun from her bag, offering it to the canine. Hui, lost in thought, gazed at the receding water level with an inscrutable expression. After 2 hours, the surface finally calmed, the water level having plummeted by several meters. Lu Yu climbed a tree, employing binoculars to survey the distance, exclaiming in surprise that the reservoir connected to the outside. Hui ascended to the mountain's peak, surveying the surrounding terrain. The area near the reservoir's collapse was lower, with water coursing around the mountainous landscape, ultimately extending to the outer roadway. Jiang Ning contemplated, could we not follow the water flow to exit, avoiding the need to traverse mountains to transport the fish? Theoretically, it was feasible. Carrying over 3,000 pounds of fish through the mountains would surely be a monumental strain. The group resolved to give it a try. The terrain was gentle, and several individuals collaborated to push the inflatable boat into the water, gradually advancing with the current. After a mere 10 minutes, a gaping breach appeared in the reservoir, approximately 40 to 50 meters wide. The sky loomed ominously, shrouding the surroundings in a haze. Jiang Ning observed her vicinity, yet discerned no trace of the previous group. Perhaps they had been entirely consumed by the deluge, or perhaps they had miraculously survived and departed. Regardless of the outcome, she had not borne witness to it. Upon reaching the delivery location, they found themselves ahead of schedule. The speedboat halted in a section where the water flowed gently, securing the rope to a tree. The lights were extinguished, and the group settled down to rest. Approximately an hour later, a faint glimmer of lights appeared in the distance. Kola, ever vigilant, barked. Jiang Ning promptly covered the dog's mouth and retrieved her night vision binoculars. Visibility was limited in the darkness, yet she managed to spot Lao Gao, the number of individuals matching that of the previous night. Their cargo on the speedboat concealed beneath waterproof tarps. After waiting for about 15 minutes without detecting any pursuers, Jiang Ning activated her powerful flashlight, circling clockwise 5 times to signal them to approach for the exchange. Lao Gao, under the impression they had not arrived, was taken aback by their heightened alertness. The thought of being ambushed was unsettling. Recalling the delectable braised fish, boiled fish, grilled fish, and sour fish from the night before, the group, having subsisted on dog food for months, felt their mouths watering uncontrollably, prompting them to hastily maneuver the speedboat over. 1 pound of dog food was to be exchanged for 3 pounds of fish, truly a remarkable bargain. considering they had consumed over 30,000 pounds of dog food and possessed several hundred boxes of canned cat and dog food. Numerous residents had requested if it were possible to procure additional fish, devising ways to store it for later, alternating meals with dog food. Upon seeing the bags on the speedboat, Lao Gao's apprehension was finally alleviated. The transaction proceeded smoothly. 3,000 pounds of fish were exchanged for 1,000 pounds of dog food, leaving over 200 pounds for personal use, as there would be no more fish to catch in the future. Lao Zhong, please hold off for the next couple of days. I will reach out to you again shortly. Each household received a substantial portion of fish, enough to last for several days, but one cannot indulge excessively, can they? They nearly risked their lives for these fish. And Lao Zhong mused that old Gao still desired some, yet they had no means to procure them. Fine, if there is a demand, they can seek us out. The human heart is inscrutable. Had they known this was the final transaction, who could say whether they might contemplate treachery? After old Gao departed, Jiang Ning and the others began to distribute the pork. The Zhong family received their share, as did the dog food and the fresh fish. Jiang Ning ended up with nearly 200 pounds of dog food and 8 fish. Coke, feeling self-assured, reclined in the bathtub and pushed the shower gel towards Jiang Ning, saying, "Come on, servant, help me scrub my back. What dignity does a servant possess? The dog is indeed the master." Chapter 64. Seizing opportunities awakening at leisure. Having not yet had breakfast, Zhang Weili knocked on the door, asking, "And Ning, what do you plan to do with your fish?" Jiang Ning nonchalantly replied that she intended to make pickled fish and would consult with Grandma Zhong later. The 1803 unit received 2 portions. Unable to consume so much, she considered taking half of the fish to the marketplace in the department store for some lively exchanges, hoping to procure useful supplies in return. The reservoir's collapse posed too great a danger, and after exhausting Zhang Chao and Lu Yu over the past few days, they were reluctant to go. Thus, she knocked on the door of Unit 1801, where Hor Ishan agreed to visit the marketplace, albeit to allow Dodo to gain experience and confront the harsh realities of the outside world. Unfortunately for Zhang Weili, she had to remain behind to keep watch over the house. Just as I was about to step out, Grandma Zhong knocked on the door, softly inquiring if I was heading to the 18th floor to forage for wild kudzu roots. Seizing the opportunity to hitch a ride to the 18th floor, the Zhong family had managed to gather quite an abundance of provisions. After all, who would ever complain about having too much? This time the heavens showed mercy, but one could not be certain of future opportunities. The aged kudzu roots, as thick as tree trunks, yielded only a scant amount of powder. 10 pounds of roots might hardly produce a single pound of flour. Not only was the extraction laborious, but the process of breaking and washing the roots to obtain the powder posed its own challenges. While kudzu flour is renowned for its beauty-enhancing properties, its texture resembles that of a paste, providing little sustenance. The residents of the 18th floor, well-fed, displayed a lack of interest in participating in this unappealing venture. Thus, the Zhong family had no choice but to undertake the task alone. After breakfast, Jiang Ning set off with her dog. On the other side of the mountain lay a dense grove of mozo bamboo, which Jiang Ning had fortuitously spotted through her binoculars 2 days prior. Ascending the slope, she soon encountered vast expanses of bamboo. The soil was cracked and scattered, pushed apart by the emerging winter shoots, some even peeking out with their pointed tops. Bamboo shoots. Indeed, Jiang Ning retrieved her binoculars to ensure the area was clear of people before extracting a hoe from her supplies, reminding her dog to keep watch. Swinging the hoe to dig, scrape, and scoop, she discovered the shoots were remarkably fresh, encased in their husks and weighing over 3 or 4 pounds. She continued to dig without pause, even as her dog playfully disrupted her efforts, attempting to assist with his paws. "Be careful or you might hurt yourself," she warned. However, Kale, her dog, paid no heed and insisted on lingering near the area where she was working. Jiang Ning feigned a stern expression. "Kale, watch out or I might scold you." Before long, Kale dashed off. Such is the nature of a shepherd dog. Whether in play or in pursuit of mischief, they seldom find a moment's rest. Goodness! A plump wild rabbit had been bitten in several places. What a ferocious bite it must have taken. After thoroughly cleaning the rabbit and shaking off the excess water, it was cast into the space along with 2 wild boar bones for it to gnaw on.
Jiang Ning.
Diligent in her work, seized a hoe and swung it with fervor. Indeed, she had harvested the entire grove of bamboo shoots, accumulating several hundred pounds, a bounty that could be transformed into a myriad of delectable dishes. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, bamboo shoots pickled with wild mountain peppers, bamboo shoots in spicy red oil, pickled sour bamboo shoots, and sun-dried bamboo shoots. Just the thought of it elicited a mouth-watering response. After a brief respite, Jiang Ning retrieved a chainsaw and commenced the felling of mature bamboo. Soon, entire clusters of old bamboo lay toppled. While she could not articulate her precise intentions for the bamboo, she had an instinctive feeling that it would serve a purpose in the future, perhaps for constructing a dwelling or a shelter. With the onset of extreme cold, all the flora on the mountain would perish, and regrowth would not be a simple endeavor. Having cut down over 100 stalks of bamboo, she also unearthed a dozen old bamboo roots, intending to plant them in the space when time permitted. Not only bamboo, but she also uprooted wild grasses, wild fruit seedlings, and assorted herbs. Noticing that time was still on her side, she resumed her timber harvesting. Lacking sufficient time to prune the branches, she opted instead to toss the entire trunks into the space, knowing that the branches could serve as firewood once they dried. After felling dozens of trees, Jiang Ning would have continued her labor had darkness not begun to encroach. Exhausted to the point of feeling disassembled, the abundance within her space instilled a profound sense of security within her. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Daodu burst through the door, pride radiating from her face as she proclaimed, "Sister, today I went fishing." Jiang Ning opened the door wider, inquiring if she had sold any fish. Yes, I sold 3 fish," Daodu replied eagerly. Jiang Ning praised her, exclaiming, "Wow, our Daodu is truly remarkable." Daodu, delighted, danced in place while wiggling her fingers, exclaiming, "Brother praised me too." Daodu felt a twinge of grievance when, while enjoying her candy, someone suddenly rushed over and snatched it from her mouth. Jiang Ning frowned, bewildered by the audacity of the theft. "Yes, it was pride from my lips," Daodu lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she reported. "That person's hands were so filthy, and they smelled terrible, knocking me down in the process." She touched her bottom, exclaiming how painful it was. "What about your brother?" Jiang Ning inquired. He was just watching from the side. Jiang Ning struggled to comprehend the situation. And then what happened? Daodu, reluctant to instigate trouble with her brother, decided to reclaim her candy. The boy refused to yield and even raised his hand to strike Daodu. Infuriated, she retaliated, easily besting him, leaving him bruised and battered. It was Daodu's first experience in a physical confrontation, yet she managed to wrest the candy from his mouth, dripping with saliva, and presented it to her brother. However, Huaishan declined to take it, instead gently patting her head. "Daodu, you did well. You must learn to protect your belongings and not allow others to bully you." Though partially understanding, fear crept into her heart, as she had not anticipated receiving praise from her brother. Remember, brother cannot protect you forever. If you do not defend yourself, not only will your candy be taken, but all delightful treats will vanish, leaving you akin to them, starved, filthy, and begging on the streets. Though those children did not wish for such a fate, the cruelty of disaster and ruin was relentless. Huaishan urged Daodu to gaze into the boy's eyes. The one who had been struck bore eyes reddened with anger, seemingly filled with self-loathing. Daodu struggled to understand. After all, it was he who had stolen her candy, an act undeniably wrong. Why, then, did he refuse to admit his fault and maintain such a fierce demeanor? When one is on the brink of starvation, notions of right and wrong become irrelevant. They believe that if they are strong enough, they can seize what belongs to you. Huaishan held his sister close and patiently explained, "Do you understand why he is so harsh with you?" Dodo shook her head. "It is because you wear new clothes, have delicious food to eat, and do not suffer from hunger, while he possesses nothing. Thus, he feels envy and desires to take what you have. Brother, are they all like this?" Upon entering the market, Dodo sensed many such gazes upon her, which filled her with inexplicable anxiety. "Most of them are, but you can use the techniques your brother taught you to protect yourself. Afterward, no one will dare to bully you." Chapter 65. Is sincerity a deception? The first experience of fighting left a profound impact on Dodo's spirit. She clung to Huaishan's neck and said, Brother, when I grow up, I will protect you. Good. I will also protect my sister and Kaylee. Excellent. Next, they engaged in selling fish, with Horishan demonstrating the ropes to the bewildered Dodo. Jiang Ning observed in silence for a long while, noting that Horishan's approach to teaching the child was rather straightforward and brutal. Yet, in a world where order has collapsed, adhering to the old principles of propriety and beauty might have instead harmed Dodo. Indeed, what your brother teaches is not incorrect. Jiang Ning felt a tinge of curiosity. Dodo, have you ever been hungry or beaten? Dodo lowered her head, nervously clutching her clothes. It's all right. If you do not wish to share, you need not. Do you wish to experience it once more? No. Dodo shook her head vigorously, her voice quivering with emotion. Dodo does not want that. However, Auntie expressed her concern that the police would take me away. As long as you do not instigate trouble, the police will not apprehend you. Jiang Ning reassured the little one, reminding her that the police did not come to arrest her after the fight today. Did they? Upon hearing that the police were not coming for her, Dodo felt a sense of relief. I will listen to my older siblings and ensure that no one bullies me in the future. Kulu, standing nearby, bared his teeth and barked, Don't be timid. Just go for it. Jiang Ning tugged at his ear, admonishing him not to encourage Dodo to engage in fights. Nevertheless, Dodo had already been influenced, and with a spirit akin to that of a spirited fighter, she clenched her little fists and declared, Sister, fighting is so easy. From now on, whoever dares to bully me, I will fight them. Previously, she had often felt inadequate, practicing diligently each day yet unable to hold her own against her brother. Little did she know that today's encounter revealed that it was not her lack of skill but rather her brother's exceptional prowess that had held her back. The boy who snatched the candy was someone she could not even defeat with one hand. How frustrating! Jiang Ning found herself quite exasperated with the two of them and decided to change the subject. Dodo, what did you exchange for fish today? Dodo eagerly began to list the items. Tools, study books, and a dress along with a headband. The pink, fluffy headband shaped like a rabbit adorned her head, making her look particularly endearing. However, she felt a twinge of guilt. Sister, did we lose out on the exchange for brother's fish? Zhang Chao and Lu Yu both claimed that they had only traded for useless items. Not at all. As long as you find value in what you received, that is what matters. Each person's needs are different. Besides, Horishan is not lacking in resources. In 1803, the practicality of the exchange increased significantly, with 2 packets of salt, dried vegetables, sanitary napkins, and a lighter. Zhang Weili even handed her a packet of sanitary napkins, lamenting the absurdity of still having to deal with such matters every month even in this apocalyptic world. These items were truly in short supply, and Zhang Weili, not one to be finicky, noted that Lu Yu and Zhang Chao seemed somewhat addicted to their routine, suggesting they might venture out again tomorrow. Do you want to join? She asked. No, I'll stay at home for a few days. You can go out and have fun tomorrow. No need to take care of the kids anymore. Zhang Weili laughed heartily, relieved from the burden. Then I won't hold back, she declared. Indulging in leisure was delightful, and she slept in until past 10 before resuming her tutoring of Dodo in mathematics and language arts. After assigning homework, Jiang Ning settled on the sofa to continue her DIY project. She finally completed the first temperature-regulating outfit for her dog, calling out, Kaylee, come here. Choosing black to avoid stains, she crafted a full-body temperature-regulating suit. As she pulled the dog's tail through the designated hole, she realized she hadn't made enough openings. Reluctant to use a diaper for her pet, she had to cut another hole. The dog, a Belgian Malinois, looked rather grimy in its new black attire, resembling something pulled from a coal mine. Dodo, ever outspoken, exclaimed, It's so ugly. Realizing her mistake, she quickly covered her mouth and looked up at Jiang Ning with innocent eyes, saying, Sister, I didn't mean it. The dog, feeling its pride wounded, bared its teeth at its outfit, as if to say, Human, get this ridiculous thing off me. It's ruining my majestic appearance. Jiang Ning cuddled the dog, assuring it, Not at all. My Kaylee is the most handsome dog in the world. Attempting to mend her blunder, Dodo added, Kaylee isn't ugly. He is even more handsome than my brother. And your outfit is beautiful, sister. Is he even more handsome than the instructor? The dog's dark eyes flickered as it turned to gaze at Jiang Ning. Woof! Is this truly sincere, my dear human? Jiang Ning affectionately stroked the dog's head, assuring, I promise you, my pup is the most charming creature on this street. Only then did Kaylay perk up, burrowing its head into her embrace. If that's the case, let us have another outfit. This time, instead of black, she chose a deep green fabric. While crafting the garment, she observed the dog's reactions. Unfortunately, due to the thickness of its fur, it could not yet sense the change in temperature, showing no particular response to wearing it. Once she finished sewing the second piece, Jiang Ning utilized the leftover scraps to fashion something for the big gray and little white dog, resulting in a rather unappealing patchwork. But it wasn't a beauty contest. It would suffice as long as it served its purpose. At noon, Horishan arrived to pick up Dodo. Jiang Ning called out to him, pulling a nail gun from her bag and handing it over, nearly forgetting to return it. Consider it a gift. Jiang Ning was taken aback. This was a life-saving tool, and he was so generous? I modified it myself. I have another one. Jiang Ning possessed only 200 rounds of ammunition, and each shot was precious. She would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. She was surprised he had come to offer warmth. But in this world, nothing comes without a price. What do you wish to trade for it? Anything I have will suffice. Food, wine, meat, cigarettes, medicine, he could choose freely. You have taught Dodo exceptionally well. He has already learned quite a few characters. The exchange of knowledge was only fitting, especially since Kaylay had made even greater strides, its rapidly developing physique and muscles providing a sense of security. Jiang Ning urged him to think further, warning him that opportunities like this were fleeting. Dodo wants to eat dumplings, but I don't know how to make them. Is that all? Jiang Ning was bewildered. Yes, sister, I want to eat dumplings. Dodo tilted his head, his large, watery eyes brimming with yearning. Nothing surpasses the delight of dumplings. He even relinquished his nail gun for her to impart the art of dumpling making. Alas, kneading and rolling the dough is a laborious affair, and the dumpling wrappers she had stockpiled could not be utilized. However, while Horishan may not excel in culinary skills, he was indeed a diligent worker. Thus, the dumpling making commenced. The scene shifted to 1801, where Jiang Ning rolled up her sleeves and inquired, Is your car refrigerator still functional? We could prepare a larger batch to freeze. When Dodo desires them, you can simply retrieve them and toss them into the pot. Certainly, he replied. Contemplating her own stockpile, Jiang Ning specifically procured a 10-kilogram bag of flour, mixing it with the appropriate amount of water for Horishan to knead. Kneading dough is a task requiring strength, yet for him it was a mere trifle. Chapter 66. Nothing surpasses the delight of dumplings. 10 kilograms of flour is substantial, seemingly taking an eternity to complete. Horishan busied himself washing vegetables as Jiang Ning utilized a manual meat grinder she had retrieved from her space to prepare the filling. Once the dough was ready, she proceeded to teach him how to roll out the wrappers. Without a doubt, Horishan was skilled in his endeavors, albeit a touch obsessive. He constantly felt the wrappers were not sufficiently round. He managed to procure a circular brass template from somewhere, meticulously cutting the dough into perfect circles. Jiang Ning remarked, How meticulous! Once the filling was prepared, they began crafting the dumplings. Dodo eagerly dashed over, exclaiming, Sister, I want to make dumplings too. With children's playful nature in mind, Jiang Ning did not refuse and guided Dodo step by step. Initially, Dodo's attempts were quite clumsy. The wrappers either tore or had holes. Jiang Ning, however, encouraged him, saying, You're doing wonderfully. Dodo, you're getting better. Soon, we will cook them for your brother. Meanwhile, Horishan watched anxiously from the side, feeling a sense of urgency. The dumplings that the little tyke made were truly unsightly. She could certainly do better, if only she had the dexterity. Practice makes perfect, and Dodo was no exception. Her brother had said that only those who worked would eat, and she was there to help. Gradually, she grasped some techniques and finally managed to wrap a complete dumpling. This one was for her sister. Why not give one to your brother? Horishan inquired. Sister taught me how to wrap them. The second one is for brother, then for Coca-Cola, and the last one is for me. With two people working, the speed was somewhat faster. By the time they finished, it was already past mealtime. Jiang Ning put Daodu's misshapen dumplings into the steamer and boiled 2 large plates worth in the rolling water. Let's eat dumplings first, and we'll finish the rest this afternoon. The boiled dumplings were quickly ready, served with vinegar and soy sauce as condiments. The 3 of them, along with the dog, began to eat. The dough was well kneaded, firm and chewy, and the filling was incredibly fresh. One bite released a burst of hot juice. Daodu stuck out her tongue, scalded. Brother, sister, the dumplings are so delicious. Watching her contentment, Huaishan smiled knowingly. I'll make them for you often from now on. Thank you, brother, thank you, sister. The dog devoured its food with incredible speed, quickly finishing half a basin, then pushing the bowl forward. Servant, more. Jiang Ning realized that the dog was eating more and more. If they hadn't stockpiled enough supplies, they would be eaten out of house and home sooner or later. Huaishan seemed to enjoy them as well, consuming a large bowl with vinegar and soy sauce. He also ate the steamed dumplings without hesitation, mixing in some Lao Gan Ma chili crisp for extra flavor. Men were indeed gluttons, which made Jiang Ning wonder if they were really eating the same batch of dumplings. Sated, they continued their work. The wrappers were quickly rolled out, and Huaishan helped wrap the dumplings. Ah, your skills are even worse than Dodo's. In light of the nail gun, Jiang Ning displayed an unusual level of patience. No, you need to be more dexterous with your fingers like this. But my fingers 1T bend, protested Huaishan. Is this how you do it? Despite his earnest efforts, he struggled to grasp the technique. Each attempt resulted in a mishap, leaving Jiang Ning exasperated, wishing she could transplant her knowledge directly into his mind. A marksman in his own right, yet he could not even wrap a dumpling properly. The outcome was so dismal that he felt no hint of embarrassment. Finally, even Dodo could no longer bear to watch, declaring with evident disdain, "Brother, your dumplings are so ugly." Fearing he might be hurt by her words, she quickly added, "Sister will teach you, brother." Huaishan knelt down, allowing Dodo to instruct him. Is brother very clumsy? Dodo placed a gentle kiss on his cheek and, with soft innocence, replied, "Not at all, brother is the best." Remarkably, under the guidance of the little one's sweet and simple words, Huaishan truly began to learn. Jiang Ning, whose confidence was now shaken, mused that perhaps she was unqualified to be his teacher. Indeed, Huaishan swiftly improved. The dumpling wrappers diminished at a noticeable rate. Unable to locate Jiang Ning at 1802, they knocked on the door of 1801. Upon seeing the two engaged in dumpling making, they immediately became intrigued and washed their hands to lend a hand. Dodo gracefully stepped aside to play with cola in the living room. With 1 pound of flour yielding 1.5 pounds of dough, and each pound of dough producing 70 dumplings, with the assistance of those in 1803, they finally managed to complete 1,000 dumplings. In 1803, eager to make dumplings, Jiang Ning, utterly fatigued, could not lend a hand. She entrusted her manual meat grinder to Zheng Weili and proceeded to slice a substantial piece of frozen pork stored at her home. After indulging in an hour of much-needed rest, a voice crackled through the intercom. "Jiang Ning, shall we practice today?" "Yes," she replied. "If you wish to hone your crossbow skills, you may come over early." Who would refuse a fortuitous opportunity? Jiang Ning swiftly donned her shoes, exclaiming, "I'll be there shortly." While her culinary skills left much to be desired, his prowess in other domains was indisputable, particularly in archery. Jiang Ning had participated in her school's archery club, thus possessing a modicum of expertise. Concerned about potential disruptions from the dog, she took it to 1803 for isolation, with Daodu in hot pursuit calling out, "Kale, wait for me." Upon re-entering 1801, Jiang Ning noticed a wooden circular target affixed to the wall of the living room. Huaishan retrieved his crossbow, its peculiar design betraying an undeniable lethality. Intrigued, Jiang Ning inquired, "Did you make this yourself?" "This is a dangerous instrument, unattainable by the average individual," Huaishan succinctly replied, making some adjustments. The subject was reluctant to elaborate, and Jiang Ning's probing curiosity could easily become irksome. He procured bamboo arrows and explained the mechanics of the crossbow, including aiming and firing. With her foundational knowledge, Jiang Ning grasped the concepts effortlessly. The living room proved inadequate for their practice, prompting Huaishan to lead her to the hallway outside his room. After extending the shooting range, he loaded a bamboo arrow, positioning himself behind Jiang Ning, his right hand guiding the bow as he aimed. Due to their height disparity, he leaned forward, ensuring their gazes aligned. Consequently, they found themselves in close proximity, especially as his warm breath brushed against Jiang Ning's delicate neck while he focused on the target. A tingling sensation coursed through her body, rendering her momentarily rigid. Her heart raced as she caught the faint scent of soap emanating from him. Was she perhaps too close? Jiang Ning felt a wave of discomfort, instinctively wanting to create some distance. However, Huorishan noticed her tension and focused intently. His warm hand gently adjusted her arm, guiding it slightly upward. Aiming, she released the arrow with a swift motion. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow flew forth, striking the target with precision. 7 rings, though somewhat distant from the bullseye. Hitting the 7 rings right from the start was commendable. Huorishan encouraged her, remarking that she was far more skilled than Dodo. Thank you, she replied. Huorishan moved closer, offering guidance several times. Upon seeing her progress from 7 rings to 8.5, he allowed her to practice further to enhance her experience. He settled onto the sofa, engrossed in his phone, his demeanor serious and stoic, seemingly absorbed in whatever he was viewing. At a glance, his profile appeared nearly flawless. After releasing over 20 arrows, one found its mark at the center of the target. There was little to boast about as the distance was too short. Once increased, her accuracy would likely diminish. She needed to swiftly elevate her skills to match his, reminiscent of that day when he stood on the speedboat, hitting the heart with a single arrow. Half an hour later, Huorishan advised, no need to exert excessive force. Just come by for an hour each day, and you'll be fine. With the command issued, Jiang Ning put away her crossbow. The confines of her home were not as spacious as 1801, which made it difficult to fully extend her movements, so she refrained from being overly particular. Next came the sparring session, focusing on close combat techniques. Jiang Ning helped lay out the non-slip mats and inadvertently bumped into him while turning. I'm sorry, she said. It's all right, Huorishan replied, continuing with his current task. In the absence of Kola, facing an unyielding combat master, Jiang Ning found herself somewhat overwhelmed, repeatedly pinned down. After enduring this relentless pressure, her fierce desire to win surged within her, prompting an instinctive feint akin to plucking a peach. Chapter 67. I have a baby. Huorishan, estimating the psychological impact of the encounter, momentarily hesitated, and in that fleeting instant, Jiang Ning seized the opportunity, flipping him to the ground. She secured his long leg beneath her weight, twisting his arm with considerable force. As their bodies intertwined like a twisted vine, it was evident that Jiang Ning held the upper hand. Huorishan, caught between amusement and exasperation, refrained from delivering a fatal counterattack. After all, even a haphazard flurry of punches could fell a seasoned master. The somewhat unscrupulous Jiang Ning awkwardly rose, apologizing, I didn't mean to startle you. In a moment of excitement, she resorted to underhanded tactics, feeling a twinge of shame. Continuing their practice, they exerted themselves for 2 hours, both drenched in sweat. Jiang Ning, flushed and breathless, relished a sensation of indescribable exhilaration. Huorishan gazed at her, pondering if she was about to prepare a meal. He longed to savor culinary delights with Kola. However, Huorishan had offered so much that she felt too guilty to refuse, yet the thought of cooking weighed heavily on her. Dumplings? Not wishing to be subjected to her brother's culinary skills, Dodo clapped in approval, exclaiming, yes, yes, sister's dumplings are the best. The same dumplings, prepared in myriad ways, boiled for lunch and pan-fried for dinner. Among them, the pan-fried dumplings filled with chives were the most delectable. One cannot overlook the irresistible aroma of these dumplings. Their golden, crispy exterior contrasted beautifully with the succulent, juicy filling. It was indeed on the 18th floor, and given the rain outside, a mishap seemed imminent. Dodo, with oil glistening at the corners of his mouth, proudly patted his little belly, declaring, Sister, look, I have a baby now. The corners of Huorishan's mouth twitched, and with innocent candor, Jiang Ning found herself both amused and exasperated. It seemed he was once again preparing to impart a lesson to Dodo. After finishing their meal, Huorishan took the bowl from Jiang Ning's hands, assuring her that he could manage. Just as he opened the door, he encountered Lu Yu, who cheerfully invited, Ning, come and enjoy some dumplings. I'm full, thank you, she replied, having already indulged herself. Witnessing the siblings relish their meal, she too had inadvertently overindulged. Lu Yu's gaze drifted to room 1801, and then he chuckled for no apparent reason. Well then, if you wish to eat more, feel free to come by again. His peculiar expression left Jiang Ning puzzled, and she felt a twinge of guilt, suspecting she was enjoying a private feast while excluding them. However, as Hua Yixin remained silent, she was reluctant to extend an invitation on her own. Still, the dumplings were truly delectable, and she resolved to stock up on them when the opportunity arose. In the following days, she relished her time at home, engrossed in reading, exercising, and crafting garments for her 3 pets. All 10 of the rabbit kits had survived, and they felt quite substantial in her hands. Weighing them, she noted that the largest had already reached 3 pounds, almost ready for butchering. Xiao Bai had given birth to a second litter, boasting an impressive 12 kits. Unfortunately, the timing of their arrival was less than ideal, leaving their chances of survival rather slim. After a brief hiatus, Grandma Zhong resumed her acupuncture treatments, and with improved nourishment, Jiang Ning felt her spirits uplifted. She produced a bag containing approximately 3 pounds of white powder. Lowering her voice with excitement, Xiao Jiang, this is wild kudzu powder, which I specially brought for you to try. This was a life-sustaining resource, but Jiang Ning hesitated to accept it. Child, please take it. It is a gesture of goodwill from our whole family. Grandma Zhong grasped her hand tightly, exclaiming that if it weren't for the opportunity given to Zhong Ping, their entire family would have starved. Jiang Ning smiled and replied, please tell me what the matter is. If I can be of assistance, I will certainly help. Grandma Zhong's expression turned awkward as she remarked, oh dear, you are rather straightforward. Her gratitude was genuine, yet she was also aware that there were connections on the 18th floor that could facilitate a food exchange. The Zhong family had been foraging for wild kudzu roots, and Zhong Ping had ingeniously crafted a machine to pulverize the chopped roots into a fine paste, which could then be washed to produce kudzu flour, estimating over 100 pounds. In a world untouched by calamity, this would be a remarkable resource. However, in their current plight, filling their bellies was paramount. Though kudzu is nutritious and beneficial for beauty, it does not satiate hunger. The Zhong family sought assistance from the 18th floor, hoping to barter for grain. Jiang Ning pondered, how do you intend to exchange it? 1 pound for 1 pound, does that sound reasonable? Without committing to a definitive answer, she expressed her willingness to inquire further. Uncertain of their prospects, Grandma Zhong seemed to believe the chances were slim. If all else failed, they could settle for broken rice. Clearly, the Zhong family was acutely aware of the situation. Would they be willing to trade new rice for kudzu flour? In this environment, only those affluent yet lacking in sustenance would entertain such ideas. The flavor of ginseng is subtly sweet with a hint of bitterness, accompanied by an earthy aroma. While its taste is unremarkable, it possesses numerous benefits. Clearing heat and detoxifying, relieving thirst, nourishing the kidneys and spleen, aiding digestion, calming the spirit, brightening the eyes, and promoting bowel regularity, as well as alleviating hangovers, making it a rare commodity in these dire times. Jiang Ning generously divided 3 pounds of kudzu flour between units 1801 and 1803, relaying the Zhong family's request for food in the process. However, neither household expressed interest in the proposal. Zhang Chao could not shake off the memory of the fish that had escaped from the reservoir, lamenting their loss. The sharp-nosed monkey later approached us, expressing a desire for another batch of fish, ordering a staggering 2,000 pounds in one go. Lu Yu also felt a sense of regret, pondering that they must have channels to sell to the affluent. Otherwise, who would dare to request such a vast quantity at once? Upon hearing that there were no fish left, the look of anguish on their faces was palpable, and they reiterated that we must reach out to them whenever fish became available again. The following day, Jiang Ning informed Grandma Zhong that the other party had agreed to exchange broken rice for kudzu starch, provided the quality was assured. She decided to accept this batch. As with the progression of the apocalypse, human health was bound to deteriorate, making it a beneficial supplement for nourishment. Grandma Zhong was overjoyed. A few days later, the Zhong family prepared 100 pounds of wild kudzu starch and additionally set aside 5 pounds for Jiang Ning as a token of gratitude for her assistance. The Zhong father and son waited in a secluded corner outside the community with the kudzu starch while Jiang Ning, aboard a rubber dinghy, transported it to the shore, bringing along some cola for a leisurely stroll. After a midday nap, she sensed that the rain had considerably lessened. However, instead of feeling relieved, her brow furrowed in concern, suspecting that a severe cold front was imminent. By evening, the rain had dwindled to a mere drizzle, and the sky appeared to brighten slightly. Over the past 3 months, countless lives had been lost in this desperate deluge, and now it seemed that the clouds might finally part. Gazing at the sky outside, some were exuberantly cheering, while others wept in silence, all united in the fervent hope that this wretched natural disaster would come to a swift end. How they wished this was merely a dream, awakening to a world of prosperity, surrounded by loved ones. 1803 shared in the joy, yet felt an added weight compared to others. Ning, do you truly think it has come to an end? When the typhoon subsided, they were filled with exhilaration, only to be met immediately by the onset of flooding. The rain has ceased. What awaits them? Who can say? Jiang Ning's expression was one of melancholy as she touched her arm and remarked, "Why do I feel so cold? It's winter already. It can't possibly turn the south into the northeast, can it? Ugh, you truly have the tongue of a crow." Chapter 68. The arrival of extreme cold teased by Zhang Chao, Jiang Ning merely smiled and refrained from arguing. If she were indeed cursed with the tongue of a crow, she would fervently wish for the extreme cold to never arrive. Observing quietly, she noted that Huaishan remained as stoic as ever, his demeanor neither sorrowful nor joyful. Kale, on the other hand, was somewhat restless, unable to calm down even after 4 hours of training, occasionally emitting soft whimpering sounds. Uncertain of when the extreme cold would strike, a foreboding feeling washed over Jiang Ning, prompting her to prepare an electric blanket, a down comforter, and a cotton quilt in advance. That night, she deliberately donned her thermal attire for sleep. The intense daytime training had drained her energy significantly. Though she intended to stay awake, she soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed until Kayleigh's incessant barking jolted her awake, accompanied by the crackling of the intercom. Jiang Ning opened her eyes to feel a bone-chilling cold. The room echoed with the sharp cries of rabbits. Switching on her flashlight, she discovered over 20 rabbits huddled in Kayleigh's doghouse, shivering uncontrollably. "Jiang Ning! Jiang Ning!" Huaishan's urgent voice crackled through the intercom. I'm here," she stammered, her lips trembling from the cold. He urged her through the intercom, reminding her that the temperature had dropped. She needed to get dressed quickly. The air felt as sharp as a knife, rendering her almost speechless. Jiang Ning swiftly gathered Kayleigh and the multitude of rabbits into her space. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped her, and it took a considerable time for her stiff limbs to regain their normalcy. Hastily, she donned the garments she had prepared in advance. Thermal wear, cashmere sweaters, and a mink coat. She layered several pairs of socks, slipped into snow boots, and wrapped herself in a scarf and a warming mask. Then, she knelt down to dress Kola, enveloping him in a thermal outfit, a cashmere sweater, and a mink coat. Next, she attended to the 2 rabbits, Big Gray and Little White, who were bundled up like little spheres. The other rabbits were placed in a foam box lined with several layers of blankets. Their survival now rested upon fate. After completing these tasks, Jiang Ning did not forget to serve herself a generous bowl of steaming ginger tea, its spiciness igniting her throat and stomach. Just as she emerged from her space, the deafening sound of knocking nearly startled her.
Jiang Ning.
The force of the knocks was astonishing, the stainless steel door barely holding up. They were here. As she stepped outside, the air was as cold as ice, each breath piercing her chest. Kola began to cough, incessantly scratching his nose with his paw. She carried the rabbit nest into the room and hurried to open the door, only to find Huaishan kicking it. As soon as the door swung open, an urgent voice called out, "Jiang Ning, are you all right?" At that moment, a fur coat was tightly wrapped around her. Jiang Ning stared in astonishment at Huaishan, clad in a military coat, momentarily lost in thought. He was unharmed. Huaishan fastened the buttons of the fur coat around her before proceeding to knock on the door of room 1803. The noise had already startled its occupant. who was now frantically searching for warm clothing. Received. Received. After wrapping herself in 2 fur coats, Jiang Ning had successfully transformed into a sphere. Huaishan instructed her, "Do not lock the door." Dodo lay on the bed, swathed in layers, her little face pale from the cold, unable to utter a word, shivering uncontrollably. Huaishan lifted her gently, pouring the warm ginger syrup into her mouth, cautioning her, "Be careful. It's hot." After consuming a generous bowl, Daodu finally regained her composure. Pouting and on the verge of tears, "Brother, do not cry, your tears will freeze, and your face will suffer," he reassured her. Jiang Ning filled another bowl for him and hurriedly knocked on the door of 1803. The 3 of them, amidst chaos, hastily donned their clothing and wrapped themselves in blankets, their hands trembling as they held the steaming ginger soup. Particularly, the single Zhang Chao's face had turned a deep shade of purple from the cold. Dressed in a mink coat and enveloped in blankets, the Southerners shivered uncontrollably, feeling a disconcerting numbness in their hearts, only finding relief after several bowls of hot ginger soup. "Ning, you truly have the tongue of a raven," Zhang Chao muttered, huddled on the sofa, his teeth chattering. "If it weren't for your windfall of 1 million, we would not have survived this night." The heavy garments and blankets, intended to squander the cheap currency, unexpectedly turned out to be life-saving. Seeing that the 3 were relatively unharmed, Jiang Ning felt a sense of relief and prepared to leave. Noticing the door to 1801 was still ajar, she ventured inside once more. "How is Daodu?" "Huaishan is tending to the coal stove. I've warmed up with the hot ginger soup." Daodu nestled in her blankets, revealing only her bright eyes. "Sister, I am fine. What about Coke?" "Woof." The neglected dog finally seized the opportunity to assert its strength. But alas, swathed in layers, its muscles remained hidden. Upon seeing the mink-clad Coke, Daodu's spirits lifted instantly, reaching out to stroke the black dog's face. With the coal fire burning, the room had become significantly warmer. Jiang Ning rose to leave, not forgetting to remind, the doors and windows must not be sealed too tightly. A crack should be left for ventilation. In her previous life, the cold had been utterly terrifying, leading to unfortunate incidents where individuals inadvertently sealed themselves off, resulting in an early summons to the King of Hell. Huaishan prepared 2 charcoal stoves, offering one to Jiang Ning. "Do take care of yourself." Jiang Ning paused, suddenly recalling that she was still clad in his mink coat. She hastily removed it. "Keep it. I am not as susceptible to the cold as you." Yet, at that moment, aside from her hands, feet, and face, the rest of her body was not cold but rather warm, likely due to the efficacy of the thermal clothing, which felt pleasantly cozy. She observed the dog, who seemed to have recovered as well. Resolutely, she insisted on returning the coat to him. "Do not make yourself ill. Daodu still needs your care." Huaishan did not insist further but was determined to give her the charcoal stove. Unable to refuse his heartfelt gesture, Jiang Ning accepted it. All residents on the 18th floor had survived, and a sense of relief washed over her. Only then did she turn her attention to the commotion below, which was equally loud and seemed significant. Goodness, the outdoor temperature had plummeted to a staggering -19 degrees. In this coastal city, where the average winter temperature is above 15 degrees and the historical minimum has always hovered around 0, experiencing a drop from 20 degrees to -19, a nearly 40-degree shift, was undeniably catastrophic. What was more terrifying than the cold itself was the peril of extreme hypothermia. The rapid loss of body heat within a short span can lead to a decrease in core temperature, resulting in shivering, respiratory failure, and other alarming symptoms, ultimately leading to death. Indeed, it is not the cold that causes widespread mortality among humans, but rather the dire consequences of extreme hypothermia. Many individuals lack even the opportunity to open their eyes, remaining trapped in an unending slumber. Strangely enough, their dreams are beautiful. The rain has finally ceased, and the civilization of the city is poised to be restored. Chapter 69. The frozen city. Not only does Jiang Ning possess an electric blanket, but even the dog has its share. A small piece was selected for it, placed atop the recliner, and connected to a power bank. Simultaneously, 2 electric heaters were activated, causing the room to warm rapidly. The gray and white rabbits, sensing the warmth, emerged from their foam box and scrambled onto the recliner, vying for space with the dog. In this critical moment, the dog exhibited a commanding presence, allowing the rabbits to nuzzle against its body, forming a cozy cluster for warmth. Jiang Ning inspected the foam box and discovered that 2 large rabbits had perished, presumably from fright. The remaining few appeared somewhat lethargic, while the recently born bunnies were blissfully unaware of their surroundings. The gray and white rabbits, having been thoroughly tested by Cola, had grown notably bolder. Thanks to their fur providing warmth, they seemed unperturbed, albeit neglectful of their offspring. Jiang Ning took one of the smaller rabbits and placed it against Cola's belly, then admonished the 2 adults, asserting that since they were the ones who gave birth, they must take responsibility for nurturing their young. Despite their reluctance, the dog did not push away the dozen or so young ones, choosing to care for them diligently. As for the remaining large rabbits, Jiang Ning transported them to the restroom, where she used a stun baton to dispatch them all, subsequently storing them away for future culinary endeavors, whether braised or spicy. The question of whether she could sustain them was secondary. The primary concern was the flavor they would provide. Upon returning to the room and gazing at the glowing embers of the charcoal fire, Jiang Ning found herself momentarily lost in thought. What did Huaishan mean? He had nearly forced his way through her door, even offering his fur coat and a charcoal stove. The person's countenance was stern, unflinching even in the face of life and death. Yet, upon encountering the door, a look of anxiety overtook their features. Could it be that they feared she might succumb to the cold, leaving no one to instruct Dodo? In the deep of night, fatigue clouded her mind, rendering her too lethargic to ponder. The vastness of the world paled in comparison to the allure of sleep. Any matters could be addressed come morning. Jiang Ning shed her outer garment and nestled into the warmth of her blankets, swiftly drifting into slumber. In her previous life, she had nearly perished from the cold, swaddling herself in layers of clothing. This time, however, the bed felt as warm as spring, and she felt truly content. The chill of the night made it easy to succumb to drowsiness, and even at 10 o'clock, she lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. The intercom crackled to life. "Jiang Ning, are you awake?" She reached out to touch it. Just woke up," she replied, her voice languid, tinged with a hint of nasal congestion. Huaishan asked with concern, "Are you unwell?" "No, I'm still in bed," Jiang Ning yawned. "How about you and Dodo?" "I've gotten up and am preparing breakfast for Dodo. Would you like some?" Jiang Ning swiftly declined. "No, I'm not hungry yet. I'll just have lunch later." The dog jumped onto the bed, pawing at the intercom. Woof! The device was knocked aside. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just Cola being mischievous." Jiang Ning quickly picked it up. "I can't talk with you right now, that's all. Be sure to keep warm." After switching off the intercom, Jiang Ning felt a desire to scold the dog, only to find it leaping about on the bed, spinning and jumping without pause. Then, it collided into her embrace. "You little rascal." Jiang Ning playfully tugged at its mouth. "How can you be so naughty?" The dog burrowed under the covers, its bright eyes gazing at her, tilting its head in an adorable manner. Jiang Ning wrapped a blanket around it and gently stroked the dog's head, pondering where it might have been in its past life at this very moment. Everywhere lay an expanse of icy desolation. Countless souls perished from the bitter cold, making it unfathomable how it managed to survive. Its skin had frozen off, leaving it covered in festering sores. "Oh dear, what has happened to the one who cleans up after it?" The dog pawed at her, offering comfort. "I am fine. You will be fine too." They lingered until after 11 before rising to brush their teeth and wash their faces. Outside, the frigid air necessitated heavy clothing, while inside, the warmth made them sweat. Fortunately, their stay was brief. Otherwise, the drastic temperature changes would surely lead to illness. The room housed an electric heater, enveloping it in a spring-like warmth, yet opening the door felt like a sharp knife of cold cutting through. Upon inspection, one of the rabbits had sadly perished. They prepared another room and retrieved a lazy sofa mat along with an electric blanket, transferring the remaining rabbits there. Simultaneously, they reminded the dog, Cola, keep an eye on them. No chewing on the wires and no relieving themselves on the electric blanket. Otherwise, they will be braised. The dog acknowledged, restraining itself and baring its teeth in a mock growl. "Did you understand? Speak up." They ventilated the room and then pretended to stoke the coal stove in the living room. Embracing a scalding rubber hot water bottle, Jiang Ning stood on the balcony gazing into the distance. Just yesterday, the city had been engulfed in torrential floods, yet overnight it had been encased in ice. The rain had ceased, leaving an eerie silence that felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Even the thought of reliving that experience filled Jiang Ning's heart with trepidation. Fortunately, the temperature had not continued its descent, granting humanity a brief reprieve. However, -19 degrees remained an unimaginable catastrophe for the southern regions, rendering her phone inoperable. Close the doors and windows, turn off the heater that has been working throughout the night, and replace it with 2 new units to avoid excessive use leading to its demise. With the heater and charcoal stove in operation, the living room finally radiates warmth. In this chilly weather, a hot soup is essential. Jiang Ning prepares braised beef with radish, alongside vegetables and rice, adding freeze-dried canned food to the dog's meal. Leaning against the heater, she relishes her meal. After satisfying her hunger, she feels reluctant to wash the dishes, tossing them aside to deal with later. She opens a window to disperse the aroma and then curls up with a hot water bottle while perusing medical texts. Zhang Chao has caught a cold, but fortunately, there are medicines at hand. Just as she is about to take a nap, the intercom buzzes. Daodu is not attending class today. Does Kaylay wish to exercise? Jiang Ning respects her dog, asking, Kaylay, would you like to exercise? Kaylay cocks its head and, after a moment's deliberation, finally rises with a bark. A day without running leaves it feeling unwell. Jiang Ning cracks open the door, nudging the dog outside. Off you go. Soon, the sounds of parkour echo from the staircase. A twinge of concern prompts her to follow. The dog's fur coat is off, held in Hua Ishan's hands. After a few laps, he removes the dog's cashmere sweater, and eventually even the thermal wear. Jiang Ning feels a pang of worry. Want it be cold? Hua Ishan explains that Belgian Malinois can swiftly acclimate to harsh environments. Overbundling can hinder their agility. Despite their short fur, it is dense and provides excellent insulation. They warm up quickly during exercise, but the dog's sweat glands are not as developed. Standing beside him with her hot water bottle, Jiang Ning notices that Hua Ishan is not bundled up at all, not even wearing his fur coat. Aren't you cold? She inquires. Cold, he replies. What should we do then? Considering the principle of reciprocity, she offers the hot water bottle to him, saying, Here, take this. Hua Ishan did not respond, gazing at her and inquiring, What about you? I still have one left, a stash of dozens in the space. Thank you, it can be used for Dodo. Ahem, it's fine. After all, her intentions are what truly matter. Suddenly, a knock resonated from downstairs. Xiao Zhang, are you all alright? Chapter 70. Apologies, the villain on the 18th floor is still alive. It was once again the voice of He Jian, accompanied by several men. Jiang Ning remained silent. He Jian continued to rap on the door, murmuring to those beside him. Building manager, it seems there's no movement from the 18th floor. Could it be that something happened last night? The speaker's voice was hoarse, evidently suffering from a cold. If something truly had occurred, it would have been a relief in a twisted sense. Though He Jian harbored such thoughts, he feigned composure, saying, Don't speak nonsense. Xiao Jiang and the others are young and healthy. How could anything possibly happen to them? If something were to occur, we would certainly look out for them. Building manager, you are simply too kind. Have you not noticed how the 18th floor treats us? Such words are uncalled for. We reside in the same building, and it is only natural to look out for one another. It seems there's some movement. They're not dead yet. The tone was laced with disappointment, as they had hoped for the total demise of the 18th floor, thus claiming countless resources for themselves. My apologies for disappointing you, building manager Jiang Ning replied coldly. Not only are we alive, but we are all thriving. The sudden emergence of her voice left the group exchanging bewildered glances. After knocking for so long without a response, they were taken aback by the unexpected sound. This indeed created an awkward atmosphere. He Jian reacted swiftly, observing Xiao Zhang's words. We merely express our concern. It is a relief to know that you are well. Rest assured, I shall certainly outlast you. The conversation could not continue that day. He Jian felt anger simmering within, yet maintained a facade of a cheerful demeanor. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to reach out to me at any time. The group departed with a sense of reluctance. In this apocalyptic world, many like Jiang wished to cast spells of misfortune upon others, hoping to scavenge survival resources. However, they were merely jesters, and neither took them to heart. After training the dog, she donned her thermal clothing. Following Huoyishen's advice, she opted for a lighter cashmere sweater, yet she retained the dog's fur coat, as the transitional weather required time to adjust. "What about you?" Huoyishen inquired. "Shall we practice today?" "Yes," she replied. If even the dog could endure, she had no justification for laziness. She must persist even in the frigid cold. The anti-slip mat had become rigid with the cold, and Huoyishen had thoughtfully laid down a layer of cloth. The living room contained a charcoal stove, but compared to Jiang Ning's, it was rather inferior and still quite chilly. Jiang Ning removed her outerwear and began to practice with Huoyishen. After half an hour, beads of sweat began to form. The thermal socks, worn closest to her skin, felt exquisitely smooth. During a collision, Jiang Ning stepped back, only to find her socks slipping down, causing her to tumble backward. Huoyishen reacted swiftly, leaping forward. She landed on the anti-slip mat, but was soon pressed down by Huoyishen, her mouth colliding with his face. A muffled grunt escaped her as the air was forcefully expelled from her lungs. Stars danced before her eyes, and she felt as though her teeth had loosened. His substantial form bore down upon her. Huoyishen quickly rose, helping her to a seated position. "Are you all right?" he asked. Jiang Ning then realized that he was supporting her head with his hand. It was nothing, just sweaty feet causing a slip. Woof! In Dodo's room, the dog Kola heard the commotion and suddenly rushed out, biting onto Huoyishen's clothes and tugging him back. "Let her go." Jiang Ning quickly intervened. "Kola, I don't care. Who let him bully the one who cleans up after me?" Jiang Ning hurriedly lifted the indiscriminately aggressive dog away. "He didn't bully me. He saved me." "You're lying to the dog." Kola remained unconvinced. The dog turned its back coldly, leaving Huoyishen perplexed, wondering if the dog held a grudge against him. "No." Jiang Ning quickly clarified, "Kola just lacks a sense of security. Besides, dogs are protective of their owners." Fearing a confrontation, she promptly took the dog away. Upon returning home, Kola not only refused to apologize but also seemed to sulk, as if accusing her of favoritism. How could that be? Jiang Ning coaxed the angry dog with treats. "You are my top priority. Training with the instructor is truly a challenge, as I wish to become stronger to protect you." "Humph! You're just deceiving the dog." Kola arrogantly turned its head away. Jiang Ning removed her thermal socks to prove her innocence. "Why don't you try them on? They really do slip." After saying that, she tossed them at its face. The dog's mouth twitched, but it was not human. Yet the one who cleaned up after it was indeed a real dog. Fortunately, it did not smell. Kola jumped up and scratched her. Jiang Ning embraced it, stroking its head. "Kola, you need to be a sensible dog and apologize to the instructor tomorrow, okay? If he hadn't intervened just now, my head could have been smashed, and you would never have a caretaker again. The stash of chicken, duck, fish, and meat would be out of your reach, and you would have to wander again." "Apologize?" "Absolutely not." The dog, with an expression of innocence, refused, its paws resting on her shoulder, whimpering softly, "No. This is its home. Please don't let it wander." It was indeed one of the trainer's responsibilities to teach the dog to acknowledge its mistakes and apologize. Not wanting to disrupt the harmonious atmosphere, Jiang Ning decisively shifted the burden of this arduous task onto Huoyishen. A competent trainer must not only cultivate the dog's physical prowess but also nurture its mental well-being. As night fell, the chill became more palpable. Jiang Ning stepped onto the balcony to take a temperature reading, a biting -21 degrees. In such treacherous weather, how many souls would be condemned to sleeplessness tonight, or worse, never to awaken again? Drawing the curtains in the living room, she switched on the solar-powered lights and retrieved dinner from her storage. Despite having 3 heaters running, her hands and feet remained icy, and the food grew cold alarmingly fast, turning frigid within moments. To warm her body, Jiang Ning prepared a lamb stew, sharing it hastily with Kola. Following that, she retrieved 2 servings of pork offal noodles, soaking 1 portion with dog food for the pup, urging, "Eat, quickly." The heartfelt dinner prepared by the devoted owner was relished by Kola, who devoured it with gusto, though it was a tad too hot. No matter, she thought, it was time to dig in. After finishing the pork offal noodles, her body felt pleasantly warmed. Jiang Ning then ventured to another room to check on the gray and white bunnies. The two were lively, though the newborn situation was dire. Barely covered in fur and lacking parental affection, one had already perished. Rabbits are known for their resilience to cold. Certain breeds can survive in the Arctic. Yet here, in the southern region, they seemed to be adapting swiftly. The newborn bunnies required milk, so Jiang Ning carefully removed the mink fur and thermal clothing from Little White. She observed that, compared to the trembling of yesterday, the two were remarkably composed today. It seems that animals adapt to natural disasters more swiftly than humans. Once the little white one finished its milk, Jiang Ning continued her observation and noted that it showed no signs of cold-induced shivering. Evidently, rabbit fur is indeed warm. Alas, the clothing was rendered unnecessary. She retrieved Timothy hay from her space, allowing the two to indulge in a hearty meal. A hot bath in her space was a true delight. Bathing, it seems, is ingrained in Jiang Ning's very DNA. Regardless of the biting cold, she must wash, for otherwise, she feels utterly uncomfortable. In the sweltering summer heat and humidity, there were days when she would bathe 3 times, as the city was so stifling that one would break into a sweat merely from using the restroom. Yet now it had transformed into a frigid, frozen wasteland. Upon exiting her space, the little white one exhibited no discomfort, diligently nursing her bunnies. Jiang Ning decisively removed the clothing from the big gray one. As the cold weather invited her to snuggle under the covers, Jiang Ning recorded the latest duration of her stay in the space. In nearly 4 months, she had meticulously accumulated a total of 145 hours. In other words, she could reside in the space for 6 days. It was no small feat, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Danger lurked everywhere, and she must continue to gather resources, hoping that, in her lifetime, she could enjoy a leisurely retirement in the space alongside Kola. Chapter 71. Resolving the water source. Having slept extensively during the day, she felt particularly alert at night and resumed her inventory of the space. The garden's peppers, eggplants, and cucumbers had been harvested, and the old grapevine bore large fruit, transitioning from green to a deep crimson. She estimated that in just over a month, they would be ready for picking. In the first year, she had only managed to harvest 10 bunches, but it seemed that upon ripening, she could yield around 40 to 50 pounds. In a moment of whimsy, unwilling to waste time in the confines of her space, she endeavored to pluck a fruit with her consciousness. Little did she hope for success, having never before succeeded in extracting anything planted in the soil. To her astonishment, a ruby-hued grape materialized in her hand. Surprised and elated, she hastily attempted to uproot some vegetables. To her amazement, she indeed managed to pull up several handfuls. However, the exertion of her consciousness was immense, leaving her feeling dizzy and disoriented. If she could harvest plants from her garden with her mind, could she not also till the earth and cultivate crops? After overcoming her dizziness, she wielded her consciousness to control a hoe and turned the soil. Although her head felt heavy, she achieved success, albeit briefly. It was curious. She had previously attempted this without any outcome. Could her newfound success be attributed to her persistent physical training? She envisioned planting corn, peanuts, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and mung beans, striving to cultivate all that was possible. Thus, Jiang Ning practiced repeatedly, and by the deep of night, she had successfully tilled 5 square meters of land. Utterly exhausted and collapsing onto her bed, Kola, sensing something amiss, approached with his nose twitching inquisitively. Whimpering, he expressed his unease. Jiang Ning shared her joy with her canine companion. Kola, our food supply can increase once more. Are you happy, excited? Woof, he responded, spinning in circles with delight. The following day, she indulged in a leisurely morning, using her consciousness to continue tilling until she could bear it no longer, finally rising for breakfast. As she drew back the curtains, she was taken aback to discover that it was snowing outside. In the southern coastal region, snow was a rarity, a phenomenon only seen in the wake of natural disasters. The snowfall was light, resembling delicate flakes that were difficult to discern unless observed closely. Jiang Ning furrowed her brow. In her previous life, she had only endured extreme cold, yet now snow had begun to fall? Indeed, the world had changed. The bitter chill had already been perilous. Must it now also contend with a snow calamity? The water has risen to the 6th floor. If a snow disaster truly arrives, how many more layers must we construct? Are we destined to entomb this city alive? The thought is chilling. Having just finished breakfast, a knock at the door interrupts the silence. Meeting 1803 has been convened, concerning the vital issue of water supply for the populace. Yesterday, I could not recover, spending the entire day huddled indoors, warming myself by the fire. Today is even colder, yet there is a slight reprieve in the air. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu are bundled up like balls, their limbs trembling incessantly. The water tower has frozen, leaving us to wonder how we will manage our water supply. Jiang Ning has access to water, and thus, she is unconcerned. However, she cannot confess this, instead donning a fade of worry. Indeed, what shall we do? Zhang Chao itches to scratch himself, lamenting that he has not bathed in a day, feeling entirely uncomfortable. It is an ingrained habit, one that cannot be altered overnight. A day without washing makes one feel unclean. Jiang Ning hastens to join him, admitting that her scalp itches as well. Even she, a veritable encyclopedia of living, cannot devise a solution. Consequently, the gaze of the group instinctively shifts toward Huorishan, who is the object of their concern. Little Dodo tugs at his sleeve, pleading, "Brother, I want to bathe too." Huorishan, who harbors hope for the 18th floor, takes a deep breath, recalling that it seemed to snow moments ago. While the snow is light, every little bit can accumulate to be useful. Jiang Ning continues to follow, inquiring, "Are you suggesting we collect snow from the rooftop?" Indeed, how could we have overlooked such a simple solution? Thus, the group hastens to the rooftop. As the door swings open, a frigid gust rushes in, a discomforting invasion to the lungs. Jiang Ning wraps her face in a scarf and steps outside. The weather is exceedingly frigid, and the falling snowflakes have crystallized into ice. Suddenly, the snow boots slip. Witnessing the imminent fall of her owner, Kayleigh dashes forth with remarkable swiftness, intending to serve as a cushion with her body. However, someone faster intervenes, extending an arm to securely grasp her waist. Kayleigh instantly bristles, glaring fiercely with her doggy eyes. What business is it of theirs? A mere slip could be easily managed by Jiang Ning's reflexes, yet unexpectedly, the dog lunges forward, colliding with Lu Yu. Caught off guard, Lu Yu loses her footing and crashes down. Although she is bundled up like a bear, a sense of grievance wells within her. "Dear, someone is bullying me. What can Zhang Weili do?" Kayleigh is a survival expert, and Huorishan possesses formidable strength. Can she truly hold them accountable? What consequence is there for a man who stumbles? If one is dissatisfied, they must endure. Not only is Lu Yu innocent, but Zhang Chao shares the same fate. He steps half a pace ahead of Huorishan, only to be unexpectedly pushed aside, his body colliding against the doorframe. Well, it is best to express gratitude, as long as a Ning remains unharmed. Each individual experiences a unique sentiment regarding Jiang Ning's fall. Even the typically strong-willed Zhang Weili feels a sudden pang of sorrow. Look at a Ning's man, then compare him to her own. Aside from his captivating visage, the rest is rather difficult to articulate. Jiang Ning does not dwell on it for long, merely offering thanks. Woof! The dog, in a state of frustration, digs into the snow with its paws, anxiously protesting. Mistaking its distress for coldness, Jiang Ning expresses particular concern. Yet without a mask for the dog, there is no way to filter the biting air. The owner scolds the dog, which then runs about the rooftop in protest. Zhang Chao raises an objection. "Kayleigh, do not run amok. This snow is meant to be collected for water, and we certainly do not wish to drink water infused with the scent of your paws." Upon hearing this, the dog accelerated its sprint. "Humph! They all drink my footbath water." The hounds are notoriously excitable. Once they go wild, even a sturdy chain cannot restrain them. Jiang Ning exerted considerable effort to drive it down from the rooftop. The rooftop was expansive, and a thin layer of snow had frozen over the previous night, which could be broken up with a shovel for collection. After months of incessant rain, concerned about the proliferation of bacteria on the rooftop's flooring, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao laid down several sheets of color-coded sandwich panels. The space was divided into two sections. Gathering ice and snow daily should suffice, and moreover, Ice from the water tower's walls could also be harvested. With the water issue successfully resolved, everyone felt a sense of joy. Indeed, there is merit in unity, pooling the wisdom of all. Upon closing the rooftop door, hands and feet numb from the cold, they descended the stairs, only to be met with the sounds of banging and prying from below. Jiang Weili, assuming another attempt was being made to breach the 18th floor, struggled to contain her temper. Noticing that Kaylay stood calmly at the stairwell, listening intently to the commotion, she realized it was merely a misunderstanding. What mischief were these rascals up to now? After a harrowing trip to the rooftop where her ears nearly froze, buzzing with discomfort, she awaited a return to normalcy in her hearing. The group stood at the stairwell, listening. The commotion seemed quite substantial, mingled with the sounds of chatter. Chapter 72. Protecting Supplies. Lu Yu, possessing keen ears, discerned they were attempting to pry open a door, and it seemed there were quite a few individuals involved. Jiang Ning wore a serious expression. The sudden drop in temperature the previous night likely claimed numerous lives, and they were presumably trying to break into the homes of the deceased. This was utterly absurd. Jiang Ning shrugged. There was little to be done. The dead must always make way for the living. If her assumptions were correct, He Jian was likely counting the number of survivors and organizing efforts to salvage the belongings of the deceased. Lu Yu faced helplessness amidst the relentless floods that persisted for months. It was not merely that every household had run out of provisions. Some individuals resorted to boiling their leather shoes to stave off hunger, while furniture that could be burned was reduced to kindling. Even if one managed to pry open a door, what could possibly be found? Yet, there were still a few items that could be salvaged. A sense of discomfort lingered in the air, but none dared to voice their reproaches. It was sheer fortune that allowed some to procure a few supplies. Had their circumstances mirrored those of the less fortunate, they too might have resorted to breaking into someone else's home. As Ning remarked, the deceased must ultimately make way for the living. Little Bai was nursing her young, while De Hui ventured out in search of sustenance, circling around Jiang Ning incessantly. Both appeared to be in good spirits, having received some hay and feed. Aside from the indispensable daily practice of archery and combat drills, Jiang Ning was resolute in avoiding the outside world, preferring to either nestle under blankets with a book or engage in mental cultivation. The heavens, in their mercy, finally granted him the ability to clear approximately 100 square meters, after which he dug small pits to sow corn seeds before covering them with soil. His mental energy waned drastically, leaving him with a sensation of being utterly depleted. "Starving wretch, I could use a Snickers," exclaimed 1803, who was notably industrious, clearing snow from the rooftop daily and never forgetting to bring down supplies for both Jiang Ning and Hui Shun. Though no one spoke of it, everyone kept a mental tally. Their survival skills paled in comparison to those of the two men, and it was clear that the duo exerted more effort in the search for resources, thus enjoying a disproportionate share during distribution. Therefore, it was prudent to contribute as much as one could. Jiang Ning had voiced this sentiment several times, yet 1803 remained oblivious. They contemplated taking turns clearing the snow from the rooftop, but their efforts were thwarted by the swiftness of the others. Each time they opened the door, a bucket brimming with snow awaited them at the threshold. Perhaps this arrangement would bring 1803 some solace, and thus Jiang Ning refrained from further discouragement. The space lacked for nothing in terms of water. He simply closed the door and poured the ice and snow into the dark soil garden, effectively watering it. The heartfelt intentions of friends were squandered, leaving Jiang Ning with a sense of remorse. Yet, who would forsake the better option? It is truly regrettable. The temperature steadily declined each day, at times perceptibly, and at others, subtly, ultimately plummeting to a chilling -26 degrees. The sounds from downstairs resounded with a thud, continuing for several days before finally subsiding. From the commotion, it seemed that even the 17th floor had been breached. It is likely that there were indeed significant casualties. After all, this is the South, where both the architectural structures and winter garments lack the resilience found in colder regions. On this day, once more, a knocking echoed from below, heralding the arrival of Grandma Zhong. Given the inclement weather, she was clearly not there for acupuncture. Being well acquainted, Grandma Zhong did not beat around the bush, stating directly, "Xiao Jiang, we have matters to discuss with you." Noticing her weary demeanor and the worry etched upon her face, Jiang Ning furrowed her brow and replied, "Please go on." In an instant, Grandma Zhong's composure faltered as she grasped Jiang Ning's hand, her voice trembling with emotion. "Xiao Jiang, you truly are our family's savior. Had it not been for your advice to apply the medicinal alcohol and wrap up in a quilt to sweat, I would have frozen to death that night when the temperature suddenly dropped. I would not have had the chance to awaken. Waking up from the cold, I trembled as I knocked on my son's and daughter-in-law's door, urgently dressing my grandson in thicker clothing. I awoke just in time, narrowly escaping the clutches of the Grim Reaper. The Zhong family was spared, but others were not so fortunate. The floods had already claimed many lives, and this incident resulted in further loss. Throughout her long life, she never imagined that the typically mild winters of the south could plummet to -26 degrees. The coastal region was inherently damp and cold, and with the floods reaching the 6th floor, the entire city felt as if it were encased in a refrigeration unit. The neighborhood, being quite old, housed not only students from the university town seeking rentals but also many elderly individuals and children. The entire apartment building, in comparison to the time before the typhoon's arrival, is estimated to have only about 30 to 40% of its original structure remaining. Typhoons, floods, and extreme cold, what has become of this world? Jiang Ning does not seek praise. I merely offered suggestions regarding the illness, and it was you who diligently followed the medical advice. However, Grandma Zhong holds a different view. Having specifically brought a jar of fermented fish as a token of gratitude, this was prepared by my daughter-in-law, a specialty from our hometown for you all to taste. The jar weighs around 3 to 4 pounds, quite generous indeed. Jiang Ning had already stored several jars of fermented fish in her space, yet Grandma Zhong was insistent, nearly forcing it upon her, leaving her with no choice but to accept. Upon seeing her accept, Grandma Zhong continued to chat, expressing that their family had been fortunate. Not only had they recovered, but they had also escaped the cold-related illnesses, while it seemed that a neighbor had succumbed to the freezing conditions, with several others suffering from frostbite and illness. That girl named Sue had the audacity to knock on their door seeking medicine. Where would we find medicine? It sounded as though we were deliberately withholding it. She had come several times. Just yesterday, another had perished, reportedly from fever induced by frostbite. To say there was none would be misleading. Even if there was, it must be reserved to safeguard our own lives. This weather is no trifling matter. A mere cold could prove fatal. Jiang Ning furrowed her brow. How is it that others have perished while Su Mengyao remains unscathed? Truly, she is remarkably resilient. Absent any extraordinary circumstances, Grandma Zhong would not have come upstairs. She sighed deeply, her expression laden with concern, and said, "Little Jiang, I sense something is amiss. This building is likely to face a grave situation." "What do you mean?" He Jian has summoned the survivors to break into the homes of the deceased, taking away food, clothing, bedding, and wooden furniture. While there is nothing inherently wrong with this, as everyone wishes to survive, He Jian's actions lack humanity. He distributes supplies according to favoritism. The men are numerous, while the women are significantly fewer. Had it not been for the entire Zhong family surviving, they too would have faced persecution. Although the men possess greater strength to force open doors, the women excel in uncovering hidden supplies, many of which are concealed in unexpected locations, all discovered by the diligent efforts of the women. However, their frail numbers render them reluctant to resist. He Jian unjustly hoards the resources that ought to be evenly distributed. A substantial portion finds its way into his possession, while other men, content with meager scraps, voice no objections. This is not the most alarming aspect. He not only frequently collaborates with the leaders of other apartment buildings but also associates with external criminal organizations. Just yesterday he took several young girls outside, exchanging a mere kilogram of grain for an hour of their time, reducing their existence to mere amusement for a group of heartless brutes. They traded their bodies for 5 kilograms of rice, only for He Jian to claim half of it, leaving a mere 2.5 kilograms for several individuals to share. How much could one truly consume from that? Jiang Ning was not surprised. After all, Yang Weizong had once urged her to barter her body, only to be met with a rolling pin that left him bloodied and bruised, never again daring to speak such words. Unexpectedly, Yu Qingqing proved to be hopelessly naive. As for Su Mengyao, she did not venture out, But it was only a matter of time before her turn would come. Grandma Zhong did not come merely out of curiosity. She had heard troubling news that individuals from outside were entering buildings 18 and 19 to collect protection rations, requiring every household to contribute. Those who failed to comply would be forced to seek out supplies, or else face dire consequences. He Jian's close ties with these individuals suggest that he harbors no good intentions. Protection rations? Indeed, in the past, there was an imposition of such rations, with each person required to provide 3 kilograms of grain weekly, the repercussions of failing to do so being severe. Young men and women were taken away for the amusement of others, while the middle-aged and elderly sought ways to procure supplies. Certainly, if you are dissatisfied, you may choose to depart. The next encounter may either result in freezing or starvation. The remnants of the past linger, with spring winds ushering forth new life. Yet the most tragic fate befalls the survivors. On the 17th floor, 2 households have succumbed, and we are considering relocating to Unit 1701. Another family wishes to move into 1702, hence my inquiry. Jiang Ning discerned the intention behind this. The Zhong family seeks proximity for mutual support. The residence does not belong to her, and whether she occupies it or not bears no consequence, yet there are words that must be spoken. Ultimately, you may reside wherever you wish, but prior to moving, you must contemplate carefully. It is not solely the occupants of this building who harbor intentions towards us. Others from different units are also scheming, and should they invade, those on the 17th floor would be the first to face the consequences. In these trying times, survival is paramount, and I can only safeguard my own interests, as I cannot extend my care to others. The Zhong family indeed seeks refuge, perceiving that residing near the 18th floor may offer relative safety, considering the chaos outside. Jiang Ning spoke candidly, and Grandma Zhong chuckled awkwardly, stating, "Life and death are dictated by fate. I would not presume to ask the younger generation for protection. Moving to the 17th floor is merely for peace of mind, and I shall not trouble you." After exchanging pleasantries, Grandma Zhong rose to leave. Upon escorting her downstairs, Jiang Ning discovered a letter on the steps, addressed to her. It has finally arrived. Jiang Ning maintained her composure as she picked up the letter and tucked it into her pocket without a glance. She proceeded to gather at Unit 1803 and conveyed Grandma Zhong's concerns. Upon hearing of He Jian's misdeeds, Zhang Weili's anger surged, exclaiming, "That beast! I shall put an end to him." In this harsh reality, Zhang Jie is fierce and speaks little, yet in this cannibalistic apocalypse, eliminating one He Jian would merely lead to countless others. It is a battle one cannot win. Moreover, he did not coerce those with appealing appearances. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. What is pressing now is the possibility of malevolent gangs breaking in. Unlike the rabble downstairs, they are armed and capable of retaliation. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao's expressions shifted dramatically, taken aback by the chaos outside. Should we consider relocating?
Jiang Ning inquired.
To where? Zhang Chao pondered. Perhaps to the hillside villa? Setting aside the fact that the tallest building there is already submerged to the 2nd floor. Does it even possess bulletproof glass and multiple stainless steel doors? Even if it does, would that deter intruders? Zhang Weili declared fiercely, "No retreat. I will confront whoever comes." Leaving would invite swifter demise. Jiang Ning shared this sentiment. Relocation was not an option for her. There was no urgency in her expression as her gaze settled on Hua Yishan. He maintained an impassive demeanor. Living on the 17th floor was hardly a guarantee of safety. If they insisted on staying, they could reinforce the stairwell with additional doors, making it more challenging for outsiders to ascend. Zhang Chao's expression was one of despair. Indeed, this is a battle of fortifications. To reach the 18th floor, one must first conquer the 17th. The presence of several barriers facilitates a more effective counterattack. No retreat. We will fight. Jiang Ning asserted with conviction, her words bearing a lethal edge. This startled Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. Was this truly the Jiang Ning they knew? She appeared cold and unyielding, as if she had emerged from a graveyard, sending chills down their spines with her unsettling aura. Cola stood beside Jiang Ning, baring its teeth and striking a pose that suggested it could conquer mountains and rivers. Whoever shows fear is a coward. Let us just do it. With their minds aligned, they began to prepare. Jiang Ning closed the door and pulled out an envelope. The message read, "I know your secret. If you wish to keep it, meet me at Xiane City at 3 this afternoon. No one else can accompany you. Otherwise, your secret will be exposed. The handwriting was hasty, clearly forged. Ha! Not even daring to sign their name, yet bold enough to threaten her? A guess with her toes would suffice to determine the culprit. Xiane City lay less than 2 kilometers from Jinrong community, a bustling hub of dining and entertainment. Yet now, much of it lay encased in ice. It was noon, and there was ample time to keep the appointment. The cold air outside demanded sufficient energy to withstand the frigid temperatures. Jiang Ning consumed 2 bowls of fragrant rice, a serving of steamed ribs, and a portion of farmhouse stir-fried meat. Kola, uninterested in the dog food, drooled over the ribs, its eyes appearing small, helpless, and pitiable, as if protesting the perceived discrimination in treatment. Jiang Ning, acknowledging her oversight, promptly prepared a meal for Kola, exchanging the stir-fried meat for crispy fried fish, much to the delight of her canine companion. The floodwaters had frozen, and despite the biting cold, more ventured out in search of supplies. Not merely food, but also firewood for warmth was in urgent demand. As survivors began to stir, various crimes became increasingly rampant. Some were even robbed before leaving the community. Jiang Ning was reluctant to let Kola venture out into danger. Yet the dog clung to her pant legs stubbornly, suggesting that if she disagreed, it would not be allowed to step outside. Oh, was this a threat? With no other option, Jiang Ning dressed Kola in thermal clothing, followed by protective gear against cuts and stabs. The instructor was indeed correct. The Mastiff is remarkably adept at adapting to any harsh environment. Yet, within a mere few days, its capacity for adaptation far surpasses hers. She donned a thermal suit over a bulletproof vest, then layered on a polar survival outfit. Whether it was the efficacy of the thermal suit or the polar gear, her extremities remained pleasantly warm. Reflecting upon the threatening letter, Jiang Ning retrieved a backpack and attempted to stuff in the stubbornly free-spirited Coke, who resolutely refused to enter the bag. Jiang Ning coaxed it gently. "We are going out to catch the bad guys, but only I can venture forth. Otherwise, our provisions will be compromised, and you must sneak into the village." The mere thought of jeopardizing its rations was utterly intolerable. The dog instantly bristled, obediently diving into the bag. "Come on, caretaker, zip it up. If no one perishes today, this matter cannot be resolved." By the way, the dog had grown heftier. Carrying it on her back felt somewhat burdensome. Descending the stairs, the entire building was eerily silent, devoid of any life. Upon reaching room 1202, she deliberately slowed her pace, casting a meaningful glance around. Chapter 74. Negotiation. Do not be misled by the mere 2 kilometers to the new city. The ice was treacherously slippery, rendering the so-called snow boots utterly ineffective. If pursued, not only would she be unable to run swiftly, but accidents would also be likely. While feigning the act of rummaging through her backpack, Jiang Ning discreetly retrieved a pair of ice skates from her space. The skates were somewhat oversized, but with several pairs of socks, they fit snugly enough. Jiang Ning had practiced skating before, but the southern dog was not particularly skilled, and her clumsy form wobbled as she glided towards the community's exit. Just before leaving the complex, 2 men suddenly burst forth from Building 7, brandishing clubs and charging towards her. How could she not attract attention? The polar survival suits are designed with vibrant colors for rescue considerations, even in overcast weather. It is needless to say that they coveted Jiang Ning's attire and sought to seize it. Unfortunately, their shoes slipped, and before they could reach her, they fell spectacularly, leaving them scrambling in disarray, their target long gone. Along the way, they encountered a few groups of survivors who gazed enviously at the fleeting figures amidst the snow and ice, marveling at the impressive gear. How remarkable it was to see such well-equipped individuals in the south. They couldn't help but compare their own disheveled states to the others' well-being. Slipping and sliding, they soon arrived at the new city. In just a few months, the once bustling commercial hub lay in utter silence, littered with debris and even stained with splattered blood on the walls. In this unfamiliar environment, Kaylai remained particularly vigilant, leading the way to ensure safety before allowing Jiang Ning to follow. The new city was mostly submerged, with only 2 floors remaining above water. Jiang Ning ascended to the top floor, seeking a secluded spot that provided a panoramic view of her surroundings. The streets and nearby shops were entirely engulfed, with distant commercial buildings vaguely visible. Scanning with binoculars, she detected no immediate threats. The cold outside was piercing, especially when sitting still. Each breath felt as if it could numb her heart. This accursed weather must have plunged to -30 degrees. Jiang Ning applied a warming patch to her feet and embraced a hot water bottle to fend off the chill, instructing her dog to keep watch as she prepared for her meditative practice. It was still early, and she had ventured out to gauge whether the individuals threatening her had brought accomplices to monitor or ambush her. Nestled in a sheltered spot, Jiang Ning focused her mind, digging in her spatial realm, intending to plant peanuts. Coke remained stoic, diligently surveying the surroundings, intent on identifying and eliminating anyone who dared to pilfer its sustenance. Exhausted from the mental strain, Jiang Ning closed her eyes to rest or observed through binoculars. By 3 in the afternoon, there were no suspicious figures in sight, not even a specter. Jiang Ning possessed ample patience, and as the hour approached 4, Coke emitted a low warning. The binoculars revealed a shadow slowly traversing the icy expanse. Shrouded from head to toe, the figure was indistinct, yet its origin provided a clue to its identity. Glancing at her mechanical watch, Jiang Ning signaled for Coke to conceal themselves. Even while hiding, they remained vigilant, with Coke guarding the periphery. The shadow ascended to the rooftop, its watchful eyes surveying the desolate surroundings, left in a state of bewilderment. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Ning chuckled, as if to say that one should not underestimate the art of deception. Let the figure wait, for it was only a matter of time before the true anxious one revealed themselves. In the frigid wilderness, the cold pierced to the very soul. No amount of wrapping could provide solace, as the biting air felt like invisible needles embedding themselves into the flesh. Su Mengyao, on the brink of fainting from the chill, was unwilling to succumb to despair. It was inconceivable. Jiang Ning would not venture out so early if she feared exposure. The thought of Jiang Ning's carefree existence contrasted sharply with her own desperate struggle for survival, bartering her body for food. This infuriated Su Mengyao. Had she secured the jade pendant, she would not find herself in such dire straits. Life had become unbearable, and Yang Weizong, a spineless man reliant on women, betrayed her trust, pursuing sustenance even at the expense of his relationship with her, seeking comfort with Yu Qingqing. After having been unfaithful, he further manipulated Yu Qingqing into meeting Hejian for work, all for a mere 5 pounds of grain, leaving her battered and bruised. Next time they go out, it is undoubtedly her turn. There is no escaping it. Su Mengyao feels an intense hatred, yet deep down, she understands that without Yang Weizong and the others, her fate would be far worse. Such a life is unbearable, not even for a single day. She no longer wishes to play this game. She truly longs for it to be merely a dream, to awaken and find herself back in her former world. Alas, it is a dream from which she shall never awaken. Su Mengyao desires to weep, yet she fears that tears may mar her visage. With no alternatives, she stubbornly remains in place, anxiously awaiting Jiang Ning's appearance. Jiang Ning retrieves her thermos to sip hot water, leisurely making her way out only when she sees Su Mengyao shivering uncontrollably. Su Mengyao's eyes gleam with light upon seeing Jiang Ning. She knew all along that Jiang Ning would be fearful of exposing her space. Observing Jiang Ning's pristine attire and her confident, poised demeanor, she glances down at her own mismatched clothing, scavenged from the homes of the deceased, and the thought alone makes her stomach churn. At night, she dreams of those frozen souls haunting her relentlessly. In this moment, jealousy consumes her. If the space were hers, Jiang Ning's life would belong to her. Intentionally distancing herself from Yang Weizong and the others, she resolves to succeed this time, no matter what. Listening to Jiang Ning's familiar tone, as if greeting a close friend, Su Mengyao marvels at her audacity. Is there something you need? With no outsiders present, Su Mengyao decides to forego pretense, directly stating her threat. I know you possess a space. Jiang Ning, intrigued, replies, how do you know I have a space? That is of no concern to you. I simply know. Having met Jiang Ning opts for honesty. I do have a space, but what of it? If others were to discover that you possess a space filled with an abundance of resources, sufficient for them to lead a comfortable life reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic days, how do you think they would react? Therefore, Jiang Ning, I harbor no ill intentions. I genuinely wish to befriend you. If you allow me to reside on the 18th floor, I shall keep this secret for you. Merely residing on the 18th floor? Su Mengyao radiated confidence, asserting that given the vastness of your resources, it would not be unreasonable for a friend to share some. How much should I share? Aware of her obstinate nature, Su Mengyao took a step back to advance. I am not greedy. I only wish to be well-fed and content. First, let me move into the 18th floor, win over Hor Ishan's favor and protection, and once my own safety is assured, I can reclaim the space at a later time. Hor Ishan wields a gun, is strikingly handsome, and possesses formidable skills, while she holds the key to her own space. Surely, she could thrive in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Jiang Ning remained oblivious to the rosy picture she painted. What if I refuse? Chapter 75. The demise of the campus belle, her daydream, was abruptly shattered as Su Mengyao's fleeting illusion was dispelled. However, having summoned the courage to invite Jiang Ning out, she had already devised a strategy. With your vast resources, what harm would it be to share a little with me? It is far better than being discovered by others, who would then swarm and seize everything, leaving you with dire consequences. Listening to her presumptuous reasoning, Jiang Ning could not help but chuckle. No, you do not understand me. I possess a rather volatile temperament and act impulsively without contemplating the repercussions. I would rather be shattered like jade than remain intact like mere pottery. What threat do you pose, arriving empty-handed and alone? Su Mengyao felt a sudden jolt of alertness and warned with a feigned bravado, Jiang Ning, since I dared to invite you here, I naturally have my contingencies. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, you shall not leave this place today. Jiang Ning was amused by her threat, akin to a cat toying with a dying mouse, his spirits soaring. For the sake of a mere pack of instant noodles, she had willingly consorted with 2 or 3 men. How could one claim to threaten me while employing numerous nefarious individuals lurking nearby? Their fees are exorbitant. I doubt you could endure their presence for a month without exhausting your resources. This is not a matter of disparaging my female compatriots, but rather a reflection of the stark disparity in physical strength, which forces many vulnerable women to rely on men for survival, thereby securing the means to exist. When one's very existence is at stake, who still cares for dignity? Jiang Ning had witnessed firsthand how a mere packet of biscuits could exchange for a campus beauty, with the choice of positions left entirely to him. Is it hateful? Absolutely. Is it painful? Indeed. Yet, it remains a voluntary choice. If the campus beauty refuses, the campus heartthrob is ever ready to step in. Provoked by Jiang Ning's revelations, Su Mengyao erupted in indignation. What are you so arrogant about, Jiang Ning? Is it merely because you possess a spatial ability? Without that, your existence would be even more pitiful than mine. It's nothing but cheating. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? With your looks, you probably couldn't even barter for instant noodles. Forgive me, but I am indeed not as formidable as you. Anyone can spread their legs. In her past life, when her spatial ability was taken from her, she would rather starve than make a pact with a demon. Ironically, it was Su Mengyao who wielded the spatial ability, trading her body for resources and utilizing her power to pilfer from them. Alas, in this life, her situation has only grown more dire. What does this have to do with cheating? It is merely a matter of character.
Jiang Ning scoffed.
Urging you to discern who possesses the power of choice at this moment. Is that so? Aware of her selfishness and greed, Jiang Ning remained unperturbed. Do not tell me you have confided in Yang Weizong or those other men. Su Mengyao. They not only share you with Yu Qingqing but also compel you to exchange with one another. If you truly trusted them, you would not have come here alone today. Instead, they would have encircled you, threatening you to relinquish the space. Unfortunately, Su Mengyao is utterly oblivious. The space cannot be seized as long as she refrains from entering it. No other living being can enter. Yang Weizong is a self-serving leech, and Su Mengyao is even more so. She desires to seize the space yet fears losing it once it is in her grasp. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for her to inform Yang Weizong and the others. Exposed, Su Mengyao seethed with indignation. Jiang Ning, do not become overly conceited. If you do not believe me, then test it. Very well, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Let us see how it plays out. Su Mengyao's expression darkened. Fine. We shall see. At this moment, she could not show weakness. To do so would mean defeat. With her back straightened, Su Mengyao warned, "Do not regret this." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Jiang Ning remained, watching her leave. Fuming, Su Mengyao clenched her teeth. Since she was unwilling to accept kindness, she would ensure that all of Feng City knew of her possession of the space. When that time comes, where would she find refuge? Bearing the burden of her treasures would only bring her misfortune. She was determined to render Jiang Ning like a stray dog. Resolute in her decision, she quickened her pace down the stairs. Just as she reached the stairway, a dark shadow lunged towards her with great force. Woof! Ah! Feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, Su Mengyao instinctively recoiled as an unknown entity lunged at her, letting out a piercing scream. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through her, rendering her breathless. She looked down to find a sharp blade piercing through her chest from behind, stained with a vivid crimson. "What gives you the audacity to threaten me?" A chilling voice resonated from behind her. With her mouth agape, Su Mengyao found herself unable to utter a sound, her eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Ning had attempted to murder her? Regardless of whether you have traversed realms, reincarnated, or possess some system, how could you have descended to this level, believing yourself to be the chosen one or endowed with 9 lives? Jiang Ning gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, twisting it savagely before withdrawing it, blood dripping incessantly from the blade. Su Mengyao collapsed with a thud, gasping for breath, her eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets, her bony fingers reaching out towards Jiang Ning. You! While there are paths to heaven, you chose not to tread them, and now you dare intrude upon hell's gates. Jiang Ning's gaze was frigid, recognizing that in this world, one must survive by their own merit. Yet, Su Mengyao had set her sights on another's fortune, leaving Jiang Ning no choice but to send her to the underworld. Knowing she possessed a space of her own means nothing, unless she has the capability to wield it. As for the nature of her being, Jiang Ning held no interest. It was merely one of the few conjectures she had entertained. The only imperative was to eliminate the threat. The frigid weather, compounded by the significant loss of blood, soon rendered Su Mengyao's body rigid, her wide eyes remaining unblinking even in death. Though it was not yet 5 o'clock, the sky had darkened ominously. Without pausing, Jiang Ning descended the stairs, a cola in hand. Donning her ice skates, she glided toward home. Kaylay sprinted ahead with exuberance, his enthusiasm infectious. The 2-wheel drive could not compete with the 4-wheel drive. The dog dashed forward, swiftly leaving behind the task of excrement disposal. Truly, Kaylay was a dog trained by Huaishan, his speed akin to lightning, his posture poised and graceful, the most striking creature on the street. Jiang Ning could not help but call out, "Kaylay." As dusk approached, it marked the most perilous time of day. Groups of onlookers gathered on the icy surface, their gazes filled with greed and malice, whether directed at the dog or at Jiang Ning. To be alone in such a moment meant inviting danger. The robust and well-fed dog, in the extreme cold, stirred a sense of criminal desire in many. Numerous individuals brandished concealed weapons from beneath their clothing and swiftly closed in on Kaylay. "Hurry! Capture it." Chapter 76. Administering the drug, the 4-wheel drive was steady, while Kaylay executed devilish maneuvers, dodging and leaping with agility, leaving his pursuers disoriented. Their malice was not limited to the dog. They were equally ruthless towards Jiang Ning. Instead of retreating, Jiang Ning surged forward towards them. The speed of her skating was remarkable, while the men, clad in cotton shoes, struggled to maintain their footing yet persisted in their pursuit. As Jiang Ning sped past, she evaded the man's raised steel pipe with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding thud, the man was sent sprawling, his thick hat offering little protection as his head was struck by a golf club. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide in shock, blood gushing from his mouth, and soon he lay lifeless. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning charged forward, whether to confront her assailants or to protect Kaylay, swinging the golf club with fierce determination. They were all highway robbers, and their survival would only serve to threaten others. Having struck several heads in quick succession, the girl in the scarlet, extreme weather gear had vanished from sight before the others, who were converging to encircle and capture her, realized something was amiss. Assuming they had merely slipped, They were unaware of the fatal consequences until they approached to inspect, discovering fractured skulls. How could such a young girl be so ruthlessly fierce? The initial shock and astonishment were fleeting as the survivors immediately began stripping the deceased of their clothing, donning the thermal gear without hesitation, indifferent to the lingering warmth of the dead. Driven by extreme hunger, they cast intensely conflicted gazes upon the bodies, repeatedly swallowing hard, ultimately resisting the final temptation and turning away with great difficulty. How much longer they could endure remained uncertain, even to themselves. The dog bounded with increasing exuberance, its tongue lolling out. Glancing back at its owner, who was in close pursuit, it executed a sudden halt. "Come on, try to catch me," taunted, before once again sprinting off with unrestrained energy as Jiang Ning nearly overtook it. After their outing, the dog was brimming with vitality, its physique lithe and its musculature well-defined, appearing to radiate vigor. Jiang Ning rewarded it with a piece of jerky, gathered their belongings, and headed back upstairs. Reaching the 12th floor, a staggering figure suddenly lurched into view. She nearly struck out with a blade before recognizing Yu Qingqing. Her face was deathly pale, utterly devoid of color, as if dusted with chalk. Jiang Ning immediately surmised that she was nearing her end, utterly devoid of life force. Jiang Ning was perplexed, perhaps attributing it to the affliction of an acute romantic obsession. "Jiang Ning, save me, I beg you to save me." Yu Qingqing's voice was hoarse, her body teetering, her ashen eyes holding only a glimmer of light. Jiang Ning inquired, "How can I save you? I am hemorrhaging and feverish. Could you spare some medication? I do not wish to perish." Yu Qingqing, unsteady, faltered as she grasped the stair railing. "I have no medicine, and even if I did, I would not give it to you. What reason is there to give it to you? Because you are pitiable, because you are stubbornly deluded? I am neither your parent, nor have I partaken of your provisions. Seek out the one who has brought you to this state. Your pleas evoke no sympathy from me." Having spoken, she ascended the stairs. "Wait," Yu Qingqing entreated, her voice labored, as she halted Jiang Ning. "I am consumed by regret. Had I known what awaited me, I would never have relinquished the grain. Jiang Ning, I implore you, assist me. I do not wish to meet my end in this manner, only to be cast out of the window." Evidently, she possessed a lucid awareness of her impending demise. The prospect of being exploited to exhaustion filled her with resentment. Jiang Ning ceased her ascent and rummaged within her rucksack, producing a packet of medication, which she extended toward Yu Qingqing. It contained several potent soporifics. "The decision rests with you." How ironic that this was the residence she had leased, yet now they awaited her death. Truly, the elixir of regret is non-existent in this world. Yu Qingqing, clutching the medicine, resolved upon a course of action. Upon reaching the 18th floor, the sound of rhythmic thuds echoed from the corridor. Zhang Weili was engaged in pugilistic practice, beads of perspiration adorning her brow. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao sparred with batons, their movements clumsy yet earnest, their dedication deserving of commendation. Kailei, it seemed, had been taken for a brief constitutional. What is the situation outside? Despite being clad in mink coats, they had yet to acclimate to the conditions. Since the advent of the extreme cold, the farthest they had ventured was the rooftop to gather ice and snow. It was quite lively, with bandits robbing passers-by everywhere. Lu Yu stood frozen, as did Zhang Chao. How terrifying! Would they perish if they ventured outside? "Ning, are you not jesting? Sooner or later we must confront this reality." Jiang Ning had no intention of concealing the truth, revealing the blood-stained golf club. "What do you think?" Lu Yu, frightened, clung to Zhang Weili, exclaiming, "Wife, I am afraid." Zhang Chao, lacking anyone to hold on to, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The calamities of the apocalypse have transformed ordinary people into demons, not to mention those entrenched in darkness. Grandma Zhong's concerns were not unfounded. It was only a matter of time before the 18th floor was targeted. They needed to grow stronger swiftly, lest they hinder the 18th floor's progress. "Rain, let us continue our training. Chao, we can do this." Upon returning to change clothes, just as Jiang Ning removed his bulletproof vest, the intercom crackled to life. "Jiang Ning, shall we practice today?" "Yes, I'll be there shortly." Although their earlier outing had delayed Keilei's training, it posed no challenge for Hua Yishan. He dressed Dodo in thick clothing, shoes, and socks, adorning him with a windproof and warm hat. Dodo, go to the stairs and watch Kayleigh run laps. All right, brother. After lounging in bed all day, Dodo was immensely joyful at the prospect of playing with Kayleigh. The intense training session lasted 2 hours, leaving Jiang Ning drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. This exhaustion bore a satisfying thrill. Moreover, Jiang Ning noticed that with the enhancement of his physical capabilities, the time for controlling consciousness had also expanded. Although progress was still akin to a snail's pace, it was undoubtedly moving in a promising direction, with a hopeful future ahead. Chapter 77. Anxiety disorders as Hoards emerged. He took over the instructor's duties from Dodo, noticing that the members of room 1803 were still drenched in sweat from their strenuous training. Life was undoubtedly challenging, especially for those on the 18th floor, who were perceived as thorns in the side of others. In their quest to preserve their supplies, even the dogs were enhancing their combat skills, let alone the humans. At that moment he felt a stirring within him. Would you like to learn crossbow shooting? The entire room 1803 was taken aback. Was 1801 actually speaking to them? Crossbow shooting? Did he intend to teach them that? Oh my, how exhilarating! Their hearts raced in anticipation. Zhang Chao reacted swiftly, yes, yes, yes. Indeed, they had been envious, drooling at the sight of Hoards teaching Jiang Ning the art of infiltration and reconnaissance, as well as their daily specialized sparring sessions. With a background in special police, Hoards was a professional in both offense and defense. Receiving just a few pointers from him outweighed a month of their haphazard training. Jiang Ning was a testament to this. In their youth, when she and Lu Yu teamed up against him, they had suffered a humiliating defeat, yet they managed to withstand a few of her strikes. Now, however, a single punch from her could send them both flying. And then there was Kayleigh, a stray dog with an abundance of combat experience, who was now undergoing rigorous training befitting a high-standard police dog. His transformation was beyond mere eccentricity. It was a source of shame. A deep-seated desire had long been brewing within him, wishing to kneel and implore Hoards to take him as a disciple, yet he lacked the courage to voice his yearning. The reason was simple. Hoards' aura was overwhelmingly powerful, exuding an almost instantaneous authority. Despite their collective efforts to scavenge for supplies, his demeanor remained cold and distant, his words meticulously measured, his forehead seemingly etched with a sign. Do not disturb unless acquainted. Individuals differ from one another. Thus, Hoards' unique regard for Jiang Ning does not imply a similar sentiment towards room 1803. Despite the fervent hopes within, no one dared voice such thoughts, nor even broach the subject with Jiang Ning. Yet, astonishingly, he has spoken up. Zhang Chao felt an urge to weep. Was this an opportunity to cling to power? Lu Yu also felt the urge to cry, perpetually bested by his wife, yearning to learn some formidable self-defense techniques to assert himself before her. Surprisingly, even Zheng Weili felt a stir of interest. In the realm of Sanda, she was confident she could best Huishan, but what of other aspects? We now dwell in a world ravaged by calamity, one that has transformed survivors into demons. How effective could her fists be against others' crossbows or firearms? Moreover, she harbored an ultimate aspiration to one day challenge Huishan. A unanimous agreement arose from room 1803, and Huishan nodded in assent. Tomorrow. That evening, 2 grown men were so exhilarated that sleep eluded them. They secretly nestled under the covers, indulging in beer. Chow, what do you think prompted Huishan's sudden change of heart? The 18th floor has become a juicy target. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot possess supernatural abilities. Besides, he has a sister to protect. Only when everyone on the 18th floor grows stronger will he find ease. Chow, we must strive diligently. Let us aspire to match Ning. The 2 brothers chatted and drank, inadvertently overindulging, and ultimately succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a chilling scream emanated from downstairs. Zhang Chao, abruptly awakened, was infuriated and cursed. Damn it! Another death! Lu Yu groggily rose, exasperated by the constant fatalities. Where are you going? To find my wife. The heart-wrenching Zhang Chao. Indeed, he is unworthy of a wife. Next door, Jiang Ning was similarly roused, the sounds drifting from a few floors below. Turning over, she continued to sleep. In the early morning, the thumping from the 17th floor echoed, while the dog lingered by the door, sensing the commotion and feeling somewhat irritable, an urge to engage in conflict stirring within. Upon opening the door, Jiang Ning beheld Zhang Chao and Lu Yu practicing crossbow shooting in the corridor. There was nothing wrong with Hua Yixin's teaching. Rather, it was their lack of innate talent that posed the issue. Jiang Ning nearly burst into laughter. There was no remedy for this. Expertise lies in specialization. Zhang Weili, being an athlete, naturally excelled in physique, movement, speed, and agility, far surpassing the average individual, making it easier for her to grasp related skills. However, as for them, one was frail and the other weak, their athletic prowess inferior to that of ordinary people. Merely persevering until now was commendable. Hua Yixin, aloof and composed, while Zhang Weili was impetuous. Their predicament was undeniably challenging. Let me give it a try. In truth, she had long wished to teach the residents of 1803, yet that had been entrusted to Hua Yixin, and proceeding without his consent was inadvisable. Teamwork was indeed essential, but who would bare their hearts to another? Moreover, Hua Yixin's wariness matched her own. She had merely benefited from the exchange of teaching with the two children to draw closer to him. In a world ravaged by calamity, true survival talents were scarce, with more individuals like Zhang Chao and Lu Yu being ordinary. Their ability to persist was already a significant achievement. With the companionship of the dog on the 18th floor, Jiang Ning's mindset had evolved, no longer plagued by the anxiety and panic of her rebirth. However, Zhang Weili and the others were different. Their unease and fear deepened, leading to growing irritability. Jiang Ning stepped forward, patiently instructing them time and again, meticulously detailing each movement. A strict teacher does not necessarily cultivate exceptional students. However, Teacher Jiang, with years of training experience, possesses a remarkable ability to guide her pupils. Setting aside impatience, they are encouraged to rebuild their self-confidence. As Zhang Chao and Lu Yuchen immerse themselves in their training, their movements grow increasingly adept, and their aim becomes ever more precise. Zhang Weili expresses her gratitude to Jiang Ning, confiding in her that she has been experiencing significant hair loss and a rising irritability. She often feels guilty after losing her temper, yet struggles to maintain control. She plans to inquire with Zhang Chao about any medications for anxiety. Jiang Ning offers her advice, recalling that they seem to have gathered some information on the subject and suggests being mindful of their emotions. Zhang Weili is taken aback, questioning if Jiang Ning believes she suffers from anxiety. Not just you. Many people grapple with this condition, Jiang Ning affirms, nodding. I initially faced similar challenges, but eventually, it was soda that alleviated my symptoms. Zhang Weili reflects, no wonder I've sensed something amiss. Even my menstrual cycle has become irregular. She laments that while her temper used to flare swiftly, her mindset was once optimistic, unlike the pervasive negativity she now feels. As they converse, a knock resounds from downstairs. Familiar faces appear. Apart from Grandma Zhong's family, there is the family of the child who had come for stomach pain, as well as the former residents of Unit 1703. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Grandma Zhong, who had been deliberating about moving, was alarmed by the violent incident that transpired next door last night. Upon waking this morning, her family made the decisive choice to relocate. What a pity it is that such a polite and charming young girl, unable to discern the true nature of others, unwittingly invited danger into her home, sacrificing her very life in the process. The most frightening aspect of a meek and honest individual descending into madness is that the sustenance earned through their toil cannot be enjoyed if they lose their life. In a fit of frenzy, she administered sleeping pills and water, and wielded a kitchen knife to take the lives of two individuals. Ultimately, he succumbed to his wounds, a victim of savage blows, his lifeless body discarded through the window. The room was awash with blood, and the man wielding the kitchen knife bore a deranged expression, his gaze chilling and terrifying. It is likely that he had lost his sanity. Grandma Zhong recalled him, the young man from the 8th floor, once radiant and charming, his smile inviting, yet alas, his intentions nefarious, surviving by exploiting women. Chapter 78. Shattering glass. Grandma Zhong, now advanced in age, could no longer withstand the shock. After all, he was not the only madman in the building. Consequently, she resolved to relocate to the 17th floor. Although a murder had also occurred on the 18th, it was an act of self-defense, a far more justifiable mindset than that of others. The two families not only moved their belongings but also dismantled the stainless steel door, aspiring to construct a secure fortress akin to that of the 18th floor, even arranging 3 doors in the staircase. However, lacking tools, they knocked on the door to borrow from the 18th floor. Jiang Ning refrained from hasty conversation, choosing instead to observe Hoards and Zhang Chao among others. The space was equipped with tools, yet they could not be utilized. Hoards possessed a handheld impact drill, and 1803 had a bit of acetylene for welding. Yet, human malice knows no bounds, and their decision to move to the 17th floor clearly indicated a desire for refuge. At this juncture, extending an olive branch could easily foster a dependency mentality. The 18th floor was not a savior, struggling to protect itself, let alone shield others. Nevertheless, installing 3 additional doors in the staircase would benefit the 18th floor. Should an intrusion occur, it would at least provide precious time to react. However, maintaining a balanced relationship with the 17th floor was essential. A silent communication ensued among the residents of the 18th floor, quickly reaching a consensus. The impact drill was nearly out of power, and only a small amount of acetylene remained. Borrowing was permissible, yet the question lingered: when would they return it? Upon Jiang Ning's inquiry, the other 2 families found themselves at a loss for words. Grandma Zhong understood the situation, saying to the young girl that we must look out for one another in our building. The 2 items in question were indeed rather special. If they could not be returned immediately after borrowing, perhaps we could offer other items in exchange. What do you think? Very well, you may discuss it further. Ultimately, Grandma Zhong produced a bracelet, while the Su family, who had a child, contributed a jade Buddha figurine, and Unit 1703 provided a gold necklace. Jiang Ning accepted on behalf of the 18th floor, handing over the impact drill and acetylene torch to the 17th floor, and also sent Lu Yu and Zhang Chao to offer technical guidance, ensuring that the door would be installed securely. Additionally, the 17th floor requested permission to access the rooftop for melting snow into water. The rooftop was a shared space, and since the 2 floors had established a cooperative relationship, it would be unreasonable to deny their request. However, every visit would require opening the door, which posed risks for the 18th floor. After contemplation, Jiang Ning proposed a solution. Only one designated person could come up each afternoon at 4 o'clock, and they should decide who that would be. Only one person. The members of the 17th floor felt discomfort at this arrangement, but recognizing the stronger position of the 18th floor, they ultimately assigned the task to Zhong Ping. Furthermore, the 17th floor provided a skateboard, and Lu Yu decided to contribute the 3 kilograms of iron nails he had, welding them all onto the door for enhanced security. Meanwhile, the Zhong family planned to go woodcutting the next day, as the extreme cold made it unbearable without firewood. Despite having collected a fair amount previously, it burned quickly from morning till night. Recently, the situation in Fengshan had become urgent, with those swift enough securing resources while others went without. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were filled with apprehension, feeling the need to hoard supplies. "And Ning, are you going?" Jiang Ning, feeling indifferent, declined to move, deciding to put it off for a few days. Hoards also refused to venture out for woodcutting. In 1803, everyone sprang into action. Lu Yu, having procured a folding mechanical saw blade from an unknown source, was eager to showcase his prowess. However, Kulu longed to venture outside, yet was restrained by the caretaker. Upon awakening in the morning, I stood on the balcony, observing the fully armed members of 1803 as they departed. Perhaps clad too heavily, they were wrapped so tightly that I could hardly discern one from another. Suddenly, several shadows erupted from Building 8, fierce and menacing, intent on seizing Lu Yu's military coat. Beneath that coat lay a fur garment, and Lu Yu would not allow their success. Brandishing a wooden stick embedded with rusty nails, he roared defiantly, challenging anyone unafraid of death to come forth. How dare they bully him, thinking him an easy target? Jiang Ning, standing on the balcony, could not suppress a laugh. Lu Yu's physical prowess had once been the weakest on the 18th floor, but after months of relentless training, he was no longer the same. Being at the bottom of the ranks did not imply he was incapable of fighting outside. Look at him now. Even a sickly rabbit could retaliate fiercely. With a flurry of strikes, he caught the residents of Building 8 off guard. Today truly was their misfortune. encountering such formidable resistance right from the outset. After being struck by a couple of women and sent sprawling, the rest of the group finally panicked, fleeing in terror from the demons of the 18th floor. How unfortunate it was to have stepped outside without consulting the almanac, inadvertently provoking this band of calamities. Regardless of one's temperament or optimism, the harsh realities of the apocalypse could drive even the most cheerful to the brink of despair. Lu Yu, fueled by anger, managed to take down a few adversaries, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. After all, what was it but a bout of violence? He could hold his own. Meanwhile, Ku Li's appetite had grown insatiable, finishing the dog food only to demand bread slices. Initially worried about gaining weight and becoming sluggish, he soon realized he was merely building muscle, his fur becoming thick and sleek. Jiang Ning patted her belly, feeling one step closer to achieving a defined waistline. In the frigid cold, Huorishan paused Dodo's class, allowing Jiang Ning ample time to immerse herself in her studies and practice diligently. When the hour arrived, she headed to room 1801 for sparring. The ice was treacherously slippery, and she stumbled several times along the way, leaving her in a rather disheveled state. The trees, though frostbitten, had not entirely withered, making them particularly cumbersome to drag. Upon seeing Ping in return, Jiang Ning opened the door to descend and lend a hand, with Kulu promptly following suit. Dodo was equally determined, calling out, "Sister, wait for me," and Kulu, "Wait for me." She donned a red winter coat, her hair styled into two playful tufts, and her ears shielded by soft earmuffs, rendering her irresistibly adorable. The window at the stairwell was inconvenient, opening and closing haphazardly, while room 702 had no survivors. It was unclear who had shattered the living room window, but it certainly made entering and exiting much easier. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of reluctance, yet with the firewood from room 1803 conveniently dragged over, she had no choice but to slip out through room 702. Mentally prepared, she couldn't help but cast a glance towards the distance, where a grim sight awaited, an accumulation of bodies. Each one had family members wishing to bestow dignity upon their deceased, while some, lacking civic sense, simply discarded them down the stairs. For instance, Yang Weizong had thrown Yu Qingqing's be the other households heard the commotion but remained indifferent. In today's world, murder has become as commonplace as daily affairs, let alone the shattering of glass. As long as it does not involve their own family, they care little for who perishes. Chapter 79. Distribution of supplies. Upon returning to the upper floor, Zhang Weili intended to allocate a few pieces of wood to Jiang Ning. Understanding her disposition, Zhang Weili did not press the matter. Lu Yu knocked on the door of 1801, summoning everyone once more to assemble at 1803. Good news! Today, many ventured to Fengshan to gather firewood and managed to uncover a wealth of encouraging information. The government is set to distribute supplies. Previously, due to the flooding, not only was it difficult for residents to travel, but many government departments were also paralyzed. Now, although the flooding has turned to ice, and the cold is biting, at least there is some freedom of movement. The government will distribute relief grain the day after tomorrow, once a week, with each resident entitled to £1, to be collected at the original community center upon presentation of their identification. While a weekly distribution of £1 of rice is indeed meager, the natural disaster struck suddenly, submerging all supplies beneath the waters. Coastal cities, with their low elevation, faced severe challenges. Although the national grain reserves are situated at higher altitudes, the combined might of typhoons and flooding has left little room for timely evacuation. Fengcheng has several million inhabitants. Even if a tragic fate befell more than half, there would still be over 1 million survivors, making the procurement of such a quantity of grain a formidable task. Additionally, the government announced the invalidation of paper currency, planning to introduce a new currency, with bartering to be employed temporarily. This news holds little significance for the residents, as their money has long been spent. However, those who profited from the disaster must be lamenting their losses in despair. Beyond the distribution of relief grain, the government also issued a recruitment notice, offering thousands of positions ranging from technical researchers to grassroots recovery teams. The remuneration offered comprises food, as the scarcity of skilled research and development personnel allows for a meager monthly allocation of 20 to 30 pounds of grain, while the laborers at the bottom tier receive a mere £5 per month, albeit with provision for one midday meal. Lu Yu jested. And Ning, do you think we should apply for jobs? It's up to you. I certainly won't, came the reply. Lacking in skills, the laborers who collect corpses can barely sustain themselves on 5 pounds of grain. Yet with the addition of weekly relief supplies, they manage to scrape by. Lu Yu was merely joking. The task on the 18th floor is to safeguard our stronghold rather than to earn the pitiful sum of 5 pounds of grain. If we are frugal with our provisions, we can easily endure for 2 years. The government has transformed its passive stance into a proactive one, with various departments actively combating disasters, and it is possible that conditions will improve further. There is no need to risk life and limb for such meager sustenance. Moreover, while one may earn a living, it does not guarantee the ability to enjoy it. Thus, all members of the 18th floor chose to remain idle, rejecting the notion of competing for jobs. As Jiang Ning departed, she noticed Zhang Chao had an injury on his hand and inquired with concern. What happened? It's nothing serious. We were targeted by several groups while felling trees in Fengshan. They not only attempted to steal our firewood but also sought to seize our steel saws, all of which we managed to fend off. The outside world is exceedingly chaotic. It's dangerous even for 3 people to venture out together, and one must remain vigilant to avoid being ensnared. He and Lu Yu had been cutting wood while Zhang Weili kept watch, yet they were still targeted. Jiang Ning wished to offer words of comfort but found herself at a loss. After all, this was not only the norm but would likely grow increasingly brutal in the future. On the day of receiving relief grain, Zhang Chao arrived early to knock on the door. Jiang Ning, reluctant to join the queue, said, "You all go ahead. I'll stay behind to watch the house." In 1803, an early arrival at the community center found a long queue forming. The tenacity of human life far exceeds imagination. Confined within the walls of their homes, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill, suffused with the somber silence of mortality. However, when relief rations were distributed, throngs of people surged forth. New rice mingled with broken grains, and to prevent fraudulent claims, individuals were required to present their identification in person to collect their share. The scene was chaotic, yet the presence of armed police ensured that no one dared to cause trouble at the distribution point, though lurking dangers loomed nearby. Pickpockets resurfaced, and thieves operated with audacity, seizing opportunities to escape with stolen goods. In the quest to secure more provisions, human ingenuity knew no bounds. The individuals ahead of Zhang Weili in the line brought their elderly mother, over 80 years of age, wrapped tightly in several thick blankets. However, just moments before her family was to collect the rations, she took her last breath. The relatives erupted in grief, claiming that government policies were flawed, leading to the untimely demise of their long-lived matriarch. Their commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers, murmuring about the government's lack of compassion and rallying for compensation. A volunteer approached to unveil the blankets for inspection, only to discover that the elderly woman had already succumbed. He at the entrance of the community. There they were, armed and vigilant. Both Zhang Chao and his companion refrained from approaching, wary of the situation. Jiang Ning nodded, having changed her clothes. She intended to place Kaylay in room 1803, but the spirited dog clung to her pant leg, determined to venture out. It was not advisable. The outside world was rife with those who sought dog meat. Upon hearing the prohibition, Kaylay's bright eyes dimmed, and it bowed its head in silence. Jiang Ning crouched down, gently stroking the dog's head in a gesture of comfort. Suddenly, Dodo burst through the door, exuberantly exclaiming, "Sister, we're off." Jiang Ning frowned, casting a glance at Horishan. "You're taking Dodo out?" "Indeed, we're off to explore the world beyond," he replied,
Jiang Ning conceded.
recognizing that gaining experience was essential. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, maturity was imperative to avoid dire consequences. Though Jiang Ning held her reservations, Kaylay's eyes sparkled with excitement. If even the little one could venture out, why not it? Ultimately, to prevent any mischief, she secured a leash around Kaylay. The dog, inherently free-spirited, felt a sense of humiliation being tethered. Yet, it endured, for its master was the one holding the leash. Thus, Jiang Ning led her dog, while Horishan accompanied his sister, as they descended the stairs towards the neighborhood committee. The committee was not far, approximately a kilometer away, though the icy ground impeded their pace. Jiang Ning's concerns were not unfounded. Before departing, she had deliberately removed Kaylay's fur coat, Yet the dogs still managed to attract the gaze of passersby. They had seen dogs before, but none as robust and splendid as Kayleigh, standing tall and imposing. It was utterly excessive. Was there no sense of decency left? The girl holding the leash seemed formidable, and the man beside her bore an expression as frigid as ice, his gaze lethal. It is likely that they are a gang, for how else could one afford to keep dogs and even dare to take them out for a stroll? Just look at that imposing aura. Merely making eye contact sends shivers down one's spine. Determining whether they are indeed a nefarious group is quite simple. Just observe the dogs they keep, for they are emboldened by their masters. One must tread carefully in their presence. Chapter 80. The bad child. In that moment, numerous thoughts crossed the minds of onlookers, yet none dared to take action. Dodo rarely ventured out, and his heart brimmed with joy. With his left hand grasping his brother and his right hand clutching his sister, he completely disregarded the biting cold, bouncing with uncontainable delight. Most residents came in the morning to collect their rations, and by the time Jiang Ning and Hoards arrived, the line was not excessively long. After waiting for less than 20 minutes, it was their turn. They were required to provide their identification and address, and only upon verifying their identities were they granted their rations, which necessitated bringing their own bags. Jiang Ning carried a flour bag, and a pound of grain was hardly a substantial weight. Noticing that both the instructor and Dodo had received their rations, the anxious Kola, glancing around, became quite agitated. Why was it that it too had to wait in line? Jiang Ning chuckled at the sight, remarking, "You are a dog. There are no relief rations for you." Kola, indignant, snapped back, glaring at the volunteers. "I may be a dog, but you are not acting fairly." Upon encountering such a strikingly handsome dog, the volunteers felt their hearts melt, astonished that such a well-bred creature could thrive even in such an environment. Not just the volunteers, but even the police officers maintaining order couldn't help but steal glances, recalling a dog they once had in their precinct. Alas, it was no longer with them. Perhaps this is the innate charm of dogs. They possess an inherent ability to draw people close. Observing Dodo clutching his rations, the discriminated Kola also sought to seize a bag of grain. Seeing it sullen, Jiang Ning could only hand the grain bag to Guzi. With the bag clutched in its mouth, Guzi's spirits lifted somewhat, and it trotted alongside Dodo. Suddenly, two children frolicking on the ice charged towards Dodo, snatching the grain bag from her hands and darting away. Dodo was knocked over, falling heavily onto the ice. However, Kayleigh reacted swiftly, leaping towards the child who had taken the bag. The child was toppled and the grain bag fell to the ground. Dodo did not cry. Instead, she scrambled to her feet and rushed over to pin down the thief, striking with her little fists. Humph! How dare they take her belongings? One punch, two punches, landing on the child's face, causing the child to wail in pain. Kayleigh seized the pant leg of another child. This one too shall face retribution. Remembering her brother's words, Dodo was furious and showed no mercy. Hoards observed the scene before him without intervening. Jiang Ning was both amused and exasperated. No wonder Dodo had come out. It was to enact vigilante justice. "What are you doing?" A woman in a cotton coat rushed over, shouting arrogantly, "They're just children. How can you bully them like this? Is there no sense of justice?" Hoards remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon her. Unfortunately, the woman was oblivious, continuing to berate them, even attempting to grab Dodo, only to be deterred by Kayleigh's bared teeth. "Oh, even the dog is bullying people. Everyone, come and judge." Jiang Ning stepped forward and kicked the woman down. As she fell, about to throw a tantrum, she suddenly felt a sharp knife at her throat. "It seems none of us are mere children. Since you incite them to steal, do not blame us for taking it upon ourselves to teach them a lesson." Adults often underestimate the need for vigilance concerning children, and many parents exploit this vulnerability by coercing their offspring into illicit activities. Even when caught red-handed, they can easily deflect responsibility, claiming the child was simply naive and urging others not to take offense. Should the child sustain injuries, it presents yet another opportunity for unscrupulous manipulation. Do not inquire as to how I am aware. I have encountered such scenarios in a previous life and not merely once. What a malicious instigation. You truly are despicable. Children do not act with intent. The woman, fierce and menacing, confronted me, asserting that my son had been assaulted by her daughter and demanding an explanation, warning me not to provoke her further or she would involve the authorities. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Jiang Ning thrust a knife toward her. Not aimed at her heart but rather at her side, the blade slicing through her thick cotton coat, spilling the stuffing within. The woman's face drained of color, and she collapsed onto the ground in terror. If the child continues to misbehave, I assure you, my actions will not remain confined to mere fabric. Rendered speechless, the woman could not muster a single word, while the two children trembled in fear. Dodo picked up a sack of grain from the ground, her heart a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as she turned to Horishin, exclaiming, "Brother, I won." Horishin affectionately ruffled her hair, responding, "Indeed, you reacted quite swiftly. This scenario is not uncommon," and witnessing the mother and her children subdued, Jiang Ning chose not to linger further. The group proceeded toward the community, with two leading the way and Horishin and Jiang Ning following behind. He inquired, "Shall we go chop bamboo tomorrow?"
Jiang Ning puslet.
Replied that bamboo is not ideal for burning. It is necessary to prepare 3 additional crossbows, as bamboo arrows are consumables that must be stockpiled in advance. In order to avert potential calamities, Jiang Ning expressed no objections. It was all in order. Horishin intended to continue speaking, but unexpectedly, Kayle broke free from its restraints, nearly tripping Daodu. Remembering the admonitions of its caretaker, Kayle stealthily entered the village, tail tucked and shoulders raised, discreetly veering in another direction. Having spent considerable time together, Jiang Ning instantly recognized this as a prelude to the dog's impending attack. Puzzled, she glanced towards its focus. In the distance, a cluster of individuals, clad in heavy attire, was indistinguishable. She retrieved her binoculars to scrutinize them one by one, unexpectedly discovering a familiar face among them. Without a moment's hesitation, she disregarded Horishin and hurried to keep pace with Kayle. The dog maintained a low profile, while Jiang Ning concealed her face, revealing only her eyes as she trailed the 2 men ahead. They navigated through the crowd, crossed the street, and entered an abandoned office building. Jiang Ning remained unhurried, attentively observing her surroundings as she ascended. Upon reaching the top floor, she needn't concern herself, for the keen-nosed dog led the way. Inside the office, a murky voice echoed. Jiang Ning quietly positioned herself by the window, witnessing one individual being pressed against the table. Kayle's eyes widened, poised to charge in. Jiang Ning swiftly covered its ears and eyes, imploring it not to look, deeming the scene too unsightly. Approximately 2 minutes later, just as he was about to engage in he could reside on the 18th floor, becoming one of them, indulging in a life of luxury without a care for material needs, never having to sell himself for a mere pound of grain, nor becoming a mere instrument of others' amusement. Yet, within just a few fleeting months, those who once attended his birthday celebration had all perished. Su Mengyao had died, Yu Qingxing had died, along with the Jian and the others. But he did not wish to meet the same fate. How could he reignite Jiang Ning's affection for him? Chapter 81. The End of the Campus Heartthrob. In the past, Yang Weizong was absolutely confident. He believed he could easily handle someone like Jiang Ning, who had emerged from an orphanage. She was resourceful and adept at survival, yet she lacked security and love, brimming with sensitivity. All he needed was to administer the right remedy, leveraging his handsome appearance to beckon her with a mere gesture. He could shower her with gifts, and she would hasten to offer herself. What had happened to Jiang Ning? In the past, she would accept gifts without hesitation, willing to rent a place just to pursue him, and she had even splurged on an expensive pair of AJ sneakers without batting an eye. Such a love-struck woman could turn on a dime, transforming into someone entirely different. Wait a moment. Yang Weizong suddenly recalled Su Mengyao's ambiguous remarks, which had repeatedly hinted that Jiang Ning seemed to have become a different person. Could it be that Jiang Ning had indeed undergone such a transformation? If calamity and apocalypse could occur, what was truly impossible? Yang Weizong fell into deep contemplation, oblivious to the peculiarities of the man beside him, his thoughts consumed by the secrets surrounding Jiang Ning. If his conjecture was accurate, holding on to this leverage would ensure a life of indulgence. Suddenly, he felt a dampness on his neck. No, was there a metallic scent? He reached out to touch it, only to find his hands stained with blood. Ah! He screamed in horror, instinctively retreating. The lifeless body lay sprawled, while a woman clad in a striking red Arctic suit stood before him, her icy eyes the only feature visible. Yet, Yang Weizong recognized her instantly. That bloody Tang Dao was unmistakably hers. Jiang Ning, have you lost your mind? Anger surged within him, soon followed by a wave of shame, as he felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth.
Jiang Ning smirket.
You seem quite untroubled by your conscience. Inciting the dog owner to sell it to the butcher, were you? Yang Weizong, bloodied and howling in pain, cried out, Jiang Ning, get this beast away. Beast? Jiang Ning fixed her gaze on him. It possesses far more humanity than you, and it certainly does not live off others' kindness. The dog owner remained silent, while the dog continued to bite. I always keep my word. Each time I see him, he shall receive a bite. Yang Weizong struggled desperately. It was you killed Su Mengyao. Indeed I did. And what of it? Jiang Ning called off the dog. Do not speak as if your hands are clean. Was it not you who stabbed Yu Qingqing? Driven by an instinct for survival, the blood on his face quickly congealed, and he trembled incessantly. You aren't Jiang Ning. How so? You are merely borrowing her form, possessing her body. Perhaps you have indulged in too much fiction? Do not attempt to deceive me. I know you are not truly her. Yang Weizong's tone was resolute. I knew her well. You are nothing but an impostor. Jiang Ning, taken aback by his confidence, did not refute him. Indeed, the true Jiang Ning has long since perished. I am not her. With that, she gazed at him calmly, a smile gracing her lips. With blood smeared across his face, Yang Weizong failed to discern her ambiguous smile, and in his delight at receiving a positive affirmation, he proclaimed, I can keep your secret. What are the terms? She inquired. I want to enter the 18th floor and be with you all. Is that all? I require half of your supplies. Are there any other conditions? Certainly, the first step is to move in, and then I shall work to win back your favor, fully integrating into the life on the 18th floor. Rest assured, as long as you agree to my terms, I will safeguard your secret and not breathe a word to anyone. However, I do not trust the living. Yang Weizong was taken aback. What? No sooner had the words left her lips than a sudden pain gripped his chest. His pupils dilated in shock, never anticipating her abrupt change of heart. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. And the campus heartthrob? Aside from that face, he is utterly worthless. Once the illusion of love shattered, Yang Weizong was left in a pitiful state, having been exploited and discarded for his value in a previous life. Drawing his blade, blood splattered. Had it not been for his desire to test whether she was aware of the space, he wouldn't have uttered a single word. Yet, Su Mengyao truly kept her lips sealed, revealing nothing to him. This group of people had finally met their demise. As long as vigilance was maintained, the secret of the space would remain undiscovered. In the face of his demise, Kola remained unsatisfied, lifting her foot to urinate on his face. Jiang Ning. Tsk. She bore a grudge even more than her. One must never offend the canine lord in the future. As if that weren't sufficient, she continued to torment the other man. The scene was indeed an eyesore, prompting Jiang Ning to silently turn away. Coke persistently tugged, extracting a bag of grain and a brilliant gold bar from the clothing. The grain weighed approximately 5 pounds, consisting entirely of fresh rice. The gold bar was estimated to weigh around half a pound, a considerable sum in the world before the apocalypse. The dog presented the items before Jiang Ning, exclaiming, Here, caretaker, it has once again surrendered its rations. Jiang Ning tossed the items into her storage space, neglecting the scene, and departed with Coke. Death was a daily occurrence, with bodies strewn everywhere. Who truly cared about who was responsible for the killings? The sky began to darken, signaling the impending night and the increase in external dangers. A penetrating gaze approached, a cold visage revealing a hint of a smile. Sister, Dowdu exclaimed, waving excitedly. Coke! The dog bounded over, nuzzling Dowdu. Jiang Ning approached, puzzled. Didn't I tell you to leave first? To enjoy the breeze? The frigid wind can be deadly. She rubbed her hands together, insisting, Let us go. Night is almost upon us. Each took a dog and slowly made their way towards the community. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1803, hoping to enlist Zhang Chao and Lu Yu to craft a sled. She had no desire to venture out daily for mere firewood. A pretense would suffice, allowing her to remain at home in idleness. A sled? Lu Yu expressed astonishment. For coke? Well, why not? After all, dog food shouldn't be consumed for free. If it can breathe, it should work. Given the apocalypse, we must avoid accusations of treating the dog unfairly. In a democratic world, equality between humans and dogs is not shameful. Chapter 82. Sledding. Upon discovering it was for the esteemed canine, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were immediately intrigued. Though they had never seen a sled, they had encountered images. With a bit of tinkering, they might just be able to create one. Coke, you've become quite impressive. Able to pull a sled. The bewildered dog, pondering the meaning of a snow shovel, finds solace in the belief that as long as its owner thinks it knows, it surely will. Observing a heap of neatly cut colored steel sheets on the table, Jiang Ning curiously inquires about their purpose. Lu Yu, attempting to be coy, challenges her to guess. No guesses, Jiang Ning retorts, raising her fist for a candid confession. Zhang Chao, with a smile, elucidates that with external criminal gangs extorting protection money from their community, and armed to the teeth, they, as mere mortals, are ill-equipped to withstand such threats. Hence, he and you have conspired to procure a few bulletproof vests. This revelation broadens Jiang Ning's perspective. She had not anticipated their heightened sense of crisis, though she was aware that colored steel could hardly stop a bullet. Pish-posh. Let us not utter such ominous words. Witnessing their earnest struggle for survival, Jiang Ning felt a sense of comfort and reassurance. Upon learning that she was to venture out to cut bamboo with Hoards the following day, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu expressed their desire to assist. Yet, the current situation was more perilous than before. The 18th floor required vigilant guardians, and merely relying on Zhang Weili was insufficient. Rest assured, should anyone attempt to seize our resources, they would have to trample over our corpses first. Jiang Ning contemplated refraining from such dramatic rhetoric. Yet if the 18th floor were to be breached, survival would be a distant hope for all. Zhang Weili reminded her, Ning, when you head out tomorrow, do not forget to knock on our door. With both Yang Weizong and Su Mengyao deceased, they prepared a modest feast of 3 dishes and a soup to celebrate, accompanied by a can of pineapple beer. Alas, had they not been such a nuisance, it would have been better for these two to hone their skills in this apocalyptic world. They certainly have taken advantage of the situation. Having set the alarm for 7 o'clock, Jiang Ning slumbered soundly until dawn. Recalling Zhang Weili's words, she proceeded to knock on the door of room 1803. Remarkably, the sled had been crafted overnight. To enhance portability and reduce friction, it was constructed from welded aluminum tubes, elegantly curved at both ends, resembling a boat in form. Additionally, Zhang Weili had brought forth a garment. More accurately, 2 garments, stitched together with a thin sheet of colored steel sandwiched in between. Surprisingly weighty when held, the pieces were reinforced with extra layers of colored steel at the heart region, significantly bolstering their impact resistance. Ning, the outside world is perilous. Where this, when you venture out, it may offer some protection should danger arise. Initially intending to make one for Kailei, time proved insufficient. No need to rush. Everyone on the 18th floor has one. But I'm uncertain of Hoards' size. Zhang Weili pondered, momentarily perplexed. Why should I inquire? Jiang Ning asked, bewildered. You could simply ask him directly. Zhang Weili retorted, no, it's apparent to anyone with discernment. What is there to conceal? At that moment, the door to room 1801 chimed, and Dodo emerged, rubbing her eyes. Sister, we are leaving. Fearing abandonment, Kailei insisted on accompanying them, not only staying close but also clutching the leash in her mouth. Come on, the one who cleans up after me, help me tie the rope. While Hoards took Dodo for a walk, she felt compelled to bring Kailei along as well. Upon reaching the 17th floor, they encountered the Zhong father and son exiting, wielding a hatchet. They too were headed to Fengshan to gather firewood. Thus they departed together. Jiang Ning wished to maximize the dog's innate abilities and busied herself with loading the sled downstairs. It seems I might not be able to manage this, she mused. Zhong Ping stepped forward. Allow me to give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, I secured the harness around the dog, contemplating slight modifications to the sled that would ultimately enhance efficiency. enabling us to transport more firewood with ease. I shared my proposed alterations with Jiang Ning. My son had also constructed a pulley, but it had unfortunately become frozen and stuck. Nonetheless, the dog remained a sight to behold. The Belgian Malinois, with its remarkable stamina and explosive power, dashed forth once the harness was fastened, akin to a miniature cannon. Dodo, startled, quickly took off after it, exclaiming, "Kale, wait for me." The dog, unaccustomed to the sled, exhibited a rather peculiar gait, as though something were tugging at its rear, prompting it to instinctively turn its head and attempt to bite. However, this was the work of its owner, who had intended for it to assist in hauling wood. Resisting the urge to snap, it maintained its speed, weaving left and right as it endeavored to adapt to the constraints of its harness. It seemed to be communicating, "Hurry up, owner. I'm ready to pull you." Fearing it might tire, Jiang Ning hesitated to let it do the pulling. The dog, however, was determined to take her for a ride. Eventually, with no other choice, Jiang Ning placed Dodo onto the sled, saying, "You pull Dodo for fun." Was I underestimating it? Prove to the owner what you can do. Thus, the dog towed the sled, with Jiang Ning and the others following closely behind. Numerous eyes from the community were upon them, yet none dared to provoke the occupants of the 18th floor. They were a notorious group, feared for their ruthlessness. The last time someone from Building 8 had been foolish enough to confront them, they were injured by a metal rod and succumbed to tetanus. It was said that the man involved was the weakest of the 18th floor's crew, while the woman with the knife was far more formidable, and another man had a penchant for headshots. Alas, it was truly unwise to provoke them. Dodo, thinking it had exhausted itself, promptly leaped down from the sled. To its surprise, it immediately bounded over to Jiang Ning, as if to say, "Now it's your turn, owner." The fervor was undeniable, as Jiang took it upon himself to test the dog, who leapt forward with great enthusiasm. Had it not been for Jiang Ning's firm grip on the leash, the creature would have soared into the distance. Thus, Huai and the others watched in astonishment as the dog galloped ahead, dragging Jiang Ning along in a swift escape. Abandoned, Dodo widened his eyes and urged, "Brother, let us pursue them swiftly." In Chapter 83, The Venomous Demon, the dog exhibited remarkable stamina, racing with the wind. Its robust physique and graceful form allowed it to traverse the icy terrain with ease, skillfully avoiding any frozen corpses along the way. Yet, it was unaware of the direction to Fengshan, prone to losing its way. Jiang Ning lamented its poor memory, recalling their previous endeavor at the pig-catching site, which not only harbored pigs but also wild hares. Responding to the cue, the dog decisively altered its course, arriving at the foot of Fengshan within half an hour. They arrived quite early, finding the mountain devoid of any presence. The bamboo grove lay halfway up the slope, and Jiang Ning, unwilling to squander time waiting at the base, ascended with the dog. Bamboo is not resilient to fire, and survivors would prioritize felling trees. In a short span, the trees at the mountain's base had been completely cleared, often encountering frozen corpses. These cadavers bore witness to those who perished while scavenging for firewood or were ambushed. There, regrettably, the mountain was frequented by visitors, and she refrained from taking that risk. Instead, she picked up the steel saw that Lu Yu had provided and knelt down to saw slowly. Mastery of the steel saw required skill. Otherwise, the blade could easily break. With only this one saw, the consequences of breaking it would be troublesome. It is important to note that not everyone possesses a hatchet or a butcher's knife. Most people merely have ordinary kitchen knives. Indeed, one might not only struggle to chop wood but could even splinter a knife just by crushing a clove of garlic. Jiang Ning crouched down, first shattering the ice clinging to the surface of the bamboo before gradually pulling the saw back and forth. Kale, seemingly fearful that the bamboo might topple and injure the one cleaning up after it, leaped up and wrapped its paws around the bamboo. Finding it a nuisance, Jiang Ning pushed the dog aside, insisting it need not assist, merely to act as a lookout to prevent others from striking her head. The multitasking canine, however, refused, asserting it could keep watch while clinging to the bamboo. "If you don't move aside, be careful not to end up having your belly sawed." The dog's feelings were evidently hurt. At that moment, survivors had begun to ascend the mountain. "Ah, dog!" Initially shocked, they quickly approached, their voices transforming with excitement. "What a plump dog!" Kale, the chubby dog, barked, its muscle. Observing that there was only one young woman in the bamboo grove, wielding a steel saw, they became even more exhilarated. If they could acquire the saw, their worries about chopping wood would vanish. And this plump dog, appearing to weigh at least 60 to 70 pounds, was all meat, succulent, delectable meat. As she gazed at the approaching figures, their greedy eyes glinting with malice, Jiang Ning remained unperturbed, calmly drawing her tang knife and offering them a gentle smile. Can you guess why, despite being alone, I can afford to care for my dog so well? This statement momentarily stunned the crowd. Indeed, many were on the brink of starvation. How could she keep her dog so plump? Jiang Ning said nothing, merely smiling at them. A smile that was both eerie and chilling. Her cold gaze scrutinized their bodies, as if contemplating which part might be most succulent. The murderous intent in her eyes, akin to that of a predator surveying its prey, sent shivers down their spines. Was this a serpent, a devil in disguise? My dog is quite particular. It only consumes legs, and they must be fresh and still warm. The dog assumed an aggressive stance, its muscular chest swelling, teeth bared, radiating an aura of violence. Indeed, I only feast on legs, the kind that are fresh and dripping with blood. Dare to challenge me? The crowd was taken aback, realizing this fierce creature was nurtured on legs. Some, gripped by fear, found their legs trembling uncontrollably. Just as a standoff ensued, 3 men stepped forward, blades in hand, boldly advancing towards the fierce woman, the tallest among them clutching a small girl of merely a few years. Bro, you guys are incredibly brave to provoke the viper's beauty, one of them remarked. Let us just wait for the fireworks. We can swoop in with an air of reluctance. They dispersed like birds and beasts. Daudu clutched the dog, her expression somewhat aggrieved. Kayleigh, you didn't even wait for me. Kayleigh nudged her gently, offering a gesture of consolation. Observing Jiang Ning chop bamboo, Father Zhong remarked in confusion, Little Jiang, bamboo is hollow and not suitable for burning. We need to fell trees instead. Jiang Ning replied, I lack the strength to pull them down, so chopping bamboo suffices. Moreover, bamboo is not only easy to burn but also not easily taken by others, is it not? Father Zhong pondered her words, sensing their validity yet feeling something amiss. The risk of felling trees was considerable, and the Zhong father and son worked beside the bamboo grove for safety. Armed with only a steel saw, Huaishan had to rely on a hatchet for his task. The hollow bamboo succumbed to his strikes with ease. In just a few strokes, the bamboo collapsed, far swifter than using a steel saw. With deft precision, he dispatched a single stalk in mere moments. His undeniable prowess was something Jiang Ning could only admire from afar. She would continue to labor at her own pace. As more individuals ascended the mountain, the number of predatory gazes increased correspondingly. The plump dog, the steel saw, and the charming little girl held the greedy stares captive. Some brazen, others lurking in the shadows, all seeking their chance. Kayleigh activated his canine radar, accurately detecting the malicious glances. Baring his teeth and widening his jaws, he poised himself, ready for a confrontation. Daudu, not one to sit idly by, mimicked his stance. Fierce. She must be fierce. Her brother had told her that as long as she was more ferocious than anyone else, no one would dare to bully her. Thus, she unabashedly imitated Kayleigh, baring her teeth and grinning widely. The little one's attempt at fierceness elicited a scoff from the dog, for she had not even managed to mimic his form. She straightened her back, held her stomach in, bared her teeth, and let out a fierce snarl. Fierce indeed. Do you grasp the essence of ferocity? This is undeniably adorable, something one could easily devour in a single bite. Despite the meticulous guidance from the instructor, the pain radiating from Dodo's jaw was relentless. Ultimately, she surrendered completely. She opened her backpack and retrieved a watermelon knife. Yes, the legendary blade that had cleaved its way from Saigon Street to Square Street. With the knife in hand, a fierce spirit enveloped her, as she coldly regarded those meandering near the bamboo grove. Dodo swung the knife down, severing a sapling cleanly in two. Those who loitered with ill intent. Truly, they were no match for her. What a pity for the plump dog meat. Had they been able to savor a taste, she would have welcomed death with open arms. Chapter 84. A surprise attack. Although Jiang Ning was occupied with her tasks, she recognized that the dog was a trustworthy companion. Still, she did not fully entrust her back to it. She frequently turned to remain vigilant, wary of a potential ambush. To her astonishment, the glutinous rice dumpling had learned to wield a knife. Instinctively, she glanced at Horishan. Did you teach her? Horishan did not deny it. Is that wrong? No, it's quite commendable. The apocalypse compels growth. From typhoons to floods and then to bitter cold, many innocent children have indeed learned to wield blades. Dodo could not afford to lag behind. A loss would summon the Grim Reaper. Simple and brutal, perhaps, but effective nonetheless. Chopping bamboo was swift, and she bound them together with rope at equal lengths. There were many people on the mountain. Some children were clad in tattered rags, yet all wielded their knives vigorously to gather firewood. She, with her fine clothing and ample provisions, had to strive even harder. Dodo was resolute. She could not be a burden to her brother. After preparing the bamboo, Horishan inquired of Jiang Ning, "Do you need firewood?" The space was ample with firewood, yet the path remained obscured, making it difficult to extract. "What about you? Do you require some?" Ascending the mountain is arduous, but descending proves even more challenging. The snowflakes have accumulated into icy debris, and a slip could send both person and timber tumbling down the slope, where misfortune could even cost a life. A few individuals tread carefully, lending each other a hand as they laboriously make their way down. Daudu wields a watermelon knife, clearing the way ahead, while Kale stands guard at the rear to thwart any potential ambushes. Their teamwork is seamless and efficient. Jiang Ning wishes to laugh, yet feels a pang of sorrow. In this calamitous world, even the young have been forced to mature prematurely. They navigate their way down the mountain without incident, and the dog dutifully drags the sled over. "Come, fill it up." Observing its boastful demeanor, Jiang Ning indeed fills it to the brim. A piece of timber is placed at the bottom, followed by a stack of bamboo. Due to the freeze-drying, some moisture has been extracted, and Jiang Ning adds his share. "Let us go." The dog engages its four-wheel drive yet seems to struggle. What a reliable companion. The icy surface is slippery, presenting some difficulty, but manageable. Hoi shoulders a bundle of firewood, his other hand grasping a large bundle of bamboo tubes, maintaining an upright posture as he walks. The Zhong father and son look on, feeling inadequate. This young man is truly impressive, excelling at everything he undertakes. The dog revs up once more, surprisingly able to move with ease. A glance back reveals the diligent companion pushing from behind. In an instant, adrenaline surges, and they pull with fervor. One pulls, the other pushes, drawing envious glances from onlookers. This dog is remarkable, far less taxing than raising a child. Looking down at his own wasteful dog, he realizes it pales in comparison. Fengshan is several kilometers from the neighborhood. They take breaks to conserve their strength, even stopping midway to replenish their energy. After a brief rest of about 10 minutes, they rise and continue their labors. In a moment of distraction, Dodo slipped and fell. Horishan set down his belongings and hurried to assist his sister, while Jiang Ning ahead exerted herself to push the sled. Suddenly, 3 men dragging firewood charged towards them, 2 wielding knives and 1 brandishing a brick. The knife wielders headed straight for Horishan, while the one with the brick lunged at Jiang Ning. She was positioned about 5 or 6 meters ahead, and swiftly turned around to deftly snap the neck of one assailant. Sensing a sudden gust from behind, Jiang Ning instinctively drew her knife to counterattack. The blade pierced flesh with a sickening sound. Simultaneously, a brick came crashing down towards her forehead. Jiang Ning twisted her head to evade the blow, quickly sidestepping half a step. She successfully dodged, yet the sound of the brick shattering echoed in the air. It narrowly missed her, as Horishan deflected it with his shoulder. His action widened her pupils in shock. The father and son from the Zhong family, alerted by the commotion, rushed over with their knives, inquiring if everything was all right. Horishan grunted, assuring them he was fine, attributing his resilience to his thick clothing, suggesting no fractures occurred. In an instant, 2 of the attackers lay dead, and the man whom Horishan had kicked away turned pale with fear, scrambling to flee. It was not just him. Another woman nearby also took off, clearly part of the same gang. Jiang Ning pursued them, retrieving a boning knife from her bag mid-stride, and hurled it with all her might. The man, heavily clad, was struck by the knife, sending him crashing to the ground. Jiang Ning closed in, her icy gaze fixated on him. The man, overwhelmed with panic, pleaded, "It was a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to. They merely sought to rob," never anticipating the ferocity of their opponents, who dispatched lives without a flicker of hesitation. If it were unintentional, then it was indeed deliberate. The beauty implored, expressing her remorse, "I was wrong. Please spare me. I have a wife and children at home." Yet, Jiang Ning was disinclined to listen to his futile pleas and swiftly dispatched him to the netherworld. How amusing it was to contemplate the notion that every household is burdened with the responsibility of raising children. Today she might face her demise, yet what would become of the Kola? As the woman witnessed the man being stabbed, she rushed over, enveloping him in her embrace, and unleashed a torrent of invective upon Jiang Ning. "You beast! You kill without a flicker of remorse. Is there no law left? Wake up, my husband! Don't leave me!" Her wails echoed with profound sorrow, clinging to the lifeless form of her spouse. Law? Jiang Ning found the idea laughable. Should one comprehend the law after launching a surprise attack on us? They remained unscathed, not a single hair harmed. Yet must such brutality be meted out? Oh, so our survival is a fault of ours? What nonsensical reasoning is this? The woman, intent on continuing her tirade, was abruptly silenced by Jiang Ning's decisive actions. If they were indeed married, then they ought to remain together in a complete sense. The woman stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, seemingly unable to fathom that Jiang Ning truly had the audacity to kill. Her mouth opened in shock, but was swiftly filled with cold air, rendering her speechless as her body stiffened. The incident unfolded unexpectedly, and others on the street were equally horrified by her ruthless demeanor. An elderly lady, overly concerned for her own existence, remarked, "Little girl, while they were wrong to ambush you, you are not severely harmed. They did not wield a knife against you, and furthermore, they have the elderly and children among them. This is excessively cruel." Others remained silent yet nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that one ought not to be so merciless as to extinguish lives entirely. The knife did not strike you, so you are blissfully unaware of the pain. Jiang Ning sneered at the elderly woman, remarking on her predicament of being burdened with both elders and children, questioning whether her meddling was a desperate bid for death. "I can assist you with that." Chapter 85. Remove your outer garment. I shall conduct an examination. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the elderly woman's face turned ashen, and she dared not utter another word. Fearful that Jiang Ning might still harbor murderous intentions, she hastily turned to leave. The others were drenched in cold sweat, resembling a gaping fish, too terrified to utter a single word. They were equally perplexed as to why they had involved themselves in another's affairs, fearing the wrath of a murderous fiend, and thus they too departed in haste. Kayleigh broke free from its tether, rushing toward Jiang Ning, clawing at her in a frantic display of anxiety and anger, whimpering, "What is wrong with you?" Jiang Ning gently stroked its head, soothingly responding, "It's nothing." Dodo soon followed, worry etched across its face. "Sister, are you all right?" The genuine concern emanating from the two creatures warmed Jiang Ning's heart amidst this chaotic, apocalyptic world. It was a rare comfort to know she was cared for. Zhong and his son were also drenched in cold sweat, relieved that she was unharmed. Jiang Ning, concerned about Hua Yishan's potential injuries, inquired, "Are you certain you are unscathed?" Hua Yishan moved his shoulder, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. "I should be fine. It's likely not serious." Observing his limited mobility, she surmised that even if no bones were broken, soft tissue contusions were inevitable. Medicines were out of the question. Yet the surviving physicians heeded the government's call and were still available for consultations, though acquiring medication would be a different matter. It would be prudent to consult an experienced orthopedic doctor to ensure peace of mind. Hua Yishan had shifted the burden of timber onto one shoulder, while Jiang Ning slowed his pace behind him, pushing the sled and occasionally observing his movements. Injured, yet he did not flee. Dodo, concerned for her brother, wiped her eyes but refrained from crying. Upon returning to the Jinrong community, Zhang Weili and the others descended to assist with the. Upon learning of Hua Yishan's injury, their jaws dropped in disbelief. How could someone so formidable possibly be injured? Zhang Chao cast a glance at Jiang Ning, beginning to understand the situation. As they transported the items upstairs, Jiang Ning entered room 1801 and instructed, "Please remove your outer garment. I need to examine you." Having studied medicine for merely a year, though his knowledge was limited, it surpassed that of an average person. Huaishan did not resist. First, he ignited the charcoal stove, and as the room began to warm, he said, "Dodo, take the cola outside." Dodo, though somewhat confused, was obedient. The dog, reluctant to leave, sensed the caretaker's unusual demeanor and thus departed with a downcast expression. Though the atmosphere was awkward, Huaishan removed his outer garment. Dressed heavily for winter, he peeled off several layers, leaving only a thermal shirt. He sat upright, uncertain of where to place his hands. Jiang Ning also felt a tinge of embarrassment but proceeded to pull aside the fabric on his shoulder and gently pressed around the area, asking, "Do you feel any pain in the bones?" Indeed, there was pain, but it seemed not to stem from the bones. He occasionally experienced spasms accompanied by a sensation of soreness and swelling. Fortunately, the layers he wore were thick. Otherwise, a fracture would have been inevitable. "I will prepare some medicinal liquor for you to massage the area. Taking anti-inflammatory medication and applying a plaster will expedite your recovery. I have collected quite a few supplies," he added, noting that neither of them lacked for medicine. Huaishan insisted on using his own remedies, and Jiang Ning did not press the issue. However, the medicinal liquor he had prepared had frozen solid. Returning home, he retrieved a large glass jar from his storage space and poured out roughly half a bottle of mineral water. Fearing he might detect something amiss, she poured some hot water into the basin and after a while, tossed in a bottle of mineral water. Once the medicinal liquor had dissolved, she bared her shoulder. The cold would be unbearable, yet Huaishan was not accustomed to exposing his upper body in front of a girl. He changed into a sleeveless fitness tank top, ensuring the rest of his body was covered snugly. Jiang Ning removed his shoulder strap and applied the medicinal liquor, massaging with just the right amount of pressure. Silence enveloped the room, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Jiang Ning cleared her throat and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. You could have easily avoided it. I miscalculated." Well, to put it another way, Jiang Ning could indeed have evaded the situation, but it wouldn't be fair to label him as meddlesome. After all, if she had escaped this time, what about the next? She appreciated the concern from her team. However, she felt compelled to gently remind him, "If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to evade it, but you must take care of yourself. Next time, don't take such risks. You see how frightened Dodo was. It's nothing, merely a minor injury." "I know my limits," he replied. He may have known his limits, but she did not wish to owe him a favor. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. After a massage lasting several minutes, she applied a medicinal plaster and prepared the necessary medication for him. As she was leaving, Jiang Ning did not forget to remind him, "You must pay attention to any discomfort. Let me know immediately if anything feels off." "All right, thank you," he replied. Jiang Ning paused for a moment. "It's the least I could do, after all, you were injured for my sake." Upon returning home, she took a shower, changed into her loungewear, and settled onto the sofa, her thoughts gradually drifting away. The relationships on the 18th floor were amicable. None were overly contentious, and in the months they had spent together, no significant conflicts had arisen. Due to Dodo's influence, the aloof and reserved Huaishan treated her with considerably more kindness than Zhang Chao and others. Yet, in this apocalyptic world fraught with peril, survival instinct dictates that one must first prioritize their own safety. Even within the same team, it is unreasonable to expect him to shield her from danger. While Zhang Chao and the others might be more inclined to help, given their shared upbringing in the orphanage and the deep bonds formed over the years, Huaishan's motivations seemed more complex. Jiang Ning pondered this, surmising that he must possess immense confidence in his own abilities, assured that he would not face mortal peril before he instinctively intervened to save her. It was not her own confidence she relied upon. His combat prowess firmly secured him as the second strongest on the 18th floor. Moreover, he served as a vital link in communication with Unit 1803 and dedicated himself to mentoring Dodo. Should she meet with misfortune, the 18th floor would suffer a loss in combat strength, thus heightening the risks of defending their territory, not to mention the need for him to find a new instructor for Dodo. His cold and reticent nature would surely hinder relationships with Unit 1803, and the introduction of new neighbors could lead to significant conflicts. With these thoughts clarified, Jiang Ning felt a sense of relief. However, an unsettling feeling lingered. Suddenly, Kayleigh leapt onto her, playfully scratching at her, effectively interrupting her musings. The dog had exerted itself throughout the day, leading to an especially lavish dinner featuring not only chicken breast but also rib and corn soup, alongside the indispensable green vegetables. Each bite was a delight. As night fell, she switched on the intercom. Shun, how does your injury feel? She inquired. It felt a bit odd to call him that, but using his full name seemed even stranger. Unsure of what else to say, Jiang Ning scratched her ear. Well, if you feel unwell, do let me know promptly. Hanging up the intercom, I extinguished the lights and surrendered to slumber. The room was warm, yet at 10 o'clock, I was roused by the commotion of my dog. Upon opening the door, I was nearly suffocated by the frigid air that assailed me, feeling far colder than the previous day, as goosebumps erupted upon my skin. Venturing to the balcony to check the temperature revealed a chilling -35 degrees. After breakfast, I activated the intercom, inquiring about your injuries today. Numbness and lack of mobility, came the response. In Chapter 86, The Evolution of Animals, as he elaborated, I sensed his condition wasn't overly severe and instinctively asked if he had eaten. Not yet. Dodo is preparing. Dodo is cooking breakfast? She can barely reach the stove from the counter. She must learn slowly. Indeed, children of the apocalypse cannot afford to be delicate. Otherwise, survival would be utterly impossible. Suddenly, a pained cry emanated from the intercom. I asked what happened. She hasn't scalded herself like Hoards, has she? Silence followed on the other end. Realizing that her injury was a consequence of my presence, I knew Dodo would not have attempted to cook otherwise. I departed my room and approached 1801. Dodo? I knocked several times before the door finally opened. Dodo was unharmed. She had simply witnessed her brother's injury and volunteered to care for him, thus embarking on her culinary journey. However, she found herself unable to reach the pot and resorted to standing on a short stool. In an unfortunate mishap, she lost her balance and fell. Fortunately, having been tempered by Hoards, her reflexes were remarkably swift, allowing her to adjust her landing posture and avoid injury. Yet, the little one was disheartened, gazing at her fingers with teary eyes. Sister, am I utterly useless? I can't even make breakfast. It seemed she was on the verge of tears. Summoned by name, Hoards found himself compelled to comfort her, affirming that Dodo was indeed far more capable than her elder brother. It was she who had caused the absence of breakfast, and with a twinge of guilt, Jiang Ning inquired what Dodo desired to eat. Dumplings, came the cheerful response, igniting joy in Dodo, who exclaimed that her brother wished to partake in them as well. Thus, Dodo ascended once more onto the stool, while Jiang Ning diligently guided her from the side. Cola, rising to support itself against the countertop, declared its own eagerness to learn. To Jiang Ning's surprise, Dodo exhibited impressive skills, adeptly boiling water, washing dishes, and wiping down surfaces. Yet, rather than feeling elated, Jiang Ning's brow furrowed in concern. It was evident that Hoards, who drove a Hummer, came from a prosperous background, making Dodo's ability to manage such chores all the more perplexing. One could only surmise that she had been compelled to undertake these tasks by her unscrupulous uncle's family. Contemplating Hoards' taciturn and formidable nature, Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder about the ultimate fate of his uncle's household. However, she recognized that such matters were private, and she refrained from prying. In the kitchen, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, were engaged in their culinary endeavors, while Hoards stood at the threshold, perhaps unaware of the faint smile that graced his lips. It was undeniable that Dodo's culinary prowess surpassed even Hoards'. Not only were the dumplings perfectly cooked, but they also retained their integrity. With a buoyant spirit, the little one carefully filled a half bowl with dumplings, urging, "Brother, do taste what I have made." She insisted on serving not only her brother but also Jiang Ning and Cola, who demurred, "I have already tasted it. You should eat it yourself." Jiang Ning felt a pang of embarrassment, as if she had wronged her dog. She playfully pinched Cola's ear, admonishing, "These are filled with chives. You cannot eat them, or you shall perish." Cola, frozen in disbelief, appeared utterly distressed. Filled with indignation yet unwilling to perish, it grasped a basin for washing and turned away in frustration. How can one live when one is forbidden to eat this and that? Huaishan sat at the dining table, partaking in his meal. He first lavished praise upon Dodo, then lifted his gaze to Jiang Ning, inquiring whether she would not indulge in a morsel. Jiang Ning declined, affirming that she had indeed dined, and even if she had not, she would not easily partake of another's provisions. In a world ravaged by calamity, consuming someone else's rations equated to extinguishing a life, regardless of Huaishan's affluence. Once he had finished his meal, Jiang Ning spoke, reminding him that his wound required treatment with medicinal alcohol. Her technique was quite proficient, yet Huaishan appeared somewhat awkward, requesting that Dodo assist him instead. Dodo eagerly chimed in, "I will help my brother." Grateful for his gallantry, Jiang Ning felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just after they had finished eating, a knock resounded at the door. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu arrived, seeking to learn the art of crafting bamboo arrows. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, the two exchanged glances, their expressions revealing no surprise, but rather a silent communication. Although Huaishan's shoulder was less than agile, it was not entirely incapacitated. Thus he commenced the lesson in the living room. First, he demonstrated how to cut the bamboo to appropriate lengths, then using a knife to round it off, followed by toasting it over a flame to enhance its resilience. All present possessed strong comprehension abilities, making the learning process effortless, their hands and feet remarkably industrious. Zhang Chao, perplexed, remarked, "Shun," while the crossbow boasts impressive shooting capabilities, wearing heavy clothing in winter makes it exceedingly difficult to penetrate and injure. Thus, he urged them to improve their aim, recommending they target the eyes. Zhang Chao gasped in astonishment. "How could that be? The eyes are so small and they move. I cannot accomplish that. What can be done if it seems impossible?" Came the reply, "One must practice relentlessly. It is better than waiting for death." Having her consent relieved their anxiety. They expressed their gratitude towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning playfully retorted that they shouldn't compare themselves to her, as her aim was for the eyes. Zhang Chao felt stifled by this remark, wishing to be left alone. Despite the cold, the atmosphere in the living room was pleasant, filled with light-hearted banter among the three childhood friends. Huaishan occasionally chimed in, while Dodo amused himself by playing with the dog. Lu Yu casually inquired if Huaishan had any spare thermal underwear to give them,